Chapter 1. Is this the bloody disaster you were talking about? A suite in a 5-star hotel near Jinghai University. Ji Yang, an 18-year-old incoming freshman at Peking University, is handsome with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. At that moment, he was shirtless, leaning against the headboard, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke. His gaze fell on a bloodstain on the bed, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. I told you, Senior Gu, you were going to have a bloody accident today, but you wouldn't believe me. Look, it's come true. Gu Qiuhan, a sophomore at Peking University, was lying on the bed. She was known for her aloofness and was considered a goddess. But at this moment, she was limp on the bed with her long black hair scattered on the pillow and her cheeks flushed. She was only wrapped in a thin sheet, her eyes filled with shame, anger, and helplessness as she glared at Ji Yang through gritted teeth. You bastard. Bastard? Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, lazily stubbed out his cigarette, and leaned closer to her. Senior, how did I act like a jerk? It wasn't me who drugged you. Besides, you were so proactive just now, holding me tightly and refusing to let go. What could I do? I couldn't let your enthusiasm go to waste, could I? I even booked a room in advance, waiting to rescue you from your predicament. Gu Qiuhan's chest heaved with anger, but due to the strange feeling in her body, she was powerless to refute him and could only glare at him fiercely. Rewind to the day before, the campus gate of Peking University was bustling with activity on the day of freshman registration. Ji Yang, a freshman about to graduate from high school, with his roguish charm and silver tongue, set up a fortune-telling stall at the school gate. A sign hung in front of the stall. The diviner Ji Yang knows destiny, predicts the future, and his divination is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. He is honest and trustworthy, young and old alike. He planned to make some extra money during the freshman registration period. After all, who would refuse a handsome and charlatan? A crowd of freshmen had gathered in front of the stall to watch the spectacle. Ji Yang was pretending to tell fortunes for a bespectacled man when he suddenly saw a cool and aloof figure approaching. Gu Qiuhan, a sophomore at Peking University, frowned and walked straight to Ji Yang's stall. The moment the tall figure appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, her legs appeared even longer and straighter in the slim-fit jeans, and the simple white shirt accentuated her fair complexion. Her face, with its classic oval shape and beautiful features, was now covered in frost. She stopped in front of the stall, her tone icy. You're setting up a fortune-telling stall here? New students just arrived, and you're already trying to swindle them? Pack up right now, or I'll call security. Ji Yang looked up at the sound, his gaze lingering on her face for a full 2 seconds. A hint of undisguised amazement flashed in his eyes, and the playful expression he had been preparing froze on his face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Until the system panel popped up automatically in his mind, Gu Qiuhan's life script unfolded in his mind. Tonight, Gu Qiuhan will be drugged at a bar outside the school, then taken away by a sleazy man, losing her innocence, and may even be filmed and threatened. Her life will be bleak for the next few years. What shocked Ji Yang even more was that the script showed that Gu Qiuhan's future spouse was actually himself. My future wife? Ji Yang stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I can't let anyone else get this advantage. He immediately stood up, grinned at Gu Qiuhan, and pretended to be a charlatan. Senior, before you chase me away, listen to me. You have a distinguished appearance, but tonight you are in danger of bloodshed, so be careful. Ji Yang didn't take it seriously and continued, believe it or not. Gu Qiuhan frowned, finding the boy's behavior inexplicable, and warned, if you don't leave, I'll really call the school security. After saying that, she turned around and continued with the preparations for welcoming the new year. Ji Yang shrugged, tisk, women, they just won't listen to advice. You'll see what happens when you're bleeding and crying out in pain. He immediately packed up his stall, went straight to the hotel, booked a presidential suite, and waited for the right opportunity. Sure enough, at 10 p.m., Ji Yang saw Gu Qiuhan swaying unsteadily at the entrance of the bar. She was clearly under the influence of drugs. Her eyes were glazed over, and her steps were unsteady. Without saying a word, Ji Yang stepped forward, picked her up, and took advantage of the chaos to leave the bar and head straight for the hotel. Back at the hotel, Gu Qiuhan was fully affected by the drug. Her mind was hazy, but her body instinctively pressed against Ji Yang, her hands climbing up his neck, her breath sweet as orchids. Although Ji Yang is a rogue, he is not a petty person who takes advantage of others in distress. However, the system warned that if he did not help her detoxify, she might be in danger of losing her life due to the strong effects of the drug. Sigh, senior, it's just that you were destined to be mine. Ji Yang sighed and then carried her to the bed. Driven by the effects of the drug, Gu Qiuhan took such initiative that even Ji Yang found it hard to resist. That evening, she wore a JK uniform, and as the black pleated skirt was pulled down, her long and shapely legs were revealed. The drug's effects raged through her body, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes were misty. Her usual aloofness had vanished, replaced by a seductive charm that made one's blood boil. He was just about to unbutton his shirt when Gu Qiuhan suddenly opened her dazed eyes, sat up abruptly, and grabbed his collar. "Senior, you." Before Ji Yang could finish speaking, Gu Qiuhan pounced on him, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her hot body pressed tightly against him. Her lips unexpectedly kissed his neck, carrying a heart-pounding heat. Ji Yang felt a surge of electricity rush from his spine to his brain, and his body instantly stiffened. "Hey, senior, calm down. I'm not ready yet." With a swift movement, she flipped over and pinned Ji Yang beneath her. Her long hair fell down, blocking the light between them. Her fingers deftly tore open Ji Yang's shirt, the buttons popping off to reveal his muscular chest. Gu Qiuhan didn't lower her head to kiss his chest. Her soft lips brushed against his skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Ji Yang sighed, "Am I going to die here on my first try today?" The sheets were torn and disheveled, and the room echoed with moans and gasps. Moonlight shone through the curtains, highlighting the intertwined figures of the two. Ji Yang went from being passive to gradually taking the initiative, holding her waist with both hands and responding to her. Ji Yang leaned against the headboard, his gaze occasionally drifting to Gu Qiuhan, who was wrapped in a bed sheet. "Well, that's how it is. You were so incredibly proactive last night, my little body almost couldn't handle it." Gu Qiuhan sat on the edge of the bed, wrapping the sheet tightly around herself. The blush on her cheeks hadn't completely faded. Hearing Ji Yang's words, she turned her head sharply. "Ji Yang. If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart." Ji Yang shrugged, looking completely innocent. "Senior, I'm telling the truth. Last night you were like a little leopard, pouncing on me and pinning me down. How could an 18-year-old boy like me withstand your onslaught? I almost died here." "You." Gu Qiuhan gritted her teeth in anger, grabbed a pillow from the bedside and threw it at him. "Shut up. Let's pretend this never happened. If you dare to tell anyone, you're finished." "We'll pretend we never met," she warned coldly. Ji Yang caught the pillow. "Never seen it before? Senior, that sounds like you're using me and then discarding me. You didn't say that last night when you were holding me tightly." "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you. From now on, you'll be my woman, Ji Yang's woman. Anyone who dares to touch you will regret ever being born." Gu Qiuhan glared at him and snorted coldly. "Take responsibility? Stop pretending to be a Casanova, I don't need you to take responsibility. Ji Yang, I'm warning you, this matter ends here." She got up, wrapped herself in a sheet, and walked towards the bathroom. Her back view remained proud, but her slightly trembling steps could not be concealed. Ji Yang watched her retreating figure and pursed his lips. "It's not like last night when you were crying and begging me for it. P.S. I was detained for half a month for the last book, so I'll be gradually speeding up the pace of this one. Also, the protagonist, Ji Yang, is the Ji of 4 seasons, so there might be some errors later on. I can't make changes during the verification period these few days, so I hope you understand. Thank you all." Chapter 2. As expected of my future wife, she's so beautiful. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Qiuhan abruptly stopped, turned around coldly, and glared at Ji Yang. Ji Yang quickly covered his mouth. Gu Qiuhan snorted coldly, ignored him, turned and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door shut to block Ji Yang's view. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Ji Yang breathed a sigh of relief, lay back on the bed, put his hands behind his head, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "With the system in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. Senior, your aloofness will melt away in my presence sooner or later." Lying in bed, Ji Yang's thoughts drifted back to the day the college entrance examination ended. That should have been the most carefree moment of his life. He had just finished his exams and was planning to go to an internet cafe with his childhood friend to celebrate all night when he was hit by an out-of-control electric scooter on the street. Before he lost consciousness, a cold voice rang in his ears: "Host's life is in danger, life script system successfully bound." When Ji Yang woke up, he found himself unharmed, but a mysterious system had appeared in his mind that could see everyone's life script, including key events that would happen in the future. At first, he thought he was hallucinating because he was dizzy from the impact, until he verified it with his childhood friend, Fatty Wang. According to the life script system, Wang Pingzi will faint from staying up all night at an internet cafe 3 days later and be sent to the hospital, where he will be diagnosed with mild fatty liver. Ji Yang was skeptical, but he kept an eye on Fatty Wang for 3 days. Sure enough, on the third night, Fatty Wang was having a great time playing games at the internet cafe when he suddenly fainted and was taken away by an ambulance. The diagnosis was exactly the same as the system's description. From then on, Ji Yang completely believed in the incredible power of this life script system. This system could not only predict the future, but also allow him to intervene in fate to a certain extent. For example, in Gu Qiuhan's case, he booked a hotel room in advance, rewriting her originally tragic script. Thinking of this, Ji Yang grinned and muttered to himself, "Senior, I've already told you, you're the woman destined for me, and you can't escape this." Ji Yang was engrossed in his daydreams about the system when the bathroom door suddenly opened, interrupting his thoughts. Gu Qiuhan came out, already changed her clothes. A white shirt accentuated her slender waist, paired with a black pleated skirt that swayed slightly, revealing her long, fair legs. Last night's JK uniform stockings were no longer wearable for some indescribable reason. Now, she was bare-legged, wearing simple white canvas shoes. She had lost the allure of last night but gained a pure and innocent girlish charm. Ji Yang admired her, saying, "She truly is my future wife, so beautiful." Gu Qiuhan glanced at him coldly, her tone icy. "Ji Yang, right? If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll send you to the police station." As she straightened her clothes, she walked to the mirror in the room to check her appearance, trying to regain her former aloof goddess demeanor. Ji Yang sat up in bed, lazily stretched, revealing his muscular chest, and grinned, saying, "Senior, don't be so fierce. Last night you were." He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Gu Qiuhan's murderous gaze. Gu Qiuhan frowned, turned to face him, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. He pulled a black and gold bank card from his bag and slapped it on the bedside table. "With this card, you'll live on for the rest of your life. Forget about last night, and also, stop telling fortunes and scamming people. Find a proper job." She paused, then sneered, "I don't know where you're from, but don't let me see you again." After saying that, she grabbed her bag, turned around and left without looking back. However, the movement was too large, aggravating the pain, causing her back to stiffen and her steps to falter. Ha! A gasp escaped from her lips. She managed to steady herself and moved quickly toward the door with trembling, unsteady steps. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Ji Yang looked down at the black card on the table, shook his head, picked up the card, twirled it between his fingers twice, grinned, and muttered to himself. "The card is mine, and you are mine too." He glanced at his phone. It was almost noon. Today was the last day for freshmen to register at Peking University, and as a soon-to-be freshman in the computer science department, he had to go to the school to register. He changed into a black t-shirt and jeans, exuding a cool and rebellious vibe. He tucked his card into his pocket, slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder, and swaggered out the door. Laziness in freshman registration. The welcome area at the entrance of Kyoto University was already packed with people. A senior student pointed to the right with practiced ease. "The registration area for the School of Economics and Management is over there. Just walk straight and you'll see the sign." As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze inadvertently fell on Ji Yang in the crowd. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly nudged her friend beside her with her elbow, lowering her voice to say, "Look! There's an amazing junior at the 10 o'clock position." Her companion looked in the direction indicated and saw Ji Yang, who was tall and had a clean-cut appearance. She immediately perked up as well. "Wow, this quality is pretty good. I'm going to go and check it out." The senior student quickly approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you a freshman? Which college are you from?" Ji Yang withdrew his gaze from looking around and politely replied, "Hello, senior, I'm from the School of Information Science and Technology." "The School of Information Science? I know where it is." The senior student immediately chimed in, "Look how long that line is over there, and the sun's blazing. How about it, do you need me to take you there myself?" Ji Yang glanced at the long, winding line under the scorching sun. The line moved slowly forward, the air itself distorted by the heat. He couldn't help but purse his lips and mutter under his breath, "This queue will last forever. Only a fool would stand here basking in the sun like this." His gaze swept around and quickly settled on a willow tree not far away. Not only was it cool and comfortable, but several pretty senior female students were also handing out flyers, and many freshmen were gathered around to escape the heat. Ji Yang's lips curled into a smile. He turned back, gave the senior student who was waiting for his answer a bright smile, and politely declined. "Thank you, senior. But I think there's a signpost for the School of Information Science under that tree over there. I'll go ask there, so you won't have to make the trip." Actually, this senior wasn't Ji Yang's type. To be fair, she wasn't unattractive. Her round face gave her a friendly, neighborly feel. However, she is slightly chubby, falling somewhere in the gray area between fleshy and plump, which, in the private parlance of the guys, means she has more water content. And this precisely hit Ji Yang's aesthetic blind spot. He has always only been attracted to tall and slender girls. So Ji Yang wandered to the shade of a tree, found a stone bench to sit on, and put a blade of grass he had picked from the roadside in his mouth, striking a nonchalant pose. He glanced at the group of freshmen next to him and said with a grin, "Guys, this Peking University is really lively. The female upperclassmen are all so attractive." The first day of registration was worth it. A tall, thin freshman wearing glasses smiled shyly when he spoke to him. Yes, Kyoto University truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier institution. All the senior female students are beautiful. Another freshman with a round face came over and asked curiously, "Dude, what department are you in? You don't look like a nice guy." Chapter 3. The School Beauty's legs are shaking. Ji Yang was taken aback by the question, turned his head, and gestured with his chin towards the round-faced freshman. Question mark. "Dude, do I look like I have bad guy written all over my face?" he retorted. These words immediately drew a murmur of laughter. The tall, thin freshman next to him was trying to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. A passing senior also chimed in with a laugh. "I have to say, Junior, your roguish handsomeness does have a bit of a bad boy vibe." A female senior passing by chimed in with a laugh. "You know, Junior, your roguish handsomeness does have a bit of a bad boy vibe." Ji Yang touched his chin, feigning grievance. "Tisk, guys and girls, be the judge. Am I bad? I'm obviously so handsome it's outrageous." Before long, more and more people gathered under the willow tree to escape the heat, and a circle of freshmen and upperclassmen crowded around the stone bench. A short-haired female senior student exclaimed with a smile, "There are so many beautiful girls and handsome guys here. Peking University truly lives up to its reputation." The girl with the ponytail next to her immediately chimed in, her tone tinged with envy. "Yeah, I wish I could have a boyfriend as handsome as that." Upon hearing this, Ji Yang immediately perked up. "I completely agree with you, classmate. But I have to remind you that everything about us is arranged from the moment we are born. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours, you can't force it." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone suddenly becoming inscrutable. "Have you ever considered that we might all be living in a pre-written script? Every step, every scene, is meticulously planned?" Everyone was taken aback. The tall, thin freshman pushed up his glasses and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? If fate is predetermined, then why bother trying?" The short-haired senior student retorted, "Little brother, are you doing philosophy or making up a story? If there really is a script, who wrote it? Where's the director?" Ji Yang grinned. Of course, he wouldn't mention the life script system, but that didn't stop him from using the system's insights. Think about it, life may seem random on the surface, but it may actually be full of patterns. For example, if you come to Peking University to report today and run into me bragging here, do you think it's a coincidence? What if it's all scripted? Just like the if-else statement in code, once the condition is triggered, the plot has to move forward. A tall, college-aged man with a buzz cut chimed in. "You're a computer science major, right? And you're bringing up code. So, according to you, free will is useless? Love, exams, job hunting, it's all scripted?" Ji Yang remained calm and sat up straight. "Free will? Perhaps it's just an illusion the script gives you. You think you're making choices, but you're just following a predetermined path." He deliberately lowered his voice, his gaze precisely fixed on the aloof and cold figure in black trousers not far away, Gu Chiohan. She was a sight to behold simply by standing there, attracting many freshmen who had just completed their registration to turn back again and again, their eyes lingering on her with reluctance. Ji Yang's lips curled into a wicked smile of certainty. "For example, some people are destined to be mine, and they can't escape." As everyone followed his gaze, a burst of laughter, a mixture of amazement and skepticism, erupted. Bro, you're really blowing your own horn." The tall, thin freshman patted Ji Yang's shoulder forcefully. "Do you know who she is? Gu Chiohan. The undisputed ice queen of Peking University. Countless prominent figures have fallen short in front of her. Where do you get your confidence?" Just then, someone in the crowd whispered something, their tone tinged with pity. "Look, our school beauty goo is so tired, her legs are shaking from standing for so long." Only then did everyone notice that although Gu Johan's posture seemed aloof, her slightly closed legs were indeed trembling slightly. Amidst a chorus of complex gazes, Ji Yang leisurely leaned back against the stone bench, waved his hand amidst the skepticism, and smiled enigmatically. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. After boasting for a while, Ji Yang looked down at the time and saw that it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The crowd under the willow tree gradually dispersed. He patted his butt, stood up, and muttered, "All right, enough bragging. Time to get down to business." He slung his bag over his shoulder and strolled leisurely toward the computer science department's registration office. The registration area was much quieter by then. Most of the new students chose to arrive at school a day early in order to secure a good bed and purchase daily necessities. There are very few people like him who arrive on the last afternoon. With fewer people, the reporting process was indeed much faster. In less than half an hour, Ji Yang had completed all the formalities. The senior student in charge of registration handed him his student ID and a brass key, smiling as she said, "Room 211, Dormitory Building 5. Welcome to Kyoto University." Ji Yang stuffed his student ID into his pocket and casually dangled the bunch of keys between his fingers. He nodded and smiled at his senior, "Thanks." He then slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder and strolled leisurely toward the dormitory area. Dormitory Building Number 5 is located in the southeast corner of the Peking University campus, with a small garden on the ground floor filled with roses. Ji Yang climbed to the second floor and found room 211. Ji Yang pushed open the dormitory door, and what came into view was a standard bunk bed with a desk underneath. The three roommates had obviously arrived first and were each tidying up at their desks. The only empty seat was the one near the door, right next to the light switch. This position is ordained by heaven. Ji Yang tossed his bag onto an empty chair and smugly patted the light switch on the wall. "From now on, I will be the guardian of light of our 211. Your daily routines and lifestyles will be entirely at my command." Hearing the noise, a chubby boy with a round face peeked out from behind the monitor near the window. "Hello, my name is Hao Chang, everyone calls me Fatty Hao, I'm a local from Kyoto." Ji Yang glanced at the flashy desktop on his screen. This guy was obviously a veteran anime fan and definitely a Genshin Impact pro. Across from Hao Chang, a tall, thin boy was kneeling and tidying the bedding. Hearing the sound, he leaned down and smiled shyly. "My name is Fu Jia, I'm a local, welcome." He has delicate features and a clean-cut demeanor, giving people the impression of a down-to-earth academic achiever. At this moment, a dark-skinned, muscular boy in the bunk opposite Ji Yang turned around. "My name is Lu Tao." Before he could finish speaking, Fatty Hao suddenly remembered something and interrupted, "Welcome, Lord Lu Tao." The shout silenced the dormitory for a second, then erupted into even louder laughter. "Fu Jia, 6. Ji Yang smiled and shook his head, "Brother, you're really a talent." Chapter 4 Zhou Yuqing. By the time everyone had packed their luggage, it was already getting dark outside the window. Hao Chang patted his round belly and exclaimed, "Guys, for the first meal of the new semester, shouldn't we go out and treat ourselves to something good? It's a tradition." Fu Jia turned around from his desk. "I've read the travel guides. The food street behind the school is very famous, with a wide variety of options including hot pot, barbecue, and local dishes." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao put the basketball he was holding down in the corner and waved his hand generously, "Let's go." Tonight, Lu Tao is treating, all you can eat. Brother Tao is so generous. Ji Yang chuckled and casually put his arm around Lu Tao's shoulder. "But barbecue is too smoky, how about we have hot pot instead? Gather around a pot, it'll be lively and warm up our friendship in class 211. The group quickly agreed, tidied up briefly, and headed out. The food street behind Peking University was already brightly lit, and the street was crowded with new students and their families who came to register. There were long queues in front of almost every restaurant, especially several popular barbecue and skewer shops, where the seats were full and the waiters were busy. The four of them walked around for a long time but couldn't find a place to sit down immediately. Hao Chang rubbed his stomach and complained with a bitter face, "My God, this is terrifying. Eating a meal is like fighting a war. Don't rush, good things come to those who wait." Lu Tao looked around optimistically and pointed to a shop on the street corner. "Look at that Sichuan Chongqing hot pot, it seems like they still have seats." The group looked in the direction he pointed. The shop wasn't luxuriously decorated, but it looked clean and tidy, with warm yellow lighting that created a cozy atmosphere. Most importantly, there was no long queue at the entrance. Fu Jie patted Fatty Hao on the shoulder. The reviews seem pretty good, mainly because we don't have to wait. What are you waiting for? This is it. Ji Yang made the decision and led the way. Brothers, let's drink until we drop tonight. As they ate, the conversation naturally veered towards the serious topics that the boys loved to discuss. Hao Chang picked up a large slice of fatty beef, winked, and lowered his voice. Hey guys, did you notice those female freshmen yesterday when they were welcoming new students? Their legs, wow, so white and straight. He chuckled, his expression becoming increasingly smug, especially that slightly chubby one in the white shirt. He's practically my ideal type. Fu Jie leisurely simmered the vegetables in the hot pot, replying without looking up. Fatty Hao, I'm worried that you and that guy will be belly to belly and won't be able to connect. The beef in Hao Chang's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. He put down his chopsticks and squinted at Fu Jie. Fu, with your small frame, do you want to experience what it means to be crushed by Mount Tai? Fu Jie subconsciously moved back a little, decisively admitting defeat. Brother Chang, I was wrong, the meat is too tough, please eat it. Lu Tao laughed and slapped the table. You bunch of perverts, I saw a senior yesterday, wearing sportswear, her legs were so long they could reach the sky, and when she ran, she was so energetic. Ji Yang, chopsticks in his mouth, said, all right, brothers, take it easy. Don't let anyone hear us and think we're a gang of thugs. He paused, Gu Chouhan's image flashing through his mind, a smirk playing on his lips, but speaking of contrasts, I actually encountered one last night. He was about to say something, but then he remembered Gu Chouhan's murderous gaze and quickly swallowed it back, saying instead, ahem, never mind, let's eat. As the group was chatting animatedly, a commotion suddenly broke out in the shop. Ji Yang looked up and saw two beautiful women at the next table being flirted with by two drunken, burly men. One of the beauties was wearing a white shirt, paired with black stockings and a tight-fitting pencil skirt, exuding a sexy yet capable aura. The other one was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. Two burly men, their faces flushed, held beer glasses and spoke in a flippant tone. Hey beautiful, eating hot pot alone is so boring. Come grab a drink with us guys, let's be friends. The woman in the bodycon skirt frowned and said coldly, not interested, go away. Her friend chimed in, let's go, stop bothering us. The two burly men were clearly drunk and enraged. One of them slammed his fist on the table and yelled, you're asking for it, aren't you? Believe me, I'll make you regret this. The customers around the store all looked over, and the waiter panicked a little but didn't dare to go forward. Ji Yang squinted, put down his chopsticks, and whispered to his roommates. Brothers, as young people of the new era, we can't ignore this. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao got carried away and rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush forward. Lord Lu Tao, let's deal with them. Ji Yang quickly grabbed him. Lord Lu Tao, calm down. Be careful these two don't try to extort money from you. He silently activated the life script system, and information about two burly men quickly popped up on the panel. Zhang Meng and Li Gang are unemployed individuals who frequent the food street. The script indicates that they have no money to pay the bill today and plan to run away after eating. Ji Yang smirked, stood up, strode over, blocked the two girls' path, and loudly called out towards the counter. Boss! Someone's trying to skip out on the bill. The chubby boss rushed over upon hearing the noise, frowning as he asked, who is it? Who's trying to renege on their debt? The two burly men were taken aback, then retorted defiantly, what nonsense are you spouting? Do we look like people who would default on a debt? Ji Yang said unhurriedly, boss, I think these two gentlemen are straightforward people. How about this, you ask them to pay the bill first, and you can give them 2 extra plates of sliced beef. Everyone will be happy, how does that sound? The owner understood and replied with a smile, all right, you two can pay the bill first, and I'll have someone prepare some complimentary dishes right away. Zhang Meng and Li Gang exchanged a glance, searched their pockets for a long time, but still couldn't find any money. The boss's face darkened, you really want to eat for free? Then I'll call the police. He then pulled out his phone. The two panicked and tried to slip away, but the shop assistant stopped them. They could only sheepishly be led aside to wait for the police to arrive. The girl in the bodycon skirt visibly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Ji Yang, saying, thank you for earlier. Her friend laughed and chimed in, yeah, so handsome. Ji Yang then saw her face clearly. Beneath the thin-rimmed glasses was a delicate and intellectual face, tall with a slender waist and long legs, exuding a blend of sexiness and scholarly charm exactly his type. Just as he was about to speak, Hao Chang, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao came over and said in unison, "You're welcome, it's our pleasure." Ji Yang, on a sudden inspiration, asked with a grin, "Ladies, how about we add each other on WeChat? Let's get to know each other." The girl in the pencil skirt raised an eyebrow. "Are you from Peking University? Freshman?" The group nodded in agreement. "Yes, they're from the computer science department." Computer science? She was slightly taken aback. Ji Yang and the others confirmed it again. She smiled, took out her phone and showed the QR code. "It's okay, add me." Note, Zhou Yuqing. The girl next to her covered her mouth and chuckled, teasing in a low voice, "Teacher Zhou, you're not going to make things difficult for them, are you?" Zhou Yuqing glared at her reproachfully, then turned to Ji Yang and the others and said, "This meal is on me. If you need more, just put it on my tab." Then he turned to the shop owner and said, "Boss, I'll pay next time." The owner happily agreed and even offered to bring over a few side dishes. Ji Yang pressed his advantage, grinning with a roguish air, "Senior Zhou, how about we eat some more together? It's more fun with more people." Zhou Yuqing waved her hand and smiled, "No, we have to go back now. Maybe next time." She left with her friends, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Chapter 5, A Treasure Girl in the Chubby World. Ji Yang and his friends ate for a while longer, then, seeing that it was getting late, they paid the bill and went back to their dormitory. After all, tomorrow is the first day of school. There will be a class meeting in the morning and military training in the afternoon, so I need to be well rested. Back in his dorm room 211, Ji Yang quickly washed up, put on his headphones, and started his live stream. Ever since he unexpectedly acquired the system that allowed him to glimpse the script of life, he had been pondering how to monetize this serendipitous encounter. Initially, he tried offering guidance offline, but the efficiency was too low, and the money came too slowly. Later, he had a flash of inspiration and shifted his main battlefield to the internet where there are many people, strong curiosity, and plenty of money. He established himself as a mysterious figure who could divine 3 times a day, for the secrets of heaven are rare, and his rules were simple and brutal. "I only do 3 divinations a day, each one bringing a carnival honest and fair to all, no exceptions." Initially, most people in the livestream were just watching the spectacle, with few actually making any purchases. But there are always some skeptics, or people who just want to throw money away for fun. Every day when the live stream starts, about 8 or 9 users will come to watch the carnival. Ji Yang then proceeded to accurately recount key moments in the lives of the first 3 people in turn, whether it was a recent career shift or a hidden emotional entanglement, his accuracy often leaving the viewers speechless. This also prompted onlookers to flood the live chat with comments like, "Holy crap, and is this scripted?" True Gold fears no fire. After a few rounds, his reputation as a divine strategist spread like wildfire. The popularity of the livestream has grown like a snowball. Now, every time I go live, the number of viewers can be consistently in the hundreds. I am no longer the unknown nobody I used to be. In the dead of night, the students in dormitory 211 were scrolling through their phones in bed. Ji Yang adjusted the camera angle, focusing it only on the Xian paper on the table that read "Divine Calculation of Heavenly Secrets," and then pressed the live broadcast button. As soon as he started broadcasting, the number of viewers in the livestream quickly climbed and stabilized at around 300. The comments started scrolling. "The master has arrived. Will I be able to snag a spot today? My internet connection is ready. I'm curious about what the streamer looks like." At first, Hao Chang, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao all thought that Ji Yang was just chatting with someone via video call. It wasn't until several dazzling carnival effects exploded on the phone screen, accompanied by system notification sounds, that they realized something was wrong. "Holy crap, Ji Yang, what are you doing? Which rich woman is showering you with so many gifts?" Fu Jia jumped out of bed in a fright. Lu Tao jumped off the bed, moved behind Ji Yang, and looked at the gifts and comments scrolling across the screen. "Old G, you're live streaming fortune telling?" Fatty Hao, who was frantically typing away at his keyboard playing games next door, didn't even turn around and casually replied, "Come on, you believe everything you read online? These days, which streamer doesn't play the supernatural? If you ask me, Lao Ji is just coming up with a new kind of dating trick." His hands kept moving, but his mouth was analyzing the situation with great clarity. Think about it, young girls these days fall for this. Horoscopes, tarot card readings, it's all just a different guise. They'll definitely try to connect with the girl on video later, saying you're destined for a great relationship, and then smoothly ask for your contact information. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, his chubby body bulging, and winked at Ji Yang, calling out, Hey bro. If you ever connect with any hidden gems in the plus-size girl category, remember to ask me for their WeChat. Ji Yang turned around and gave them a mysterious sh sound. Brothers, keep your voices down, it's for business. I'll treat you to milk tea later. He turned back to look at the screen, his tone instantly switching to the calm and mysterious one he used during the live stream. As usual, 3 divinations a day, 1 hua per divination. We do not sever ties of cause and effect, nor do we pry into people's privacy. We only resolve immediate confusion and point out the way out of the maze. His gaze swept across the gift list, identifying the top 3. Congratulations to the 3 friends, I Love Rice, Socially Anxious Son, and Sleepless Tonight. Let's start in order. Please ask the friend I Love Rice to join the live stream. The call connected, and a male voice, deliberately lowered, came from the other end. Master, how accurate is your prediction? First, tell me where I am and what I'm doing right now. Before Ji Yang's eyes, the system panel displayed information about I Love Rice. His gaze swept over them briefly. Your Excellency, Ji Yang began slowly. You are currently sitting in a Western restaurant called Romantic Night, with a filet mignon and a bottle of red wine on the table. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a forced composure. You guessed pretty accurately, so what? And then? Ji Yang chuckled. You tell your wife you have to work overtime tonight, but the person you have dinner with is the new intern in your department. What you're concerned about right now isn't how well done the steak is, but rather that under the table, your toes are gently brushing against the slender calves of the lady across from you. You're talking nonsense. The other person's voice suddenly rose, clearly panicked. The live stream chat was full of comments like, "Holy crap! A huge amount of information. Screen recording done." Ji Yang didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and continued. Whether I'm lying or not, you know perfectly well. On the chair to your right, there's a women's handbag with a cat pattern. Inside, besides lipstick, there's also a box of ultra-thin contact lenses. Do I need to read out the brand? Beep. The live stream was abruptly cut off, leaving only a busy signal in the chat. The whole process took only a minute or 2. Comments section. There is only one truth. He hung up? The streamer was right. Possessed by Sherlock Holmes. This reaction definitely means she's feeling guilty. This streamer's got some skills. In another girl's dormitory at Peking University, Taiyang, who suffers from social anxiety, was relaxing by scrolling through short videos as usual when a live stream with a completely different style suddenly caught her eye. In the center of the picture is only a piece of ancient Xian paper with the 4 large characters "Divine Calculation of Heavenly Secrets" written on it in thick ink, and the background sound is the faint sound of a guqin. The atmosphere, so different from the usual noisy live streaming room, made her pause. Playing tricks. She scoffed inwardly and was about to swipe away when she was drawn to the streamer's live broadcast. The cause and effect of the world are all governed by fate. Today, we await the 3 divinations for those who are destined to receive them. The tone was so certain that it reminded her of the cocky freshman at the school gate earlier that day who said he was in for a bloody disaster. Then, as if by some strange twist of fate, she refreshed the Carnival app and actually managed to snag a second spot. At this moment, Socially Anxious Son is leaning against the headboard, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed as she stares at her phone screen. She witnessed the entire process of the first case of catching adulterers, and a hint of surprise flashed in her cold eyes as she watched the rapidly scrolling comments and the ultimately deleted ID. Could it be that this person really has some skill? She murmured to herself. The image of that rogue fortune teller who said she was going to have a bloody disaster at the school gate during the day is now clearly vivid in my mind. She initially dismissed it as nonsense, but then, the unexpected and embarrassing bleeding last night gave her a strange chill. She took a deep breath, clicked to join the live stream, but chose to turn off her camera and microphone, only typing in the public chat. Yesterday, someone said I was going to suffer a bloody disaster soon. Master, since you can predict the future, could you tell, has this disaster come true? Upon seeing this question, Ji Yang's heart stirred slightly. As his thoughts raced, the life script system responded instantly, and detailed information about Socially Anxious Son appeared before his eyes. Gu Qiuhan? My future wife? Chapter 6 Connecting with Gu Qiuhan. This is just too damn amazing. Ji Yang adjusted his breathing, the socially awkward son. He paused deliberately, which piqued the interest of the viewers in the live stream. You mean a bloody disaster? Ji Yang said slowly. This is not an injury or misfortune in the ordinary sense. This bloodshed is a sign of the movement of the red phoenix star, a symbol of breaking free from the cocoon and being reborn. It should occur after midnight and before dawn, when the gooey water flows in reverse, and yin and yang are in harmony. Am I right? Gu Qiuhan felt her mind go blank, her phone almost slipped from her hand, and all the blood in her body seemed to rush to her head, making her cheeks and ears feel frighteningly hot. After midnight and before dawn. The red phoenix star moves, a new life emerges from the cocoon. He actually calculated it? And the time of my first menstruation was indeed. At this moment, in the comments section. Is the red phoenix star in motion? Breaking free from the cocoon? Wait, this doesn't sound like an injury. Where's the class representative? Can someone translate this? I feel like the host is making a suggestive joke. Based on the context, I have a bold guess. This young lady's impending bloodshed might be. Winking emoji. Gu Qiuhan was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear, and her fingertips even felt slightly hot. She had only approached the situation with a let's give it a try attitude, never expecting the other party to be so accurate, revealing her most private experience in a live stream with hundreds of viewers. Thankfully the camera wasn't on. Qiuhan? A concerned voice came from the side, interrupting her unease. Your face, why is it so red? Do you have a fever? Gu Qiuhan was startled and looked up in a panic. My roommate Xiaolin leaned over, her face full of worry. I'm fine. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her burning cheeks, her gaze drifting elsewhere. It's probably just a bit hot, yes, the dorm is a bit stuffy. As she spoke, she fanned her cheek with her hand. Xiaolin glanced suspiciously at the closed window, then looked back at Qiuhan's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. She leaned closer and teased in a low voice. Something's not right. You don't look hot. It's more like being infatuated? Seeing Gu Qiuhan remain silent, Xiaolin pressed her advantage. Could it be that our aloof campus belle Gu is finally melting? No wonder you were acting so mysteriously and didn't come back to the dorm last night. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Qiuhan interrupted her hastily. She subconsciously tilted her phone screen downwards, her fingertips tightening slightly. Xiaolin was amused by her overreaction, so she didn't press the matter further. She just gave her a meaningful look, hummed a song, and turned to go about her own business. Gu Qiuhan breathed a sigh of relief, but her cheeks still felt burning hot. She quietly unlocked her phone. The screen was still on the livestream interface called Divine Calculation. I wish I could turn off my phone immediately. But at the same time, Gu Qiuhan realized that what that bastard at the school gate that rogue fortune teller named Ji Yang said was actually true? Then what about himself? Just as Gu Qiuhan was in a state of utter confusion, her finger hovering over the button to exit the livestream, she inexplicably typed a line of text in the comments section and sent it. Socially anxious son, master, can I add you on social media? Let's chat privately. Wow. The girl actually asked for my contact information. Is that even a question? The master's prediction was incredibly accurate, hitting right where it hurts. The master was right. The young lady is definitely embarrassed and will want to talk about it privately. Ji Yan looked at the comment posted by socially anxious son. He paused deliberately for a moment, letting the atmosphere in the live stream build to its peak, before slowly and deliberately speaking. Two Chinese guys? Carnival. It is concise and to the point, without any unnecessary explanation. 666. Holy crap. They're raising prices on the spot? Master is awesome. Rules are rules. Quick, scroll down, girl. Let's see what happens next. As Gu Qiuhan listened to Ji Yang's words on the other end of the phone, her brows furrowed involuntarily. Two carnivals? This streamer is clearly taking advantage of the situation. But she just couldn't refuse. She desperately needed to figure out what was going on. This guy named Ji Yang said I was his future wife. Is it true or false? The hesitation lasted only a few seconds. She bit her lower lip and opened the gift list again. Thump. Thump. Two consecutive dazzling carnival special effects once again stunned the entire live stream room and propelled the ID's social anxiety son to the top of the donation list. Thanks to the socially anxious son for sending me 2 cigarettes. Ji Yang's voice remained calm and even. Following list, we'll send a private message later. After saying that, he ignored them and started connecting with the third viewer. When the third viewer connected, the screen suddenly jerked, and the camera wasn't focused on a face, but rather on a muscular forearm. The middle of his arm was swollen and black, with a bluish-purple tinge to the skin. In the very center, there were two clear, blackened, scabbed, sharp teeth marks. The blood vessels around the wounds were faintly black, making it look extremely horrifying. "Can you tell me if my injury is life-threatening?" the sleepless man asked. "Holy crap! What kind of injury is this? This looks terrifying. It looks like they've been poisoned. Bro, are you alright? Why are you in the live stream instead of at the hospital? Host, call the police. Oh no, I mean call an ambulance. The color of this wound is off. It looks like I was bitten by something dirty." The comments were almost unanimously urging the other person to go to the hospital immediately. Lien Jiang frowned slightly as he looked at the wound. "Hey, you should go to the hospital to see a doctor. You've come to the wrong place to see a fortune teller like me?" What he said made sense, and everyone thought that this netizen was probably grasping at straws in desperation. However, the moment Ji Yang finished speaking, that glimmer of light that only he could see flashed in his eyes again. The life script of this netizen with the ID drilling leopard appeared before his eyes like an unfolding scroll. The previous information flashed by quickly, until the records from a few days ago, which made even the well-informed Ji Yang's pupils shrink sharply. Script notes: 3 days ago at midnight, on the edge of the Savage Mountain in southern Yunnan, I and 3 accomplices looted a Ming Dynasty general's tomb. Upon opening the inner coffin, the white-haired zombie inside was startled, and the creature bit my right arm. I fled in panic, but the wound took a strange turn for the worse. I sought medical help to no avail, and it only grew more severe each day. Having heard of the extraordinary abilities of the local broadcaster, I decided to give it a try. A white-haired zombie? The thing commonly known as a white fierce monster in folklore? This is no wound that could be caused by an ordinary venomous snake or wild beast. No wonder the hospital couldn't cure it. This is not something that can be explained by ordinary medicine. It's corpse poison entering the body, mixed with the yin and evil energy from deep within the tomb. Chapter 7. 2 Hua Zis, not one less. Ji Yang's casual and teasing expression vanished instantly. He leaned forward slightly, staring intently at the wound on the screen. Viewers in the livestream also noticed the drastic change in Ji Yang's expression. Why did the streamer's expression change? Holy crap, did the streamer actually figure something out? Is there something strange about this wound? Ji Yang's voice turned serious. "Tell me honestly, was this injury inflicted 3 days ago in a dark, ancient pit in the southwest by a thing with white fur?" On the other end of the screen, the phrase "sleepless tonight" remained silent. I gasped sharply. How did you know?" Ji Yang looked more deeply into the fateful script of "Sleepless Tonight." More details have emerged. The white-robed monster was the reincarnation of a Ming Dynasty border general. Because the tomb was located at the intersection of yin veins and had absorbed hundreds of years of underground yin energy, its corpse poison was exceptionally potent. Sleepless tonight, he is physically strong and has abundant yang energy, which has temporarily protected his heart. There is no immediate danger of him dying. But this insidious poison, like a malignant tumor clinging to the bone, is constantly eroding the foundation of his life, shortening his lifespan by at least 10 years. However, this cannot be said truthfully. Ji Yang deliberately displayed a somber expression, his brows furrowed, and his right hand unconsciously stroking his chin. He slowly shook his head, somewhat helpless, and said. Ji Yang frowned, his right hand unconsciously stroking his chin, a solemn expression on his face. He slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helpless resignation. "Well, my friend. Well. This hesitant attitude made tonight's sleepless night anxious. What's wrong, master? What happened? Please tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of rocket effects suddenly appeared in the live stream. "Sleepless tonight sends 10 rockets." Ji Yang watched the rockets launch one after another on the screen, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, before he spoke slowly and deliberately. "Your injury is no small matter. This is definitely not caused by ordinary snakes, insects, rats and ants, but by extremely yin and evil corpse poison. This poison is extremely yin and cold, and it has already invaded your meridians along with your blood and qi, and is slowly rising." His finger tapped the blackened arm on the screen from a distance. "Look at these blood vessels, darkened like a spider web. That's clear evidence. If they aren't removed soon, they'll surely attack your heart within 3 days." Ji Yang's voice paused again for a moment here. At that time, the poison will attack the heart and mind. First, the whole body will feel cold as if it has fallen into an ice cave. Then, the internal organs will feel as if they have been pierced by thousands of ice needles. Finally, consciousness will become blurred and in extreme cold and pain. Even if Watua were to be reborn or Bien K were to be resurrected, it would be too late to save him. What? 3 days? The voice that had been keeping me awake all night suddenly changed tone, filled with terror and despair. The camera lens trembled violently along with his hand, making the image shake so badly it was dizzying. Host. Master. Save me. Please save me. I have a wife and children. I can't die. I'll give you cigarettes. 1. No. 10. Please show me a way to survive. He was truly terrified. The expensive hospital tests and his feeble head shaking, coupled with the worsening of his wound, and Ji Yang's revelation of his origins in this terrifying death omen, made him completely believe Ji Yang's words. The viewers in the livestream were also terrified by the terrifying prediction and detailed description that the person would die within 3 days. Holy crap! Really? Is it that serious? That sounds terrifying. Corpse poison? Attacking the heart? Freezing cold all over? This description gave me goosebumps. The anchor doesn't seem to be joking, his expression is frighteningly serious. Looking at the incoherent, pleading sleepless tonight on the screen, Ji Yang felt nothing, he even felt a little amused. Such a gravedigger, who harms one's virtue and disrupts feng shui, deserves to have his lifespan shortened by 10 years at best. He still shook his head. Save you? It's not impossible. He then changed the subject, but I have a condition. A condition you must meet, with no room for negotiation. Please tell me. Master, just say what you want. I'll agree to any conditions. As long as I can do it. Ji Yang spoke each word clearly and forcefully. Right now, in front of all the viewers in the live stream, call Uncle Hat and turn yourself in. Tell him everything clearly, in detail, how you scouted the site, how you dug the shovel, which ancient tombs you looted, who your accomplices were, what you took, and so on. Once you've arrived at your destination and settled in, I will naturally tell you how to detoxify and save your life. After saying this, Ji Yang's tone suddenly changed. His previous righteous and imposing aura vanished, and a half-smile appeared on his lips. However, those 2 Chinese cigarettes can't be missing. This is my reward for my hard work. Your surrender is your way of atoning for the sins you have committed. It is what you should do. And this Huazi is for your life, it's a rule, and it can't be omitted. Now, immediately. I want to see the gift's special effects while you're making the call. Ha ha ha. This streamer is awesome. I'm impressed. He's got a double standard. He punishes evil and promotes good while still charging a fee. The light of righteousness shines upon the earth. Though this light requires electricity. You got to rob tombs and damage cultural relics. Now you're happy, aren't you? You even have to turn yourself in live on stream. 2 Chinese men bought their lives, and even got a pair of silver bracelets as a bonus, plus room and board to steal. A huge profit. Anchor, I may be greedy, but I have principles. Not a penny less is rightfully mine. I'm sleepless tonight. I never expected Ji Yang to make such a demand. Surrender? That means not only imprisonment, but also the stolen weapons that haven't been used yet, and the accomplices who might be implicated. If I don't turn myself in, I'll be dead in 3 days. Faced with a stark choice between life and death, all notions of brotherhood and money seem pale and powerless. He hesitated for less than 10 seconds before the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. I'll fight. I'll fight right now. He cried and begged, Master, you must keep your word. I'll pay with the money. I'll call 110, please save me. I'll call 110 right now. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau. Hello, is this 110? I want to turn myself in. I robbed a tomb in the Savage Mountain in southern Yunnan. At the same time, 10 valuable Huazi special effects followed closely on Ji Yan's account's donation list. He let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat exhausted. Continuously probing the secrets of heaven and guiding these beings of the Yuan dynasty had taken a toll on his mental energy. He casually picked up the thermos on the table, unscrewed the lid, and tilted his head back to gulp down a few mouthfuls of warm water. Just as I was about to stretch and loosen my stiff muscles, I turned around. Holy crap! Ji Yang was so startled he almost jumped off his gaming chair. Chapter 8 I am a broadcaster. Behind him, his three roommates had somehow moved chairs over and sat in a neat row, their six eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking. He was so engrossed in the live stream that he didn't notice when those three guys crept up behind him. What's going on with you three? Are you cats? You walk so quietly? Ji Yang patted his chest and said irritably. Fatty How was the first to come over, his fat face jiggling. No way, buddy, are you serious? You can really tell fortunes? I always thought your live streams were just for entertainment, to fool idiots. Oh no, I mean to entertain the masses. He pointed to the black screen of the phone. That guy just now. That guy who's sleepless tonight. You even know which remote mountain village he was bitten by a few days ago? Is this something a script could write? Tell me honestly, did you awaken some superpower? Like, big data fortune telling? Fu Jia, standing to the side, was actually somewhat gratified. Ji Yang, I really didn't expect this. I always thought that the four of us in the dorm were useless good-for-nothings who did nothing but play games, watch movies, and cram for exams. So you secretly evolved, kid? Or? His eyes sharpened. Actually, you're some kind of reclusive Taoist sex successor? You've come down the mountain to experience university life? At this moment, Lu Tao looked at Ji Yang with awe in his eyes. After holding back for a long time, he finally managed to utter a sentence. Old Ji, awesome. Ji Yang looked at the three familiar faces in front of him, which now seemed particularly foolish, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How is he supposed to explain this? Say he can see other people's life scripts? That's even more absurd than claiming to be a successor of a Taoist sect. He had no choice but to clear his throat with a pretentious air, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and after stretching the yawn he hadn't finished earlier, he slowly said. Keep a low profile. It's just a family recipe, enough to make a living. It's nothing to mention. Fatty How was the first to approach, a fawning smile plastered on his chubby face as he rubbed his hands together and said. Brother G. My dear brother. Since your family's traditional skills are so amazing, then why don't you do a fortune telling for us brothers too? He winked and said, even if I do, when will I ever get rid of this damn virginity and meet the girl who's destined for me? Upon hearing this, Fu Jia and Lu Tao's eyes lit up instantly. He revealed an expression that said, me too. Yes, yes, yes. Let us have our fortune told too. Faced with three pairs of eyes filled with longing to lose his virginity, Ji Yang's relaxed smile gradually faded. He put down his thermos, sat up straight, and slowly swept his gaze across his three roommates' faces, his expression more serious than they had ever seen before. Ji Yang shook his head and said seriously. Fatty, Lao Fu, Tower, it's not that I'm stingy, I'm just unwilling to calculate it for you. Prying into the secrets of heaven is not child's play. Everyone's destiny is unique, full of infinite possibilities and variables. These possibilities are precisely the most precious aspects of life. He pointed to his heart. If you know the answer in advance, it's like reading a novel that's already been spoiled. Everything loses its meaning. He looked at the three thoughtful figures and continued. Moreover, fate has its own resilience. The more you intervene, the more likely it is to trigger unpredictable chain reactions. Unless it involves a life or death calamity, rashly intervening may not be a good thing, and may even backfire. So, Ji Yang's tone softened. The road ahead is one you must walk step by step on your own. The scenery you are meant to encounter and the people you are meant to meet will appear at the right time. Go with the flow and experience it with your heart. This is the greatest respect you can show to your own lives. These words stunned Hao Pangzi and the other two. They looked at each other, and their insistence on having their fortunes told had largely faded. That seems to make a lot of sense. Fatty How scratched his head. Indeed, knowing it would make it less interesting. Fu Jia wholeheartedly agreed and casually slapped Hao Pangzi's round, perky buttocks. Smack! Fatty How jumped back abruptly, covering his backside with both hands, his face filled with terror. Old Fu! If you agree, then you agree, but why are you patting my butt? I'm saving my virginity for my future wife. Lu Tao looked at him and couldn't help but nod with a smile. Old Ji is right, you have to walk your own path. Seeing that he had persuaded them to stop, Ji Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In the brief moment of their conversation, a glint flashed in his eyes, and fragments of their future lives involuntarily surfaced before his eyes. But these images were fleeting, and Ji Yang immediately composed himself and stopped investigating. This is their life. He would never rashly intervene unless there was a bloody disaster or a life or death calamity. Everyone has the right to fully experience their own life, whether it's the joys and sorrows. They are all precious experiences unique to them. All right. Ji Yang waved his hand to interrupt Fatty Hao and Fu Jia, who were still arguing about the innocence of their buttocks. Fatty, did you crash in the game again? Let's start a new one right now. Right. Damn, I almost forgot, I just got possessed. Reminded, Fatty Hao immediately put the fortune-telling out of his mind and nimbly rolled back to his computer. He had just sat down when he suddenly remembered something and abruptly turned around. Hey guys. Do you guys play Asian mode? I've been getting wrecked these past few days, all my teammates are terrible, I desperately need some tough guys to help me out. Upon hearing this, Fu Jia immediately perked up. Let's play. Of course we'll play. I've been practicing my assault role a lot lately, and I'm just worried about not having anyone to team up with. Log in. Watch me lead you on a fierce attack on aerospace, and we'll make them charge in and out 7 times. Lu Tao silently returned to her seat and said succinctly, Go. Great. Let's go, 3 rows. Now those bastards will see what the power of the dorm is. Fatty Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, then looked at Ji Yang, who was still sitting in his seat. Brother Ji, wanna come along? Ji Yang smiled and shook his head, pointing to his phone. You guys have fun, I have some personal matters to attend to. TCH, so mysterious. Fatty Hao muttered. Ji Yang opened the live streaming platform and checked the private message sent by the ID Socially Anxious Son. It only has a WeChat ID followed by a prayer-like emoji. Instead of creating a new account, he picked up and opened WeChat, which he uses daily. His WeChat name is very straightforward, simply A Year's Journey, and his profile picture is a photo he casually took on his balcony, showing green plants bathed in the sunset. He entered the number and found a user nicknamed Autumn Maple, whose profile picture was a silhouette of a girl walking on a path covered in autumn leaves, with her back to the camera. He sent a friend request, with a verification message consisting of only 4 words. I am the anchor. Chapter 9 I'm not? Then who are you? After ending her broadcast, Gu Chiohan immediately sent her contact information to the mysterious streamer via private message. After sending the message, This is my contact information, thank you for your help, she tossed her phone aside and rushed into the bathroom to wash her face with cold water. Gu Chiohan looked at herself in the mirror. My future daughter-in-law. Reason told her that this was absurd. But a faint voice inside my heart was saying, What if? What if what he said is true? After all, the ominous signs of bloodshed have already come true. She dried her face and returned to her desk, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to the silent phone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. The phone remained silent. Didn't he see the private message? She couldn't help but pick up her phone, unlock it, and repeatedly check that the private message interface on the live streaming platform indeed showed read. Read? If you've read it, why haven't you added me? She opened WeChat, and her contacts were empty. There were no new friend requests. Is it because my internet is bad? Did I not receive the verification message? She even began to doubt her own network, turning off Wi-Fi and switching to 5G, then refreshing the page, but still nothing happened. 10 minutes have passed. Gu Chiohan was restless. The book was laid out in front of me, but I couldn't read a single word. She wondered, does he think I'm being too forward? Or does he think 2 carnivals aren't enough? Then she doubted herself, no, he doesn't seem like that kind of person. But if not, why hasn't it been added yet? It's been so long since he went offline. Does it really take this long to accept a friend request? Could it be, he changed his mind? Doesn't he want to tell me the truth? She even began to doubt whether she had really been scammed, and whether the streamer was a complete fraud who, after reading her private messages and receiving her gifts, simply ignored her. This feeling of being left hanging, with no resolution in sight, is more agonizing than being directly told bad news. Just when her patience was about to run out and she was almost convinced that she was the one who had been deceived, my phone screen suddenly lit up. A new friend request notification popped up on WeChat. I am the host. Gu Chiohan, ? And the applicant's WeChat name. A Year's Journey? The profile picture is a pot of potholes? This was far too different from the mysterious, ethereal, and otherworldly image of the master she had imagined. Her WeChat name and profile picture were just as ordinary as any of her college classmates' names on her contact list. She stared at the application, her finger hovering over the accept button, hesitating for several minutes. Accept it? What if it's just an ordinary person playing a prank? But she clearly only sent her contact information to the streamer. Reject? What if he really is that streamer, just more down to earth? In the end, she clicked accept. Staring at the blank dialog box, she edited and revised, finally managing to send out that tentative question. Autumn Maple, hello? Are you really the person in the live stream? The other party replied very quickly. A year's message, I am not. Gooch Johan was taken aback and was about to ask further. A year's greeting, and who are you? Autumn Maple, sorry, but your account just looks very ordinary. A year's request, speak. Now that I've accepted your money, I have to get things done. Looking at the blunt message on the screen, Gooch Johan hesitated, typing and deleting repeatedly before finally sending the message that had troubled her all day. Autumn Maple, master, I bled this morning, no. Autumn Maple, then that person, the fortune teller who stopped me at the school gate before this, said that I would have a bloody disaster. I didn't believe it at all at the time, and thought he was crazy. Autumn Maple, and it really came true this morning. Although it wasn't a disaster, it was still bloodshed. Autumn Maple, and before he left, he even said that I was his future wife? Autumn Maple, is this real or fake? After sending those words, Gooch Johan felt her cheeks burning. Ji Yang stared at the series of messages Gooch Johan had sent on his phone screen. Put. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hao Pingzi, who was playing games with his headphones on, heard the soft chuckle. He took off one earphone, turned his head, his eyes darting between Ji Yang and the phone screen, and sighed, shaking his head. Alas! Spring has arrived, all things are reviving, and it's time for the animals to, oh dear. Before he could finish speaking, a small cushion that Ji Yang casually tossed at him hit him squarely in the face. Go! 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 Do you think I'm like you? All I can think about is your chubby, adorable girl. Go play your game. Fatty Hao rubbed his nose sullenly, put his headphones back on, and muttered under his breath, prioritizing women over friends. After chasing away the troublesome fat man, Ji Yang suppressed his smile, cleared his throat, sat up straight, put on a profound expression, and solemnly typed a reply on the screen. A year's message, Based on your description, let me ask you. A year's message, this person's appearance, isn't it, fairly decent? Clear eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, and a tall figure. Although I wouldn't dare say he's as handsome as Pan and, upon closer inspection, isn't he somewhat, pleasing to the eye? Perhaps even, a little handsome? Gooch Johan frowned slightly as she looked at the reply from Season of the Year. With clear and bright features? A prominent nose bridge? Tall and slender? Some are quite handsome? Her thoughts were involuntarily drawn back to that brief but chaotic encounter at the hotel room door in the early hours of this morning. The situation was urgent, and she was so frightened that she didn't have the mind to look closely at the other person's appearance. But now, reminded by the master, it seems I've remembered some details. She tried hard to recall the eyes that had been watching her in the dim light, they did seem quite bright. She lost her mind after taking the medicine and actually straddled him, placing her hands on his firm abdomen. Even through the thin bathrobe, the firm, well-defined muscle lines were clearly those of a very well-trained individual. This realization made Gooch Johan's cheeks flush slightly. She quickly shook her head. Autumn Maple, master, our focus right now isn't on whether he's good-looking or not. After hesitating for a moment, she followed her true feelings and added. Autumn Maple, but, it seems, it's somewhat like what you said. After typing that line, she felt her ears getting even hotter. Autumn Maple, but that's not the point. The point is, what's the deal with the future daughter-in-law thing? Autumn Maple, is this really possible? Or is he just talking nonsense? Or, is this some new kind of scam starting? Chapter 10 Swimsuit Joyuching. Ji Young deliberately hesitated for a moment before slowly typing a reply, maintaining that inscrutable tone. The Season of the Year, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. This matter concerns matters of destiny and fate, and I apologize for not being able to speak frankly about the reasons behind it. The Season of the Year, but, Gooch Johan, remember this, your fate with him is not over, and you will surely meet again. Autumn Maple. Autumn Maple, how do you know my name? Autumn Maple, I've never told you my name. Autumn Maple, wait. You just said. I'll see him again? The sheer volume of information left Gu Chiohan momentarily overwhelmed. This master not only accurately stated her name, but also predicted that she would meet again with that man who inexplicably claimed to be her future husband? That's just too much. Amidst this chaotic thought, Gu Chiohan remembered something important. Hua Zi. She spent real money, spending 2 carnivals a euphemism for online shopping, just to get a few vague and cryptic replies in return. Autumn Maple, master. Autumn Maple, then what about the 2 cigarettes I bought? Ji Yang tapped his finger lightly, replying with an air of self-righteousness. Season of the year, how can that be nonsense? Season of the year, did I not add your private contact information? Gu Chiohan, on the other side of the screen, stared at the words for several seconds, a surge of blood rushing to her head. She was so angry at this shameless logic that she almost laughed. Autumn Maple? Autumn Maple, master. Autumn Maple, your actions. Autumn Maple, can I apply for a refund if I am a minor? Season of the year, request a refund? Season of the year, if I'm not mistaken, you just turned 18 yesterday morning, right? The season of the year, it was precisely because of his birthday that this bloody disaster occurred. After the message is successfully sent, the message the other party is typing will appear at the top of the chat interface. The notification flashed for a full 2 minutes, but no new messages came through. Ji Yang looked at the now quiet chat box and a slight smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, Gu Chiohan, holding her phone, was indeed caught in self-doubt. Yesterday morning. Just turned 18. Bloodshed. These 3 pieces of information, when put together, sent a chill down her spine. Her birthday was indeed yesterday, but apart from her family and a few close friends, no one knew the exact time. And this complete stranger was able to accurately state this information. She stared blankly at her phone screen, momentarily at a loss for words. I initially thought the other party was a scammer, but now. This season of the year seems to really know something. After successfully silencing Gu Chiohan, Ji Yang put down his phone in a good mood and prepared to relax by scrolling through his WeChat moments. Suddenly I caught a glimpse of Zhou Yuqing's WeChat moments. He casually clicked on Zhou Yuqing's WeChat moments to see what she was up to. The latest post was from half an hour ago, a set of 9 photos from her beach trip. However, the moment the image loads. Holy crap! Is this something that should appear on WeChat moments? Ji Yang unconsciously gasped, his eyes widening involuntarily. In the photo, Zhou Yuqing is wearing a royal blue 2-piece swimsuit and is smiling brightly on the azure sea. The swimsuit perfectly accentuated her full bust, her slender waist, and her long, straight, and shapely white legs. His 3 roommates heard him say that. What good stuff! Ji Yang, what did you see? The 3 roommates, who were just immersed in the game, led by Fatty Hao, took off their headphones almost in the blink of an eye and instantly surrounded Ji Yang, all 6 eyes focused on his phone screen. Holy crap! Swimsuits! This is Zhou Yuqing? The one from the hot pot restaurant? That figure is amazing. That tiny waist, oh my god. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls and screams erupted in the dormitory. Fatty Hao excitedly patted Ji Yang on the shoulder. Brother Yang. No. Godfather. Quick, scroll down, is there any more? Under the intense gazes of the 3 men, Ji Yang had no choice but to continue scrolling through the screen. As each photo appeared, gasps of amazement echoed throughout the dormitory. Oh my. Wow. This one is even better. Oh no. Just as everyone was watching intently, Ji Yang suddenly felt a cool sensation on his head, as if some warm liquid was dripping down. He subconsciously reached up and touched his hair, then suddenly looked up. All that could be seen was Fatty Hao with his mouth agape, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, a trickle of drool uncontrollably sliding down his chin, almost dripping onto Ji Yang's face. Damn it! Fatty Hao! Ji Yang jumped up from his chair as if he'd been electrocuted, wiping his hair with a look of disgust. How disgusting are you? Calm down. Calm down. Fatty Hao quickly pressed Ji Yang back into his seat, his eyes never leaving his phone screen, his finger eagerly pointing to the latest photo. That's not the point. Quick, scroll down. Ah, right, this one. Scroll down from the middle, zoom in, zoom in some more. The photo shows Zhou Yuqing taking a selfie on the beach, sitting on the sand with her legs slightly apart, facing the camera. As Ji Yan zoomed in on a portion of the photo as requested, an eerie silence suddenly fell over the dormitory. The three boys looked at each other and swallowed hard in unison. Ji Yang suddenly realized what was happening, slammed the phone screen shut, and slammed it face down on the table. All right. What time is it? Go to sleep. If you keep watching like this, nobody's going to get any sleep tonight. No, Yang Ji. What time is it? Just one more look. You wouldn't be sneaking around eating by yourself, would you? The three complained, but were reluctantly sent back to their seats by Ji Yang. However, while playing the game, Fatty Hao was clearly distracted, muttering to himself, I never expected. Zhou Yuqing has such a great figure. Ji Yang shook his head helplessly, reopened the screen, looked at the photo, stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips, liked the photo, and commented. The scenery is beautiful. Yes, he was referring to the sea view, it was definitely the sea view. Ji Yang had just commented nice scenery and hadn't even exited his moments when a WeChat message notification suddenly went off. He looked down and saw that the sender was none other than Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing, what scenery is nice? Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised that the other party had replied so quickly. Jian, of course, the scenery of the woods by the beach is nice. Chapter 11 Top scorer in the college entrance examination. After the message was sent, the other party seemed to pause for a moment before replying. Zhou Yuqing, where are the woods? It can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words. This time, Zhou Yuqing remained silent for an even longer period. Just when Ji Yan thought the conversation was over, a new message popped up. Zhou Yuqing, you look so closely? Don't you look closely yourself? Different. Mine is a sunny forest, yours is a shady forest. Zhou Yuqing's reply came very quickly. Zhou Yuqing, heh. Zhou Yuqing, then, would you like to see it more closely? Ji Yang sat up straight. Ji Yang, really? Senior? Zhou Yuqing, of course. Zhou Yuqing, but how did you know I was your senior? Ji Yang, at a hot pot restaurant near the school, she's so young and beautiful, could she be a senior or a senior student? Zhou Yuqing, what if I really am a senior? That would be even more exciting. Ji Yang, by the way, when can I take a closer look at your sea view, senior? Zhou Yuqing, tomorrow. Zhou Yuqing, isn't there a freshman orientation meeting tomorrow? Zhou Yuqing, after the meeting, let's find an empty office. Zhou Yuqing, let me take a good look. Zhou Yuqing, how is it? He didn't expect Zhou Yuqing to be so proactive, and to choose an office setting as the location. Ji Yang, senior is so enthusiastic, wouldn't it be too unromantic of me to refuse? Ji Yang, however. Ji Yang, is the office not a good place? Zhou Yuqing, what? Scared? Zhou Yuqing, didn't you just say you were going to look carefully? See you tomorrow. After sending the last message, Ji Yang slammed his phone on the table, unable to contain his smugness any longer. He abruptly turned around in his gaming chair, cleared his throat, and wore an undisguised smug expression. Brothers! Quiet! I have some big news to announce. Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao all looked over at the same time. Ji Yang stood up, spread his arms wide, and beamed with joy. Dude, I'm going to eat. Quiet. A deathly silence. 3 pairs of eyes stared wide-eyed at him. The dorm room erupted in chaos the next second. Holy crap? Really? Yang Ji, are you kidding me? So fast? Which girl is it? Zhou Yuqing? Fatty Hao was the first to rush over, excitedly grabbing Ji Yang's shoulders and shaking him violently. Godfather. You're my godfather. Tell me. How did you do that? How did you suddenly get food? Was it that swimsuit-clad senior from earlier? Did you two plan this? Fu Jia, no longer caring about his composure, looked on incredulously. Ji Yang, your efficiency, is it like a rocket? You were just looking at your WeChat moments, and now, you've already made plans? Lu Tao's face turned red as she exclaimed, awesome, awesome. Ji Yang basked in the envious and jealous glances of his roommates, proudly raised his chin, sat back down in his chair, crossed his legs, and feigned profundity. As Buddha said, it cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. Anyway, I have important plans after the freshman orientation tomorrow. You guys, have fun on your own. Ji Yang, you beast. After joking around with his roommates for a while, Ji Yang glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. After Ji Yang went to bed, he opened an electronic document on his phone. He quickly browsed through the contents. That's about it, he muttered to himself. Pretentious enough, impressive enough, Time to sleep. At 9 a.m. sharp, at the Jinghai University Art Center. The venue was packed with freshmen, and Gu Qiuhan, sitting in the front row of the guest seats, was particularly eye-catching today. As the student vice president, she was dressed in a neat white shirt, her long hair tied up, revealing the elegant lines of her neck, and she was looking down at the meeting agenda. I bet the principal will start reminiscing about the bitter past and appreciating the sweet present within 5 minutes. Fatty Hao slumped in his chair, listlessly scrolling through his phone. These kinds of conferences are practically torture for humans. Fu Jia replied seriously, Fatty is right. Why don't we get straight to the process, hold a class meeting, and prepare for military training? What a waste of time. Lu Tao had already started looking down at her phone. Amidst the widespread lamentation, Ji Yang sat upright. I think today will be quite interesting. Interesting? Fatty Hao sat up straight. Old Ji, are you suffering from heat stroke? What else is there to see at this kind of conference besides the eye-catching senior Gu in the front row? Ji Yang smiled but remained silent. Sure enough, the principal began his traditional skill. My dear classmates, back when we were in school, we even used both sides of the drawing paper. In short, at last, faint snoring sounds began to be heard from the audience. Just as everyone was dozing off, the principal suddenly changed the subject. I know you all think I'm a long-winded old man. So let's skip the formalities and go straight to the final step. Please welcome this year's top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Representative of the new students. Ji Yang, please come to the stage to speak. Ji Yang? Who is that? A national top scorer? Our school actually has a top scorer? This name sounds familiar. Fatty Hao suddenly turned to look at Ji Yang, his eyes wide with surprise. Old Ji? It can't be you, can it? Ji Yang, the national champion? Are you serious? Fu Jie stared at Ji Yang, who had a smile on his face. Lu Tao looked up from her phone, stared at Ji Yang, and said 3 words, no way? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Ji Yang calmly stood up. As he passed the guest seating area, he deliberately slowed his pace and met the gaze of Gu Qiuhan, who looked up upon hearing his voice. Gu Qiuhan was clearly stunned. Ji Yang? It's him? He's a freshman? And the top scorer in the country? Ji Yang calmly walked onto the podium, adjusted the microphone height, and gave the audience a bright smile. Hello everyone, teachers and students. I'm Ji Yang, yes, the legendary top scorer in the college entrance examination. Laughter and whispers immediately erupted from the audience. I know what everyone is most curious about right now. Why did I, the top scorer, choose Peking University instead of Tsinghua or Peking University? The entire room fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears. The reason is actually quite simple. He paused deliberately, building up the anticipation. Because I've heard that Peking University is famous for its beautiful women. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The principal, sitting in the guest section, coughed awkwardly and picked up his water glass to hide his smile. Seeing this, Ji Yang immediately decided to stop while he was ahead. Just kidding, let's get back to the main topic. But today, he changed the subject. I don't want to talk about studying, nor do I want to spout any inspirational platitudes. After all, those of you sitting here studying are certainly no less capable than you, and you're probably already tired of hearing those grand principles. Chapter 12. You're not the senior? He cleared his throat and gave a mysterious smile. I'll say something you all want to hear. Everyone in the room looked at him expectantly. Ji Yang remained silent for a moment, then, under everyone's gaze, said casually, that concludes my remarks. Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he turned around and stepped off the stage with a flourish. The audience was taken aback at first, then erupted in enthusiastic cheers. I love listening to this. I absolutely love listening to this. A top scorer is a top scorer. Finally, this lousy meeting can end. Gu Qiuhan, sitting in the guest seats, frowned slightly. As soon as Ji Yang stepped off the stage, his phone vibrated. Taking advantage of the jubilant chaos in the venue, he glanced down at his phone. Zhou Yuqing, room 411, administration building, here to see the view. Ji Yang replied quickly. Ji Yang, I'll be there soon, get ready so I can enjoy the scenery, Senior Zhou. He put away his phone and, while everyone was still cheering for the meeting to end early, quietly slipped out of the meeting room and walked quickly toward the administration building. Fatty Hao looked around in the crowd. Hey? Where's Old Man G? It was just here a moment ago. Lu Tao silently pointed towards the back door. Ji Yang walked briskly across the campus toward the administration building. Stepping onto the fourth-floor corridor, it was very quiet. It's Monday, and the crowds from the freshman orientation haven't yet reached this area, while students from other grades are currently in their classrooms. The entire corridor was deserted. He stopped in front of the dark wooden door of office 411 and bent down to straighten his collar. He silently recited in his heart. Brother, behave yourself later. Don't salute every pretty girl you see, that's embarrassing. Raise your hand and knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Senior Zhou? Are you there? This is Ji Yang. A response came almost immediately from inside the door, a voice languid and tinged with a hint of seduction. Come on in, the door's unlocked, and nobody's here right now. Ji Yang grasped the doorknob, turned it gently, and pushed the door open to enter. The office was well lit, with the curtains half open. Zhou Yuqing was seen lounging in a large office chair by the window. Her posture was quite casual, even deliberately seductive. A long, slender leg clad in ultra-thin black stockings gracefully crossed over the other, extending beyond the reach of the desk. The black stilettos that she wore with her business suit were half fallen off, hanging precariously from her toes, outlining the alluring curves of her ankles with her slight sway. She wore only a simple white silk shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing a delicate collarbone. Seeing Ji Yang enter, Zhou Yuqing's red lips curved slightly, and her toes gently swayed the precarious high heel. You're here? Junior. Didn't you say you wanted to take a closer look at the scenery? Now, the scenery is right in front of you, why don't you come over and enjoy it? Looking at the alluring Zhou Yuqing before him, Ji Yang's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, his voice carrying a hint of deliberate restraint. Senior, are you serious? This is an office. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing's red lips curled into a playful smile, and her high heels, hovering on her toes, swayed gently again. What's wrong in the office now? Weren't you staring intently at my swimsuit photos on WeChat Moments last night? What, now that you see me in person, you're afraid to look? I dare not look. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled. There's nothing in this world that I, Ji Yang, wouldn't dare to do. He took half a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on her. Senior, you have no idea, your swimsuit photo, it didn't just shock me, he deliberately drawled. My roommates, Fatty Hao and the others, were completely mesmerized. Oh? Fatty Hao? Zhou Yuqing replied casually, but her eyes flickered slightly. Yes, that's my roommate. Ji Yang answered casually without thinking much about it. So what are their names? Zhou Yuqing's voice remained languid, as if she were just asking casually. Ji Yang then realized something was amiss, stopped moving, and looked at her with a probing gaze. Senior, why are you asking about this? A wicked smile crept across his lips. Isn't having me enough for you? Zhou Yuqing chuckled softly, and her high heel slipped off, revealing her beautiful feet encased in stockings. How could that be? Her gaze swept meaningfully over Ji Yang's figure. You look strong and healthy. I'm just curious. Although Ji Yang found this curiosity a bit abrupt, with such beauty before him, he didn't delve into it and casually remarked. Hao Chang, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao. Mum. Zhou Yuqing responded softly, then immediately resumed her alluring demeanor. Senior. Ji Yang felt that there had been enough foreplay and couldn't wait to ask, can we get down to business now? Before Zhou Yuqing could answer, he took another step forward, reached out, and was about to touch her alluring legs, which were wrapped in black stockings, so close to his face. Zhou Yuqing looked at Ji Yang's outstretched hand, but didn't flinch. She leaned back lazily in her chair, and the meaningful smile on her lips deepened. Just as Ji Yang's fingertips were about to touch the smooth surface of the stockings. Click. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Teacher Zhou, I. A woman's voice rang out as the door opened. Ji Yang abruptly withdrew his hand, quickly straightened up, and subconsciously whistled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, pretending to glance casually towards the door, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses and with a ponytail walked in. Ji Yang recognized the girl. She looked like the one he'd been with Zhou Yuqing at the hot pot restaurant that day. The girl pushed open the door, and only halfway through her sentence did she notice that there were other people in the office besides Zhou Yuqing. She was clearly taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, "Ah. Professor Zhou, someone's here. All done. It's the first-year computer science students you asked me to add. I've already put all the students in one big group, and I'll add you to the group now." As the girl spoke, she had already looked down and started operating her phone. Ji Yang, standing to the side, remained frozen in place. "Teacher Zhou? Add her to the computer science department's group chat?" He turned his head sharply and looked incredulously at Zhou Yuqing, who was still sitting elegantly in her chair, looking at him with a half-smile. She's not a student? Is she a teacher? Or my advisor? What he just did. Chapter 13 Teacher Zhou's Fragrant Feet. Ji Yang suddenly realized, you're not a senior student? You're the counselor? Zhou Yuqing gracefully crossed her legs and nodded gently, Then why didn't you say so sooner? Ji Yang was on the verge of a breakdown. You didn't ask either, Zhou Yuqing blinked, looking completely innocent. Then why didn't you object when I called you senior sister? I didn't agree. She chuckled lightly, it's all just wishful thinking on your part. Ji Yang suddenly felt like the sky had fallen. Flirting with the counselor on the very first day of school? That's practically asking for trouble. He immediately put on a fawning smile. Teacher Zhou, beautiful teacher. I was just joking, please don't take it to heart. You're so magnanimous. Zhou Yuqing nodded thoughtfully, then took out her phone and looked at something. Hao Chang, Fu Jia, Lu Tao, the four of you are roommates, right? When Ji Yang saw this situation, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this is a collective punishment. The entire dorm got caught up in it on the first day of school. He could already see the bleak future of his university life for the next 4 years. Teacher Zhou. Ji Yang stepped forward in one swift motion, clasping his hands together in prayer. It's all my fault, and it has a lot to do with my roommate. If you're going to punish someone, you can't just punish me. These words stunned not only Zhou Yuqing, but also the senior student next to her, who stared at Ji Yang in disbelief. Is this guy so quick to betray his teammates, so brazenly and confidently? Zhou Yuqing quickly realized what was happening, a look of amusement and exasperation flashing in her eyes. She first said to the senior student, Lin, you should go back first and prepare for the freshman class meeting tonight. Okay, Teacher Zhou. Lin responded, and before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Ji Yang one more time. The office door was gently closed, leaving only Zhou Yuqing and Ji Yang behind. In the quiet space, Zhou Yuqing kicked lightly, throwing off her tortuous high heels and revealing her slender feet wrapped in thin black stockings. She gently moved her ankles, as if to relieve the fatigue from wearing high heels for a long time. She casually pointed to a paper shoebox on the cabinet behind Ji Yang. Could you bring me that box? Wearing high heels to an event is exhausting. Ji Yang immediately understood this was a great opportunity to make amends and curry favor with his counselor. He quickly turned around, deftly grabbed the shoebox, and said with particular enthusiasm, Teacher Zhou, don't move. Let me do it, I'll change it for you. Zhou Yuqing saw Ji Yang really squat down to help her change her shoes, and subconsciously pulled her feet back, her ears turning a faint pink. No need, I can do it myself. But Ji Yang completely ignored her resistance and gently grasped her slender ankle. Through the thin black stockings, he could clearly feel the warmth of her skin and the delicate lines of her bones. Teacher Zhou, don't move. Wearing high heels all day must be tiring. He supported her heel with one hand and carefully removed the wobbly high heel with the other. The moment the high heel came off completely, the jade-like foot encased in stockings was fully revealed before his eyes. The arch of her foot was beautifully curved, her toes were well proportioned, and a faint flesh color peeked through the thin, black stockings. Zhou Yuqing bit her lower lip lightly, her toes involuntarily curling up slightly as she tried to pull them back, but he held them firmly in his hand. You. She had just opened her mouth when she was so startled by Ji Yang's next action that she swallowed her words. He took out soft, flat shoes from the shoebox, but instead of putting them on her, he gently pressed the soles of her feet with his fingertips. Is it very sore here? His technique was surprisingly professional, massaging the acupoints on the soles of his feet with just the right amount of force. Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but let out a very soft sigh, and her previously tense body gradually relaxed. She had to admit that the massage did relieve a lot of her fatigue. But what made her heart race even faster was the position at that moment. She was sitting in an office chair, while this bold freshman was kneeling on one knee, reverently holding her feet. "All right," she said, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to stop them. Ji Yang raised his head, meeting her flickering gaze, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Teacher Joe's feet are so beautiful." His thumb lightly brushed against the instep of her foot. Such beautiful feet really shouldn't be tortured by high heels. As he spoke, he finally picked up the flat shoes and gently put them on her. The whole process was slow to the point of being agonizing, with fingertips occasionally brushing against her sensitive ankles and arches. After changing both shoes, Ji Yang did not get up immediately. He gazed intently into Zhou Yuqing's hazy eyes from this upward-looking posture. "Now, can Teacher Zhou only punish my roommate?" Zhou Yuqing seemed to still be immersed in the subtle feeling brought by the faint touch just now. Her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural blush, her eyes were a little dazed, and her breathing was a little more rapid than usual. Ji Yang's tentative, soft call pulled her back to reality from her reverie. "Teacher Zhou? Teacher Zhou?" Zhou Yuqing snapped back to reality and met Ji Yang's eyes, which were filled with a sly smile. She immediately realized her lapse in composure. She coughed lightly, quickly composed herself, and resumed her role as a counselor, though the lingering blush at the base of her ears betrayed her. "You're quite good at bargaining." Ji Yang maintained his upward-looking posture and chuckled mischievously. "So, does Teacher Zhou mean that you've agreed?" Zhou Yuqing glared at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. This guy, even though he made a mistake, is acting like he's in the right. She deliberately put on a stern face. "Dream on. Hao Chang, Fu Jia, Lu Tao, and you, Ji Yang, none of them will escape." Although he said that, the severity in his tone was greatly reduced, and it sounded more like a helpless reproach. Ji Yang was quick-witted and immediately read the key information from Zhou Yuqing's feigned stern gaze. The beautiful counselor wasn't really angry at all, she was probably just trying to scare him. He immediately knew when to stop, stood up, and put on a docile smile. "Teacher Zhou, if there's nothing else, I have some personal matters to attend to this afternoon, so I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhou Yuqing's response and turned to slip away towards the door. Just as he gripped the doorknob, one foot already outside, thinking he was safe, he suddenly turned around, grinned at Zhou Yuqing inside, revealing his bright white teeth, and added, "Teacher Zhou, your feet smell so good and look so beautiful." Ji Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing's pretty face flushed bright red, whether from embarrassment or anger, it was hard to tell. She bent down to pick up the high-heeled shoe that she had dropped on the ground. Without caring about her image, she raised her arm and threw it towards the figure who needed a beating at the door. "Call out." The high heels flew towards the door with a whoosh. Unfortunately, Ji Yang was prepared and slipped out the door as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 14: What to do if you don't take your clothes off. Bang! The high heel ultimately slammed against the closed door before falling limply to the ground. From afar, Ji Yang's arrogant voice, smug yet self-satisfied, drifted from outside, "Thank you, Teacher Zhou, for the shoes." Inside the office, Zhou Yuqing looked at the closed door and the lone high heel lying on the floor, her chest heaving slightly. She bit her lower lip, and after a long while, she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking her head as she laughed. "That brat!" Ji Yang slipped out of the administration building, his smile still lingering on his face. He hailed a taxi, opened the door, and climbed inside. Driver, the Riverside Villa area. He gave the address and leaned back in the seat, relaxing. The car slowly started and drove away from Jinghai University. Ji Yang looked out the window, but his thoughts drifted back to a few days ago. At that time, he hadn't started school yet, and he got a big order through some special channel. Normally, given his personality, he wouldn't really want to take on a job that involves such deep involvement, but the price offered by the other party was really tempting, and according to the middleman's vague revelation, the employer herself was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and a super white and big figure. He thought to himself that since school would start and life would be completely new, he could take on a side job to make a fortune and see if he really was fair-skinned and big. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that his charming and alluring woman would almost have an adult game with his counselor in the office. Life. Ji Yang murmured, a helpless smile curving his lips. He has the ability to see into other people's life scripts, but he doesn't abuse this ability. Firstly, it's mentally taxing. Secondly, if everything is spoiled in advance, what's the point of this grand drama of life? The unknown and the unexpected are what make life interesting. This time, however, it seems the seasoning was added a bit too much. He composed himself, no longer thinking about Zhou Yuqing's alluring eyes and those, well, indeed, fragrant and beautiful feet. Right now, let's focus on finalizing the deal with the Riverside Villa. After all, money and beautiful female employers are always tangible benefits. Young man, this is the best I can do for you. The area ahead is a private villa district, and taxis like ours aren't allowed in. Ji Yang looked up and saw that the gate of the villa area was indeed large, with uniformed security guards standing in the guard booth. He nodded and scanned the code to pay the fare. I understand, thank you, master. After getting off the bus, he squinted and checked the address on his phone one last time, Building 7, Huanlan Garden. I'm going to find Bayuda, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the gate. Stop. A burly security guard stepped out of the guard booth. Who are you looking for? As Ji Yang was thinking about the employer's characteristics, he blurted out, white and big. The security guard looked bewildered. What do you mean, white and big? There's no such person here. No, well. Ji Yang then realized he'd let something slip and quickly tried to cover it up. She's fair-skinned, and her breasts are, you know. He even gestured a curve as he spoke. The security guard was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized. Oh, you mean the one in Building 7? But she immediately hardened her expression and said, that won't work either. The homeowner hasn't given any instructions, so we can't just let people in. Here's what you'll do, call the homeowner to confirm. Ji Yang was in a dilemma. He only had the middleman's contact information. Just then, the sound of an engine approached from afar. A red Porsche 911 was parked steadily in front of the gate. The car window slowly rolled down, and the woman in the driver's seat took off her sunglasses, revealing a bright and beautiful face. She glanced at Ji Yang. Let him in, I made the appointment. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with fair skin. What was most striking was her impressive bust, which was tightly wrapped in a simple white silk shirt, creating a breathtaking silhouette. The visual impact was so strong that Ji Yang finally understood the middleman's succinct summary of white and big. Have you seen enough? The woman's red lips parted slightly. Ji Yang then came to his senses and frankly admitted. I apologize for my rudeness. It's just that the middleman's description was too accurate. The woman glanced at the security guard again. And you stare at me every day when I go to and from get off work, haven't you had enough yet? The security guard blushed instantly and quickly pressed the remote control to raise the barrier. Get in the car, the woman gestured to Ji Yang. As Ji Yang opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, his gaze inadvertently swept over the other person's full chest again, and he once again admired the middleman's accurate description. The woman caught his gaze and smiled knowingly. Your little brother is quite curious about new things, isn't he? Her fingertips tapped lightly on the steering wheel. I'll let you take a closer look when we get inside. Ji Yang coughed, his ears burning slightly, from being choked by those blunt words. No, it's just that in all my years, I've never seen anything of this scale. He subconsciously added, I've only ever seen it in Japanese movies. The woman chuckled softly, then I'll show you the real thing later. You know why I called you here, right? She said, getting to the point as she drove her sports car through the tree-lined avenue. The specifics are unclear. Ji Yang said seriously, however, something that makes the middleman specifically emphasize special needs is definitely not an ordinary matter. The woman peered through her sunglasses at his sharply defined profile, thinking to herself. I didn't expect him to be so young. I wonder how strong he is. The sports car slowly came to a stop in front of a 3-story villa. She deftly unbuckled her seatbelt and turned to face Ji Yang. The shirt collar opened slightly with the movement, revealing glimpses of cleavage. We've arrived. She parted her red lips slightly. It's not too late to back out now. Ji Yang followed her into the lavishly decorated living room of the villa. Before he could even take in the surroundings, the woman walking ahead suddenly stopped, turned around, crossed her arms, and said in a matter-of-fact tone. Take it off. Ji Yang? He didn't react for a moment. Take off what? The woman had a does that even need asking look on her face. Take off your clothes? What are we supposed to do if you don't? Ji Yang was even more confused. What are you doing? The woman frowned slightly, her tone tinged with impatience. What can we do? Is there a third person here? Seeing that Ji Yang was completely out of it, she added, what's going on? Didn't the middleman tell you that I have special needs? Seeing that Ji Yang still looked confused, she simply brought it up directly. I told the middleman that I have mild masochistic tendencies and want to find a male with sadistic traits. Money is not an issue. Doc? Now it was the woman's turn to be stunned, her crescent-shaped eyebrows furrowing slightly. The middleman clearly told me, experienced and skilled. She seemed to realize the problem as well. When you took the order, how did the middleman describe my special needs to you? Ji Yang looked completely innocent, trying hard to recall. So, you're beautiful, rich, and have few problems, so you might have some unconventional issues that need to be resolved? He initially thought it referred to some kind of paranormal event or feng shui issue. Chapter 15. If I don't enter the abyss, who will? After hearing Ji Yang's explanation, Su Yuan not only didn't give up her idea, but instead crossed her arms and leisurely looked him up and down, a confident smile playing on her red lips. I don't care. Her tone was arrogant, yet matter of fact. I've already paid the middleman. The rule is, you get paid to do the job. Since you're not a professional. She took a step forward in her high heels, closing the distance between herself and Ji Yang, and a delicate fragrance wafted over. Then, let's take it slow. Let me introduce myself first. I am Su Yuan, 28 years old, I run a small company, and I am currently single. As Ji Yang looked at her approaching, exquisite face and her voluptuous curves, he subconsciously took a half step back. That's not a good idea, Miss Su. After all, I'm not a professional. What if I do a bad job and it leaves you with a bad experience? I value customer feedback the most. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's gaze lingered on his angular face and tall, upright figure, and her smile deepened. It's okay. Her voice softened, with a hint of coaxing, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. I'll accept it even if you're not. She paused, her gaze sweeping meaningfully over Ji Yang's chest and abdomen, her tone resolute. After all, you're so young. Even if you're not good at it, your physique looks quite sturdy. You should be very strong and healthy, right? You're better than those who are all show and no substance. After Su Yuan finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the spiral staircase without waiting for Ji Yang's response. I'll go wash the vegetables. Without turning her head, she said, you wait for me here. When she reached the middle of the stairs, she suddenly stopped and turned to the side. From this angle, Ji Yang could see the tips of her ears, which were slightly red. Don't worry. She looked away slightly, her voice softening, I've never had a boyfriend. She then hurriedly explained. Well, I'm 28 years old. I have some needs that I've been holding back for too long, so I went through that middleman to find someone. And I specifically told him to make sure he finds someone clean-cut and handsome. She looked at Ji Yang again, her eyes glistening with tears, her tone becoming exceptionally serious. Don't worry, you'll be my first man. Don't think I'm dirty or anything. After saying that, she quickly turned her head and continued walking upstairs. Ji Yang stood there, wondering, could this be a setup? The villa was too luxurious, the woman too beautiful, and the encounter too bizarre. Never mind, better to be cautious. With a slight thought, Su Yuan's life script slowly surfaced in the depths of his consciousness. Life script, Su Yuan. During his childhood, his father became addicted to gambling, which led to the loss of the family fortune. The most unbearable thing was that after losing badly once, the man actually used his wife as a stake to gamble at the card table. The mother left in resentment, and the family fell apart. When she was 10 years old, her mother, who depended on her for survival, fell ill from years of overwork and eventually passed away. From then on, she became an orphan. With extraordinary perseverance, she worked several part-time jobs while studying diligently. Under the streetlights, in the corners of the cafeteria, and in the dead of night when others were sound asleep, she completed her studies and eventually gained admission to a prestigious university with outstanding grades. Starting his entrepreneurial journey in college, he experienced countless setbacks, betrayals, and despair, but with his indomitable spirit, he carved out a path in a male-dominated world and became the leader of a sizable company. Perhaps due to a severe lack of love and security in her childhood, she gradually developed a special emotional tendency. They yearned to experience that distorted, intense feeling of being needed and possessed in a controlled, slightly painful relationship, in order to fill the emptiness deep within their hearts. Current node. If Ji Yang chooses to leave, Su Yuan, driven by both strong physical needs and psychological motivation, will meet another man 3 days later through a more secretive and unsupervised channel. The man has severe violent tendencies and antisocial personality disorder. Subsequent script. Su Yuan will suffer severe physical and mental damage in this relationship, and will eventually be hospitalized for half a month due to multiple soft tissue contusions, rib fractures, and deep psychological trauma. Her business empire will also be thrown into turmoil as a result. Ji Yang slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The expensive perfume in the air seemed to be mixed with the smell of cigarette smoke from the casinos of his childhood, the coldness of hospital disinfectant, and the salty taste of sweat and tears. He could almost see the helpless look in the eyes of that 10-year-old girl standing by her mother's sickbed. You can see the slender figure of that girl studying by the light outside the convenience store late at night. She could also foresee that in the not-too-distant future, lying in a hospital bed, covered in wounds, with empty eyes. Sigh. A long sigh escaped from his chest. He raised his hand to rub his temples, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he murmured under his breath. So be it, so be it. It seems that in this vast mortal world, cause and effect are intertwined. There are some tribulations that she is destined to overcome. He shook his head. Since we're going to have to go through this anyway, I might as well bear the karmic fire. At least, I can control the situation. He completely changed direction from his steps toward the door. Instead of leaving, he calmly sat down on the expensive Italian leather sofa in the living room, relaxing and sinking into it. He casually picked up a crystal ornament from the coffee table and fiddled with it between his fingers. Consider it doing good deeds. Ji Yang gently placed the crystal ornament he was playing with back on the coffee table. If I don't enter the abyss, who will? As he spoke, he reached up and grabbed the hem of his t-shirt, pulled it up, and completely removed his shirt, then casually tossed it onto the sofa beside him. Suddenly, his firm and well-proportioned upper body was exposed to the air. The smooth muscle lines sculpted by years of training are particularly clear under the soft light in the living room, showing broad shoulders and a strong chest and abdomen. He walked shirtless toward the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he followed the faint sound of water and stopped in front of a tightly closed frosted glass door. Inside the door, the sound of dripping water continued incessantly, and the warm steam even slightly misted the glass, outlining a blurry yet graceful silhouette. Ji Yang stood quietly at the door, waiting. Chapter 16. I said, let's continue in the water. The bathroom door clicked open, and steam escaped first. Then, Su Yuan, wrapped in a clean white bath towel, slowly walked out. She gently rubbed her wet, long hair with a towel. The dark strands clung to her shoulders, dripping with water and outlining her delicate collarbones. The steam rising from her cheeks gave them a faint blush. Su Yuan's figure was slender yet curvy, and the bath towel barely covered her shapely body. The towel hem barely covered the top of her thighs, revealing her long, straight legs with a well-proportioned shape. Her ankles were slender, her insteps had a beautiful curve, and her bare toes lightly touched the ground. As soon as she looked up, she bumped into a tall figure. A shirtless man stood silently in the doorway. Broad shoulders, a firm chest, and smooth, powerful muscle lines made Su Yuan's heart skip a beat. She gasped, and the towel in her hand slipped to the ground unexpectedly. Startled, she instinctively yanked at the towel, but accidentally pulled too hard, causing it to slip off and slide down her smooth skin to her ankles, instantly revealing her private parts. Her body was fully exposed in the misty air, her curves breathtakingly beautiful. Her breast stood tall and firm, her waist was slender enough to be encircled by one hand, her flat abdomen had not an ounce of excess fat, and her figure smoothly transitioned to her rounded hips. Water droplets slid down her collarbone, meandered down the curve of her chest, flowed over her slender waist, and finally disappeared into the shadow between her long legs. My palm touched her smooth skin, and I could feel her body trembling slightly. With his other hand, he slipped under her legs and effortlessly lifted her up in his arms. Su Yuan's delicate body seemed exceptionally light in his arms, her long, damp hair cascading down his arm. Ji Yang picked her up and turned around, striding back into the still steamy bathroom, and walked a few steps to the large jacuzzi. He loosened his grip and threw the smooth body in his arms directly into the bottom of the empty bathtub. Bang! Su Yuan fell onto the hard bottom of the bathtub, crying out in pain and feeling dizzy from the impact. Her body was curled up in the bathtub, her slender waist slightly arched, and her long legs unconsciously bent, trying to cover her private parts. Her long, wet hair cascaded down her snow-white back, outlining the graceful lines of her spine. Her skin broke out in goosebumps in the cold air, and her chest heaved slightly with her rapid breathing, exuding a fragile yet alluring beauty. Before she could even get up, Ji Yang grabbed the shower head on the wall and slammed the water valve on. Whoosh! Water splashed all over Su Yuan's body, making her shiver and scream. The water relentlessly washed over her smooth skin, her body trembling slightly from the stimulation of the icy water. Faint red marks appeared on her snow-white skin, and her soaked long hair clung to her back and cheeks, outlining her panicked yet stunningly beautiful face. Ji Yang stood by the bathtub, looking down at Su Yuan, holding the showerhead, letting the cold water wash over her curled-up body. Water droplets splashed and soaked his trouser legs. He swept his gaze over her trembling body. "Didn't you want to be controlled? Didn't you want to be abused?" He tilted the showerhead slightly, making the angle of the water flow more tricky, directly hitting her sensitive waist, causing her body to tremble and let out a low gasp. Ji Yang continued. "All right. Today, let me plunge into this abyss. Let me satisfy you properly." The water in the bathtub stirred up a cloud of white mist, and Su Yuan's delicate body appeared even more fragile and alluring under the impact of the icy water. Her arms were crossed over her chest, but they couldn't hide the alluring curves that were faintly visible in the shimmering water. Gradually, water began to accumulate at the bottom of the bathtub, and the cold water flowed from her ankles, slowly submerging her slender calves and surging upwards along her long legs. The water level continued to rise, climbing along her slender waist until it finally overflowed the mountain peak, leaving only her delicate face floating on the surface. Her eyes appeared even clearer in the mist, carrying a hint of panic and helplessness, her wet eyelashes trembling slightly. Her lips parted slightly, her breathing quickened, and droplets of water slid down her chin. Su Yuan's hands unconsciously braced themselves on either side of the bathtub, her fingertips gripping the smooth porcelain surface, trying to steady her body. Her chest rose and fell slightly underwater, the buoyancy of the water making her body appear even lighter. Ji Yang finally turned off the shower. The sound of water stopped abruptly, and only the soft ripples of water and Su Yuan's rapid breathing remained in the bathroom. He crouched down, near the edge of the bathtub, his gaze fixed on her face, flushed red from the steam. "Do you like it?" Su Yuan's lips trembled slightly from the cold water. She raised one hand to wipe the remaining water droplets from her face. Her eyes darted away for a moment, but finally met Ji Yang's gaze, and she said in a low voice, "I like it." Her voice was so soft it was almost drowned out by the echo of the water. His eyes darkened slightly as he slowly stood up, looking down at her, who was almost submerged in the bathtub. "Then, how about we stay in the water?" Su Yuan was taken aback by what she heard, and her face flushed even more. What did you say?" Ji Yang did not answer, but slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his firm thigh muscles. He stepped into the bathtub, splashing water everywhere and causing the water to slosh violently, eventually entering Su Yuan's mouth. His figure appeared tall and imposing in the mist, like a ruler who controlled everything. He leaned down, bracing himself on either side of the bathtub, trapping Su Yuan between the water's surface and his shadow. "I said, let's continue in this water." Ji Yang stared at Su Yuan, whose cheeks were flushed, beneath him. "What, don't you like it?" Su Yuan lowered her eyes, her voice barely audible. "No. It's just that it's my first time doing this, I'm a little nervous." His eyes darkened, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. "That's good." His fingertips gently traced her waist. "Let me see how much you can handle." He suddenly leaned forward, grabbed her slender waist with one hand, tightened his fingertips on her smooth skin, and pulled her towards him with an irresistible force. With his other hand, he slid down her back, lifted her up abruptly from the water, and then lifted her up. Su Yuan's delicate body was light and soft under his palm, like a doll that he could manipulate at will. She gasped instinctively, her arms wrapped around his shoulders, her fingertips digging into his firm skin. Ji Yang gave her no chance to catch her breath. He pressed her hard against the inner wall of the bathtub, and the water rippled violently between them, splashing water droplets that slapped against the porcelain wall. Chapter 17 asks, "Are you mine?" He slapped it hard with his other hand. Her eyes widened. "Ji Yang, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Ji Yang chuckled softly. "Don't you like being controlled?" He raised his hand again, splashing water into the bathtub. Ji Yang's gaze grew increasingly deep as he slid one hand toward her neck, his fingertips slowly tightening. Su Yuan's breath hitched. Her eyes glistened in the steam, and the blush on her cheeks became even more vibrant due to the lack of oxygen. Her hands instinctively grabbed his wrists, resisting. Ji Yang's fingertips applied slight pressure to her neck, forcing her head to tilt back slightly, revealing her delicate throat and exquisite collarbone. "I can't breathe," Su Yuan said softly. Ji Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. He loosened his grip slightly, allowing her a moment to catch her breath, but then abruptly pressed her against the bathtub wall. "You are mine, understand?" As Ji Yang spoke, he slapped his hand into the water again. "Tell me, are you mine or not? Yes or no?" It's yours." Su Yuan's voice was intermittent. It has been completely subjugated by Ji Yang. Ji Yang, that's right. The rhythm of the water gradually calmed down. She leaned weakly against Ji Yang's chest, her cheek pressed against his shoulder, her wet long hair scattered on his arm. Her delicate body rose and fell gently underwater. Ji Yang lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Do you still dare to say you like me? Su Yuan gave a soft snort. You're too cruel. Ji Yang leaned against the sink, muttering to himself, this abyss is truly deep. Then Ji Yang noticed the marks on her fair skin. Are you satisfied now? Su Yuan curled up slightly. She nodded gently. She paused, looked up at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Thank you. As for the money, I'll give you more. Ji Yang didn't say anything, but turned around and walked out of the bathroom. He picked up the clothes scattered on the living room sofa and put them on one by one. When he put the last t-shirt back on, the man who had been in control of everything in his lust was gone. He had returned to being the somewhat unruly young man he always was. A short while later, Su Yuan also came out. She changed into a light gray suit skirt, tied a strand of her long hair back, and touched up her makeup. Apart from a barely perceptible hint of allure lingering in the corners of her eyes and a red mark cleverly concealed by her high collar, she had already reverted to the domineering and authoritative female boss she was in the company. She was completely different from the woman who had just been in the bathroom, so submissive and covered in marks. She took out a pre-prepared check from her handbag and handed it to Ji Yang. Ji Yang took the check, her gaze lingering on the amount for a moment. Too much. You'll receive plenty of compensation. Go back and make it up to them. Su Yuan slightly raised her chin. About today. Rest assured. Ji Yang interrupted her, folded the check in half, and casually stuffed it into his pocket. I won't tell anyone and ruin your reputation. No, Su Yuan shook her head gently. I'm worried about ruining your reputation. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? What do you think? Su Yuan looked up and met his gaze, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. What's wrong with my reputation? Ji Yang retorted confidently, I'm not a professional. Isn't it normal to be a little rusty? Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Understand. Ji Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable anger rush to his head. However, Su Yuan suddenly spoke again. In some places. She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully, awkwardly awkward, just right. Ji Yang felt a tightness in his chest. The woman was clearly implying that his technique was rusty. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out, fine, you're good. He turned to leave, but stopped abruptly as he grasped the doorknob, saying without turning back. By the way, be careful with the contract you have to sign tonight. After all, you're practically half a woman to me. Su Yuan's previously composed expression froze. How did you know there was a contract to be signed tonight? Ji Yang snorted coldly, finally regaining some ground. Don't forget, my main job is to divine the secrets of heaven. Su Yuan quickly walked up to him, blocking his way, her brows furrowed slightly. Is there a problem with that contract? Ji Yang watched as she finally removed that mask of composure and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Where exactly is the problem with the contract? Su Yuan asked nervously. Ji Yang leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile playing on his lips. Will you beg me? You. Su Yuan chuckled softly as she looked at him. She took a step forward, her fingertips lightly tracing his collar. You know what? Just now in the bathroom, you used the same tone to beg me to beg you. Her voice suddenly lowered, and she said sarcastically, actually, I don't want to beg for mercy at all, after all. Her gaze swept meaningfully over his entire body. You really didn't experience anything at all. Ji Yang was so choked by her last sentence that he almost passed out, and his whole face turned red. He forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. Article 17 on page 3 of the contract. The rights and obligations are not equal. The disclaimer on page 12 has a major loophole. And the supplementary agreement on the last page is a complete trap. He finished speaking in one breath. He had originally planned to tell these details slowly so that this ignorant woman would beg him properly. Unexpectedly, she outmaneuvered him instead. Su Yuan's hand, which was about to flip through the contract, froze in mid-air. She looked up at Ji Yang in surprise. How could she not have noticed these issues with the terms and conditions? Seeing her surprised expression, Ji Yang finally felt he had won back a point. He snorted coldly, deliberately speaking in a nonchalant tone. Now you know how powerful I am? Chapter 18. I'll still come to you in the future. It'll save me the trouble of the middleman taking a cut. After saying this, Ji Yang turned to leave, his hand already on the doorknob, filled with resentment. Wait a minute. Su Yuan's voice came from behind. Ji Yang turned around impatiently. What is it now? Su Yuan had somehow appeared behind him, holding a phone in her hand. Let's exchange contact information. I'll still come to you in the future. It saves me the trouble of dealing with middlemen. Ji Yang was almost laughing in exasperation. You really think I'm a gigolo? Do you think I'm that kind of person? He felt that his dignity had been insulted. Su Yuan calmly held up 2 fingers, 200,000 per time. Ji Yang, sister, please add more. Please add more. My service is absolutely worth more than its price. Available anytime. Ready to serve at any time. After scanning the code, she looked at Ji Yang's fawning expression and gently shook her head. Didn't you just say you weren't that kind of person? Ji Yang put away his phone without changing his expression and said sternly. I'm definitely not that kind of person, but my sister has given me so much. Ji Yang suddenly changed his tune. No, it's because you're so beautiful, I simply can't refuse you. His eyes curved slightly as he spoke, his earlier resentment vanished, and he now truly resembled a subject willingly surrendered. Su Yuan clicked her tongue softly and tapped her fingertip on the phone screen. 200,000 yuan can make you change your tune so smoothly? Of course not, Ji Yang replied, his gaze casually sweeping over her slightly open neckline. It's because my sister's value is too great, far more than that. Su Yuan could easily understand the implication in his words, but she didn't point it out, and simply put her phone back into her handbag. Alright, go back now. I'll contact you if I need anything. Ji Yang bowed slightly. Alright. Sister, I'll take my leave now. He left the villa and gently closed the door behind him. The fawning smile that had been on his face vanished instantly, replaced by gritted teeth and fury. He strode out of the villa area, and as soon as he turned the corner, he immediately took out his phone, found a number with the nickname Mouse in the contacts, and dialed it. As soon as the call connected, Ji Yang lowered his voice and roared. Hey, rat! You're not being fair, are you? How much commission did you take for this deal? You even dared to sell your brother's body? A slick voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Ji, what you're saying? I just found you a great client. President Su is known for being very generous. Generous? It is indeed quite generous. Ji Yang thought for a moment and added, even if you're generous, you can't do this kind of thing behind your brother's backs, right? Next time there's a job like this, just say so. The mouse paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, my dear Yang. You should have said so earlier. If I had known you liked this kind of thing, I would have just told you directly. His voice immediately lightened. Mr. Su is beautiful, has a great figure, and is rich. A beauty like that is something most people would kill for. Ji Yang interrupted him. Don't give me that. Don't try to fool me. How much money did she actually give you? After stammering for a long time, the mouse finally gave a number. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's eyes widened immediately. What? She gave you this much, and you only gave me this little bit? You little rat, you actually dared to take such a large kickback. Brother Ji, please calm down. I'll definitely try to get you a better share next time. Mouse quickly begged for forgiveness. Ji Yang snorted coldly, don't give me that. Let me tell you, if Su Yuan wants to contact me again, she doesn't need to go through you. We've already exchanged contact information directly. No, Brother Ji. This is against the rules. Housie immediately panicked. Rules? Ji Yang sneered. When you sold me into prostitution, didn't you think about the rules? That's it, I'm dead. As soon as Housie heard that Ji Yan was about to hang up, he quickly started yelling on the other end. No, no, no. Brother Ji. Brother Ji, I was wrong. How about this, to make it up to you, I'll arrange a get-together tonight, find some hot girls, let's have a drink. I guarantee they'll all be your type. Ji Yan, the earth gives rise to something. Okay. Mouse immediately perked up, the usual place, 9 o'clock tonight. The girls I've found, their figures, their faces. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ji Yang snorted coldly, rat, I'm warning you, if you dare to fool me again. No, no. Mouse assured him repeatedly, this time it's absolutely reliable. They're all girls from the art academy, they have both elegance and talent. All right then. Ji Yang glanced at the time. See you tonight. If you're unreliable again this time, see how I deal with you. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yang went straight back to school. He had just pushed open the dormitory door and hadn't even taken the key out of the lock when Fatty Hao came over. Old G. Where did you go after the conference ended? Fatty Hao winked and said, You don't know, didn't we create a big group chat for our major? The counselor just added me, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao to the group. Fu Jia added from the side, Teacher Zhou said she might be a few minutes late for the evening class meeting, and asked us to help organize the discipline first. Lu Tao stroked his chin and said, You said you had faith in us, just because we're roommates. Fatty Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly. This is a great opportunity. When the class officer elections come around, the counselor will be secretly supporting us. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Ji Yang, By the way, did the counselor add you? Ji Yang shook his head, thinking to himself, I did add him, but not in the work group. Seeing this, Fatty Hao put on a sympathetic look and patted Ji Yang on the shoulder. It's okay, Lao Ji. Maybe the counselor hasn't had time to add everyone yet. Fatty Hao smugly said. Once one of us becomes class monitor, one becomes the youth league secretary, and one becomes the academic representative. He puffed out his chest and patted Ji Yang's shoulder smugly, You won't need to come to class anymore. As for homework and exams, you can all just go cool off somewhere else. Seeing how Pangzi's smug look, Ji Yang covered her mouth to suppress a laugh and asked, Have you guys seen the counselor's WeChat moments? I saw it, Fatty Hao said, pulling out his phone and swiping through it. It's all school meeting notices and event announcements. Fu Jia nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is absolutely no trace of a private life. Lu Tao silently turned her phone screen around, and there it was Zhou Yuqing's WeChat moments post about the school teaching seminar. Ji Yang looked at his three roommates who were seriously studying the serious posts on WeChat moments, and then thought of the woman in the administration building wearing black stockings and high heels that seemed about to fall off. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. This week, Yuqing is quite the actress. He sighed with feigned regret. It seems that Professor Zhou is a very meticulous person. That's right. Fatty Hao completely missed the deeper meaning in Ji Yang's words and continued to sigh. With such a serious counselor, it'll probably be difficult to ask for leave in the future. Chapter 19 The First Class Meeting. Ji Yang pretended to be sincere and said to Fatty Hao, Fatty, when you really become the class monitor, you have to take good care of your brother. Fatty Hao thumped his chest loudly. Don't worry. Dude. I'll take care of you. He paused for a moment after speaking, then scratched his head. Wait a minute, you're the top scorer in the country, why would you need me to take care of you? It would be hard for you to fail a course, right? After chatting and laughing for a while, they each climbed into bed and took a nap. When Ji Yang was woken up by the alarm clock, he picked up his phone and saw that it was almost time for the class meeting. He rolled out of bed and saw Fu Jia standing in front of the mirror, holding a comb and fixing his hair. Fatty Hao yawned and complained, Stop tidying up. With Lao Ji, the top student, around, no matter how well you dress up, you'll just be a decoration in the instructor's eyes. Fu Jia paused, glanced at Ji Yang putting on his shoes through the mirror, and sighed helplessly. What the fat man said was harsh, but it does seem to make sense. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang paused in tying his shoelaces. How did this involve me? Lu Tao had already packed up and stood at the door urging, Let's go, we'll be late. After getting ready, Ji Yang and his friends strolled leisurely toward the computer science department building. This road is neither too far nor too close. It happens to pass through the girls' dormitory area. In front of the dormitory building, couples were reluctant to part, their kisses lingering. Fatty Hao stared wide-eyed, couldn't help but smack his lips, and couldn't control his voice. Holy crap, is this some kind of pornographic film set? It's practically a massive orgy. Fu Jia was startled and quickly covered Hao Pengzi's mouth, lowering his voice. Keep your voice down, you fatso. They'll all come and beat you up in a minute. The three of us can't take on so many people. Ji Yang couldn't help but rub his forehead. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. Zhou Yuqing was walking from the direction of the faculty dormitory, and it seemed that she was also on her way to a class meeting. Worse still, she had clearly heard the commotion and was now looking at them with a half-smile. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat. Ji Yang and his friends walked through the girls' dormitory area. The closer they got to the computer science building, the more groups of students they saw on the road, all of whom were rushing to class meetings. When we arrived at the classroom door, it was already packed with people. Ji Yang stood at the door, his gaze quickly sweeping across the classroom. He then gave a knowing smirk and lowered his voice to his roommates beside him. As expected. Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao followed his gaze and looked around, then sighed in unison. Sigh, just as I thought. Fatty Hao's voice was filled with the frustration of shattered dreams. The lecture hall, which could accommodate nearly 100 people, was almost entirely filled with boys. Looking around, you see students either wearing black-rimmed glasses and engrossed in their books, or wearing plaid shirts and focused on coding, with a few wearing anime t-shirts. The entire classroom is filled with a rich fragrance that belongs to science and engineering students. Forget about girls, I didn't even see a single one with long hair. Fu Jia adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed, based on data from previous years, the male-to-female ratio in our major is approximately 9-1. Lu Tao quietly added 3 words, the monk class. Fatty Hao let out a wail and slumped into his chair. It's over, I'm destined to be single for the next 4 years of college. Ji Yang remained relatively calm and casually found a seat at the back. As soon as Ji Yang sat down in the back row, several boys nearby noticed him and cast curious and somewhat admiring glances at him. A tall, thin boy wearing black-rimmed glasses was the first to approach. You must be Ji Yang, the top scorer who spoke at the freshman orientation. As soon as he spoke, several boys gathered around. Dude, you're amazing. A guy in a plaid shirt laughed and gave a thumbs up. You only said a few words on stage, and you liberated us all. That's right, that's right. You're practically the godfather of all of us new students. Godfather, please accept my bow. At first, the bespectacled man even pretended to bow. Ji Yang was amused by their antics, and waved his hand with a smile. No, I can't accept that. I just saw that everyone was almost falling asleep while the principal was speaking, so I thought I'd just end it as soon as possible. I heard that the principal praised you in the teachers group later, saying that this student has courage. As they were talking and laughing, Fatty Hao and his friends came over and proudly put their arms around Ji Yang's shoulders. That's right, don't you even know who your brother is? Just as the boys were chatting enthusiastically, a series of light footsteps and the clear voices of girls suddenly came from the classroom door. The previously noisy classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. This is a rare sight in the computer science department. 4 girls walked into the classroom one after another, instantly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. The girl leading the group was petite and delicate, probably only about 1.5 meters tall. She was wearing an exquisite JK uniform, which accentuated her exceptionally well-proportioned figure. She has a classic oval face and long, jet black hair draped over her shoulders. Although she is short, it must be admitted that she is quite beautiful. Following behind her was a slightly chubby girl with a round face, delicate features, and fair skin. The third girl wore black-rimmed glasses, had her hair in a simple ponytail, and was holding several professional books. She looked like a top student. Although she had an ordinary appearance, she had an air of scholarly refinement about her. The last girl to come in was very tall, almost as tall as the average guy. She was wearing a casual t-shirt and jeans, walked with a confident stride, and always had a smile on her face. She seemed like the cheerful and easygoing type. Oh my god. Fatty Hao suddenly grabbed Ji Yang's arm, his voice trembling. There are girls in our major. 4 of them. Fu Jia had silently wiped his glasses 3 times, the quality is so-so. The other boys in the classroom were also getting restless. They pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, but in reality, they were all secretly sizing up these 4 rare resources and figuring out how to strike up a conversation. After all, if you act too late, it's really too late. Ji Yang remained relatively calm, his gaze sweeping over the 4 girls before finally settling on the girl in the JK uniform. Chapter 20 by Yingying, the Little Lowly. These 4 girls clearly understood the importance of striking first. As soon as they entered the classroom, they began to scan the entire room with seemingly casual but actually precise eyes, quickly assessing the high-quality men in the class. Soon, 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto the 211 boy band in the back row. This title was just given to his dormitory by Fatty Hao. It's no wonder they noticed this side. Ji Yang, needless to say, was even more eye-catching with his already handsome appearance and the aura of being the top scholar. Although Fu Jia is not as good as Ji Yang, he has the advantage of fair skin and delicate features, making him a typical pretty boy. Although Lu Tao is not talkative, her angular profile and cool temperament have a unique charm. Even Fatty Hao, well, he's quite cute. Fatty Hao nudged Ji Yang with his elbow, covering his mouth and whispering. Old G. 4. Tower. They're looking this way. Fu Jia remained outwardly calm, but his hands were already subtly adjusting his bangs as he responded in a low voice. You don't need to tell me. They've looked this way 3 times since they came in. Although Lu Tao remained expressionless, her posture was noticeably more upright. Ji Yang looked up and met the gazes of the 4 girls, his eyes meeting those of the girl in the JK uniform. The girl paused for a moment, then smiled generously at him, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Under everyone's gaze, the 4 girls walked straight to the second to last row, which was the position directly in front of the 211 boy group. The short girl in the JK uniform was the first to turn around, placing her hands on the back of the chair, looking up at Ji Yang with her small face, and asking, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" As soon as she finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent. Not only the 211 boy group, but almost all the boys in the class focused their attention on her, simply because this girl's voice was so unique. That wasn't a deliberately faked, strained voice, it was a naturally soft and sweet tone of voice. Ji Yang was also slightly taken aback. That height, that look, that voice, she's totally a real-life loli. He quickly sized up the girl in front of him. Up close, her features are even more delicate, her skin is so white it's almost translucent, and her big eyes are bright and sparkling. Paired with that JK uniform, she looks like a character straight out of an anime. Although height is indeed a disadvantage, Ji Yang thought again, there are just some people who like it. After all, in certain special situations, picking someone up should be effortless. There's no one here. Ji Yang quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. Thank you. The girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, and turned to sit down with her companions. Fatty Hao's voice trembled with excitement as he whispered in Ji Yang's ear, "Old Ji. Did you hear that? That sound. I'm coming out." Fu Jia muttered to himself, is this the legendary legal loli? Although Lu Tao didn't say anything, her ears were clearly red. The short girl in the JK uniform had barely sat down when she immediately turned around, placed her hands on the back of the chair, rested her delicate chin on the back of her hands, and looked at Ji Yang with her big, blinking eyes. Excuse me, you must be Ji Yang, the top scorer in the college entrance examination? My name is Bai Yingying. Before Ji Yang could answer, she began introducing her companions. This is Li Yuan, she said, pointing to the slightly chubby, cute girl. This is Zhang Yuqiu, the bespectacled, academically gifted girl nodded. This is Wang Meng. The tall girl waved cheerfully. Hello. Ji Yang nodded with a smile. This really excited Fatty Hao. He jumped up, almost knocking over his chair, and began to introduce himself. My name is Hao Chang, but everyone calls me Fatty. I'm 18 years old, an Aries, blood type O, and 178 centimeters tall. He introduced himself like reciting a menu, but he didn't mention his weight. When it came time to introduce his roommates, he suddenly became very sparing with his words. This is Fu Jia. That's Lu Tao. The one next to me, you all know him, Ji Yang. This discrimination couldn't be more blatant. Fu Jia couldn't help but kick him under the table before elegantly adjusting his glasses and adding, Fu Jia, a local. Lu Tao coughed and said, Lu Tao is from northeast China. Bai Yingying burst out laughing at Hao Pingzi's antics, her dimples becoming particularly noticeable. Your dorm is really interesting. And, everyone in your dorm is so good looking. Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao's face immediately lit up with a smile. He unconsciously straightened his back and tossed his head proudly. Look, we're a 211 boy band. Ji Yang, watching from the side, found it amusing and suddenly interjected. Fatty, when you introduced yourself just now, it seems like you forgot to mention something? Fatty Hao's expression changed, and he rushed forward to cover Ji Yang's mouth, winking and pleading in a low voice. Godfather. My own father. Please, have some respect for me. I beg you. Just as the group was laughing and joking, a familiar figure walked into the classroom. It was the senior student who had been with Zhou Yuqing in the administration building earlier. Good evening, everyone. I am your class advisor, Li Xiaolin, and I am mainly responsible for assisting teacher Zhou in handling daily class affairs. As she spoke, her gaze slowly swept across the classroom, finally settling on Ji Yang and his group, a faint smile playing on her lips. Teacher Zhou teaches a lot of classes and is currently in a meeting in the next classroom. She will be there shortly. Fatty Hao felt uneasy under that gaze and whispered in Ji Yang's ear. Hey Ji, isn't that the swimsuit-clad senior's friend? Why is she staring at us like that? Should we say hello? Fu Jia pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice even further. The way she looked at us was very strange. Lu Tao nodded silently. It feels weird. Looking at Li Xiaolan's ambiguous smile on the podium, and considering Zhou Yuqing's status as a counselor, Ji Yang figured she was probably going to get into trouble soon. Suddenly, Fatty Hao remembered something, and his earlier unease vanished instantly, his posture straightening even more. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, the three of us were added as friends by Teacher Zhou. Our advisor personally said he has high hopes for us. Fu Jie said cautiously, I have a feeling, things aren't that simple. You're overthinking it. Fatty Hao waved his hand dismissively. Teacher Zhou specifically instructed us to maintain discipline. Not everyone has that kind of trust. He patted Ji Yang's shoulder forcefully, looking confident and assured. Old Ji, just wait and enjoy the good life with us. If the counselor really comes, he'll definitely be on our side. No sooner had the words left her lips than the sound of high heels came from the classroom doorway. Senior student Li Xiaolan's eyes lit up, and she smiled at the door, saying, Teacher Zhou, you've arrived. Chapter 21 Seeing Zhou Yuqing again. The entire class turned to look at the door, but Hao Pengzi, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao were completely dumbfounded. Isn't that the swimsuit-clad upperclassman from my WeChat moments? She's actually our counselor? The three of them mechanically turned to Ji Yang, only to find that he had already lowered his head, looking as if he couldn't bear to look. It was only then that the three roommates belatedly realized what had happened. Damn it, Lao Ji, you knew all along? No wonder. Your mom. Lao Ji. The three of them hurriedly turned to the side, desperately covering their faces with their hands. Zhou Yuqing walked into the classroom, still dressed in her familiar outfit, black stockings that outlined her long legs, a white shirt that cinched her chest, and high heels. Her gaze swept around the classroom, and she quickly locked onto the four figures with their heads down in the last row. A slight smile played on her lips as she casually began the class meeting. Good evening, students. I'm your counselor, Zhou Yuqing. Before she finished speaking, the four people in the last row all shrank back in unison. Zhou Yuqing stood in front of the podium, her hands gently resting on the table. Classmates, today is our first class meeting, and also the day we officially meet. The main purpose tonight is for everyone to get to know each other, and everyone will give a brief self-introduction later. She turned slightly to the side and continued. Starting tomorrow, we will begin a 2-week military training program. Training uniforms will be distributed tonight. Please collect them in the order of your size. As she spoke, her gaze seemingly casually swept over the four boys in the last row who were still keeping their heads down, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. In addition, students who intend to run for class officer can take this time to think it over and get to know their classmates better. Her soft yet clear voice echoed throughout the classroom. After all, to lead a class, you need to gain everyone's approval. The four people in the last row lowered their heads even further when they heard the words class officers. A hint of a smile flashed in Zhou Yuqing's eyes, but she continued calmly. Now, starting with the first row, please take turns giving a brief self-introduction. Name, hometown, special skills, or any interesting story you'd like to share. My name is Zhang Wei, and I'm from Shandong. I enjoy playing basketball and hope to become good friends with everyone. I'm Li Si, a local. I enjoy reading, especially science fiction. After saying that, she quickly returned to her seat. Now it was Bai Yingying's turn. She stood up gracefully, her JK skirt swaying gently. My name is Bai Yingying, I'm from Hangzhou. I love watching anime and playing games. Please take care of me. This straight shot immediately caught the attention of many boys, and a chorus of cheers erupted in the classroom. As she sat down, she glanced back and noticed that the 211 boy band in the back row were still hiding their faces and had no idea that it was their turn. Bai Yingying couldn't help but turn around and whisper a reminder, Hey, it's your turn to introduce yourselves. The four of them then looked up in a panic, exchanging bewildered glances. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao exchanged a glance, and suddenly, in perfect unison, reached out their hands. Wait, what are you going to do? Before Ji Yang could finish speaking, he was pushed up by 3 hands at the same time, and he stumbled and almost fell in the aisle. His 3 roommates all looked at him with good luck expressions. Fatty Hao even secretly put his hands together in a pleading gesture, while Fu Jia silently mouthed. It's up to you. Ji Yang reluctantly straightened his collar and walked to the center of the aisle. Ji Yang cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Hello everyone, I am. There's no need to talk about that, is there? Zhou Yuqing suddenly interrupted. Everyone has seen you at the freshman orientation, so why don't we tell you something that people don't know? Ji Yang turned to look at the podium and met those cunning eyes. He immediately understood they were clearly playing a trick on him. He took a deep breath, then suddenly smiled, since Teacher Zhou has said so. His gaze swept over Zhou Yuqing, lingering for a moment on her long legs clad in black stockings, before he slowly spoke. Well, I do have a little secret. Actually, besides being good at studying, I'm also particularly good at. He paused deliberately, noticing Zhou Yuqing leaning slightly forward, before continuing, massage. Especially the foot massage, the technique is top-notch. Zhou Yuqing's smile visibly froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Oh? I didn't expect the top scholar to have such a special talent. Yes, Ji Yang replied frankly, after all, we need to develop in all aspects. If Teacher Zhou ever gets tired of standing in high heels, she can come to me anytime. The other 3 members of the 211 boy group, who had been keeping their heads down, all raised their heads at once. The 3 exchanged glances. Has old Ji gone mad? How dare he flirt with the counselor? Our 4 years as a 211 university are coming to an end. Bai Yingying, who was in the front row, also turned around in surprise and whispered to Fatty Hao, has he always been this bold? Fatty Hao, with a mournful face, replied in a muffled voice, he's not usually like this. Is he possessed today? This is the first day of school. How can you so blatantly flirt with your advisor? Do you even want to stay in school after this? Instead of being angry, Zhou Yuqing smiled from the podium and gently tapped it. Very good. Since Ji Yang is so enthusiastic, then the task of distributing the military training uniforms tonight will be assigned to your dormitory. You will be responsible for taking the sizes, moving, and distributing them to all the students in the class. Looking at Zhou Yuqing, who was smiling brightly on the podium, Ji Yang finally understood what it meant to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. At this moment, Zhou Yuqing placed her hands on the podium and continued to press for answers. So, what other hobbies does Ji have? For example, do you like teasing older female students? Especially those who wear swimsuits? The 3 roommates, who had just been talking to Bai Yingying, all buried their heads in their desks again. Just as Bai Yingying was about to continue asking questions, she saw the 3 people suddenly log off and couldn't help but gently nudge the fat man. Hey, wait, why are you all looking down again? Chapter 22. My suggestion is to do it from behind. Fatty Hao buried his face under the table. It's over, it's over. How could she be our counselor? We were watching her so closely that night. Fatty Hao suddenly realized what was happening and muttered under his breath through gritted teeth. And that traitor Lao Ji. Damn it, he didn't even tell us. I'm going to give him a good beating when we get back tonight. Fu Jia, also with his head down, said, my suggestion is to do it from behind. This time it's really bad, I'm going to get a hard time, Lu Tao said, glancing at Zhou Yuqing. Fatty Hao suddenly gasped. Wait a minute, she specifically added the 3 of us on WeChat before, saying she had high hopes for us. Damn, Teacher Zhou is too clever. The 3 of them suddenly realized this was not appreciation at all, but clearly someone had been eyeing them all along. So while we were drooling over other people's swimsuit photos on social media, they were actually holding a grudge. Standing on the podium, Ji Yang couldn't hear what his roommates were muttering, but looking at their 3 figures, he knew that they were definitely ranting and raving. Seeing that Ji Yang remained silent, Zhou Yuqing felt that she had achieved her goal and prepared to end the standoff. Alright, since Ji is shy, you can go now. Next. Her gaze shifted to the 3 figures huddled under the table in the back row. Let's say those 3 students next to Ji. Ji Yang suddenly raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't like the female students who wear swimsuits. He paused deliberately, waiting until the whole class was focused, before saying, word by word, I like counselors who wear swimsuits. Zhou Yuqing was clearly stunned. She had never expected Ji Yang to be so bold. The class assistant, Li Xiaolin, who was standing next to her, also widened her eyes, clearly shocked by the freshman's courage. The boys in the class immediately erupted in cheers and jeers. Holy crap! That's awesome! This guy is too brave. Top scorers are just different. How Pangzi and his 2 companions were completely petrified, not daring to even lift their heads. They could only frantically pinch each other under the table, expressing their feelings through body language. Is it too late to change dorm rooms now? Bai Yingying and her roommates also turned around to look at Ji Yang in surprise, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhou Yuqing quickly regained her composure. She gently tapped the podium to quiet the classroom, then gave Ji Yang a meaningful smile. Great. Since you're so interested in being a counselor, then you'll be the temporary person in charge of our class during military training. She glanced at the class and continued, this is a good opportunity to have more in-depth conversations with the counselor. Meeting Zhou Yuqing's gaze, Ji Yang replied without hesitation, sure, Teacher Zhou, I was just about to have an in-depth discussion with you. After saying this, he slowly walked back to his seat, leaving Zhou Yuqing on the podium with her ears turning pink. During the subsequent self-introduction session, the three of them, including Fatty Hao, felt extremely uncomfortable. When it was their turn, they stood up one by one, stammering. Hao Chang. Hello everyone. Fu Jia. Lu Tao. The three of them finished speaking as quickly as possible and hurried off the stage. As soon as the class meeting ended, Zhou Yuqing went straight to the back row and stood in front of the four people. Let's go, you four, let's go to the warehouse now and get the whole class's military training uniforms. Hao Pingzi and the other two followed Zhou Yuqing cautiously with long faces, while Ji Yang followed at the back at a leisurely pace, his gaze involuntarily falling on Zhou Yuqing's back in front. His gaze first fell on her slender calves, tightly encased in ultra-thin black stockings, the silky material reflecting the light. His gaze drifted downwards, taking in the graceful lines of her ankles clad in stilettos. His eyes, unable to resist, moved upwards, sweeping past her knees and landing on the shapely buttocks, tightly encased in a business suit, swaying naturally with each step. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhou Yuqing, who was walking ahead, spoke without turning her head. When we get to the warehouse, you can go in and get your things yourselves. There are 40 students in Computer Science Class 5. When you get there, just tell me your class, grab what you need, and leave. You don't need to wait for me. However, Ji Yang's attention was almost entirely occupied by the graceful figure in front of him and those alluring legs. Zhou Yuqing's words went in one ear and out the other. He gave a vague Zhou Yuqing led the four people to the entrance of the supplies warehouse behind the administration building and then stopped. This is it. Just go in and give your class name. As she spoke, her gaze lingered meaningfully on Ji Yang for a moment. If you have any questions, contact me directly via WeChat. After saying that, she turned and left. The oppressive atmosphere only eased when her beautiful figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Call. That scared me to death. They're finally gone. Hao Pingzi, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao almost simultaneously let out a long sigh of relief, their tense shoulders instantly slumping. Before Ji Yang could react, Fatty Hao lunged forward, grabbed Ji Yang's shoulders tightly, and shook him violently. Old Ji. Old Ji. You traitor! Why didn't you say sooner that the senior in the swimsuit was our counselor? Fu Jia, Ji Yang, what you did was not right. When we were posting on WeChat moments, you were just watching? Old Ji. You owe us an explanation. Lu Tao looked at Ji Yang with resentment. Ji Yang was dizzy from being shaken by Fatty Hao, and finally managed to break free. Brothers, I swear to God. I only found out when I went to the administration building at noon, to take care of some business. He recalled the steamy scene in Office 411, and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The whole story is far more complicated than they imagined, but now is clearly not the time to explain it in detail. I would have liked to inform you in advance, Ji Yang added helplessly, but think about it, given the situation at the time, did I have enough time? Fatty Hao thought back to his casual chat with the little girl before the class meeting and reluctantly accepted the explanation, but he still looked heartbroken. It's all over, it's all ruined. Our image in the counselor's eyes is completely destroyed. Fu Jia began to analyze the situation rationally. Based on Professor Zhou's attitude just now, our participation grades for the next 4 years are probably. Lu Tao sighed, life is tough. Chapter 23 Chairman Li Si. Just as Fatty Hao was still shaking, Ji Yang and the others were groaning, a clear, cold female voice came from the entrance of the supply warehouse. The next class. Ji Yang straightened his disheveled collar. All right, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business and get our military training uniforms. He walked into the dimly lit warehouse and said to the people inside. Computer Science Class 5. Inside the warehouse, a girl dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans was bending over and organizing forms. She looked up at the sound, her cool gaze pausing slightly when it met Ji Yang's before returning to its calm. 40 people, right? This girl is Gu Chouhan. The three men, including Fatty Hao, who followed Ji Yang in, all gasped in surprise when they saw Gu Chouhan's appearance. Fatty Hao pinched Fu Jia hard and whispered, "Holy crap, this senior is so beautiful. Fu Jia, unusually, didn't push him away, and murmured, she's definitely a school beauty. She didn't even glance at Ji Yang, but turned and walked to the back shelf to start counting the number of military training uniforms. Ji Yang found it amusing to see her pretending not to know him. He deliberately took a few steps forward and leaned against the counter. Senior, how's the quality of the military training uniforms? Gu Qiuhan didn't even look up, continuing to count the clothes, standard configuration. Won't it be uncomfortable to wear? Ji Yang continued to ask. Gu Qiuhan, we're all the same. Fatty Hao, watching from behind, was stunned. He whispered to Jia, the senior is so aloof. Fu Jia, it seems that even Lao Ji's charm has its limits. Gu Qiuhan moved the counted military training uniforms to the counter, sign here. When Ji Yang took the pen, he deliberately let his fingertips lightly brush against the back of her hand. Gu Qiuhan quickly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted, but her face remained indifferent. Thank you, senior. Ji Yang glanced at her after signing the document. Gu Qiuhan simply nodded slightly and turned to greet the next class, without giving Ji Yang a single glance throughout the entire process. After leaving the warehouse, Fatty Hao was still reminiscing that senior was so beautiful, but it was so cold. Ji Yang, however, looked in the direction of the warehouse and revealed a playful smile. Pretending not to know? Very good. He wanted to see how long she could keep up the act. Ji Yang, carrying his military training uniform, had just stepped out of the warehouse when he brushed past a boy who was about to enter. The boy was tall and slender, dressed in a neatly pressed white shirt and casual trousers, with a gentle and refined demeanor. The moment their eyes met, they both sensed something unique about each other, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then went their separate ways. The boy walked into the supply warehouse and saw Gu Qiuhan counting the military training uniforms of other classes. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. What's wrong? You look upset with your face. Gu Qiuhan looked up at the sound of the voice, and her expression softened slightly after seeing who it was. Are you done with your work over there? The boy smiled slightly. I finished my work over there and came to check on things. I can't let my vice chairman do all the work alone. See how considerate I am as the chairman? Gu Qiuhan continued tidying up the forms. Li Si, no wonder you became the chairman. Li Si leaned against the counter and smiled slightly. That guy who just went out, he seemed to have an unusual air about him. Gu Qiuhan paused slightly with her pen, and said without looking up, Freshman Computer Science Class 5, come and get your military training uniforms. Computer Science Li Si nodded thoughtfully, then, as if remembering something, added. Speaking of which, that guy was indeed quite handsome. No wonder he could make our usually calm Vice Chairman Gu so uneasy. Gu Qiuhan finally raised her head and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just busy with important matters. All right, let's get down to business. Li Si nodded. Li Si looked at Gu Qiuhan's profile, which was feigning composure, and then glanced back at the direction Ji Yang had left, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. On the other side, Ji Yang and his three friends carried their heavy military training uniforms back to their dormitory. When passing by the girls' dormitory area again, Ji Yang suddenly stopped. Wait a moment. He shoved the military training uniforms he was holding into Fatty Hao's arms. The sudden weight made Fatty Hao stumble, looking completely bewildered. What are you doing, Lao Ji? Ji Yang ignored him and quickly tapped his phone. Less than 2 minutes later, Bai Yingying came running out of the girls' dormitory building, smiling. Thank you for your hard work. She looked at the mountain of military training uniforms piled up in the four of them. Don't worry, when we elect a squad leader after military training, our whole dorm will definitely vote for you. Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao looked at each other, their faces full of question marks. After Bai Yingying waved goodbye, Fatty Hao finally couldn't help but speak. Wait. Lao Ji, when did you add me on WeChat? Fu Jia, if I remember correctly, you haven't had a chance to talk to each other individually since the class meeting ended. Ji Yang took his military training uniform back from Hao Pangzi's arms and said casually, it was during the self-introduction just now. Just now? Fatty Hao exclaimed in surprise, just in that short time? There is nothing we can do, Ji Yang shrugged. Some people are just naturally likable. Looking at Ji Yang's matter-of-fact attitude, the three of them suddenly felt that the military training uniforms they were holding were even heavier. This was not only a physical burden, but also a blow to their spirits. Fatty Hao wailed, Old Ji, give me a break. The counselor is one thing, but you even beat me to the only little girl in the class. Looking at his three roommates, who were full of complaints, Ji Yang couldn't help but laugh. Alright, hurry up and go back to distribute the clothes. If we're any later, the other dorms will start nagging us. Inside the warehouse, Lisi glanced at his watch and said to Gu Chiohan, who was still organizing the remaining supplies. Alright, Chiohan, you can go back now. I'll handle the rest. The student union still has a lot of work to prepare for the military training opening ceremony tomorrow, so you should get some rest. Gu Chiohan straightened up and rubbed her slightly sore wrists. Can you manage by yourself? Lisi smiled gently and pointed to the few remaining supplies. Don't worry, there's only enough for a few platoons. We'll finish it soon. Gu Chiohan didn't refuse and handed the registration form to Lisi. Thank you for your hard work, see you tomorrow. With that, he picked up his bag, turned around, and left the warehouse. As Gu Chiohan walked back to her dormitory, her phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that it was a message from her roommate. Xiaolin, Chiohan. It was truly an eye-opening experience to cover for Teacher Zhou today. Xiaolin, a freshman, actually asked Teacher Zhou for her WeChat in front of the whole class. Xiaolin even said she liked Teacher Zhou's type, which stunned the whole class. Xiaolin, the key point is that the guy was quite handsome, and had a very unique temperament. Chapter 24: Not Eating Cilantro. Gu Chiohan frowned slightly as she looked at the message, and quickly replied. Gu Chiohan, this kind of frivolous boy is the worst. Gu Chiohan, he's obviously a playboy who flirts with people everywhere because he's pretty. Gu Chiohan, Xiaolin, don't be fooled by appearances. Stay away from this kind of person. Xiaolin, okay, but seriously, he really is handsome. Xiaolin, I have to go now, Teacher Zhou is calling me, let's talk when I get back. Ji Yang and his three friends returned to dormitory 211 carrying their heavy military training uniforms, and collapsed into chairs from exhaustion. I'm exhausted. Fatty Hao groaned weakly. This counselor is definitely taking revenge for personal reasons. Fu Jie, to be precise, it was Lao Ji who provoked us first. Lu Tao nodded silently, he brought it on himself. Ji Yang ignored the three people's complaints and took out his phone to send a message in the newly created class group. Ji Yang, the boys' military training uniforms are all in dormitory 211. Students who need them can just come and pick them up. Shortly after the message was sent out, there was a knock on the dormitory door. In the next half hour, the door to dormitory 211 was almost broken down by people walking on it. The four roommates were busy running around, and by the time the last set of military training uniforms was taken away, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Fatty Hao collapsed onto the bed, finally over. Ji Yang glanced at the time. It was time. He will be broadcasting as usual tonight, but the title will state. I only had one divination done today, and my body is completely drained. I need to rest. As soon as the live stream started, fans flooded in. What's wrong with the host today? Body hollowed out? Let's explain how it happened. Did you do any strenuous exercise during the day? Ji Yang said lazily into the microphone, I'm indeed a bit weak today, so I can only do one divination. As for how I'm weak, I can't go into details about that. At the same time, Gu Chiohan had just returned to her dormitory. She gently closed the door, changed into comfortable slippers, and sat down at her desk. She bent down, untied the laces of her canvas shoes, took off the shoes, revealing a pair of white cotton socks. She took off her socks and stuffed them into her canvas shoes, planning to get water to wash her feet first, and then wash the socks. She carried the basin to the water room, filled it with hot water, and returned to her dormitory to place the basin on the floor. Just as she was about to soak her feet, her phone beeped with a special notification sound. The host you are following, Divine Calculator, has started broadcasting live. Gu Chiohan paused. The streamer who made her spend 2 carnivals but only get a few ambiguous answers has started broadcasting? She hesitated for a moment, then thought that since she had nothing else to do, she might as well go in and take a look. She placed her phone on the table, adjusted the angle, and then sat back down on the edge of the bed. She moved the foot basin closer to her and carefully stretched out her right leg. Her feet were beautiful, with long, neat toes, graceful arches, and faint blue veins visible on her fair instep. However, she didn't test the water temperature properly, and as soon as her fair toes touched the water, she was scalded and quickly pulled back. Hiss, she couldn't help but gasp, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Just then, Ji Yang was answering a question from a viewer on the livestream. Therefore, before doing anything, you should test the waters first. You can't be too hasty. Like washing your feet, you have to test the water temperature first. This coincidental conversation left Gu Qiuhan stunned. Is this guy just bored and wondering what I'm doing? She shook her head, realizing she was overthinking things. But she still cautiously tested the water temperature with her toes, and only slowly immersed her feet in the water after she had gotten used to it. With the warm water enveloping her feet, Gu Qiuhan sighed comfortably and began to watch the live stream intently. Ji Yang leaned back in his chair and said into the microphone, same as always, 5-second countdown. If you want to count, send a Huazia type of cigarette. There's only one spot today, so it's up to you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and Ji Yang glanced at the donation rankings, a slight smile playing on his lips. Still clicking? Everyone's really enthusiastic tonight. Congratulations to today's lucky viewer, those who don't eat cilantro. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice call request popped up. As soon as Ji Yang connected, a girl wearing a black halter dress appeared on the other end of the screen, the low-cut design making her full breasts faintly visible. Her makeup was exquisite, which certainly fits the description of someone who doesn't eat cilantro. Hello, host. I'd like to have my fortune told about my love luck. Ji Yang coughed lightly, interrupting her. This cilantro, no, this person who doesn't eat cilantro, please watch your limits. If you dress so revealingly, your live stream will get banned, and then none of us will be able to count. She doesn't eat cilantro, giggled and tugged at her bra strap. I'm hot, do you like my type, streamer? Bullet comments. I'm just laughing. I'll lick it. I'll lick it. Ji Yang seemed not to hear her teasing, and simply recited a poem. You are like a gentle breeze brushing against the willow branches. Let's raise a glass and chat happily. Only through wind and rain can one know warmth. Dewdrops make the flowers look especially beautiful. Emerging from the mountains, drifting aimlessly among the clouds. Come, let's find a secluded path and cross the stream bridge. In the end, everything in the next life is like a dream. The worries are gone, but today brings joy. Why did the master suddenly start reciting poetry? Class representative, come quick. Soon, some quick-witted viewers realized what was going on. Wait. Brothers, look at the first word of each sentence. On the other side of the screen, Gu Qiuhan was initially drawn to the poem, subconsciously reading it silently in her mind, and even nodding slightly in agreement that the poem was quite evocative and rhymed. But when she saw that acrostic poem that was being wildly scrolled across the screen and the line that had been deciphered, she was first stunned, and then suddenly realized what was going on. Ah! She gasped softly, and her feet, which had been obediently placed in the basin of water beside the bed, involuntarily curled up. She stomped her toes, splashing water and wetting the floor. She then realized that she had been so intently studying that kind of poem. In the live stream, Don't Eat Cilantro was so embarrassed by Ji Yang's acrostic poem that she lost her earlier arrogance and explained shyly and awkwardly. Oh dear. I was just trying to attract some viewers to the master's live stream. Ji Yang remained expressionless, his tone still calm and even. No, I'm afraid my account will be banned. Chapter 25, 99 plus charging attempts. She doesn't eat cilantro, pouted, but wisely didn't press the matter further, instead asking in a somewhat wistful tone. Alright, then master, please help me see when I will meet my true love? When will my destined partner finally arrive? The viewers in the live stream quieted down from their earlier laughter, eager to hear the master's predictions on marriage this time. Ji Yang's gaze swept across the system panel, and detailed information about not eating cilantro appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Nan. Age, 26. Occupation, print model minor online influencer. Important juncture in the emotional drama script. When his gaze swept over a specific data point, even though he was prepared, his eyes still twitched almost imperceptibly. He paused for a moment before speaking again. Your name is Wang Nan, you are 26 years old, and you are a model. Your true love is not far away, nor is he unattainable. He may have already appeared in your life trajectory, but you have not yet noticed, or you have viewed him with ordinary eyes. He paused, then continued. This person is not a frivolous person, his character is steadfast, like an ancient pine or a rock. He may not be good at sweet talk, but he can hold an umbrella for you when the storm comes and light a lamp for you in the ordinary and trivial. Your meeting was not in a glamorous place, but in a down-to-earth place. Wang Nan was somewhat stunned, and subconsciously asked, then, what kind of person is he exactly? When will I be able to meet him? Ji Yang shook his head slightly. Heavenly secrets can reveal the course of events, but they cannot determine the date of death. If you rush to pursue them, you are more likely to miss them. What you need right now is not to look forward to something, but to cultivate yourself. He emphasized the word cultivate yourself slightly. Cultivate oneself? Wang Nan murmured repeatedly. Not bad, Ji Yang affirmed, his gaze sweeping once more over the shocking sight on the system panel. Number of charging cycles, 99 plus, and number of chargers, 36, I sighed. Stop seeking illusory recognition amidst the superficiality, focus on enriching your inner self and improving yourself. When you no longer see love as a temporary recharge, when you yourself become a stable and independent source of light. He paused deliberately, then slowly said. The pine and cypress that can shine eternally with your light will come to you by following the light. At that time you will find that true destiny is not just an emotional encounter, but also the meeting of two independent souls, a gift of faith that allows each other to grow into better versions of themselves. Its significance goes far beyond a simple encounter. The Master's words today contained a lot of information. I took notes. However, it's true that a true match makes each other better. Wang Nan remained silent for a long time, her face slightly pale, before she softly said, Thank you, Master. I think I understand now. After ending the live stream, Wang Nan remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sent 2 more carnival messages. Special effects once again dominated the entire screen. Ji Yang looked at the income and shook his head. Thank you for the 2 Chinese cigarettes from the owner of No Cilantro restaurant. You're so generous. I wish you find your perfect match and a happy ending soon. Immediately afterward, before other viewers could ask further questions or offer rewards, Ji Yang simply said, Everyone, today's divination is full, and the payment has been made. The live broadcast is coming to an end. Those who didn't get a spot shouldn't be discouraged. It just means the time wasn't right and the opportunity hadn't arrived yet. Tomorrow evening, at the same time and place, Divine Calculation of Heavenly Secrets will still be here waiting for the Yuan people. Everyone can pay more attention and try it every time. Maybe the fate you've been waiting for will arrive in the next moment. After saying that, he completely ignored the barrage of no comments in the live chat. Let's chat for another 5 yuan. The wailing of Master, wait for me, ended the broadcast at lightning speed. The live stream screen went black instantly, leaving only the viewers, still wanting more, talking to themselves in the comments section. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan, who had been watching with headphones on, heard Ji Yang's explanation that the time wasn't right very clearly. Thinking that she had just used 2 expensive carnival tickets to get a friend spot, the corners of her cool lips twitched slightly. This isn't a matter of fate not being right, she murmured to herself, it's clearly a matter of the original element not being there. This guy is really good at making money. Looking at the blacked-out livestream interface, Gu Qiuhan's frustration at being ripped off was eventually overwhelmed by her stronger curiosity. Suddenly, she remembered something and lifted her fair, tender feet, which were soaking in warm water, so that water droplets slid down her slender ankles. She picked up the towel next to her and carefully dried her delicate feet. Then she unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. Finding the account with the nickname Season of the Year, she hesitated for a moment, then lightly tapped. Autumn Maple, Master, are you there? The message had barely been sent, giving her time to react, when the top of the chat window displayed the other party is typing, followed by a reply. Season of the Year, speak. Gu Qiuhan stared at the simple English word, her finger paused, and a hint of surprise flashed across her cool face. She replied instinctively. Autumn Maple, Master, he even speaks English. On the other side of the screen, Ji Yang, who had just finished his livestream and was drinking water, almost burst out laughing when he saw this reply. Season of the Year, ? Season of the Year, I'm a college student too, okay? Autumn Maple, college student? Are you a relationship guru on a part-time job? Season of the Year, what else? Picking nose emoji. Season of the Year, let's get down to business. Her slender fingers had just typed I want to ask about. In the chat box when the other party's message popped up first. Season of the Year, transfer of 2,000, pending payment. Immediately following this was a line of text. Season of the Year, consultation fees are payable in advance, no credit is available. Prices are clearly marked, and we treat everyone fairly. Gu Qiuhan abruptly stopped mid-sentence, staring at the transfer link and the self-righteous explanation that followed. She took a deep breath, feeling her anger, which had just subsided, suddenly surge up again. Her slender fingers hovered above the screen, several times wanting to close the dialog box directly, but ultimately, she slowly exhaled. Autumn Maple, Master, please get some rest. I won't bother you with this small matter. Smiles. Chapter 26 Ji Yang's Great Father. Ji Yang looked at Gu Chouhan's reply with a smiling emoji, but instead of feeling offended, he chuckled softly. He could imagine how angry that aloof senior looked on the other side of the screen. He stroked his chin, casually put his phone aside, and noted that some fish needed to be patiently played with. He turned around and shouted to Fatty Hao and the others, "Brothers, don't just stand there. Log in. Let's go in a 5-man squad, I'll carry you guys tonight." Hao Chang had just finished a game when he heard this and turned around. "Old G, there are only 4 of us. Are you going to just grab a random person?" Ji Yang smiled mysteriously and waved his phone nonchalantly. "Don't panic, I'll get you a top-tier benefactor right now, a real big shot." He opened a WeChat contact whose contact name was Mu Chang, Wild King's dad. "Ji Yang, Daddy, tea or not?" Messages are replied to almost instantly. Mu Chang, picking nose, "Treat me to a meal +1. You already owe me several hot pot meals." Ji Yang grinned. "Ji Yang, don't worry. We used to live too far apart, but things are different now. I can treat you to 3 meals a day. You've taken me flying so many times, a few months of this will make up for it." Mu Chang, "Oh? You sound like you struck it rich? You didn't even tell your dad about your ill-gotten gains?" Ji Yang, "Oh, no, it's just a little part-time job to earn some pocket money. By the way, this time it's a 5-man squad, all my roommates are here, bring out your best and give them a good shock." Mu Chang, 1. Ji Yang put down his phone with satisfaction and raised his eyebrows at his 3 roommates who were staring expectantly. "Done. Get ready to win without lifting a finger and witness the real skill. Timmy." In dormitory 211, the classic game startup sound effects rang out in unison. While logging into his account, Fatty Hao was still a little uneasy and turned to ask Ji Yang. "Old G, is this pro player you found reliable? What position does he play?" Ji Yang was full of confidence. "Don't worry, both marksmen and junglers are top tier. But at our rank, she'll most likely play jungle, since marksmen need a reliable support, it's too risky." As soon as he went online, Ji Yang created a room, invited his 3 roommates in one by one, and then sent out an invitation to Mu Cheng OVO. They agreed almost instantly. Ji Yang turned on the team voice chat. "Everyone's here, shall I start?" Mu Cheng OVO typed in the team chat, "Start." Ji Yang asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why aren't you using your microphone? It's inconvenient to communicate." Mu Cheng OVO, ping. Ji Yang, He was speechless for a moment, stammering as he didn't know how to respond. Fatty Hao, standing to the side, didn't hold back at all and shouted out loud in the voice chat. "Damn! Bro, you don't need to hold your pee with your hand? Aren't you afraid of peeing crookedly?" Fatty Hao waited a few seconds, but heard no response. He looked up at Ji Yang blankly. "Old G, is my microphone broken? Why is no one talking?" Ji Yang took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Fatty, sometimes, silence is a virtue." Fatty Hao. The game was quickly matched, and we entered the hero selection screen. "You guys choose first, I'll fill in the gap," Ji Yang said. Lu Tao instantly locked in his usual top laner. Quang Tai Fujia picked a mid-lane mage. Ziggs Mu Chung OVO pre-selected Luna, and Hao Pingzi, seeing this, quickly grabbed Sun Shangxiang. "Welcome to Honor of Kings. The game has finished loading." Ji Yang, controlling Nyoamo, headed towards the jungle and casually asked in the voice chat. "Hey, aren't you done yet?" Mu Chung OVO typed a reply in the team chat. "These past few days have been unusual." Ji Yang instantly understood and coughed lightly. "Understood." Fatty Hao, standing to the side, was still completely baffled and asked innocently. "What's wrong? Are you constipated?" Ji Yang almost choked on his own saliva and quickly interrupted him. "Fatty, you'd better shut up and say less." Just then, a crisp female voice came through the team voice chat, with the faint rustling sound of a plastic bag mixed in the background. "I'm okay now." The voice wasn't exactly sweet. Instead, it had a crisp and decisive tomboy quality, but the gender was unmistakably female. "Holy crap!" The fat man screamed in surprise over the voice call, nearly dropping his phone. A woman? What I just..." Thinking of his own outrageous remarks about whether or not to help someone up, Fatty Hao began to apologize incoherently. "Bro. No, no. Sister. Pro. Oh, Daddy. I'm so sorry, I really didn't know you were a girl. I saw you playing jungle and thought you were a guy. I'm just being a smart aleck, please don't take it to heart. His flustered apology still echoed in the voice recording, but the system notification tone had already sounded. First blood. On the screen, Mu Cheng's Luna was already using her skillful moonlight mark to dart around in the top lane, cooperating with Ji Yang's Neo Mo, who arrived in time to easily secure the first blood against the enemy's top laner Cao Cao. Fatty Hao looked at the kill information on the screen, swallowed back all the words he was going to say, and could only exclaim in sincere amazement, awesome. Mu Cheng replied nonchalantly in the voice message, her tone still cheerful, it's okay, we're all buddies. Immediately afterwards, she gave Ji Yang the order, good boy, stop hiding in the bushes and come with me into the enemy jungle to steal their red buff. Eldest son? Upon hearing this, the other three people in the voice chat Hao Chang, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao were stunned. They looked up in the dormitory and stared at Ji Yang with disbelief. Fatty Hao even muttered under his breath, seriously, Lao Ji, you've thrown away all your integrity for the sake of ranking up? Ji Yang's hands didn't stop moving. Neo Mo had already begun to move along Luna's trajectory. His expression remained unchanged. He simply shook his head slightly and whispered in a meaningful tone. You don't understand. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Cheng's voice came through the audio again. Get back to work. If you dawdle any longer, the enemy jungler will gank you. Go for it, use your Ollie Star to tank him. Hold him off, I'm going to unleash my ultimate. As Ji Yang controlled the bull demon to charge forward, he subconsciously corrected himself in the voice chat, it's me playing the bull demon. Not using my bull. Stop dawdling. Mu Cheng replied, just understand. 3-2. Okay, Daddy. Ji Yang responded smoothly, manipulating Neo Mo with a precise second skill, Rampage, to rush out of the bushes and directly knock the enemy jungler who was attacking the red buff into the air. Luna's figure, like a phantom under the moonlight, slashed in instantly with a chilling light. Moonlight, shine them bright. Luna defeats the enemy Nakaruru. A brief silence fell over dormitory 211, broken only by the game's sound effects and Mu Cheng's voice commands. Withdraw, capture the dragon. Hao Pengzi, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao exchanged glances. Finally, Hao Pengzi silently gave Ji Yang a thumbs up and mouthed. You're awesome. Faced with absolute power and influence, principles and such seem utterly insignificant. At that moment, they deeply understood what it meant to be a wise person who knows when to yield. Chapter 27. Ji Yang's uncle Su Mucheng. With ease, Mu Cheng's Luna took down the tyrant and then cleared her own blue buff area. The pace of the game was so fast it was breathtaking. Marksman, come over here and steal the blue buff. She marked it on the map. Here comes Daddy. Fatty Hao's son Shangxiang immediately scurried from the middle lane to the enemy's red buff area, responding with such a smooth and natural manner. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt three pairs of eyes on him simultaneously. Fatty Hao felt the burning gaze, his chubby face flushed red, and he tried to remain calm by whispering an explanation. What are you looking at? I'm just being pragmatic. Following uncle means you'll get what you deserve, don't you understand? I'm here. He quickly emphasized again into the microphone, maneuvering son Shangxiang to roll into the enemy jungle, watch me shoot it to death. The opposing Nakaruru had just come out of the fountain to fully recover her health when she saw Luna, along with Neo Mo and son Shangxiang, invading her own blue buff area. Her own marksman was a helpless Bailey Shoyue, and with Ming Shirin, they were too weak in the early game and had suffered from poor development due to being counter-jungled. They could only reluctantly give up and lingered in the distance, not daring to move forward. Successfully stealing the red buff, Mu Cheng's command remained unwavering, her thinking frighteningly clear. Eldest son, follow me to clear the middle lane and help the cat secure the lane. The enemy Zhou is spreading fire quickly, don't let him make the first move. All right. Ji Yang's bull demon immediately turned to the middle lane. Fu Jia's bomb cat, Mu Cheng's Luna, and Ji Yang's bull demon king quickly cleared the middle lane and suppressed Zhou's attempt to provide support. Let us go, downhill. Mu Cheng. Their jungler is out of mana and in poor condition, so he doesn't dare to come. This 4-man gank on the 2 is a sure kill. Mid lane, throw your ultimate under the tower to deplete their health. Upon hearing this, Fu Jia immediately controlled Shin Mengxi and threw the ultimate bomb, comprehensive bestseller, at Ming Shirin and Shoyu under the enemy tower from a distance. This forced Shoyu and Ming Shirin to dodge, and their health was depleted. When the minion wave pushes into the tower, dive directly. I'll hold them off from behind. If their jungler dares to come, it's a buy one get one free deal. The minion wave slowly advanced towards the tower. I'll carry the tower. I'll hold it. Ji Yang's bull demon took the lead, his massive body at the very front. Hao Pingzi's son Shangxiang immediately rolled forward and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Lu Tao's Quang Tai also directly used the teleportation array to enter the tower. Ming Shirin, who was standing under the tower, hurriedly tried to retreat with Xiao Yue on a chain, but a moon-white figure had already appeared behind their retreat path. It's Luna from Mu Chengovo. Instead of immediately entering the fray to deal damage, she blocked the opponent's only escape route. Double kill. With an overwhelming numerical advantage and exquisite teamwork, Ming Shirin and Xiao Yue under the tower were instantly melted without any doubt. Just as Mu Cheng had predicted, the enemy's Nakarura did indeed peek out from a distance, but seeing the murderous Luna and the 5 players in good condition, she could only turn away helplessly, watching her own bottom lane duo die and the turret lose most of its health. Nice. Awesome. Under the command of Mu Cheng Ovio and the skillful play of Luna, the group advanced triumphantly. Victory! 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 Awesome! It feels so good to have Daddy carrying me. Ji Yang put down his phone, stretched comfortably, and felt relaxed from every pore of his body. Fatty Hao was holding his phone, staring at the neat green bars and the 6-game winning streak icon flashing red on the match results screen, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 consecutive wins. That's fucking awesome. I feel like I'll be ranked glory soon. Mu Cheng Ovio's voice came through the voice chat. Alright, that's enough for today, I have to go now, see you at 8 AM tomorrow. Remember, the treat is +1. Ji Yang patted his chest and said, don't worry. After I finish military training, we haven't seen each other for so long, I have to treat you to a big meal. There was a second of silence on the other end of the voice call, followed by Mu Cheng's questioning tone, a pause. Is that how you're going to get rid of me? Ji Yang immediately understood and very tactfully changed his tune, 10 meals. Enough is enough. Is that alright? That's more like it. Mu Cheng's voice was filled with a satisfied smile. Alright, I'm logging off now. Alright. You should get some rest. That's more like it. Mu Cheng seemed satisfied. Alright, I'm logging off. Alright. You should get some rest. As Mu Cheng Ovio's avatar turned gray, the voice channel fell silent. Fatty Hao leaned over, nudged Ji Yang with his shoulder, and asked with a wink. Old Ji, that's impressive. Where did you meet such a fierce and cool female buddy? And you even promised to treat her to meals for a month? Ji Yang smiled mysteriously and put away his phone. Let's not dwell on the past. In short, stick close to this powerful figure, and our path to becoming king will be bright. The game ended, and the dormitory gradually quieted down. Ji Yang lay in bed, thinking back to his eldest father. Mu Cheng, whose real name is Su Mu Cheng, is his best buddy who has been with him since he was a toddler. She has always had a tomboyish personality since childhood, being outgoing, loyal, and straightforward, and she can easily become buddies with boys. To be honest, she was quite good-looking, with striking features and a good figure. She had quite a few suitors since she was a child, of course, Ji Yang silently added in his mind. There were definitely not as many as he had. Since Mu Cheng was admitted to Jinghai University, while he was still struggling in high school, the two had far fewer opportunities to meet. Only when we go home for winter or summer vacation can we get together like before. I never expected fate to be so strange. I ended up at Peking University and became her classmate. She also entered her second year. After the military training is over, I'll have to treat my uncle to a good meal. Ji Yang thought to himself, over the years, it must have been really tough for her to guide a genius like me in the game. Old Ji Hao Chang called out from his bed, his voice trailing off, turn off the lights. We've been battling in the canyon all day, so everyone should get some rest. Military training starts tomorrow. Fu Jia, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. Fatty, put your hand on your heart and tell me, what did we do today? We were clearly carried by Daddy, and we won the whole time without lifting a finger, okay? Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao, lying on the bed, stretched out a chubby finger and shook it with an air of profound mystery. No, that's not right. You need to broaden your perspective. Without me, could she even run the game? 5-player teams are all about teamwork. Besides, He changed the subject, rubbing his eyes. This prolonged exposure to cell phone radiation has caused my eyes to suffer from fatigue that I shouldn't have at my age. Lu Tao, who was packing her things, shook her head and sighed twice upon hearing this sophistry. Oh. Fatty Hao sat up abruptly and looked at Lu Tao's bed. No, Tower. What do you mean by those two harms plus that sigh? Lu Tao had already laid down, pulled the blanket over herself, leaving only the back of Hao Pingzi's head visible, and then sighed again. Sigh, it's pointless. Lao Ji, let's turn off the lights. We should rest and conserve our energy for tomorrow, sigh. Hey! You guys? He wanted to argue. Alright, turn off the lights. Ji Yang reached out and pressed the switch on the wall. Clatter. Chapter 28 Instructor Pan Zhang. On the Peking University sports field in the early morning, all the freshmen changed into the uniform camouflage military training uniforms that were uniformly distributed, most of which looked a bit loose and ill-fitting. Attention, all men. The instructor's gaze swept over the group of freshmen before him, whose faces still bore a hint of immaturity. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly before he spoke. Hello. I am Pan Zhang, your military training instructor for the next 2 weeks. He paused, then continued, today is the first day of military training, so the intensity won't be too high. His tone was relatively calm, and his expression wasn't particularly stern, which made many nervous freshmen secretly breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Instructor Pan seemed quite approachable. This morning, we'll practice the most basic things. Pan Zhang's gaze slowly swept over each face. Military posture. Under the blazing sun, the camouflage formation was completely silent, save for the occasional sound of instructors correcting movements. While Instructor Pan walked to the front of the line, Fatty Hao kept his neck still and whispered to Ji Yang beside him. We're really unlucky to have been assigned to such a remote corner, surrounded by a bunch of grown men all around us, not a single one of us who's pleasing to the eye. Standing at attention like this, I don't even know where to look. Can't the school be a little kinder and arrange for our computer science department to be closer to the art or foreign language departments? As he spoke, he craned his neck, trying to peer through the crowd towards the group that supposedly had more girls in the distance, and even exaggeratedly sniffed the air. I think I can smell the aroma wafting over there. Before Ji Yang could reply, Bai Yingying, who was standing directly in front of Fatty Hao, turned around. Her skin was slightly red from the sun, and her almond-shaped eyes glared at Fatty Hao with a hint of dissatisfaction, uttering in her cute, childlike voice. Hao Chang, what do you mean by that? What, are the 4 of us girls not good enough for you? There are already few girls in the computer science department, and their group only has 4 girls at most, and they just happen to be standing nearby. Fatty Hao was startled by the sudden questioning. His lips trembled, and he stammered an explanation. No. Bai Yingying, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I meant, it was out of a noble mindset of appreciating all beautiful things. His explanation only made things worse, causing several boys who overheard the conversation to suppress their laughter, their shoulders twitching slightly. Just as Fatty Hao was stammering and Bai Yingying's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, a steady footstep approached from afar. What are you saying? Instructor Pan had turned around at some point and locked onto this direction. You. Step forward. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he pointed to himself with a blank expression. Huh? Instructor, me? Yes. It's you. Instructor Pan's tone left no room for doubt. Ji Yang explained, Instructor, it really wasn't me speaking just now. Instructor Pan frowned, what? Are you teaching me how to do things? He stepped forward, and another thing, don't you know you should shout report before you speak? Ji Yang cursed Fatty Hao 100 times in his heart, but on the surface he could only straighten his back and loudly reply, reporting, Instructor. Understood. You know? Instructor Pan snorted coldly. I see you don't know. Since you have so much energy and like to talk, then step forward, stand at the front, and demonstrate to everyone what a pre-move report is. Stand there until our training is over. Yes, Instructor. Ji Yang knew that explaining was useless, so he could only resign himself to answering loudly, then jogged out of the line and stood at attention in the open space directly in front of the formation, where the sun was at its hottest. Fatty Hao watched Ji Yang's retreating figure from behind, shrank back guiltily, and muttered in a voice only he could hear. Old Ji. I'm sorry, tonight? I'll treat you to an iced cola tonight. Ji Yang stood at the front of the formation, his gaze fixed intently on Fatty Hao. Without a word, his eyes conveyed 1,000 words. You fatso, just you wait. Standing next to Fatty Hao, Fu Jie added insult to injury. Fatty, I advise you to wash your ass before tonight. Fatty Hao acted as if he hadn't heard anything, his gaze passing over Ji Yang and fixed on what was behind him. Not only him, but all the freshmen in Class 5 were drawn to him, and a suppressed murmur of commotion arose in the ranks. Holy crap! So beautiful. Fu Jie also looked over at the sound and saw two figures walking slowly toward them from the edge of the playground. Walking in front was the aloof senior who had left a deep impression on them when the military training uniforms were distributed at the department registration area that day. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and well-fitting jeans today. Beside her was a tall, handsome young man, and the two were talking in hushed tones as they walked. Fu Jie frowned slightly and muttered to himself, who is that guy? Could he be my senior's boyfriend? What about Lao Ji? This speculation made many of the boys in the formation who were secretly watching the senior student feel a pang of anxiety. Instructor Pan noticed the slight commotion in the group and the students' unified gaze. He frowned, about to reprimand them sternly, when he saw that the two visitors had already approached. The aloof senior student's gaze swept lightly across the formation, finally settling on Ji Yang, who stood alone at the very front, showing off. Her eyes seemed to linger on him for a fleeting moment, calm and serene, so quick it was almost an illusion, before turning to Instructor Pan. Hello, Instructor. We're from the Student Council, here to bring you water, she said in a clear, melodious voice. Just then, the whistle signaling a break sounded. Instructor Pan, take a break. The entire formation of new students breathed a sigh of relief and stretched their stiff bodies. Ji Yang finally relaxed. He rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and subconsciously looked back, only to meet Gu Chiohan's cold eyes. How come she's my future wife? Gu Chiohan glanced at it and then looked away. Instructor Pan took a bottle of water from Gu Chiohan and nodded, thanks. He unscrewed a bottle of water, took a sip, and then his gaze fell on the equally outstanding-looking boy next to Gu Chiohan. He asked, half-jokingly. Li Si, is this your girlfriend? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Gu Chiohan. Li Si waved his hand. Instructor Pan, don't talk nonsense. This is our student council vice president, Gu Chiohan. As he explained, his eyes seemingly casually swept over Ji Yang, who was standing to the side. Instructor Pan smiled upon hearing this and patted Li Si on the shoulder. When I was training you last year, you were a bachelor. Now you're the chairman and you're still single? Your efficiency is terrible. Li Si smiled slightly. Brother Pan, please stop teasing me. Since taking over as chairman, I've been either in meetings or organizing materials every day, and I don't even have time to eat. How could I have time to think about these things? Chapter 29 Rival in Love? Upon hearing this, Instructor Pan's expression suddenly became more serious, and he patted Li Si on the shoulder. Li Si, listen to my advice, you really need to hurry up and find someone in college. You'll realize how difficult it is to find a suitable partner once you start working. Look at me, I joined the army right after graduation and have been in the military for so many years, and I barely had any chance to meet any girls. Aren't you still single now? Just then, Ji Yang finished drinking his water and walked over. Instructor, really? Looking at you, with that air about you, how could you not have a girlfriend in college? Instructor Pan turned to look at Ji Yang, and seeing his I don't believe it expression, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he sneered. What do you know, kid? Things were very different back then compared to you guys now. His gaze swept across the entire playground, looking at the vibrant freshmen, and he shook his head. Back then, we focused on studying and training, unlike you guys who have so many tricks up your sleeves now. He paused, then glanced at Ji Yang again. Besides, what good is just good looks? You have to be reliable. These words seemed to be directed at himself, but they also seemed to have a hidden meaning. Ji Yang touched his nose. Instructor, are you praising yourself or me? Upon hearing this, Instructor Pan raised an eyebrow. Hey kid, you're trying to mess with me on the first day, huh? Fine, who's in charge of your class? Ji Yang, reporting. Instructor, stop looking, that's me. Instructor Pan looked him up and down, then gave a look of sudden realization and muttered. I was wondering, isn't your counselor a female teacher? Pan Zhang looked at the shocked eyes around him, a smug expression on his face. Just as Ji Yang was about to ask, Instructor, what do you mean? A boisterous female voice suddenly rang out from afar. Oh my god. Li Si. I've been looking for you everywhere, how did you end up all this way? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl running towards them. Her ponytail, simple white t-shirt and athletic shorts, and most notably her face despite minimal makeup, it was incredibly pleasing to the eye, with a natural air of coolness in her eyes and brows. Ji Yang looked closely and realized that it was none other than Su Mucheng. At that moment, Hao Chang, Fu Jia, and the others standing behind Ji Yang exchanged glances. The more I listen to that voice, the more it sounds like the big dad who took them flying last night. Fatty Hao muttered incredulously, Big Daddy? This attracted everyone's attention, including Su Mucheng, who all looked over upon hearing the sound. Su Mucheng then noticed Ji Yang standing next to Instructor Pan. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she darted over to Ji Yang, patting his arm without any hesitation. Ji Yang? What a coincidence! You're in this company? Ji Yang looked at the familiar smiling face in front of him and smiled too. Yes, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? As he spoke, he noticed that Li Si, who was standing to the side, looked at him with the same expression he was giving a rival in love. Su Mucheng pursed her lips and pointed her thumb in Li Si's direction. It's all because of that damn Li Si. He insisted on dragging me along to deliver water to the instructors of each company, saying that the student council was short-handed and he was just conscripting me. As she spoke, she naturally turned to Gu Qiuhan, who had been standing quietly beside her, and greeted her familiarly, Sister Qiuhan. Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly to Su Mucheng, her usually cold face softening slightly, and replied softly, Mucheng. Now, Ji Yang's roommates were basically certain that this sunny and spirited senior was the big dad from last night. Li Si watched the interaction between Su Mucheng and Ji Yang with a wary look in his eyes. Gu Qiuhan stood quietly to the side, her gaze shifting gently between Ji Yang and Su Mucheng, revealing little emotion. Instructor Pan crossed his arms and looked at the suddenly complicated network of interpersonal relationships, a rather interesting smile appearing on his face. Li Si couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, Mucheng, do you know this classmate? Su Mucheng was drinking water from a bottle when she heard this. She put down the bottle, patted Ji Yang's shoulder very naturally, and said casually, You mean him? Ji Yang, our buddy who grew up together like we were nothing. Naked bottom? The usually composed Li Si was unusually flustered, his voice rising 8 octaves involuntarily, his face filled with shock. She looked at Su Yang in disbelief, then at Su Mucheng. Oh dear. Su Mucheng realized that her words could easily be misunderstood, and glared at Li Si in annoyance. You're my childhood friend. My best buddy. What's on your mind? As she spoke, she nudged Ji Yang with her elbow, right? Ji Yang nodded in agreement. That's right, pure and simple brotherhood. Seeing Su Mucheng's open and honest expression and Ji Yang's composed demeanor, Li Si visibly breathed a sigh of relief. A gentle smile returned to her face, and she even gave Ji Yang a slightly apologetic look. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood earlier. Ji Yang waved his hand to indicate that he didn't mind, but in his heart he suddenly felt relieved. No wonder Li Si looked at me so warily just now, he must have seen me as a rival in love. This gentle and refined student council president clearly had his mind on Su Mucheng. Ji Yang deliberately leaned closer to Su Mucheng and whispered, Hey, Daddy, it seems someone is plotting against you. Su Mucheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and kicked Ji Yang without any politeness. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. Instructor Pan stood to the side with his arms crossed. He clapped his hands and said, all right, break time is over. Everyone, assemble. The whistle blew, and the freshmen reluctantly lined up again. Before returning to the team, Ji Yang turned back to look at Su Mucheng and mouthed, See you in the game tonight. Su Mucheng gave an okay sign in understanding. Su Mucheng screwed the cap off the mineral water bottle and clapped her hands. Let's go, Li Si, where's our next stop? Li Si withdrew his gaze from the training ground and said in a gentle tone, You can go to whichever company you want first. I'll follow your arrangements. Su Mucheng, you are the chairman, and I am the chairman. Li Si, they're all the same. He then turned to Gu Qiuhan and said, Qiuhan, you'll be in charge of this shift for the next 2 weeks. Mu Cheng and I will handle the rest of the company by delivering water. Before turning to leave, Li Si turned back and gave Ji Yang a deep look. Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly. Okay, leave this to me. After Li Si and Su Mucheng left side by side, Instructor Pan blew his whistle. Attention, all of you. Continue training. Chapter 30 Am I very young? The morning's military training finally came to an end. Before disbanding, Pan Zhang, unusually gentle in his tone, shouted to the freshmen who were slumped on the ground. Go eat, everyone. Remember not to eat too much, as you'll have to stand at attention again this afternoon. Be careful not to throw up later. Ji Yang stretched his aching arms and thought to himself that although the instructor was strict during training, he was quite considerate of the students. Old Ji. Let's go, let's go. Fatty Hao was already tugging at his sleeve impatiently. If we dawdle any longer, the cafeteria will be taken over by the camouflage army. The five of them jogged towards the nearest first canteen, just as Fatty Hao had predicted. The cafeteria was already packed with people, with long queues at every window. Everywhere you looked, there were people in camouflage uniforms, and it was hard to find an empty seat. Fu Jia looked around and saw long queues at every window. Let's go to the third canteen. Although everyone says the food there is so-so, it's farther away, so there shouldn't be as many people there. The proposal was unanimously adopted. However, when they arrived at the third canteen, Lu Tao sighed helplessly. It seems that we're not the only ones who think this way. The situation at the third canteen wasn't much better than at the first canteen, but at least there was no queue at the windows. Oh no, I'm afraid I'll have to eat standing up today, Fatty Hao said with a mournful face. Just when everyone was at a loss, Ji Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed to the window seat. There's a four-seater over there. Following his gaze, the group indeed found a rare empty seat. Just as they were about to rush over, a familiar figure was a step ahead of them. Sitting down next to them with a tray in hand, it was Gu Qiuhan. Ji Yang stopped abruptly, and the people behind him also stopped in unison. The next second, 3 pairs of eyes focused on Ji Yang at the same time. Ji Yang, no, why are you all looking at me? Fatty Hao winked and whispered, Old Ji, go upstairs and say hello, maybe we can share a table? Fu Jia and Lu Tao nodded silently. Ji Yang looked at Gu Qiuhan, who was eating quietly not far away. Her aloof temperament made no one dare to share a table with her. He shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to discuss? Seats are for people to sit in. Come on, let's go buy some food first, then we can just sit down later. Fatty Hao hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Old Ji, how about we buy it and eat it back in the dorm? That senior doesn't seem very approachable. Come on, Ji Yang immediately objected. It's so hot, running back to the dorm with a lunchbox will just make the whole room smell like food. Let's eat here instead. Come on, let's go buy some food. Fu Jia, unafraid of making things worse, said, Ji Yang is right, the cafeteria seats are a public area. A short while later, the 4 of them, each carrying a plate, slowly walked towards where Gu Qiuhan was. The closer they got to the table, the more hesitant Hao Pingzi and his 2 companions became. Finally, the 3 of them stopped a few steps away and looked at Ji Yang in unison, gesturing with their eyes. You go first. Ji Yang calmly walked over to Gu Qiuhan with his tray and sat down. The slight sound of the plate hitting the table made Gu Qiuhan, who was eating, look up. She first noticed someone sitting down next to her. Looking up along the sleeve of the camouflage uniform, when she saw that it was Ji Yang, a clear look of surprise flashed in her cold eyes, and her hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly. His eyes were full of confusion. Ji Yang met her gaze, and she smiled, revealing her teeth. Senior, what a coincidence, you're eating here too. The cafeteria was too crowded, and we came here because there were still empty seats. Then, he naturally turned to his 3 roommates who were still frozen in place and greeted them. Come and sit down, everyone. What are you standing there for? He pointed to the empty seat opposite Gu Qiuhan. The 3 of you can sit across from each other and squeeze in. Then he winked at Fatty Hao. Fatty, you sit in the middle, it'll be more spacious there. The group reluctantly moved to the opposite side with Fu Jia and Lu Tao and sat down cautiously. Ji Yang looked at his 3 stunned roommates across from him, and Gu Qiuhan silently eating beside him, and couldn't help but break the silence. Eat up, the food will get cold soon. Your senior hasn't said anything, so eat quickly. As he spoke, in an attempt to appear friendly and generous, he scanned his plate, eventually settling on a few pieces of fruit in the corner. He picked up a piece of orange-yellow, plump fruit and placed it naturally on the edge of Gu Qiuhan's plate. Come here, senior. Eat more fruit to replenish your vitamins. You've been tired all morning, so you need to get some nutrition. At this moment, Gu Qiuhan was slightly taken aback by Ji Yang's sudden action. Then she lowered her head and her cold gaze fell on the piece of fruit that had been picked up. Her expression became somewhat subtle, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she raised her eyelids to look at Ji Yang, asking softly. Am I very young? Ha? Ji Yang was picking up a chopstick of rice and putting it in his mouth. After chewing it a couple of times, he asked in a muffled voice, completely out of sync with her train of thought. What do you mean small or not small? The size of fruit? It's not small at all, this piece is quite big. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Fatty Hao, sitting opposite Ji Yang, nearly spat out his soup. After forcing it down, he choked and coughed violently. He quickly kicked Ji Yang under the table, his fat face turning red, and whispered, almost through gritted teeth, a warning. Old Ji. Papaya. That's a papaya. Pawpaw? Ji Yang's thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to that early morning. Although the room was pitch black at the time, certain tactile sensations were firmly etched into the body through the fingertips. He subconsciously compared them in his mind, although I can't see clearly, that feeling is just right to grasp, both fulfilling and not cumbersome. The thought crossed his mind, and his actions outpaced his thinking. He involuntarily lowered his head, looked at his right hand that he had once measured, and, as if possessed, quietly stretched and closed his 5 fingers a few times. Then he looked up and quickly glanced at Gu Chouhan beside him. That fleeting glimpse, combined with the lingering memories in his palm, led to a conclusion that popped into his mind. Just right, enough. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang was stunned. Then Ji Yang dipped his finger into the sauce on the plate, put it in his mouth and smacked his lips. I meant this. The saltiness of this dish. It's just right. Yes, the saltiness is perfect, it's perfect for eating with rice. Chapter 31 Sons, take good care of the house. Her face turned cold at a visible speed, and her already aloof temperament was now covered with a layer of frost. She put down her chopsticks, gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, then turned her head, her beautiful eyes, like a frozen lake, staring straight at Ji Yang, her lips slightly parted. He really is a rogue fortune-teller. Ji Yang was taken aback by her words. How is that considered rogue fortune-telling? Senior, people's appreciation and pursuit of all beautiful things is an instinctive expression of humanity's love for life and a driving force for the progress of civilization. He glanced at Gu Chouhan's life script panel. Oh, by the way, wait for me after school tonight, I'll keep you company. Gu Chouhan was about to get up when she heard this and stopped, her brows furrowing slightly. Why should I need you to accompany me? It's me who wants to accompany you, Ji Yang corrected confidently. Gu Chouhan suddenly realized something, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Ji Yang. You've been stealing my privacy again? That's not important, Ji Yang said calmly, spreading his hands. The important thing is, isn't it boring to shop alone? Wouldn't it be better to have free help to carry your bags? Gu Chouhan stared at him for a moment, then gave him a cold glance before picking up her plate and turning to leave. Watching her departing figure, Fatty Hao leaned over and asked curiously, Old Ji, who are you going to keep company tonight? Ji Yang picked up the cold braised pork and said leisurely, I'm going shopping with your future godmother. Fatty Hao paused for 2 seconds, then said, Go to hell. After lunch break, afternoon training proceeded as usual. The sun was still blazing, and sweat quickly soaked through the camouflage uniform again. While standing at attention, Fatty Hao took advantage of the instructor's inattention and whispered to Ji Yang, Well Ji, do you think that senior student will come to bring water again this afternoon? Yes, Ji Yang replied quickly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards the entrance of the playground. Whether it was Ji Yang's words or not, almost all the boys in Class 5 seemed a bit absent-minded throughout the afternoon, their eyes always drifting towards the intersection, and their backs were even straighter when they stood at attention than in the morning. Instructor Pan naturally noticed the unusual behavior of the group of boys, an annoying smile appeared on his lips, but he didn't point it out. Looking at the group of eagerly waiting guys around him, Ji Yang lazily said, What's the rush? Good things come to those who wait. Sure enough, just halfway through the afternoon training, when everyone was most tired and thirsty, that graceful figure reappeared at the edge of the playground. This time, Gu Chouhan wore a light blue dress with a square neckline that perfectly showcased her straight and slender collarbones. Sunlight fell on the recessed area, outlining 2 slender shadows. The hem of her skirt stopped 3 fingers above her knees. Her calves were straight, and the curve from her knees to her ankles was smooth and natural. They're here. They're here. A barely suppressed commotion arose in the ranks. All the boys instantly seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, becoming energetic, and even their military posture became more standard. Instructor Pan looked at the group of boys who had instantly regained their energy, shook his head helplessly, and turned to face Gu Chouhan. Instructor, thank you for your hard work. Gu Chouhan handed one of the bottles of water in her hand to Pan Zhang. Thanks. Instructor Pan took the gift, glanced behind her, and casually asked, Where's Li Si? Wasn't he with you? He went to the 3rd company, Gu Chouhan explained, but her gaze involuntarily drifted past Instructor Pan's shoulder and landed on Ji Yang, who was standing at attention behind them. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his lips were a little dry. She pursed her lips slightly, then took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and handed it to Instructor Pan. Pan Zhang stared at the bottle of water handed to him separately, paused for a moment, then turned around following her gaze and looked precisely at Ji Yang, who was standing very straight but was clearly very thirsty. Instructor Pan immediately understood, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. He took the bottle of water, nodded to Gu Qiuhan, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, girl, I know what I'm doing." Gu Qiuhan softly replied, "Thank you, instructor," and then turned and left. Instructor Pan weighed the water in his hand, watched Gu Qiuhan's hurried departure, then looked back at Ji Yang and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. "Attention, everyone! Rest for 10 minutes. As the command was given, Instructor Pan, holding the bottle of water, walked slowly toward Ji Yang. "Here you go." Instructor Pan handed the water to Ji Yang. Ji Yang looked at the bottle of water that had been given to him separately, and took it with some surprise. "For me?" Pan Zhang nodded. Ji Yang unscrewed the bottle cap and took a big gulp. He sighed contentedly and casually said, "Thanks, Lao Pan." Instructor Pan raised an eyebrow. "Old Pan? When did we become this close?" Ji Yang chuckled and took another sip of water. "It's only a matter of time." Pan Zhang looked at his overly familiar manner and smiled meaningfully. "I didn't give you this water." Ji Yang paused, about to swallow, and blinked. "What's that?" Pan Zhang didn't answer directly, but instead glanced back towards the entrance of the playground there. The slender figure in the light blue dress had already walked away and was about to disappear around the corner. Ji Yang followed Instructor Pan's gaze and looked down at the light blue figure that was about to disappear around the corner. His lips unconsciously curled upwards, revealing a knowing smile, and he muttered to himself, "I knew it." Looking at him like this, Instructor Pan patted his shoulder heavily with his broad hand. "You're a lucky guy." Ji Yang withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Instructor Pan, and raised an eyebrow. "Envious, aren't you?" Instructor Pan laughed and scolded, "Get lost. This girl is nice. Don't let her down." "That's what you're saying." Ji Yang twisted the bottle cap shut, a half smile on his face, as if Instructor Pan and you were very familiar with each other. Pan Zhang glared at him, making a move to kick him. "Are you asking for a beating, kid?" Ji Yang nimbly jumped back and dodged with a grin. The afternoon training session passed quickly thanks to Instructor Pan's occasional special attention. Ji Yang returned to his dorm, took a shower to wash away the sweat, changed into a clean black t-shirt and casual trousers, and scratched his hair in front of the mirror. "Hey, Lao Ji, why are you in such a hurry? You don't even know if people are waiting for you." Fatty Hao said weakly, lying on the bed. Fu Jia had just come out of the bathroom, wiping his face with a towel as he said, "Fatty, were you training with your eyes closed this afternoon? Didn't you see that senior student specially left a bottle of water for Ji Yang?" "What?" Fatty Hao jumped out of bed. "I didn't see it." Ji Yang enjoyed watching Hao Pingzi's incredulous expression with satisfaction, then casually grabbed his coat from the bed. It was still a bit chilly in Jinghai at night, but of course Ji Yang wasn't afraid of the cold. "All right, Dad's leaving. Sons, take good care of the house." Chapter 32 Shopping with Gu Qiuhan. Ji Yang walked quickly to the girls' dormitory building, looked around, but did not see Gu Qiuhan. He glanced at his phone instinctively. 5:10. By the way, the script I read yesterday showed that she wouldn't leave until 5:20. He nodded to himself and then leisurely leaned against the sycamore tree in front of the dormitory building to wait. His tall and straight figure and outstanding appearance quickly attracted the attention of girls passing by. Several girls, walking hand in hand back to their dorm, secretly glanced at him as they passed by. Ji Yang was secretly pleased with himself, but on the surface, he pretended to be deep and looked into the distance, thinking to himself, "This is the charm of a mature man." Just as he was basking in his self-admiration, he suddenly felt a light tap on his lower back. "Who is it?" He turned around instinctively, only to find no one behind him. Just as he was wondering, he vaguely heard a familiar clapper sound, like Bai Ying from his class. He subconsciously looked down. Only then did he realize that Bai Ying was standing right behind him. It's not that Ji Yang didn't see it, the height difference between the two was simply too great. Ji Yang is nearly 1.85 meters tall, while Bai Ying is less than 1.6 meters tall. He can't see her at all unless he looks down. "Looking for senior sister Gu?" Bai Ying asked with her hands behind her back, tilting her head and grinning, with an expression that said, "I know everything." Ji Yang coughed lightly, about to answer, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the dormitory entrance out of the corner of his eye. Gu Chiohan was walking down the stairs when her eyes met his. Gu Chiohan continued walking forward without stopping. As she passed by Ji Yang, her gaze lingered briefly between him and by Ying beside him before she naturally looked away and continued walking without hesitation. Ji Yang's smile froze slightly, then quickly returned to normal. He smiled apologetically at Bai Ying beside him. I'm shy. Let's talk another day, I'll be going now. After saying that, he immediately turned around and quickly chased after Gu Chiohan in the direction she left, leaving Bai Ying standing there, watching the two figures one after the other, and blinking thoughtfully. Senior. Ji Yang caught up with Gu Chiohan in a few steps and walked alongside her, turning his head to look at her cool profile. Why are you walking so fast? Gu Chiohan looked straight ahead and said in a calm tone, You asked to come here and be a porter. If you can't keep up, you can go back. Looking at her indifferent demeanor, Ji Yang couldn't help but think to himself. Damn it, it's not like you were begging me for it under me that night at the hotel. Fine, you wait, good things come to those who wait, we'll take it slow. Thinking this to himself, he put on a fawning smile and quickened his pace to catch up. No, I can keep up. Senior, your stride is just right, it's good exercise. Along the way, the combination of Gu Chiohan and Ji Yang did indeed attract a lot of attention. On one hand, Gu, the school beauty, has her own aura. More importantly, a boy is always following her closely. The two striking appearances were already eye-catching, and this unusual combination drew frequent glances from passers-by. Who is this guy? Why is he always following school beauty Gu around? Judging from the way the school beauty looks, she doesn't seem to object. His companion patted him on the shoulder. Are you stupid? Sometimes not refusing means agreeing. Do you expect your girlfriend to say let's go to a hotel when you go to a hotel with her? That makes sense. These whispers drifted intermittently into Ji Yang's ears, and he felt secretly pleased, but on the surface he pretended not to hear anything. Gu Chiohan had obviously heard these comments as well, and she quickened her pace slightly, her ears appearing to turn a little red. After leaving the school gate, Gu Chiohan walked straight to a ride-hailing car that was already waiting by the roadside. She opened the car door and got into the back seat, but didn't close the door behind her. Seeing this, Ji Yang quickly took 2 steps and squeezed inside, not forgetting to say ingratiatingly. Thank you, senior. Don't worry, I'll definitely provide excellent service tonight, and I promise to be available whenever you call, without complaint. Gu Chiohan kept her eyes on the road ahead, ignoring his glib talk, and simply told the driver the last 4 digits of her phone number, 7964. All right. A silence fell over the car. Ji Yang secretly glanced at Gu Chiohan's profile and saw that she was staring out the window. After some time, the driver stopped the car at the entrance of the commercial street and cheerfully announced, Handsome guy, beautiful lady, we're here. Just as Ji Yang was about to get off the bus, he heard the driver add with a laugh. Hey handsome, if your girlfriend's angry, you have to coax her. Just hanging around without saying a word won't do. A man has to take the initiative. This shopping street is perfect for young people to go on dates, so make the most of it. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment, and before he could explain, he saw Gu Chiohan push open the door and get out of the car. Upon arriving at the mall, a woman's special skill shopping was automatically unlocked. She wandered between the shops, and before long, Ji Yang's hands were full of all kinds of shopping bags, from clothes to cosmetics. Phew! Ji Yang felt like his arm was about to be dislocated, and his back was also a little stiff. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, slow down. Gu Chiohan happened to be coming out of a store when she saw his grimacing expression. Her cool eyes swept over him. It can't even last that long? Ji Yang disagreed. Just a little while? Senior, don't you know how long I'll be? Gu Chiohan was taken aback at first, then realized what he meant. She glared at Ji Yang, embarrassed and annoyed. Roll. After saying that, she turned around and quickly walked into a beautifully decorated women's clothing store next door. Entering the clothing store, Gu Chiohan went straight to the clothes rack and took down a black dress. The back of this dress is very low, revealing the waist from below the shoulders. She held the dress up in front of the mirror, said nothing, and turned to go into the fitting room. Ji Yang stood outside carrying large and small bags, watching the fitting room door close. He recalled the sensation of accidentally touching her back before, and suddenly felt that this dress suited her very well. The sound of clothes rustling came from the fitting room, and no one came out for a long time. At that moment, Gu Chiohan's cool voice came from inside. Hello, the zipper on my back is stuck, could you please help me? The male sales clerk, who was tidying the shelves, looked up and said to the person in the fitting room, "I'm so sorry, another girl from our store just went out to deliver goods, and I don't know when she'll be back." She glanced at Ji Yang, who was standing not far away carrying large and small bags, and tentatively asked, "How about having your boyfriend take a look?" Chapter 33 Secrets of the Fitting Room. Ji Yang was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then met the questioning gaze of the shop assistant. Before he could explain, Gu Chouhan's slightly hurried voice came from the fitting room again, "No need, I'll try it on myself again." But the shop assistant winked at him, "It's in the innermost room, you'd better hurry up, I've seen her trying on that dress for quite a while." Ji Yang stood at the door of the fitting room, hesitating, "Is this okay?" The male shop assistant next to him glanced at him while tidying up the clothes racks and lazily interjected, "What's wrong with that? Your girlfriend isn't a stranger. Go help her, it must be so uncomfortable to have your zipper stuck." Ji Yang finally stepped into the innermost fitting room. The curtain was pulled open a crack, and Gu Chouhan, assuming it was a female shop assistant, stepped aside to make room. In the dim light, her long hair was casually tied up, revealing her fair neck. The dress was caught at the waist, the zipper was half open, revealing a smooth back. When she turned around and saw Ji Yang, her eyes widened immediately. "How come it's you? Get out. I can do it myself." Her ears quickly turned red. Ji Yang had already squeezed into the narrow fitting room. The space was so small that it was difficult to even turn around. He casually pulled the curtain closed, and his gaze fell on her bare back, momentarily stunned. Gu Chouhan's beautiful back looked exceptionally delicate under the light, with the spinal groove extending from the back of her neck to her waist, outlining a slender and supple curve. The zipper is fastened at the waist, subtly revealing the delicate lines of the waist. Her shoulder blades rose and fell gently with her rapid breathing. "What's there to be shy about?" Ji Yang snapped out of his daze, his voice tinged with a hint of teasing. "We've done everything we were supposed to do, what are you afraid of me seeing?" "You." Gu Chouhan's cheeks flushed red. She tried to turn around but Ji Yang pressed her shoulder down. She struggled to warn, "Don't do anything reckless, this is a fitting room." The forward-leaning posture makes the curve of the back more defined. "Don't move," Ji Yang said in a low voice, his fingers pinching the zipper pull. Their fingertips inadvertently touched her warm skin, and both of them paused involuntarily. "If we move any further, we'll really get stuck," Ji Yang whispered. "Can you hurry up?" Gu Chouhan's voice was clearly impatient. "Almost done." Before Ji Yang could finish speaking, his fingers suddenly slipped, and with a rip, the zipper burst open completely, and the entire dress instantly slid off Gu Chouhan's body. "Ah!" Gu Chouhan exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly bending over and tightly protecting her chest with both hands. Ji Yang was momentarily stunned, his gaze involuntarily falling on her smooth back where there was no trace of underwear. He blurted out, "You're not wearing a bra?" He regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. At that moment, Gu Chouhan was bending over with her back to him, a posture that fully displayed the curves of her hips before his eyes. Although the lighting in the fitting room was dim, he could still make out the color of her underwear, a delicate light purple, with exquisite lace trim along the edges. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Chouhan was both embarrassed and angry, her whole face turning red. "It's breast pads. This dress is too low in the back, I can't wear a regular bra at all." She frantically tried to explain, her voice trembling. In the cramped fitting room, both of them could hear each other's rapid breathing. Only then did Ji Yang notice that the dress on the floor did indeed have a very unique backless design, and it was definitely not suitable for wearing with ordinary underwear. "I'm sorry." Ji Yang realized he had misunderstood and quickly looked away. "I didn't mean to." Gu Chouhan had her back to him, her ears burning red. She bit her lip, wanting to quickly pick up her skirt but not daring to let go of the hand she was holding to her chest. In order to cover her body, Gu Chouhan had to maintain a slightly bowed posture. This unconscious movement revealed the curves of her hips to Ji Yang. The lace trim on the light purple dress peeks through in the dim light, tightly wrapping around the full curves and outlining a silhouette that makes your heart race. Ji Yang's breathing unconsciously became heavier. The scene before him overlapped with a night from his memory. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice became somewhat hoarse. "Senior. I'd like to recreate the scene." This sound made Gu Chouhan suddenly realize how ambiguous her current posture was. She wanted to straighten up, but dared not let go of her hands that were protecting her chest, so she could only maintain this awkward posture, her ear tips red as if they were about to bleed. "You, turn around." Her voice carried a hint of barely concealed panic. But Ji Yang's gaze remained fixed on her, his voice low and deep. This position. I can't hold back any longer. She could feel the burning gaze behind her, as if it wanted to see right through her. You dare. She tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled slightly. The temperature in the cramped fitting room seemed to be constantly rising. The two remained in this awkward position, neither daring to move. Gu Chiohan finally broke the silence, her voice filled with suppressed shame and indignation. Have you looked enough? Quickly pick up my skirt. Ji Yang then seemed to wake up from a dream. He realized that the occasion was indeed inappropriate, so he took a deep breath and suppressed his inner turmoil. He carefully turned to the side, trying not to touch her buttocks. But the fitting room was too small, making his movements appear particularly clumsy. Just as he finally managed to hook the hem of her skirt and was about to straighten up, an accident happened. He didn't notice the distance between them at all, and when he looked up, the back of his head bumped directly into Gu Chiohan's buttocks. Ah! Gu Chiohan was knocked forward and stumbled, her forehead hitting the fitting room partition hard. In pain, she instinctively stood on her tiptoes, a movement that made her buttocks stick out even higher, pressing them directly against Ji Yang's face. At this moment, Ji Yang was still immersed in the unexpected touch he had just experienced. The soft, elastic feel of the fabric through his clothes momentarily stunned him. When he came to his senses, he saw that Gu Chiohan was in so much pain that tears were welling up in her eyes, but she was still stubbornly biting her lip to keep herself from making a sound. I'm sorry. Ji Yang hurriedly stepped back, but because the space was too narrow, his back bumped directly into the curtain of the fitting room. The ripping sound from the fabric startled both of them. Gu Chiohan was both ashamed and angry, her face turning bright red. She snatched the dress from Ji Yang's hand, her voice trembling. Turn around. Don't look. Ji Yang helplessly spread his hands. How can I help you with the zipper if I don't know how? This zipper is not easy to handle. Gu Chiohan bit her lip and hesitated for a moment, her voice barely a whisper. Then, can you hold back? She glared at him and said, if you can hold back, help me pull it up. If you can't, then get out of here. These words left Ji Yang both amused and exasperated. I'll try my best. He approached cautiously, his fingers gently pinching the zipper pull. This time, he deliberately avoided looking and focused on the movements of his hands. But my fingertips would occasionally touch her warm skin. Hurry up. Gu Chiohan urged. Don't rush me. Ji Yang adjusted the angle of the zipper, it'll be done soon. Chapter 34 Pretty Boy. Just as the zipper was about to be zipped up, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the store. Both of them were startled at the same time. Ji Yang's hand trembled, and the zipper slid down a bit more. You! Gu Chiohan was speechless with anger. It was an accident, purely an accident. Ji Yang quickly apologized and zipped the zipper back up. Warm light shone on Gu Chiohan in front of the dressing mirror. That backless dress seemed to have been made for her. The silk fabric slid down her shoulder line, gathered at her waist, and then naturally spread out to above her knees. The deep V-neck cutout at the back perfectly showcases her beautiful spine. The hem of her skirt swayed gently as she turned, outlining the slender lines of her legs. She turned slightly to check the effect from behind, a movement that made the folds on her waist shimmer with a subtle sheen. Her long hair, which was usually tied up, was now loosely hanging down her neck, with a few strands gently brushing against her exposed skin. It really is beautiful. Ji Yang's voice came from behind. Before Gu Chiohan could respond, he had already gone to the cashier and paid the bill. By the time she realized what was happening, the shop assistant had already handed her the packaged old clothes. How much? I'll transfer it to you. Gu Chiohan reached for her phone. Ji Yang waved the card in his hand. No need. It's the card you gave me last night, so it's still your money after all. Gu Chiohan was stunned for a moment before she remembered the hush money she had given to Ji Yang that night. She glanced at the dress she was wearing and instinctively turned to walk back. I'll go change. Don't change it. Ji Yang gestured to stop him. Just wear it like this. It'll save you from needing my help with the zipper when you go back to change. Gu Chiohan's ears turned slightly red, and she glared at him. The sales clerk smiled and handed over the receipt. This dress really suits you. Your boyfriend has great taste. After leaving the store, Gu Chiohan had no intention of continuing to shop and went straight to a restaurant not far away. She walked slowly, but every step was purposeful. She was hungry. Ji Yang followed half a step behind her, carrying large and small bags. He looked at her straight back, and her exposed skin gave him a good look. Suddenly, he felt that the bags in his hands were not so heavy anymore. A waiter in a vest stood at the restaurant entrance and smiled and bowed when he saw Gu Chiohan. "Good evening, how many of you are there?" Gu Chiohan did not stop walking, but merely glanced back with the corner of her eye. The waiter immediately looked at Ji Yang knowingly. "Are you too? Please follow me." As the waiter led the way, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Chiohan a few more times. The backless dress made her look exceptionally beautiful. When he noticed that Ji Yang was carrying only women's shopping bags, he couldn't help but wonder to himself. Could he be a kept man? Looking at Ji Yang more closely, although he was dressed casually, his face was indeed outstanding. Ji Yang felt uneasy when he met the waiter's scrutinizing gaze. He glanced down at his simple white t-shirt and jeans, which, combined with the luxury paper bags in his hands, did indeed make him look quite presentable. The waiter led them to a window seat and pulled out a chair for Gu Chiohan. After she gracefully took her seat, she simply gestured please to Ji Yang, making no attempt to pull out a chair for him. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this was truly a case of treating people differently based on their status. Gu Chiohan took in the whole scene, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. After placing the shopping bags on the table next to him, Ji Yang rubbed his aching fingers and looked across at the person opposite him. "Is it funny?" Gu Chiohan picked up the menu, her gaze sweeping over his reddened wrist. "Tired?" "It's all right." Ji Yang sat down opposite her and sighed deliberately. "It's just that I suddenly understand why it's not easy to be a gigolo." Just then, another waiter came over to pour water and happened to hear this. He looked at Ji Yang with disdain. Ji Yang looked around and saw that many people were secretly glancing in his direction. A woman at the next table was whispering to her companion, "This rich woman is so beautiful, why doesn't she dress up her gigolo? It's so embarrassing to bring him out like this." Her companion covered her mouth and chuckled. "That pretty boy is so handsome even without makeup, imagine how good he is when he does." After saying that, he sighed, "It's good to be rich." Gu Chiohan gently pushed the menu in front of him, her face still expressionless. "Order." Ji Yang took the menu and deliberately said in a wrong tone, "My patron, aren't you going to recommend a few dishes for me?" Gu Chiohan picked up her water glass, took a sip, and glanced at him indifferently. "Order for yourself." As he looked down at the menu intently, Gu Chiohan's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Looking at the stray hairs falling as he looked down, and his fingers reddened from carrying the shopping bags, her eyes flickered slightly. "How about this?" Ji Yang asked her, pointing to a dish. Gu Chiohan glanced at it. "Whatever." Although her tone remained indifferent, she added, "Don't order anything too spicy." He nodded, closed the menu, and said to the waiter, "These are all I'll have." After the waiter left, Gu Chiohan had already taken out her phone and was looking at it, clearly indicating that she didn't want to talk anymore. Ji Yang didn't disturb her, but sat quietly opposite her, occasionally looking at the night view outside the window. Soon, the waiters brought out the dishes one after another. The two began their meal in silence, neither of them speaking. Just when Ji Yang thought the meal would remain silent, Gu Chiohan, head down cutting her steak, asked softly, "Who taught you your fortune-telling skills? A family heirloom?" Ji Yang's fork paused in mid-air, and he thought for a few seconds. "No." "Then you have a master?" Gu Chiohan continued to ask, still without looking up. "No, not at all." Ji Yang shook his head. Gu Chiohan finally raised her head, her brows furrowing slightly. "Self-taught?" "No, not exactly." Ji Yang denied it again. Gu Chiohan frowned even more deeply. "I was born with this skill," said Ji Yang. Gu Chiohan put the knife and fork on the plate and said, "Get lost." She turned her face away, saying, "I really shouldn't have asked you. You don't tell the truth at all." Ji Yang calmly took a sip of water. "Don't say that. Wasn't it true that I said you were going to have a bloody disaster the other day?" Gu Chiohan opened her mouth to refute, but found that what she said was indeed true. He then put down his knife and fork, gently wiped his mouth with a napkin, and looked directly at Ji Yang. "Don't waste any more time on me, this won't work out." She paused, then continued, "First of all, I don't like you. Secondly, even if I did like you, we could never be together." Upon hearing this, Ji Yang not only did not show any disappointment, but instead chuckled and leaned forward slightly. "Who can predict the future? Don't forget what I do." He added, "And also, who said I was pursuing you?" Gu Chiohan was clearly taken aback. Ji Yang raised his head, his gaze meeting hers frankly. "I just kept you company because you seemed bored shopping alone. Did I treat you to a meal? Did I give you a gift? No, that's not what I meant. How can that be considered pursuing someone? He shrugged, looking innocent. Is Senior Gu overthinking things? Chapter 35. You want to sleep with me? Ji Yang glanced at his phone screen, which showed that it was already 8:10 p.m. Senior, shall I take you somewhere fun? It's too early to go back now. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan glanced down at her watch and said, 8 o'clock, not too early, but not too late either. She raised her eyes, her cool gaze fixed directly on Ji Yang, and uttered a startling statement. You want to sleep with me? Cough cough. Ji Yang coughed several times, choked by those words, and quickly picked up his water glass and took a sip. No. Senior, do you think I'm that kind of person? I just thought it was still early and wanted to take you somewhere interesting to sit. If you don't want to, I'll take you back now. Where? She asked casually. The music in the bar was deafening, and the low-frequency bass made people's hearts tingle. Gu Qiuhan frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable. She had never liked such noisy occasions. She had changed into a casual outfit that Ji Yang had somehow gotten her into, a soft white knit sweater and well-fitting light-colored jeans. Although it still accentuated her graceful figure, it was much more understated and reserved than the eye-catching backless dress. Is this the good place you were talking about? Gu Qiuhan had to raise her voice amidst the deafening music. Ji Yang smiled and leaned close to her ear. What's wrong with it? He looked around at the crowd swaying to the music. Look how relaxed they are. It's good to experience the everyday life sometimes. Just then, a young man with chestnut-colored hair and wearing a ripped denim jacket nimbly weaved through the crowd and approached their table with a grin. He looked at Gu Qiuhan curiously and nudged Ji Yang with his elbow. Brother Ji, who is this beautiful lady? Hurry up and introduce her. Ji Yang put his arm around the man's shoulder and said, Haozi, this is your future sister-in-law. Watch your words. Li Hao, nicknamed Rat, immediately nodded in understanding, grinned, picked up the whiskey on the table, and raised his glass to Gu Qiuhan. My apologies. Sister-in-law, let me toast you. With that, she tilted her head back and drank the wine in one gulp. Gu Qiuhan held the orange juice in her hand and turned her gaze to Ji Yang. Ji Yang leaned closer to her ear knowingly and explained, Don't mind him, this is my childhood friend Li Hao, nicknamed Mouse. We grew up together and are very close. Li Hao put down his empty wineglass, put his arm around Ji Yang's shoulder, and said in a low voice. Brother Ji, that's not very kind of you. Bringing your wife here all of a sudden. What about that girl from the art school I arranged for you? She's almost here. Ji Yang glanced at Gu Qiuhan, who was quietly drinking orange juice, and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, it's nothing. Mouse, to tell you the truth, he quietly pointed at Gu Qiuhan, this woman isn't your sister-in-law yet, and she barely acknowledges me. Upon hearing this, Li Hao immediately understood and glanced at Gu Qiuhan. Then he winked at Ji Yang and blinked hard, clearly saying, Watch me, brother, I'll give you a hand. At this moment, Li Hao seemed to suddenly remember something, straightened his expression, and lowered his voice to say to Ji Yang. By the way, Ji Yang, there's been progress on that matter you asked me to handle last time. He gestured. The other party is asking for this amount. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. 100? That's right. Li Hao nodded. But there's a condition. They want to verify your accuracy first. If you are accurate, in addition to the payment, they will also give you an apartment in Jinghai. Although Gu Qiuhan appeared to be focused on drinking her orange juice, her fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the glass. Her eyelashes were lowered, casting faint shadows on her cheeks. Ji Yan thoughtfully stroked the rim of his wineglass, not answering immediately. At that precise moment, deafening music began, masking the subtle silence between the three. Who is this person? Ji Yan finally asked, his voice calm. Li Hao leaned closer, almost whispering, He's got quite a background, he's a prominent figure in Jinghai. I can't reveal his exact identity right now, but he's definitely reliable. Ji Yang's gaze inadvertently swept over Gu Qiuhan, and he noticed that although she still had no expression, the tips of her ears twitched slightly. Whether something is allowed or not isn't something you can just say, Ji Yang said slowly. Let him decide the time and place. Li Hao immediately beamed, All right. I knew you had the confidence, brother Ji. Just then, Gu Qiuhan suddenly stood up and said in a cold voice, I'm going to the restroom. Li Hao watched Gu Qiuhan's departing figure, nudged Ji Yang with his elbow, and chuckled in a low voice. Brother Ji, you're amazing. You found such a beautiful sister-in-law right after the start of the semester. Her temperament is incredible. You two are definitely going to have a big, healthy son. Ji Yang rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. He took a sip of his drink and asked casually, where are those girls from the art school you mentioned? Why haven't they arrived yet? Coming right away. Li Hao quickly assured him, I just messaged them saying I'm at the door and will be coming in soon. Ji Yang nodded and stood up. Okay, I'll go to the restroom too. Once Ji Yang's figure disappeared into the crowd, the smile on Li Hao's face vanished instantly. He looked around warily, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he quickly pulled a small transparent bag from his jeans pocket, which contained a small amount of white powder. He poured the powder into Ji Yang's and Gu Chouhan's cups respectively, and stirred it quickly with a straw a few times. After finishing all this, he casually stuffed the small bag back into his pocket, picked up his wine glass and took a sip, but his eyes involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the restroom. Brother Ji, this is all I can do to help you. Li Hao gently placed the wine glass back on the table, and the beaded curtain at the entrance of the bar was suddenly lifted with a whoosh. His eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a warm smile and stood up to greet him. Brother Tao. We've been waiting for you. Li Hao gave a high five and hugged to a tall, muscular man wearing a Hawaiian-style floral shirt. The man wore a thick gold chain around his neck, and the expensive watch on his wrist gleamed under the light. Then Li Hao bowed and scraped to a skinny follower with a buzz cut behind Brother Tao, saying, Brother Xiaowu, you've graced us with your presence too. Tao rudely looked around the booths and said, Rat, where's the girl you were talking about? Don't leave us sitting here like this. Coming right away. Before Li Hao finished speaking, 3 graceful figures walked over, swaying gently in high heels. The moment these 3 art school girls appeared, it was as if they drew all the lights in the bar. The girl walking at the front had long, cherry blossom pink hair, and her small face was adorned with exquisite stage makeup, with a few sparkling rhinestones stuck to the corners of her eyes. She wore a black strappy dress with a deep V-neck that plunged to her waist, and the sides of her waist were completely open, held together only by a few thin straps. Her fair skin stood out against the black leather straps. The girl following closely behind had dyed her black hair silver gray. She wore a sequin tank top and low-waisted denim shorts that revealed most of her slender waist. She also had a delicate navel piercing. The last girl, however, had a unique charm. She had shoulder-length chestnut curly hair, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, behind which were a pair of slightly upturned phoenix eyes. Compared to the other two, her outfit seemed conservative, a white see-through shirt with a black lace camisole underneath, but the subtle, alluring effect only added to her allure. She wore a high-slit bodycon skirt, revealing her long, fair legs with every step she took. These are Xiaowen, Nana, and Lulu. Li Haoxiao remarked, they're all from the dance department of an art academy, and each one of them has incredible flexibility. Chapter 36. You want to sleep with me too? The 3 girls sat down in the booth with ease. Xiaowen naturally moved closer to Tao Gu, her slender fingers gently resting on his strong arm. Nana sat down next to Xiao Wu and casually took the cigarette he offered. Lulu, wearing glasses, looked around and asked, Brother Mouse, didn't you say Brother Yang would be coming tonight? Yang went to the restroom, he'll be right back. Before Li Hao could finish speaking, he saw Gu Chouhan walking back from the direction of the restroom. She had just washed her hands and was gently wiping her fingertips with a tissue when she looked up and saw a group of people suddenly appear in the booth. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. The moment the man in the floral shirt, nicknamed Brother Tao, saw Gu Chouhan, his eyes widened, and he openly sized her up and down. He pushed away Xiaowen, who was nestled beside him, and grinned at Li Hao, saying, Wow, you're something else. You've been hiding such a gem? Oh my, look at that figure, that aura. He clicked his tongue in praise as he shakily stood up and walked straight toward Gu Chouhan. Tao was a big guy, and when he walked up to Gu Chouhan, he almost blocked her entire way. He extended his hand. Beautiful lady, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Let's be friends. My name is Tao, everyone around here calls me Brother Tao. The 3 art students behind him didn't look too good, especially Xiaowen, who was biting her lip in grievance. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly stepped forward to try and smooth things over. Brother Tao, who is this? Tao glared impatiently at Li Hao, then turned to Gu Chouhan, his hand not only not retracting but moving even closer. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of having a drink? Gu Chouhan looked at him expressionlessly, neither reaching out nor backing away, but her cold eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. When Tao saw that she was completely ignoring him, his smile froze, and he felt extremely embarrassed in front of so many people. Instead of moving aside, he took another half step forward. Hey beautiful, don't be so cold. Have a drink with me, I'm rich, I won't treat you badly," he said, reaching out to grab Gu Chiohan's wrist. Gu Chiohan frowned slightly and stepped aside to avoid his touch. Move aside. At the same time, she used her arm to push aside his body, blocking her way, walked straight to the booth, sat down in the empty seat next to Ji Yang, and took a sip of her unfinished juice as if no one else was there. Tao Ge was enraged by her series of ignoring and rejections. He turned around and stared at Gu Chiohan, who was sitting down calmly. He laughed angrily and raised his voice to curse. "Damn! Such a fiery temper?" Gu Chiohan put down the glass, looked up, and parted her red lips slightly. "I advise you to watch your mouth." These words made the fat on Brother Tao's face twitch violently. He'd been around this place for so long, and he'd never been humiliated like this in public by a woman before. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, startling even the people in the next booth. "You bitch," he roared, his spittle almost hitting Gu Chiohan's face. "You think you can get away with this? Open your eyes and see who I am." Gu Chiohan seemed not to hear him at all, and didn't even bother to give him a glance. She just turned her head slightly, watching the changing lights on the stage, and casually fiddled with the straw with her slender fingers. This complete disregard was more embarrassing for Brother Tao than any rebuttal. He felt like everyone's gaze was piercing his back, and the veins on his neck were bulging. "Damn it! In this area, no one dares to disrespect me, Ateo." He cursed and swore as his huge hand, accompanied by a whooshing sound, reached for Gu Chiohan's slender wrist. Li Hao turned pale with fright and rushed forward, placing his hands in a gesture of protection in front of Brother Tao, his voice pleading. "Brother Tao! Brother Tao! Calm down, please don't hit him. This is..." He tried to explain Gu Chiohan's identity, or rather, her relationship with Ji Yang, hoping to make Brother Tao think twice. "Fuck you." In his anger, Brother Tao wouldn't listen to anything. He swung his arm violently, the force of which sent the skinny Housie staggering, knocking over a chair, and causing him to fall to the ground in a sorry state. Just as Tao Ji's hand was about to touch Gu Chiohan, a voice with a lazy smile, neither too loud nor too soft, rang out during the music interlude. Oh dear, I wondered who was so angry that they were about to tear the roof off. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Ji Yang had returned at some point and was leisurely leaning against the entrance of the booth, his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on Tao Ji's face, which was twisted with anger. "What's going on here? Making such a big fuss, are you bullying a girl?" Tao paused, turned around and saw who it was. His anger subsided slightly, but his tone remained harsh. "So it's you, Ji Yang." He obviously recognized Ji Yang, and might even have heard some mysterious rumors about Ji Yang's divine calculation abilities. He knew that this kid was a bit strange and not someone to be trifled with. But he simply couldn't swallow this insult. Tao, with his neck stiff, pointed at Gu Chiohan and yelled at Ji Yang. "Ji Yang, you've come at the right time. This woman is so ungrateful, she won't even accept a drink offered to her, she doesn't give me any face at all." The mouse, who had been slumped on the ground, quickly got up, not even bothering to brush off the dust. It winked at Ji Yang with an anxious and pleading expression. Ji Yang, with that lazy smile still on his face, slowly walked forward and stood between Gu Chiohan and Brother Tao. "Brother Tao," he said. "Calm down, this is my friend. For my sake, let's just let this go. Ji Yang, it's not that I don't respect you." Tao waved his hand, spitting as he spoke. "This woman was the one who disrespected me first. When have I, Tao, ever been ignored like this in this area?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yang not only didn't try to reconcile them, but instead chuckled softly and asked in return. "Brother Tao, you've never met this girl before. Why should she give you this face?" These words stunned not only Brother Tao, but also the onlookers around them. Everyone thought Ji Yang was there to smooth things over, but no one expected him to be so blunt. Tao was speechless for a moment, his face instantly darkening. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ji Yang, and his tone became dangerous. "Fine, Ji Yang. So you're really determined to stand up for this woman and go after me, huh?" Chapter 37 Gu Chiohan's explosive combat power. Ji Yang shrugged helplessly. "Brother Tao, how is this being argumentative? I may not have many other virtues, but my greatest strength is that I always tell the truth. The girl doesn't know you and doesn't want to drink, isn't that perfectly normal?" After saying that, he turned around and leisurely walked to Gu Chiohan's side, then plopped down on the sofa next to her. The soft sofa sank deeply under his sudden weight. "That wasn't all. After he sat down, he deliberately scooted his buttocks further in until their arms were almost touching, before stopping, satisfied. Then, under everyone's gaze, he picked up the glass of juice in front of Gu Chiohan that she had just taken a sip from, tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, his Adam's apple bobbing. Gu Chiohan immediately frowned her beautiful eyebrows. "Ji Yang, this is my cup." Ji Yang turned his head to meet her gaze, which was tinged with slight anger, at close range. "My dear Miss Gu, what time is it? We're in a crisis, and you're still worrying about these details? It's just a glass of juice." Gu Chiohan's tone remained cold and indifferent. "This is not a reason for you to use my cup without permission." Completely ignored and treated like air, Tao watched helplessly as the two of them actually argued back and forth over a cup and a sip of juice in front of his friend. It didn't feel like an argument at all, but more like flirting. "Fuck. That's enough, you bastards." Tao suddenly kicked a heavy solid wood chair at his feet, knocking it to the ground with a loud crash, interrupting the conversation between Ji Yang and Gu Chiohan, a conversation that no one else could interrupt. "You think I don't exist? Huh? You're really asking for it." Annoyed by Tao Ji's roaring, Gu Chiohan turned her head sharply, and for the first time, obvious impatience appeared on her usually cool face. "Can you shut up?" Her voice was like an ice droplet falling onto a plate, crisp and cold. "You've been making a racket ever since I got back. Do you think you're the only one with a mouth?" Tao was stunned by this sudden counterattack. He had been humiliated by a woman in front of so many people, and he completely lost his temper. "Damn it!" Brother Tao cursed angrily, his large hand reaching for Gu Chiohan's shoulder with a whooshing sound, clearly intending to force himself on her. Ji Yang's eyes narrowed, and he was about to get up to stop her, but Gu Chiohan reacted even faster. She seemed to have anticipated this, and nimbly shrank back slightly, easily dodging Brother Tao's rough grab. Then, before anyone could react, her long right leg, like a whip poised to strike, lashed upwards with speed, precision, and ruthlessness. The target is right at the heart of the matter. "Awah!" A piercing, distorted scream suddenly erupted from Tao Ji's throat, drowning out the deafening music in the bar. He curled up and knelt on the ground, his hands tightly covering his groin. His face turned from red to white, and cold sweat poured down his back. All that could be left was painful groans. Standing to the side, Ji Yang subconsciously squeezed his legs together, feeling a phantom pain in his crotch. His lips twitched, and he gasped softly. "Holy crap!" The girls from the art school were so frightened that they covered their mouths. Mouse stared dumbfounded at Tao Gu, who was curled up on the ground groaning, then stiffly turned to Ji Yang and stammered in a low voice. Sister-in-law, are you so fierce?" Ji Yang looked at the unexpected scene before him and subconsciously shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Gu Chiohan to be so skilled, and to act so decisively and ruthlessly. At this moment, Xiao Wu, the skinny henchman Tao had brought, finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly knelt down to support Tao. Brother Tao, are you all right?" Tao was in excruciating pain, his forehead veins bulging. He shoved Xiao Wu away, enduring the intense agony. "Damn it! Stop talking nonsense! Get him! Are you afraid of a woman?" Xiao Wu was startled by his shout and immediately stood up. A fierce look flashed across his face as he rushed towards Gu Chiohan. Seeing this, Ji Yang subconsciously stepped forward, wanting to pull Gu Chiohan behind him to protect her. "Hiding behind me." Before he could finish speaking, Gu Chiohan gently but firmly pushed him aside with her arm. "Don't get in the way." As Xiao Wu threw a punch, Gu Chiohan neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, she slightly shifted her body, precisely grabbing his attacking wrist and pulling it down while simultaneously thrusting her knee upward with lightning speed. Ugh! Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his whole body instantly lost its strength. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chiohan twisted and pushed his wrist to the side, and Xiao Wu lost control and fell forward, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. He struggled for a few moments but couldn't get up. The whole process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds, clean and efficient, without any unnecessary delays. Gu Chiohan patted her hands without even looking at the two people lying on the ground. Her cold gaze swept over the other people in the booth who were completely dumbfounded, and finally landed on Ji Yang. Ji Yang looked at Xiao Wu lying on the ground, then at Gu Chiohan who looked completely calm, and subconsciously swallowed. He was now absolutely certain that Gu Chiohan had shown him mercy in the fitting room earlier. After dealing with Xiao Wu, Gu Chiohan's cool gaze swept over Ji Yang, who was still in a daze, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Don't ever bring me to a place like this again. You're dead." After saying that, she didn't give Ji Yang any time to react before turning around and leaving. Her tall figure quickly disappeared into the noisy crowd in the bar. Ji Yang snapped out of his daze and was about to chase after him to explain. "Hey! Brother Ji! Wait! Housie hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Just a few seconds, please." Ji Yang impatiently tried to shake him off. "The rat will be far away soon." I know. Chasing after my sister-in-law is the priority." Housie replied, but his hand didn't loosen. His other hand quickly reached into his pocket, rummaged around for a few moments, pulled out a few individually wrapped square plastic bags, and stuffed them into Ji Yang's coat pocket without saying a word. Ji Yang looked down and was taken aback by the bright 001 on the packaging. He then frowned and asked, "Mouse, why are you giving me this?" "Oh, my dear brother Ji, please don't ask." Mouse winked and deftly stuffed all the small cubes inside, lowering his voice with certainty. "Trust me, we'll definitely need them tonight. Better safe than sorry." After stuffing it in, the mouse released its grip and took a half step back. "Brother Ji, I'm so sorry about today. I didn't make the arrangements well and spoiled your and your wife's enjoyment. I will definitely apologize to your wife formally another day." Chapter 38, King Bedroom? Ji Young quickly chased after him out of the bar, and the cool night breeze made him shiver involuntarily. Under the streetlight at the corner, he saw Gu Chiohan walking alone. The autumn nights in Jinghai are getting colder, with the temperature dropping to around 10 degrees Celsius. He caught up with her in a few quick steps and walked alongside her. "I'm so sorry about today. I never expected that Housie would bring such a group of shady characters, let alone that it would turn out like this." Ji Young thought that Housie had only called for a girl, but he didn't expect that he had called for other people as well. Gu Chiohan did not respond, but simply crossed her arms and continued walking forward. Ji Yang keenly noticed that her slender arms were trembling slightly in the night wind. He took off his denim jacket and gently draped it over her shoulders. "You're quite good at handling things." Gu Chiohan glanced at him. Just then, Ji Yang noticed, in the light of the street lamp, that her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural redness, even her ears were tinged with a blush, and her breathing had become somewhat rapid. "Why is your face so red?" He frowned in confusion. "You feel hot so soon?" Gu Chiohan also felt the strangeness in her body, and an inexplicable heat rose from her limbs and bones. She started to take off the coat she had just put on. "It's a bit hot, strange." As she tugged at her coat, her fingers inadvertently slipped into her right pocket and touched several square plastic packages. She took it out with a puzzled look and took a closer look under the streetlight. 4 bright 001 ultra-thin condoms were lying in her palm, the silver packaging reflecting an ambiguous luster under the moonlight. Gu Chiohan stopped abruptly. She held up the condom in her hand and waved it gently under the streetlight. Her already flushed cheeks turned even redder, whether from the effects of the drug or from anger, it was hard to tell. Her eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. "Ji Yang, you still say you didn't want to sleep with me? You even prepared this so thoroughly?" Ji Yang looked at the 4 condoms and hurriedly explained. "No. Gu Chiohan, listen to me, this really isn't mine." He pointed at the condoms, his voice quick and urgent. "It was Housie. He forced them into my pocket just before I chased after him. I had no idea they were these." Gu Chiohan was already somewhat delirious due to the heat in her body, and upon hearing his explanation, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief and the pain of betrayal. You drugged me while I was out?" Her voice trembled slightly from the effects of the medication and her emotions. "Ji Yang, I really misjudged you. I never thought you were this kind of person." As she spoke, she felt a strong wave of dizziness wash over her, and she staggered, almost losing her balance. She instinctively grabbed the lamppost beside her, slightly out of breath, and murmured to herself in a voice barely audible to herself. "How could I be so stupid to do it twice in a row?" Seeing that she was not in a good condition, Ji Young quickly stepped forward to help her, his tone even more anxious. "I really didn't drug you. You have to believe me. After you went to the restroom, I went too, and I wasn't even in my seat. How could I?" His words came to an abrupt end. A familiar, indescribable heat began to rise from his lower abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones. His cheeks began to burn uncontrollably, and his breathing became rapid. Ji Yang's expression changed instantly. He suddenly remembered that he had also drunk the juice on the table before Gu Chiohan came back from the bathroom, the very same juice that Gu Chiohan had drunk. Holy crap! That bastard rat! He put something in the drink he gave me. No, it's very likely he laced both of them with something. No wonder he inexplicably handed me a few 001s and confidently said, "I'll need them tonight." Damn it! So this was where they were waiting for me. As Ji Yang looked at Gu Qiuhan, whose eyes were gradually becoming glazed over due to the effects of the drug, whose cheeks were flushed, and who could barely stand by leaning against the streetlight, and felt the same surge of heat within his own body, his heart sank to the bottom. Now, it's like mud falling into your crotch. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. The surging heat within Ji Yang made his breathing increasingly heavy, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to calm himself, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Qiuhan's face, which was flushed abnormally due to the effects of the drug, and her slightly parted lips seemed to possess a fatal attraction. Although Gu Qiuhan's consciousness was somewhat blurred, her remaining rationality allowed her to perceive the changes in Ji Yang. She realized the key point: Ji Yang had just drunk her juice. If her juice had been spiked, then Ji Yang. You. Gu Qiuhan tried her best to push him away, but her arms were weak and powerless, instead giving off a light, coy, lingering touch. Stay away from me, no. Her voice was filled with suppressed gasps, more of a plea than a command. Those usually cool and aloof eyes were now veiled with tears. She knew that if Ji Yang was also drugged, the situation would completely spiral out of control. When two people controlled by drugs get close to each other, it's like dry tinder igniting a fire. Ji Yang barely regained a sliver of his sanity after being pushed by her. He took a half step back, his hands clenched into fists. Okay, I'll move away. I'll call a taxi to take you to the hospital. His hands trembled as he reached for his phone, only to find that it had run out of battery and shut down automatically. As if things weren't going to get worse, not a single taxi was passing by on this relatively quiet street. Gu Qiuhan slid slowly down the lamppost and sat on the ground, pressing her burning cheeks against the cool metal pole, trying to draw some coolness from it. She curled up, pleading, "No. Don't come any closer, please." Ji Yang stood there, his fists clenched tightly. Just as the two were at an impasse, Gu Qiuhan suddenly stood up unsteadily. She turned around and grabbed Ji Yang's wrist. "Come with me." She uttered only those 3 words before pulling him along, staggering, towards the other side of the street. Gu Qiuhan pushed open the glass door of the Uli Hotel, and 2 young girls on duty at the front desk looked up at the sound. The girl with the ponytail was clearly stunned when she saw who it was, and blurted out, "Miss Gu? What brings you here at this hour?" Gu Qiuhan interrupted her directly, her voice filled with suppressed gasps. "Are there any rooms available?" The 2 receptionists exchanged a glance, both noticing Gu Qiuhan's unusually flushed face, slightly disheveled hair, and the handsome young man behind her who was also in a strange state, with a dazed look in his eyes. Yes. The girl with the ponytail reacted quickly and immediately started searching on the computer. "How many rooms?" Gu Qiuhan pressed, her fingernails unconsciously digging into Ji Yang's wrist. "Unfortunately, there's an academic conference being held nearby tonight, and rooms are in extremely short supply," the receptionist replied cautiously, her gaze shifting between the 2 men. There's only 1 room left." Gu Qiuhan frowned, her breathing quickening. "A king-size bed?" No, the receptionist quickly waved her hand, her tone reassuring. "It's a twin room, with 2 standard single beds." This answer caused Gu Qiuhan's tense shoulders to relax almost imperceptibly, as if she had finally given up some kind of struggle. "All right." The receptionist quickly processed her paperwork and handed her a white room key, 23rd floor, room 2307. "We need your assistance." "No need." Gu Qiuhan grabbed the room key, gripped Ji Yang's hand tightly, and turned to walk towards the elevator. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and added to the receptionist, "By the way, don't let my dad know about this. Chapter 39 is still not enough." After saying that, she pulled Ji Yang and quickly stepped into the elevator car that had just opened. In the small, enclosed space, the mirrored wall reflected the 2 figures leaning together and their flushed cheeks. Ji Yang watched as Gu Qiuhan trembled as she pressed the button for the 23rd floor, her fair neck glistening with fine beads of sweat under the light. The elevator began to rise, and a feeling of weightlessness washed over me. Gu Qiuhan subconsciously leaned closer to Ji Yang, but jerked away the moment she touched his burning body temperature, her back slamming heavily against the car wall. The elevator doors opened with a ding on the 23rd floor, and Gu Qiuhan practically dragged Ji Yang out of the car. The thick, soft carpet in the corridor absorbed the hurried footsteps, but it couldn't absorb the ever-growing fire within the 2 of them. The room card beeped on the door lock, and the door was suddenly pushed open. As soon as the door closed, Gu Gu Qiuhan slammed the lock shut with her other hand, grabbed Ji Yang by the collar, and threw him onto the bed like a sack of potatoes. The mattress bounced up and down, and Ji Yang lay on his back, his chest heaving violently. His shirt collar was soaked with sweat and half open, revealing the burning skin below his collarbone. "I'm going to take a shower," Gu Qiuhan said. She turned and rushed into the bathroom, turning the faucet to its maximum. She pointed the shower head at herself, trying to suppress the surging heat with cold water, but the water flow over her collarbone, chest, and waist only added fuel to the fire. Outside the bathroom, Ji Yang rolled around on the bed. The drug took full effect, and he felt as if he were being roasted by fire, letting out a low, hoarse roar. His fingers ripped at the shirt haphazardly, buttons popping off and hitting the floor with a crisp sound. Sweat streamed down his abdominal muscles, soaking the sheets. He sat bolt upright, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the frosted glass door. "Open the door, let me in. I need to relieve myself. I can't take it anymore." The glass door clicked open, revealing Gu Qiuhan with wet hair plastered to her face and water droplets dripping down her chin. Before Ji Yang could react, she grabbed his arm and yanked him into the shower. Bang! Ji Yang's back slammed heavily against the cold glass wall. Gu Qiuhan stood on tiptoe, grabbed the back of his neck with both hands, and kissed him fiercely. Her tongue brushed against his lips, stealing away his suppressed breaths. Ji Yang's hands instinctively gripped her waist, the bath towel hanging loosely under the rushing water, revealing large expanses of wet, snow-white skin. Water droplets slid down her undulating back, accumulating into small puddles in the hollows of her waist. He lowered his head, his lips and tongue tracing a path down her wet collarbone. "Senior sister." His voice was hoarse, trembling with an almost pleading tone. Gu Qiuhan bit his earlobe. "Don't talk, give it all to me." After a long time, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open, and steam filled the air in the room. Ji Yang walked out shirtless, his wet black hair hanging messily over his forehead, water droplets sliding down his muscular chest and the grooves of his abdominal muscles. He held Gu Qiuhan horizontally in his arms steadily supporting her knees and back. Gu Qiuhan in his arms was already soaked through. Her thin clothes, soaked with water, clung tightly to her skin, almost translucent, clearly outlining every undulation of her body. Glistening water droplets accumulated in the hollow of her collarbone, trembling slightly with her breath. Her full breasts were bound by her wet clothes, and the weight of the water made them appear even fuller, rising and falling with her rapid breathing. The water gathered at her slender waist, slid down the fabric that clung to her skin, across her flat stomach, and finally meandered down her inner thighs, leaving a wet trail. Her long, wet hair clung to her snow-white, slender neck and cheeks, adding to her fragile and alluring charm. Huff, huff. Gu Qiuhan leaned weakly on his shoulder, her breath coming in short, broken gasps, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Despite her limp body, her voice carried a stubborn chill. Don't pretend to be a good person here. Once the effects of the drug wear off, I'll make you pay." Ji Yang chuckled softly, strode to the bedside, bent his knees against the edge of the bed, and the two of them sank into the soft bedding. He quickly ripped off his soaking wet clothes and tossed them carelessly onto the carpet. Gu Qiuhan lay face up, her long, dark hair spread out wetly, her eyes glistening with tears, and the corners of her eyes reddening. "Okay, didn't you just say you were going to make me look bad?" He leaned down, one hand supporting his ear, the other stroking her slender neck, his thumb lightly caressing her throbbing pulse. "Let's think about how to get through this tonight." Gu Qiuhan's body went limp from the burning sensation of the drug, yet she stubbornly raised her long legs, deftly hooking them around his waist, her ankles overlapping behind his back. "Stop talking nonsense, come here." Ji Yang lowered his head, precisely taking her sensitive earlobe into his mouth, gently grinding it between his teeth, his hot breath filling her ear canal. "So proactive? That's not like you at all, senior." "Shut up." She impatiently grabbed the back of his head and pressed his lips against hers. Ji Yang let out a muffled groan as his palm slid down her smooth waistline. Suddenly, Gu Qiuhan twisted her waist and used the momentum to sit up, kneeling on his waist with her knees spread apart. Her wet hair fell down, and the water droplets at the ends of her hair dripped onto his firm chest, causing a slight spasm. She leaned down, her soft lips tracing the line of his collarbone downwards, leaving a warm, moist mark, her voice indistinct yet provocative. "Didn't you say I had to pass first? Then, you better not fail first." A dark undercurrent surged in Ji Yang's eyes. He gripped her slender lower back and exerted force, pressing her back down beneath him in a dizzying moment. The mattress creaked under the strain. He lowered his head and gently bit her smooth shoulder as if punishing her. "Senior, you have a good memory. Let's take it slow then, this night is still long. Gu Chiohan tilted her head back uncontrollably, like a swan on the verge of suffocation, her fingertips scratching 10 shallow red marks on his tense shoulder blades. She lifted her leg and wrapped it tighter, her voice soft and almost pleading. Ji-yang, what are you dawdling for? Sweat dripped from Ji Yang's forehead onto her neck as he breathed heavily and whispered in her ear, I'm looking for something. What is this? Gu Chiohan looked up impatiently, her slender fingers unconsciously scratching his back. The one that Haozi gave me. Ji Yang struggled to distract himself, reaching out to grope among the clothes scattered on the floor. At this very moment, Gu Chiohan could no longer wait. She felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. The itch that emanated from the depths of her heart made her lose her mind. She suddenly pressed down on Ji Yang's back, pulling him forcefully towards herself. The two of them froze at the same time. This sudden, close contact was like a clear spring suddenly extinguishing a raging fire. The intense heat that had almost consumed him had miraculously subsided somewhat. Although his body was still burning hot, he had at least regained some of his senses. Ji Yang propped himself up and looked at Gu Chiohan, whose face was flushed and eyes were glazed, and suddenly realized something. Could it be that the effects of the medicine can be alleviated without that? Gu Chiohan turned her face away, biting her lower lip and refusing to answer, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. That moment of closeness did indeed offer a brief respite from the unbearable emptiness. Ji Yang lingered tentatively at the door, each fleeting touch eliciting a soft moan of unbearable pleasure from Gu Chiohan. He soon discovered that the relief from such superficial contact had reached its limit, and the burning sensation inside him was still throbbing, clamoring for deeper soothing. No, he propped himself up, his forehead soaked with sweat. This isn't enough. Gu Chiohan gazed at him with a hazy look in her eyes, the corners of her eyes tinged with a touching red. She seemed to realize this as well, her slender fingers unconsciously tightening their grip on the sheets. Ji Yang's gaze fell on the small plastic package on the bedside table. It was the 001 that Haozi had given him. Could it be? Chapter 40. You want a free ticket? What are you hesitating about? Gu Chiohan grabbed his collar, the effects of the drug making her completely abandon her usual aloofness, her eyes reddening unnaturally. You know it's useless, so why don't you hurry up? Do you want me to beg you? He chuckled softly, showing no sign of urgency. Instead, he sat up straight, looking down at her. Please. I've never heard Miss Gu beg for help before. As he spoke, Ji Yang's breathing became erratic, his forehead was damp with sweat, and his firm muscles were taut with clear lines from suppressing his desire. The effects of the juice were also raging within him, and he was craving it, but he insisted on being stubborn. Gu Chiohan was so angry that she raised her leg to kick him, but he easily grabbed her slender ankle. Ji Yang leaned closer. Weren't you so tough just now? Now you know you were wrong? Ji Yang deliberately wanted to torment her. Gu Chiohan bit her lower lip, stubbornly refusing to make a sound. Not going to talk? Ji Yang raised an eyebrow and made a move to get up. Then I'm leaving. You dare. Gu Chiohan hurriedly grabbed his wrist. Ji Yang stopped and turned to look at her. What wouldn't I dare to do? He forced his trembling legs to move 2 steps toward the door, muttering to himself. Why aren't you going to tell me to stay? You've already laid out this step for me. If I don't take it now, I really can't keep up this act. Just as his fingers touched the cold doorknob, Gu Chiohan's trembling voice finally came from behind him. I admit defeat. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. Ji Yang paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, but deliberately didn't turn around, lazily asking. And then what? That's it? There's no sincerity at all. Gu Chiohan gripped the bedsheet tightly, her voice filled with shame and anger. Ji Yang. You've gone too far. Oh, Ji Yang drawled, and with a forceful tug, the doorknob made a soft click sound. Then I'd better leave, so as not to disturb my senior's rest. No. Gu Chiohan sat up abruptly in bed, not even caring that her towel had slipped off, her voice filled with obvious panic. Don't go. They're still. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, her voice barely audible yet clearly audible. I beg you. I shouldn't have talked back to you. Ji Yang then released the doorknob, slowly turned around, and looked at Gu Chiohan on the bed, whose cheeks were flushed and whose eyes were watery but who was trying to appear calm. He finally smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. He paced back to the bedside, leaned down to look her in the eye, and gently brushed his fingertips across her burning cheeks. If we had been honest from the beginning, we wouldn't have wasted so much time, right? 91 minutes later. Wouldn't it have been better to just give in sooner? Why suffer like this? Gu Qiuhan's expression turned pale. She regained her composure and slowly said, "Get lost." Ji Yang sighed, leaned lazily against the headboard, and looked at Gu Qiuhan on the bed. Sigh. Look, isn't this the same time you were begging me? It was the same at the hotel last time, and it's the same this time. You change your mind faster than flipping through a book. Next time, no matter how much you beg me, it won't work. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan suddenly grabbed the clothes that Ji Yang had just taken off from her stomach. With a soft smack, the cloth landed squarely on Ji Yang's face. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment, then his face immediately showed a look of disgust. "Senior. Aren't you disgusting?" Gu Qiuhan had already propped herself up, her hair slipping down her shoulders. She gave him a cold glance. "What? You think you're disgusting?" Ji Yang was speechless for a moment after hearing her words. Gu Qiuhan glared coldly at Ji Yang, her gaze seeming to want to gouge a hole in him. She wrapped herself tightly in the sheet, walked barefoot into the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and was immediately greeted by the sound of running water. Ji Yang's face darkened completely as he listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. He took out his phone and dialed Housy's number directly. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and the sound of a mouse panting came from the other end. "Hey, bro. What's wrong? What's wrong? You fucking have the nerve to ask me what's wrong." Ji Yang lowered his voice. "In the bar, were the drugs in Gu Qiuhan's and my drinks put in them by you?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a dry laugh from the rat. "Hey, brother Ji, I just saw you and your wife were at an impasse, and I wanted to help you out. Seeing how awkward you two were, I was worried." He continued. "However, I forgot to tell you. I also added a little to your drink, not a big amount. It was just to liven things up, but the effect, well, you should be experiencing it now, right?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's temple veins throbbed. "You son of a bitch. Don't rush, brother Ji." The mouse hurriedly interrupted. "After you left, I was fucking thirsty, so I drank the half-full glass that was left on your table. Damn it. We're busy putting out the fire right now. I'll talk to you later. I have to go now." The call was abruptly ended as soon as he finished speaking, leaving only a busy tone. As Ji Yang listened to the busy tone on the phone, he imagined Housy fighting with some girl from an art college. Then, recalling the completely out-of-control chaos he had just experienced with Gu Qiuhan, he felt a surge of anger mixed with helplessness rush to his head. He slammed his phone onto the mattress and cursed under his breath, "Damn it! Li Hao, you good-for-nothing bastard." Just as Ji Yang hung up the phone, the bathroom door clicked open. Gu Qiuhan came out wrapped in a clean white bath towel, her long, wet hair draped over her shoulders, the ends still dripping water. She didn't look at Ji Yang, but went straight to the bedside and sat down, slowly drying her hair with a towel. The only sound in the room was the faint rustling of a towel against hair, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. After a long while, she finally raised her eyes and looked at Ji Yang with a cold gaze. "Tell me, how do you plan to solve this?" Ji Yang was taken aback by her question. "Solve what? What?" Gu Qiuhan stopped drying her hair, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "Slept for nothing? P.S. My new book is out, and the chapters on things aren't too explicit yet. Having learned from past mistakes, I can only proceed slowly. Otherwise, I'm really afraid I'll be locked up for another 2 weeks. So, I'm begging for more updates and your free support. Thank you, brothers." Chapter 41. Let me calculate for my future boyfriend. "No, senior, let me explain," Ji Yang quickly said. "It's because of that guy, Housy." Last time, Gu Qiuhan interrupted him directly. "I fell for someone else's trick. The situation was special, and I had no choice but to do that with you. I can overlook it." She stood up and walked to Ji Yang, the hem of her bath towel swaying gently with her movements. She looked down at him. "But this time, it's because of your good brother. Tell me, how do you plan to solve this?" Ji Yang cautiously raised his eyes, secretly observing Gu Qiuhan's expression, and then tentatively probed. Then you'll sleep back?" Gu Qiuhan was clearly taken aback by his shameless answer and was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Immediately afterwards, an uncontrollable anger surged from the bottom of her heart, causing her fair cheeks to flush red instantly. She was so angry she even laughed out loud, nodding and saying good several times. Good, Ji Yang, you're really something. She looked around as if searching for a suitable weapon, her gaze finally settling on the heavy glass ashtray on the bedside table. Seeing this, Ji Yang was terrified and quickly waved his hands. Senior, calm down. I was just kidding. It was just a joke. Let's talk this out. Gu Qiuhan ignored him completely and grabbed the ashtray, ready to smash it over his shoulder. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Ji Yang didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He scrambled off the sofa and hurriedly hid behind it, still begging for mercy. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Let's find a different solution. A different one. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Gu Qiuhan's hand, holding the ashtray, froze in midair, her chest heaving slightly with anger. She looked at Ji Yang, who was hiding behind the sofa with only half his head showing, and took a deep breath. She said, slowly and deliberately, "Speak like a human being." Ji Yang's eyes darted around. How about this? I'll save you a library seat every day, help you snag limited edition milk tea, and take attendance for you. I'll even run the 2,000-meter run for you in PE class. Gu Qiuhan frowned. Then, Ji Yang rubbed his hands together. I'll give you my game account? All skins and all heroes. This is your last chance. Gu Qiuhan tapped her fingers lightly on the ashtray. Ji Yang gritted his teeth and closed his eyes with a death-defying resolve. How about I give you my roommate, Fatty Hao, instead? He may be a bit chubby, but he can tell jokes. Roll. Gu Qiuhan finally couldn't hold back her laughter and cursed out loud. Who wants your fat roommate? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ji Yang crawled out from behind the sofa and said with a grin, "So, what do you say?" Gu Qiuhan didn't respond to his question. She suddenly looked up and asked casually, "Ji Yang, how much am I worth in your heart?" Upon hearing the question, Ji Yang's eyes lit up immediately. I know the answer to this one. He immediately cleared his throat, straightened his back, and struck a pose of deep affection. Senior, what you're saying? In my heart, you are priceless. Gold and silver, jewels, mansions, and luxury cars are all worldly things compared to you. You are like the bright moon in the sky, pure and flawless, and like the clear spring in the mountains, refreshing and soothing. He was speaking eloquently when Gu Qiuhan gently interrupted him. Priceless treasure? Of course. Ji Yang patted his chest confidently, without a doubt. Gu Qiuhan nodded, then asked thoughtfully, "So, how much do you usually charge for a fortune-telling session?" Ji Yang blurted out, "A fortune-telling is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." No deception, young or old. He only realized what he was saying after he finished speaking. No. Senior, this can't be calculated like that. One is business, and the other is. He kept saying yes for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything convincing. Looking at Gu Qiuhan's ambiguous smile, he felt like he had fallen into a carefully designed trap. Gu Qiuhan curled the corners of her lips and said slowly, "Oh? So, in your heart, this priceless treasure, am not even worth 1,000 gold pieces? It seems I need to reconsider my sincerity just now." Upon hearing this, Ji Yang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly waved his hand to explain. Senior, it's not about the money. There are rules in the fortune-telling profession. You can't just tell fortunes casually. Doing it randomly will deplete your own good fortune. Especially for your closest relatives, you shouldn't cast a divination lightly, as it will diminish your blessings. Gu Qiuhan gently fiddled with the edge of the bath towel, then looked up at him. Who said you were going to give it to me? Ji Yang was taken aback. Huh? So you want to? I'll calculate it for my future boyfriend. Gu Qiuhan said calmly, since I am priceless in your heart, it's not too much to ask you to help me calculate my future destined partner, is it? I want to know when he will appear, what he looks like, what he does. These things shouldn't involve revealing too many secrets of heaven, nor should they diminish your blessings, right? She smiled slightly and added, after all, helping you vet the priceless treasure in your heart and avoid entrusting it to the wrong person should be considered doing a good deed, right? Ji Yang stood there with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time, his mind in turmoil. Good grief, this woman is really cunning. Is she playing word games with me? Future boyfriend? Isn't that me, this handsome guy who's both far away and right in front of me? Do you think I'd even show that to myself? Since inexplicably acquiring this life script system, Ji Yang has had his share of ulterior motives. He secretly tried countless times to see if he could really marry 8 wives and reach the pinnacle of life. But the broken system interface acts like it has dementia. Whenever it touches his own information, it either freezes or displays a bunch of gibberish, making it impossible to read a single word. He now strongly suspects that Gu Chiohan brought this up on purpose. She must still remember the day before school started, when he said that cheeky thing at the school gate, "Hey classmate, your forehead is flushed, you're destined to be my wife." Now she's settling scores here, testing him in various ways. He looked at Gu Chiohan sitting upright on the edge of the bed, her eyes clear and her expression extremely sincere, and he knew exactly what was going on. This isn't a genuine attempt to have one's fortune told, it's clearly a trap set up, covered with straw, and a smiling way for him to jump in. If he directly says he can't tell, or speaks vaguely, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that he was just talking nonsense before, thus confirming the crime of rogue fortune teller? But if he were to bite the bullet and make something up, like, your future boyfriend's surname is G, his given name is Yang, and he's handsome and dashing. What's the difference between that and a truck that explodes? If it gets exposed later, the consequences will be even worse than being hit by an ashtray now. Ji Young quickly forced a bitter smile that was both sincere and awkward. Senior, well, fate is predetermined, it's truly wondrous. Spoiling things beforehand is like getting spoiled when reading a novel, no surprises or anticipation at all, how boring. Besides, prying into your future partner's privacy, that violates our professional ethics, it's morally reprehensible. Chapter 42 doesn't seem to mind that I'm young. Gu Chiohan realized that Ji Yang's words made some sense, and she knew that if she continued to probe, she would appear to be being unreasonable. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she followed his lead, changing her approach. Okay, it's not good to invade privacy, then forget it. She picked up her phone and waved it in front of him. However, Ji Yang, I'm not going to let this priceless request go so easily. Let's add each other on WeChat first, and I'll contact you again once I've figured out how I want to compensate you. Add me on WeChat? Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that he had already added her to his WeChat account, Divine Calculation Secrets, which he used to livestream fortune telling. If he had added her on the spot, wouldn't he have been exposed immediately? And he doesn't have any alternate accounts either. In a moment of desperation, Ji Yang showed her his phone screen, which indeed displayed an empty battery icon, the screen completely black. Senior, it's not that I don't want to add you. Look, my phone is completely dead, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to let you book a room, right? Here's what we'll do, leave me your number, I'll charge it when I get back and add you as soon as possible. I promise I'll be faster than grabbing a red envelope. Gu Chiohan glanced at his phone, which was indeed out of battery, and then at her own device, which was also out of service. She could only nod and say, okay. She recited a string of numbers. Ji Yang glanced at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, and rubbed his still throbbing temples. Shall we go? Gu Chiohan was fixing her hair in front of the mirror when she heard this. She paused and glanced at him through the mirror. Where are you going? Of course, we should go back to school. I have military training today, not tomorrow. No, it's today. Gu Chiohan then realized and softly said, oh, I almost forgot, our classmate Ji Yang is only a freshman, he's a little junior. Senior. Ji Young, you'd better explain that last word clearly. What does junior mean? Gu Chiohan turned around and looked at him leisurely. Young, huh? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Junior? Ji Yang ground his back teeth and took a step closer. Senior, some things don't have much to do with age. Besides, last night, you didn't seem to mind that I was too young? Gu Chiohan's face flushed red instantly. Get out. Hurry up and leave, it'll be dawn soon. Ji Yang smiled and followed, the two of them walking out of the room one after the other. As he approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor, he glanced out and involuntarily stopped in his tracks. Outside the window, the eastern sky was already tinged with a faint golden red hue, and the rising sun was struggling to break through the clouds, casting its warm rays upon the city. They were on a very high floor with an excellent view, where they could clearly see the sun gradually breaking free from the horizon. Looking at this scene, Ji Yang subconsciously clicked his tongue, rubbed his still slightly sore lower back, and muttered under his breath, a hint of undisguised smugness in his voice. Wow, I'm really something. I actually managed to keep going all night. Clear. Gu Chiohan, who was walking in front, stumbled and almost lost her balance. She whirled around, the blush that had just faded from her face instantly returning, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Ji Yang. Say that again and see what happens. Slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. I meant, the sunrise is so beautiful. Yes, after a whole night of running around, we finally saw the sunrise. Senior, let's hurry, or we'll be too late. As he spoke, he strode forward and pushed Guch-Johann toward the elevator, as if afraid that if he was a step too slow, blood would be spilled on the spot. The gates of Kyoto University at 6 in the morning. Security guard Zhang had just finished a set of Tai Chi exercises and was pacing outside the guard post with a thermos cup printed with "Advanced Worker." He's been guarding the university gates for over a decade, what hasn't he seen? But when the taxi stopped at the door and he saw the young couple getting out of the car, he couldn't help but take a second look. The man was very tall, wearing a wrinkled hoodie and with messy hair, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. The woman was even more eye-catching. Her simple jeans and white shirt accentuated her beautiful figure. However, both of them had faint dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicating that they hadn't slept well due to staying up late. Grandpa Zhang squinted his old eyes and glanced at the 10-year-old wall clock in the guard booth. The hour hand had just slowly passed 6 o'clock. He shook his head, and as the two approached, he couldn't help but speak, his voice thick with local accent. "Tell me, what are you young people trying to achieve?" He unscrewed the lid of the thermos, blew away the floating goji berries, and took a sip. "After a whole night of running around outside, I still have to rush back to class this early in the morning. What a miserable experience." He looked the couple up and down, his gaze lingering on their tired faces, and continued muttering. "Look at them, they're all so sleepy they can barely keep their eyes open. Weekends are so much more carefree. They can stay out as late as they want, sleep in until noon the next day, and nobody will bother them. Why do they have to go out on days with classes? What's the point? For the thrill?" Ji Yang's ears burned from her words, and he could only nod and smile in agreement. "You're right, it was our oversight. We'll definitely pay attention next time and choose a weekend." Guch-Johann quietly tugged at Ji Yang's hoodie sleeve, signaling him to hurry up and leave. Watching the two hurriedly swipe their campus cards and enter the gate, Grandpa Zhang slowly sipped his tea, shook his head, and sighed in their direction. "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." He clicked his tongue, then took out his old phone with a slightly cracked screen and dialed a number. The phone was answered quickly. "Hello? Old man, what's up? Did you forget your keys?" Grandpa Zhang cleared his throat, his voice unconsciously softening. "My dear wife, I have something to tell you. I'm taking the night off tonight. I think I've rediscovered some of that youthful feeling. How about we try it out tonight?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. "You old rascal. What's wrong with you so early in the morning? Did you steal that jar of medicinal wine old Wang gave you again?" Old Zhang blushed, but stubbornly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm perfectly sober. Just tell me if it's okay or not. P.S. If you think it's good, could you please leave a book review?" Chapter 43. Did they really eat it? As they reached the cafeteria entrance, Ji Yang stopped and turned to ask Guch-Johann beside him. "You've had a long night, want to come in and have some breakfast?" Guch-Johann shook her head. "I have no appetite, you eat." After saying that, she walked straight toward the girls' dormitory in front of the cafeteria. The right side of the cafeteria leads to the boys' dormitory, while the girls' dormitory is directly in front of it, so the two naturally parted ways here. Ji Yang watched her figure disappear into the morning mist before turning around and walking into the cafeteria. He first found a seat near a power outlet and borrowed a charger from the cafeteria worker. After plugging his phone in, he let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed his still slightly sore temples. While waiting for the machine to boot up, he went to the window and bought 2 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. You can make payments using facial recognition. As soon as I got back to my seat, my phone screen lit up, and a series of WeChat message notifications started ringing out. He unlocked his screen and opened the chat interface called Peking University Campus Heartthrob Group, which was actually their 211 dormitory group. There were already hundreds of messages. "How Pingzi, at Ji Yang Lao Ji. Where are you? If you don't come back soon, the dorm will be locked down. Fatty How, holy crap. The dorms are really locked down. Lao Ji, where are you sleeping tonight? Lu Tao, his phone is off when I call him. I hope something has happened to him. Fujia, old Ji is shrewd, he can even sell human traffickers. Fujia, based on my analysis, he most likely went off to have an affair with his senior. Adjusts glasses.jpg. Fatty How, holy crap? Really? With whom? Is it that senior? Fatty How, that shouldn't be the case, that senior is so aloof. Fu Jie, the probability is as high as 87.5%. Fatty How, jealousy has made me unrecognizable. JPG. Morning. Fatty How, at Ji Yang, are you still alive after a whole night? Squeeze if you are. Did you get any meat? Looking at these messages, Ji Yang took a bite of his steamed bun. After thinking for a moment, he replied in the group chat. Ji Yang, just got back to school. Didn't get to eat any meat, almost got eaten by someone thinking it was meat. Fatty How? Tell me in detail. How do you eat it? Fu Jie, just as I expected. JPG. Lu Tao, 6. Ji Yang looked at the group chat that had suddenly become lively, took another bite of his steamed bun, and slowly started typing. Ji Yang, why are you all awake so early? It's only a little past 6. Fu Jie, it's getting late. I'll fix my handsome hairstyle, have some breakfast, and the timing will be perfect. Ji Yang, what do you guys eat? I'm in the cafeteria. Fatty How, Dad. Niels and Kowtows. GIF. Ji Yang? What are you yelling about? Fatty How, you're my long-lost father. Dad, I'm hungry. Look at your child. Fu Jie, we've witnessed history. Hao Chang has finally found his biological father. Applause. JPG. Lu Tao, 6. Fatty How, Dad. I want a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, 2 tea eggs, a basket of steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a Rujiamo Chinese hamburger. Dad, you can add whatever you think is appropriate. Ji Yang, who's your dad? Get lost. Fatty How, 5-second voice message, clicking on it reveals a clear and resonant voice, Godfather. Fu Jie, a cup of soy milk and 2 vegetable buns. Thank you, sworn brother. Lu Tao, a bowl of wontons, with chile. Thank you, brother E. Ji Yang, are you guys going to form a sworn brotherhood in the peach garden? I'll be the godfather, Fu Jie and Lu Tao will be my brothers, and what are you, Fatty? Fatty How, I am Red Hair, the horse under my godfather's command. Godfather, please ride me. Fu Jie, to be precise, Red Hair belongs to Lubu, you should be called Lubu. Fatty How, Dilu, today you've brought me trouble. Godfather, please reconsider. Lu Tao, he's more suited to be a pig. Fatty How, Godfather. I'll be anything. As long as you bring me food. Frantically kowtowing. GIF. Ji Yang smiled and shook his head, then got up and walked towards the window. Ji Yang, okay, I'll wait. But Fatty, are you planning to make up for the sleep you missed last night with breakfast, ordering so much? Fatty How, Godfather, please understand. The child is still developing. Fu Jie, he mainly develops his waistline. Ji Yang, carrying bags of breakfast, pushed open the dormitory door, kid's godfather is back. Before he could even utter the words "here we are," the plastic bag in his hand was snatched away. Lu Tao took away the box containing wontons, Fu Jie silently took away the soy milk and vegetable buns, while Fatty How, with an agility that belied his size, gathered all the remaining bags in front of his table. Ji Yang's hands were instantly empty, not even a pair of disposable chopsticks were left for him. He stared in disbelief at his 3 rebellious sons. No. Is this how you treat our hard-working father? Not even a thank you? Fatty How was struggling to stuff a whole steamed bun into his mouth when he heard this, and with his cheeks puffed out, he mumbled indistinctly. The food's already in my mouth, what more do you want? Do you want me to kowtow to you? Fu Jie sipped his soy milk. According to Article 3 of the supplementary clauses of the dormitory agreement, those who bring their own food automatically receive the title of temporary godfather, which is valid until all the food is distributed. Lu Tao, already slurping up his wontons, echoed without looking up, the expiration date has passed. Damn it! Ji Yang laughed angrily, you guys are faster at abandoning your allies than you can turn the pages of a book. Fatty How finally swallowed the bun and said confidently. Godfather, this is called the rational redistribution of resources. Look, you buy the food, we eat it, everyone does their part, how harmonious. As he spoke, he took another big bite of his Rujiamo Chinese hamburger, oil dripping from the corner of his mouth, and began to sing indistinctly, there's only one godfather in the world who's good. A child with a godfather is like a treasure. Fu Jie calmly replied, once you're in your godfather's arms, you'll enjoy endless happiness. Lu Tao swallowed the wonton in her mouth and looked up at Ji Yang. Did you really go out with senior sister Gu last night? Ji Yang was opening the box of steamed buns that belonged to him when he heard this. Without even looking up, he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Of course, you all know, right? I went shopping with her. So? Fatty Hao suddenly raised his head, oil stain still on the corners of his mouth. You really got to eat it? Ji Yang paused in his bite of the steamed bun, then looked up to me, 3 pairs of eyes staring at him intently. He finished chewing the food in his mouth before lazily speaking. I ate it. He watched as Fatty Hao leaned forward excitedly before finishing his sentence with a wicked grin. We had hot pot, went shopping, and even had a milk tea. What, you want some too? Cut. Fatty Hao patted his chest with a sigh of relief and let out a long sigh of relief. Then I can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's eyebrows immediately shot up, and he slammed the half-eaten bun he was holding onto the table. No, Fatty, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean you're relieved? Fatty Hao rubbed his hands together and explained, Brother Ji, don't be anxious. Let me explain. No, let me explain. Brother Ji, you know, I have a complicated mindset. I'm afraid my brothers will suffer. He patted Ji Yang on the shoulder, but I'm also worried about you driving a Range Rover. He counted them carefully on his greasy fingers. Look, Senior Gu, isn't she the dream goddess of countless boys at Peking University? A cool and aloof campus beauty, from a wealthy family, and undeniably gorgeous. If you really managed to get her. Chapter 44 was carefully nurtured. Fatty Hao shook his head in anguish. How are we ordinary guys supposed to live? The contrast is too stark. The psychological gap is too big. You'll be carrying beauties every day while we brothers can only sleep with pillows. How can we be brothers then? Fu Jie calmly sipped his soy milk and added casually, to be precise, I'm afraid my brother will suffer, even more afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover, and especially afraid that my brother will live in a villa with his goddess. Lu Tao succinctly summarized, sour. Ji Yang was so angry at this absurd logic that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at Fatty Hao and said, So you're relieved that I'm single? What are you up to? Fatty Hao quickly handed over the remaining half of the Rujiamo Chinese hamburger, fawningly saying, Brother Ji, this is just the simplest brotherly affection. Here, have another bite, don't be angry. Ji Yang looked at the spot on the steamed bun that appeared to be smeared with the fat man's saliva, and leaned back with a look of disgust. Take it away, take it away. He waved his hands repeatedly. My lips have been kissed by Senior Sister Gu, they're precious. I can't let your oily mouth tarnish them. Fatty Hao, holding a Rujiamo Chinese hamburger, said with a look of utter exasperation on his chubby face, Hey Ji, let's just fantasize about it in private. We're all brothers, why are you putting on this act? Enough already. Ji Yang rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to explain any further, believe it or not. Hurry up and eat, then clean up, we have military training later. Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their eating pace. However, Fu Jie, who was sitting opposite him, did not move. Fu Jie pondered to himself, something was wrong. Ji Yang's demeanor suggests that he didn't just go shopping. The dark circles under her eyes are so heavy, it's obvious she stayed up all night, and it doesn't look like nothing happened. His words just now sounded like a joke, but the smugness in his eyes didn't seem entirely fake. As soon as Gu Qiuhan returned to her dormitory, she went straight to her desk, tilted her head slightly in front of the oval-shaped makeup mirror, and carefully examined the skin on the side of her neck. Only after confirming that no unwanted traces had been left did he breathe a barely audible sigh of relief. In the mirror, she still had a beautiful and ethereal face, but her usually calm and still eyes now seemed to hold the misty rain of Jiangnan, shimmering with light. Qiuhan, you didn't come back to stay last night? Li Xiaolin poked her head down from the top bunk and asked casually, Did you go home again? Mum. Gu Qiuhan responded softly. As a local of Jinghai, it was common for her to go home to stay when her classes weren't too demanding. The soft bed at home was definitely not comparable to the hard bed in the dormitory. Li Xiaolin climbed down the ladder, slipped on her slippers, and approached Gu Qiuhan. She tilted her head, carefully examining her exquisitely beautiful face in the mirror. Ha! Something's not right, Qiuhan, she blinked. Why do I think you look especially beautiful today? She rested her chin on her hand, searching for the right words. It's not that her facial features have changed, it's just that her whole person is glowing. She seems particularly attractive, making it hard to look away. Just like He Kaisen that day, she seems softer, and her complexion is rosy. Just then, Jiang Yuan, who was carefully applying milk tea-colored lipstick in front of a small mirror, turned around upon hearing the sound. She has an innocent-looking baby face and wears round-framed glasses, making her look like a well-behaved high school student, but the things she says are always shocking. Xiaolin, you, she said in a soft, languid voice, this is the typical state of being fully nourished by love. She gestured towards Gu Qiuhan with her lip. Can these carefully watered and meticulously cared for greenhouse plants be compared to those that grow in the wild exposed to wind and rain? From a botanical point of view, the nutrient supply, light conditions, and humidity environment are completely different. Li Xiaolin was taken aback at first, then, pondering the deeper meaning of those words, her face flushed red, and she stomped her foot in embarrassment and annoyance. Yuan. How can you drive on this lousy road? You're being indecent so early in the morning. Jiang Yuan blinked innocently. What did I say? I was seriously discussing plant care knowledge with you. She turned to Gu Qiuhan and said, right, Qiuhan? Has our dormitory's unattainable beauty finally met that bold and meticulous flower picker and been taken away, pot and all? Gu Qiuhan's hand, which was combing her long hair, paused almost imperceptibly. In the mirror, two faint blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, like white jade tinged with rouge. She didn't answer, but just glared at Jiang Yuan through the mirror. But her usually cold eyes were now shimmering with tears, as if they contained the misty rain of March in Jiangnan, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. This subtle change could not escape the sharp eyes of Jiang Yuan, a seasoned driver. Jiang Yuan glanced at Gu Qiuhan with her round eyes in the mirror, deliberately drawing out a drawn-out O. Satisfied, she turned back, picked up her lipstick, and continued to outline her lips. She began to hum a tune in her soft, sweet voice, and even winked at Li Xiaolin. Spring flowers blooming, autumn winds blowing, and... She paused deliberately, looking at Gu Qiuhan's reflection in the mirror with a mischievous smile. We, who were diligently cultivated and carefully watered in winter. She emphasized the words hard work and proper watering with particular meaning. Li Xiaolin's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Qiuhan's suddenly reddened ears and Jiang Yuan's knowing look, before she finally realized what was going on. She abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes widening as her gaze darted between the two women before finally settling on Gu Qiuhan. No way. Qiuhan, you did that? Gu Qiuhan forced herself to remain calm and put down the comb, but her ears were so red they were almost bleeding. Don't listen to Yuan's nonsense. Jiang Yuan immediately raised 3 fingers, her face displaying an innocent expression that seemed to say, I swear I'm not lying. What nonsense did I say? I was clearly praising the great gardener and the thriving flowers. As Jiang Yuan spoke, she moved closer to Gu Qiuhan, her round, baby-faced expression filled with curiosity. Qiuhan, tell me quickly, how did you feel at that time? She mysteriously stretched out her left hand, raised one index finger, and then skillfully made a circle with her right thumb and index finger. She symbolically weaved her left index finger lightly through the circle in her right hand a few times. Let me tell you, Qiuhan, based on the results of my years of dedicated research. She lowered her voice, as if sharing some ultimate secret, this crucial process, the principle of which is actually very simple. She shook her upright index finger and pointed to the circle. At first, there will definitely be some. She wrinkled her nose. It's not a good time to get used to it. After all, it's a transitional phase, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. It's normal to feel some pain. Chapter 45 Reaching the Summit of the Clouds. Then, she abruptly changed the subject, her eyes began to light up, and she stopped what she was doing. But this pain is strange. It contains a kind of irresistible attraction, making you feel a little uncomfortable, yet your body honestly wants more, deeper. Finally, she clapped her hands together sharply with a soft snap, and a satisfied, longed-for smile spread across her face. But once you break through the initial bottleneck, what follows is a sudden enlightenment, the bitter end and the sweet reward, reaching the pinnacle of the clouds. After she finished her long academic report, which included both speaking and gesturing, she belatedly realized that Gu Qiuhan had been silent the whole time, just quietly watching her with an indescribable look in her eyes. Jiang Yuan blinked her innocent big eyes, her hand frozen in mid-air. Was my analogy too vivid and specific? Gu Qiuhan took a deep breath, reached out and pinched her chubby cheeks, gently pulling them outwards. Jiang Yuan, I'm very curious now. From which academic forum did you learn all this profound theoretical knowledge? Ouch, be gentle, be gentle. I'm not. I'm just sharing my theoretical learning findings with you all in the spirit of academic sharing, so that you can avoid taking detours in practice later. Li Xiaolin, who had been eavesdropping nearby, blushed and said, Yuan. Please shut up. You can drive like a madman on this lousy road. If you keep this up, you're going to take me onto the highway. Li Xiaolin couldn't help but complain, you're so experienced, you have so much theoretical knowledge, why don't you go and actually date someone? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan's face immediately fell, and she pouted in grievance. I do want to. But those guys, after a few words, think my thoughts are too dirty, saying I'm only after their bodies, and none of them want to date me. She got angrier and angrier as she spoke, waving her little fist, I'm so cute, how come they don't even know how to appreciate it? Gu Qiuhan and Li Xiaolin exchanged a glance and asked in unison. Isn't that so? Zhang Yuanyuan was taken aback by the question. She blinked her big eyes and defended herself righteously, I am just having a rigorous academic spirit of inquiry into the great harmony of life. How can you say that I am being vulgar? Li Xiaolin complained helplessly, you're so good at these theories, but why don't you put them into practice and actually date someone? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan's adorable baby face immediately scrunched up into a little bun, and she sighed and complained. I'd love to. But those guys, we chatted fine at first, but as soon as I shared a little bit of my academic insights, they started avoiding my eyes and stammering. They all thought my thoughts were too dirty, saying I was only approaching them because I was lusting after their bodies. They all ran away faster than rabbits. She grew angrier as she spoke, waving her chubby little fists with a look of indignation on her face. Please. How can they not appreciate the depth within me, such an innocent, adorable, and universally loved girl? They're so blind. Just then, my roommate, who had just finished washing up, pushed open the door and happened to hear the last sentence. While patting toner onto her face, she naturally replied. Yeah, who could know your depths? I doubt anyone could even get to the bottom of you, right? Quiet. Utterly quiet. This isn't a highway, it's like taking a rocket straight to outer space. The person who pushed open the door was Zhang Yu, Gu Qiuhan's last roommate. She wore a simple cotton dress, her face was unadorned, and she exuded a fresh and aloof temperament, looking like a goddess untouched by worldly affairs. But those who know her well know that this goddess is indiscriminate when it comes to relationships. She changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes, and no relationship can last more than a month. Whenever asked about the reason for the breakup, she would always brush it off with the words, we weren't compatible. Yeah. Li Xiaolin screamed and threw a pillow at her, you came along to drive so early in the morning. Zhang Yuanyuan was also stunned, you. I didn't expect you to be the most experienced driver in disguise. Zhang Yu blinked innocently, what did I say? I was praising Yuanyuan for her profound thoughts. Gu Qiuhan sighed and rubbed her forehead, feeling that this dormitory was beyond saving. Zhang Yuanyuan said righteously, so what I'm saying is that I have a rigorous and sacred spirit of inquiry into the great harmony of life. It's a profound insight into the mysteries of human instinct. How come it becomes so vulgar in your mouths? Yes, Li Xiaolin nodded perfunctorily, this is academic research, which we ordinary people cannot understand. Zhang Yu added insult to injury, it's just that the research direction is a bit too theoretical. Li Xiaolin suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands, saying, all right, Yuanyuan. How about I introduce you to a boyfriend? I guarantee he'll be your type. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanyuan immediately perked up, really? Is he handsome? Is he tall? Is he big? Is he long? The other three roommates, ? Li Xiaolin sighed, great. Brilliant. As for the last two questions, I really don't know. You'll have to explore and discover them yourself, scholar. And, he's a junior. I'm in charge of guiding the freshmen in their class. He's a typical engineering guy. Engineering guy's Zhang Yuanyuan deflated like a punctured balloon, pouting as she lay back on the bed. Wouldn't that be so boring? All they do is code and experiments, they have no romantic soul at all. Li Xiaolin leaned closer to her bedside and winked mysteriously. But he's really handsome. He's the clean-cut kind of handsome, tall, with a straight nose. Zhang Yuanyuan held out her hand, send me your contact information. Li Xiaolin's expression froze, and she said awkwardly, I didn't. Zhang Yuanyuan instantly exploded, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, then why did you fart here with no smell? You flirted and then ran away, are you even human? Li Xiaolin laughed as she dodged, I'm just helping you find someone. What's the rush? Zhang Yuanyuan lay back down angrily, but after a while, unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to her side and asked, by the way, what's his name? Li Xiaolin frowned and tried hard to recall, then said uncertainly, I think his name is Ji Yang? Yes, it's Ji Yang. Ji Yang. Zhang Yuan chewed on the name twice. P.S. What do you all think of the content? Please leave a comment so the author can improve and learn. Thank you for your support, everyone. Who meticulously watered Chapter 46. Zhang Yuan thought the name sounded familiar. What did you say his name was? Gu Qiuhan, who had been quiet all along, suddenly looked up. Li Xiaolin was taken aback by the question and repeated, Ji Yang. He's the top science student in the province who turned down Tsinghua and Peking University, and I don't know what he was thinking when he came to Peking University. After saying that, Li Xiaolin realized something was wrong and looked at Gu Qiuhan. Huh? Qiuhan, why are you so agitated? Gu Qiuhan immediately lowered her eyes. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised that the top scorer in the college entrance examination chose Peking University. Yeah? Li Xiaolin leaned closer to Gu Qiuhan, her face full of gossip. Isn't that a bit much? Qiuhan, tell me honestly, which young master managed to win over our most aloof campus belle, Gu, at Peking University? Zhang Yu, standing to the side, was fixing her hair in front of a small mirror, gently correcting him without looking up. Xiaolin, use the right words. It's not take down. She paused, looked at Gu Qiuhan through the mirror, and smiled faintly. Who carefully watered it? Upon hearing this, even Zhang Yuan, who was used to driving fast, couldn't help but burst out laughing. What if they're wearing something? Li Xiaolin was speechless. Hey, you two. Aren't we going a bit too fast? The passengers will get carsick. Gu Qiuhan's ears turned bright red from their chatter, but she forced herself to remain calm. After quickly tidying herself up, she stood up somewhat hastily. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and pack your things, class is about to start, or you'll be late. As she spoke, she turned around and began to pack her school bag, quickly putting away the notebooks and pens on the table. Under the blazing sun, the rubber track on the playground softened slightly and emitted an unpleasant odor. The freshmen in the camouflage formation looked listless, sweat dripping from their foreheads and soaking their collars. No way, Fatty Hao wailed weakly, his voice trailing off. It's so hot again today. I see other military training on TV, it's always raining or windy, so they just switch to indoor training. Why are we so miserable, getting sunburned every day? Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yingying, who was standing in front of him, turned her head slightly and retorted in a low voice. Fatty, stop howling. The four of us girls haven't even complained yet, and you, a grown man, are already complaining. Is that even possible? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the people around her to hear clearly. Fatty Hao choked for a moment, his chubby face flushed red, and he stubbornly retorted in a low voice. I'm just speaking out for justice on behalf of the many students who are suffering. Li Yuan, the slightly chubby girl standing next to Bai Yingying, couldn't help but whisper in support. Exactly, Fatty, you're thicker and have more fat, so you should be more resistant to the sun than us. Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao was heartbroken. Yuan. You actually said that about me too? Have you forgotten our promise under the moonlight last night? We promised to be each other's angels. Li Yuan was taken aback by his sudden display of dramatic flair. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed, before retorting in a low voice. Hao Chang. We just added each other as friends in the freshman group last night and chatted for a few minutes. What agreement did we make? Stop talking nonsense. Seeing this, Fatty Hao got even more excited. Ha, woman. Last night she called her sweetie, and today she says she's just an ordinary online friend. Shut up. Li Yuan blushed, her ears turning red. Instructor Pan Zhang's gaze swept over them, and the group immediately fell silent. Attention, everyone. Pan Zhang's loud voice echoed across the playground. Today we will continue to reinforce basic marching movements, the stationary turning maneuver. We will mainly practice left turns and right turns. On my command. Turn right. The sound of orderly footsteps and the rustling of bodies against camouflage uniforms filled the air. During lunch break, Ji Yang was called to the office by his counselor. In the cafeteria, the other three students from dormitory 211 were eating around a table. Fu Jia looked at Fatty Hao, who was engrossed in his work, and said, Fatty, when did you add Li Yuan as a friend? You're pretty quick, sneaking in behind our backs? He picked up a piece of green vegetable and continued his analysis. Are you afraid your brothers will compete with you? Cough. Fatty Hao was trying to stuff a large piece of fatty meat into his mouth when he heard this and almost choked. He quickly gulped down a few mouthfuls of soup, his fat face turning red. What do you mean, secretly did it? Old foo, don't talk nonsense. He wiped his mouth, his eyes darting around. It's just that last night in the freshman group, I saw her profile picture was cute, so I just added her on a whim. It was purely out of friendly concern for a classmate. It's not as complicated as you guys think. Lu Tao ate her meal silently to the side, without looking up or asking any questions. Fatty Hao's face instantly turned a deep liver color, and he stammered in defense. Well, that was just a joke. Just trying to lighten the mood. She was the one who helped Bai Yingying argue with me today. Fu Jie patted Lu Tao, who was eating in silence. Lu Tao looked up, puzzled, ? Fu Jie coughed awkwardly. Our Fatty must be having a crush on someone. Then Fu Jie put down his chopsticks and said to Fatty Hao earnestly. Fatty, listen to your brother's advice. He held up one finger. First of all, it's best not to start with your own class. There are already few girls in our computer science department. There are only 4 in our class at most, he counted on his fingers, Bai Yingying, Wang Meng, Li Yuan, and Zhang Yuqiu. He paused for a moment, then began to analyze each point one by one. Look at Bai Yingying. Although she's a bit short, she's really pretty and has a nice voice. After military training, the number of men pursuing her will probably stretch from the cafeteria to the teaching building. She definitely won't be interested in you. Wang Meng, Fu Jie shook his head, is a girl who can be our brother and best buddy. She is fine as a brother, but as a girlfriend, it just doesn't feel right, she is not suitable. And Zhang Yuqiu is even more out of the question. That guy is obviously a top student among top students. His mind is only on code and GPA. He has a don't bother me look on his face. You have no chance. After criticizing those 3, Fu Jie changed the subject and stroked his chin. As for Li Yuan, well, you know what, he looked how pangsy up and down, round face, and quite lively personality, she seems quite suitable for your build and personality at first glance. When Fatty Hao heard this, his eyes lit up a little. Fu Jie immediately poured cold water on the idea. But have you thought about this? If you two were dating in the same class, what if you didn't end up together and broke up? You'd see each other in class every day, and you might even be assigned group projects together. You'd be running into each other all the time. How awkward would that be? He patted Fatty Hao on the shoulder and concluded. So, brother, I advise you to think twice before you act. Even a rabbit won't eat the grass near its burrow. Fatty Hao was completely taken aback by Fu Jie's meticulous analysis. Chapter 47 In the Name of the People. Inside the counselor's office in the administration building, the air conditioning was blasting, creating a world apart from the sweltering heat outside. Ji Yang had just finished his morning military training and walked in, his body covered in sweat. The sticky sweat on his skin was almost instantly enveloped by the cool, dry air. He looked at Zhou Yuqing, the counselor sitting behind the desk, his face filled with disbelief. No way, director, are you serious? Zhou Yuqing was wearing a refreshing short skirt and a loose t-shirt today, exuding youthful energy. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake her for a senior student. She crossed her legs, her slender calves naturally leaning to one side, her ankles showing smooth and graceful lines. Ji Yang's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, and he secretly glanced at her twice, inwardly praising the director's figure and temperament as truly impeccable. Zhou Yuqing took in his subtle actions but didn't point them out, simply nodding affirmatively. Zhou Yuqing smiled slightly and said confidently. Of course I'm serious. The school's welcome party needs a freshman host, and I think your image and adaptability are very suitable. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the table, interlacing her fingers to support her chin, and gave a meaningful smile. Of course, if you're willing to accept this task. Besides having a private meal with you as a thank you, the teacher can also grant you a full day off from military training. The allure of a meal is secondary. Ji Yang's eyes lit up involuntarily. But this one-day military training break was so precious. No more sweating buckets on the parade ground, no more repetitive, tedious drills. The thought of his roommates practicing hard under the scorching sun while he could enjoy the coolness of the dormitory or leisurely play games made Ji Yang feel that this condition was particularly tempting. But he still cautiously raised questions. Director, I don't understand. In previous years, weren't the broadcasting and hosting students the hosts? Why did they decide to hold the selection in our School of Information Science this year? Zhou Yuqing tilted her head slightly, and strands of hair slipped down her shoulder with the movement. It's really unoriginal to have the same major every year. The school hopes that this year's welcome party can show a more diverse side, so it has decided to scout for talent from other colleges. Then why did they specifically choose our School of Information Science? Ji Yang pressed. A shrewd glint flashed in Zhou Yuqing's eyes, and her smile deepened. Perhaps it's because our department recruited a special top scorer this year? Ji Yang suppressed the urge to smirk, coughed lightly as if trying to appear calm, and straightened his back. Guer, since you trust me so much. He tried his best to put on a solemn expression, then. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Zhou Yuqing chuckled. All right, we've finished talking about the important matters. She glanced at her phone. I should probably go and satisfy my hunger too. Ji Yang immediately chimed in, putting on a pitiful expression. Director, please give me a ride. I just finished military training and rushed over here. I'm starving. Can you bear to see the host you personally selected faint from hunger in the administration building? Zhou Yuqing was amused by his exaggeration, but deliberately put on a serious face. Is it that serious? Should I call an ambulance for you? No. Ji Yang waved his hand. A meal can save him. Can you give me a chance to thank my teacher for recognizing my talent? You smooth talker. Zhou Yuqing glared at him reproachfully. Fine, since you promised me. I know a good stir-fry stall in the faculty cafeteria. I'll take you to try it. She stood up and straightened her skirt. Ji Yang quickly stepped forward to open the door for her, gesturing please go first, director. This weak patient of mine needs to go with the nutritionist. Zhou Yuqing shook her head, amused by his words, and said as she walked out. I'm starting to doubt whether choosing you as the host was the right decision. You shouldn't be so talkative on stage. The two arrived at the elevator. Ji Yang darted forward and pressed the up button, then quickly retreated, stopping about a step behind Zhou Yuqing's left. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Zhou Yuqing stepped into the sedan chair, with Ji Yang following closely behind, maintaining that delicate distance. The gleaming elevator doors were like a mirror, reflecting his feigned composure, but his restless eyes secretly glanced downwards. Zhou Yuqing wore a light blue A-line mini skirt today. The crisp fabric perfectly accentuated her slender waist. Her long, slender legs, clad in nude 5-centimeter heels, accentuated her elegant posture. Ji Yang silently gave himself a thumbs up. That perfect A4 waist, that exquisite figure. Ms. Zhou's boyfriend must have saved the galaxy in his past life. How lucky he must be to enjoy such a beautiful view every day. He subtly adjusted his position to ensure he was always at the best vantage point. As a student, one should naturally walk behind the teacher. This is basic respect for teachers. How can one walk side by side with the teacher? Ji Yang is the most well-behaved student. Absolutely not. It wasn't to allow for an unobstructed view of that beautiful silhouette. Just then, Zhou Yuqing suddenly turned around. Ji Yang looked up at the sky with lightning speed, pretending to be very interested in the ventilation openings at the top of the elevator, muttering to himself. The design of this vent is quite unique. The airflow should be very even. Really? Zhou Yuqing raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half smile. Those are fire sprinkler heads. Ji Yang remained calm and composed. Oh, I thought the design of this showerhead was quite artistic. Bite. We've reached the first floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Zhou Yuqing stepped out, her skirt tracing a beautiful arc. Ji Yang quickly followed, still maintaining a distance of one body length, perfectly embodying the principle of respecting teachers and valuing the way. The two entered the faculty and staff canteen, which was much quieter than the bustling student canteen. Damn it! Ji Yang had barely opened his mouth when Zhou Yuqing glared at him. What cause? Be mindful of the occasion, Zhou Yuqing gently reminded her, picking up her plate as she did so. Ji Yang lowered his voice and pointed at the price tag in disbelief. No. Director, look, 1 yuan? This price must be wrong, right? Zhou Yuqing, unfazed, picked up some food and said, it's not a mistake, this is the price in the faculty and staff canteen. Help yourself to whatever you want, don't be shy. Ji Yang, still somewhat skeptical, carried his tray to the food area and carefully checked each price tag. Vegetable dishes are 0.5 yuan, meat dishes are 1 yuan, and even the most expensive braised pork ribs are only 1.5 yuan. Ji Yang picked up a piece of braised pork ribs. Director, is this the real-life version of In the Name of the People? It can't be offered for free, that would seem too privileged, but it can't be charged at market price, that would sacrifice the welfare of faculty and staff. So, you just symbolically charge 1 yuan, just to go through the motions? Chapter 48. No man is any good, and neither are you. Zhou Yuqing nodded slightly, her voice softening. You could say that. Ji Yang put down his chopsticks, becoming unusually serious. That's just how it is in this world, there is never any absolute fairness. He looked around and said, like this cafeteria, students are crammed into the noisy hall, queuing up for meals that cost more than 10 yuan, while here the environment is quiet and peaceful, and you can eat your fill for just 1 yuan. It does seem unfair on the surface. He paused, then continued, but upon closer examination, teachers have dedicated themselves to the school for many years, so it's only fair that they enjoy these benefits. Just as some people are born into wealthy families while others struggle to make ends meet, fairness is never about equal distribution, but about ensuring that everyone receives their due reward in their own place. Zhou Yuqing looked at him with some surprise, not expecting him to say such a thing. Ji Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although I often act carefree, I still understand these principles. Instead of complaining about unfairness, I should find ways to make myself stronger. When I have the ability, I might be able to set rules and create a relatively fair environment. A hint of appreciation flashed in Zhou Yuqing's eyes as she gently stirred the soup in her bowl. I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. Ji Yang shoveled a large mouthful of rice into his mouth, then looked up, a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of his lips. No, director, you're talking like you're some big kid. His gaze swept quickly over Zhou Yuqing, and he said meaningfully, whether it's age or anything else. His gaze inadvertently swept over Zhou Yuqing's chest, then he casually lowered his head to continue eating, adding a vague remark. They don't seem that big. Zhou Yuqing was taken aback at first, then realized what she meant. Ji Yang. Where are you looking? I didn't say anything, director. Ji Yang looked up innocently. I mean, you haven't been teaching for very long, and you're not that old. What are you thinking? Yes. Zhou Yuqing sighed softly, unconsciously looking down at herself, her voice gradually lowering. Indeed, they're not that big. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, and her eyes, which always held a smile, were now veiled with a faint sense of loss. In fact, Zhou Yuqing has an excellent body proportion. She is 1.65 meters tall and weighs only 90-something kilograms. She is slim where she should be and has just the right amount of flesh where she should be. Her long legs were the envy of many female teachers, and coupled with her pretty face, she was often mistaken for a senior student when walking on campus. But the way she frowned slightly at that moment revealed a lack of confidence. Upon seeing this, Ji Yang immediately realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly put down his chopsticks. Director, don't be sad. There are people who like you just the way you are. He leaned forward and lowered his voice, saying, Really? You have a figure that makes you look especially elegant in clothes, and it's especially pleasing to the eye. The more you look at it, the more appealing it becomes. Unlike those that are particularly, voluptuous, which can seem vulgar after a while. Zhou Yuqing was taken aback by his sudden words of comfort, then couldn't help but chuckle softly. Are you trying to comfort me? You're making it sound so reasonable. I'm just telling the truth. Ji Yang straightened his back. Director, think about it. Those overly exaggerated figures tend to look vulgar. Yours is high-class beauty. Like that supermodel Lu Wen, she's this type too, isn't she gorgeous? Seeing his eagerness to explain, Zhou Yuqing's slight disappointment vanished instantly. She deliberately put on a stern face. All right, you're getting more and more ridiculous. Let's eat, the food's getting cold. Ji Yang obediently ate a couple of bites of rice, but couldn't suppress his curiosity and blinked, asking. Director, someone as good-looking as you must have had a lot of suitors in college, right? You must have received so many love letters that you couldn't handle them all? Zhou Yuqing paused slightly in her chopsticks, a complex expression flashing across her eyes. She gently put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and gave a faint smile. Why are you suddenly asking this? I'm just curious. Ji Yang leaned forward. Someone like Dower must be a popular figure at university. Zhou Yuqing stirred the soup in her bowl, her head bowed. Yes, someone did pursue me. But I was quite different back then than I am now. Ji pressed on. Different? Was your son a bookworm in college? Zhou Yuqing was amused by his statement and shook her head. No, that's not it. It's just simpler and more idealistic. She raised her head, her gaze somewhat distant. I always felt that love should be pure, allowing no impurities whatsoever. And then what happened? Ji Yang listened intently. Later. Zhou Yuqing sighed softly. I found that reality was not quite the same as what I imagined. Some people approach you, perhaps not because they like you as a person. Ji Yang listened intently and couldn't help but lean forward. Director, is it convenient for you to tell me? Zhou Yuqing looked up at him, seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then said softly. Actually, it's nothing much. I had a boyfriend in college, a senior I met in the student council. At first, I thought he was mature and stable, and he treated me well. But later I found out. It seems like he's just after my body. He's always trying to find ways to take me out for the night. And then what? Ji Yang pressed eagerly, his eyes wide. Did you give it to him, dower? Zhou Yuqing was taken aback by his direct question. Ji Yang, why are you more excited than I am, the person involved? She gently put down her spoon and said self-deprecatingly, no. Later I found out he was flirting with several girls at the same time, so we broke up. Ji Yang was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Damn. What a scumbag. Director, you're right to break up with him. Have you dated anyone since then? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Why are you so curious about whether I have a boyfriend or not? Ji Yang was taken aback by the question and quickly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. His eyes darted around as he explained, and nothing. It's just that as a student, I'm showing concern for my teacher. His voice trailed off as he spoke, clearly lacking confidence. To change the subject, he quickly became serious again and said, if you ask me, Director, you did the right thing. Men, there's not a single good one among them. Zhou Yuqing gave him a meaningful look and said slowly, you're no better than me. Ji Yang? Chapter 49. Didn't you want to sleep with me before? Before he could retort, Zhou Yuqing continued unhurriedly, isn't that right? Have you forgotten that you mistook me for your senior and even tried to sleep with me? Ji Yang's face flushed red instantly. He opened his mouth to argue, but found that he was indeed in the wrong. Zhou Yuqing pressed her advantage, leaning forward slightly and lowering her voice to ask, word by word. Besides, I just casually mentioned it and asked you to come to my office, and you obediently came, didn't you? With each sentence she spoke, Ji Yang lowered his head a little further. Director, that was all a misunderstanding, and we were forced by circumstances. Really? Zhou Yuqing sat up straight, looking at him leisurely. Then the staring at me just now was also a misunderstanding? Ji Yang. Quer, please let me go. After dinner, Ji Yang went straight back to his dormitory. Ji Yang quietly pushed open the dormitory door. Old Ji's back? Fatty Hao sat up abruptly. What good news does the director have for you? Is it because you're handsome that he's giving you special treatment? Ji Yang gave him a weak glare, then carefully moved to the edge of her bed and sat down, afraid of damaging the neatly folded military blanket. What kind of special treatment? That's the job of the welcome party host. The host? Fatty Hao raised his voice instantly. Wow, Lao Ji. It's only been a few days since school started, and even the director is taking a liking to you. Come on, Ji Yang rubbed his sore shoulders, it's just going to be a laborer. Come on, Fatty Hao leaned in, winking and saying, I heard that Counselor Zhou is the youngest counselor in our department, and she's pretty too. Why didn't she choose someone else, but you? At this point, Fujia casually interjected, 92% of college romances begin with various work-related interactions. Lu Tao nodded as she fastened her belt, teacher-student relationship? That's interesting. Ji Yang was both amused and exasperated by their comments. Can you guys be serious for once? I'm just going to do manual labor, how come you're making it sound like I'm going to sell my body? You just don't understand, Fatty Hao said, shaking his head knowingly. Those who are near the water get the moon first. Old Ji seized the opportunity. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and suddenly jumped off the bed, grabbed Ji Yang's hand, his chubby face filled with piety. Old Ji. Brother Ji. If you just put in a little more effort and manage to win over Teacher Zhou, his eyes gleamed, as if he could already see a bright future, then you'll be the father of our 211 dorm. You'll go straight from godfather to biological father. Fujia nodded silently from the side. From a genetic point of view, it is unlikely, but from the perspective of practical interests, this proposal is highly feasible. Fatty Hao, just think about it, won't we be able to write any sick leave slip we want? What if we don't want to get up at 8 a.m.? We'll say, Dad, my stomach hurts, or we're too tired from military training and want to slack off. We'll say, Dad, I have heat stroke. He mimicked the tone of someone asking for leave, speaking in a high-pitched voice. Teacher Joe, my son Yang Yang said he's not feeling well, and I'd like to stay and take care of him. Fu Jie thought for a moment and added, it can also be expanded to other areas. For example, final exam focus points, participation grades, and selection of outstanding students. Fatty Hao was already immersed in his beautiful fantasy. We'll be the most arrogant dorm in the whole school. We can go to whichever class we want and skip whichever class we want if we don't like it. Ji Yang, are you guys trying to push me into a fire pit? You want me to sell my body for a few sick leave slips? How can this be called selling one's body? Fatty Hao declared righteously. This is called contributing to the dormitory. Sacrificing the individual for the greater good. Fu Jie nodded. From a game theory perspective, this is a surefire way to make money. Lu Tao looked at the fat man and asked, what about senior sister Gu? Lu Tao's sudden remark was like a bucket of cold water poured over Fatty Hao's head, who was lost in his daydream. Yeah. Fatty Hao slapped his thigh suddenly, his chubby face instantly filled with dilemma. Old G, what about senior sister Gu? If you go after teacher Joe too, wouldn't you be too timing? Fu Jie rested his hands behind his head, carefully leaning against his neatly folded quilt. From a moral standpoint, maintaining ambiguous relationships with multiple members of the opposite sex simultaneously is undesirable. However, from a biological perspective, male animals generally have an instinct to expand the reach of their genes. All right. Ji Yang quickly interrupted the group of people who were talking nonsense. What are you all talking about? My relationship with teacher Zhou is just a normal teacher-student relationship, and my relationship with senior sister Gu is also. Halfway through his sentence, Ji Yang waved his hand and said, quickly close your eyes and rest for a bit. We have to assemble in 20 minutes. Instructor Pan said this afternoon that we'll be practicing marching. If you don't get your energy ready now, you'll be in for a world of hurt later. As he spoke, he leaned against the bedpost and closed his eyes, clearly indicating that he didn't want to continue the topic. Fatty Hao persisted, old G, actually I think, both senior sister Gu and teacher Zhou are great, if we could have both. Ji Yang didn't even open his eyes, but simply kicked him lightly, get lost. Do you think I'm that kind of person? The three of them exclaimed in unison, you are. Student Union Office. Li Si pushed open the door and was surprised to find Gu Qiuhan sitting alone by the window eating lunch. Hey, Qiuhan? Li Si asked, somewhat surprised. Why are you eating here? Didn't you go back to your dorm to rest? Gu Qiuhan put down her chopsticks and gently wiped her mouth with a napkin. I have some things to take care of this afternoon, so I'll just have a simple meal here. Li Si sat down in the chair opposite her and smiled. Since we've run into you, I'd like to tell you something. We'd like to invite you to be the host of this year's welcome party. Gu Qiuhan was clearly taken aback. Me? Why are you suddenly looking for me? She frowned slightly. Weren't they always the same few students from the broadcasting major at the Art Academy in previous years? It's the same people every year, it's so boring. You have a good image and a great temperament, and you're the vice president of the student union, so you're very popular among the freshmen. We think you're a perfect fit. Li Si added, moreover, this time I want to create a different feel. I don't want a too formulaic broadcasting tone. I prefer a natural and generous style. Gu Qiuhan was silent for a moment, her long eyelashes drooping. Let me think about it. Li Si understood her personality and knew that this was already a good start, so he didn't try to persuade her further, but simply smiled and nodded. Okay, take your time to think it over. But it would be best if you could give me an answer within this week, as we still need to arrange follow-up training. Li Si had just entered when Su Muching pushed open the door and came in carrying 2 lunchboxes. Li Si, I brought you some. Halfway through her sentence, she saw Gu Qiuhan by the window and her eyes lit up. Oh. Sister Qiuhan, you're here too. Gu Qiuhan's gaze fell on the lunchbox in Su Muching's hand, which was clearly for 2 people, and then she glanced at the empty lunchbox in front of her. I've finished eating. Gu Qiuhan put the lunchbox into her handbag. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be going now. Li Si quickly stood up. Qiuhan, please think about that matter carefully. Gu Qiuhan responded faintly. The whistle signaling the end of lunch break was like a death knell, jolting the 4 boys in room 211, who were sound asleep, out of bed. Ji Yang rubbed his sleepy eyes and swayed as he climbed out of bed, feeling as if he had just closed his eyes when he was woken up. Fatty Hao frantically put on his camouflage uniform while groaning in pain. How come it's time already? In my dream I was having a friendly academic exchange with Yuan. For figures in camouflage dragged their heavy steps along the tree-lined path leading to the training ground. The afternoon sun was still scorching. Fatty Hao was still savoring the interrupted dream, sighing repeatedly. What a wonderful dream! I was so close to being woken up by the whistle. This lousy military training won't even let me have a complete dream. Ji Yang chuckled and kicked him. Come on, what's so great about being intimate in a dream? If you're so capable, go ask her out in real life. Chapter 50 Reincarnation is a skill. As they chatted and laughed, the training ground came into view. Instructor Pan stood in the center of the field, his brows furrowed as he watched their slow pace. Oh no, Fatty Hao shrank his neck. Judging from Instructor Pan's expression, he's probably going to be trained like crazy this afternoon. Ji Yang straightened his camouflage hat and took a deep breath. Stop joking around, let's save our energy. I have a feeling this afternoon won't be easy. Sure enough, Instructor Pan's roar had already penetrated the entire training ground. Hey you over there! What are you dawdling for? The entire company must be assembled within 5 minutes. Gu Qiuhan carried a tote bag and walked alone in the afternoon corridor of the teaching building. Footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. She pushed open the door to an unused classroom. It was quiet and empty inside. She sat down by the window and stared blankly at the lush trees outside for a while. After hesitating for a moment, she still took out her phone from her bag and tapped on the WeChat profile picture named Season of the Year. Her fingertip hovered over the screen for a moment, then she transferred 2,000 yuan first, and then slowly typed. Master, I have a question. After sending the message successfully, she placed her phone on the table and waited quietly. The sunlight slowly moved, creeping from the corner of the table to the surface, but the phone screen remained dark, offering no reply. Gu Qiuhan frowned slightly and sent another message. Regarding questions about relationships. It still disappeared without a trace. Gu Qiuhan had no idea that the master Ji Yang she longed for was currently suffering on the playground, and all the cell phones had long been collected and kept in safekeeping. She lay on her desk and fell asleep without realizing it. Gu Qiuhan, who always seemed aloof on ordinary days, became a completely different person after falling asleep. That aloof and unapproachable aura disappeared, replaced by an unguarded gentleness. Her long hair was spread out on the wooden table, with a few strands casually clinging to her fair cheeks, rising and falling gently with her breath. There's definitely a reason why Gu Qiuhan became the school beauty. Her beauty is the kind that withstands close scrutiny. Her skin was fair and delicate, almost translucent in the sunlight. Her nose was straight and elegant. Her lips were full but not overly bright, always with a natural pale pink hue. What's most special about her is her eyes. Usually, when she looks at people, they have a somewhat aloof look, but now that they're closed, they reveal a perfect eye shape. Even her long eyelashes, which trembled slightly when she was asleep, looked as if they had been carefully drawn. Not only that, her bone structure is also excellent, with smooth facial lines, a full forehead, and a perfectly proportioned jawline, making her impeccable from any angle. After a long time, as she slowly woke up, her eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes, still dazed from just waking up. She instinctively sat up straight and immediately looked at her phone. The screen remained black, and Season of the Year did not respond. Muttering to himself, still no reply? She glanced at the time and realized it was almost time to bring water to the instructors. Inside the playground. Old Ji, what time is it? Fatty Hao, standing next to Ji Yang, groaned weakly, his camouflage uniform soaked through on the back. I feel like I'm melting. What kind of weather is this? It's already afternoon and it's still so hot. He licked his chapped lips and continued muttering. My Yuan must be so thirsty too. How can such a delicate girl endure this kind of torment? Ji Yang stared straight ahead, his lips barely moving as he replied, Do I look like I'm wearing a watch? He quietly nudged Fu Jia on his right with his elbow. What time is it? Taking advantage of the moment when Instructor Pan turned to inspect the other platoons, Fu Jia quickly glanced down at his watch. It's 2:17 p.m. Based on Instructor Pan's routine over the past 7 days, he should give the rest order in 2 to 3 minutes. Lu Tao, standing next to Fu Jia, remained silent despite being covered in sweat. Sure enough, it took less than 2 minutes. Everyone, take your time rest for 15 minutes. Instructor Pan shouted. Finally, I'm alive again. Fatty How breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground like a lump of mud, no longer caring about the scalding cement floor. The entire formation instantly relaxed, and everyone stretched their stiff and sore hands and feet, eagerly rushing towards the shady spot where the water jugs were placed. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the playground. Gu Chiohan walked over with several student council members, but she was only carrying a few bottles of water and a small bag. She went straight to the instructor's rest area under the shade of a tree. "Instructor Pan, thank you for your hard work." Gu Chiohan handed Instructor Pan a bottle of water and a small bag. "We also prepared throat lozenges this year. Please try them." Instructor Pan took the water, opened the bag, and when he saw the throat lozenges, a smile spread across his bronze face. "Your student council is so thoughtful. Every year at this time, my voice is almost ruined from shouting, this is just right. This is a tradition at Kyoto University." The instructors shout commands on the parade ground for 2 consecutive weeks, and their voices are often hoarse. The throat lozenges specially prepared by the student council always come in very handy. Not far away, Ji Young unscrewed the bottle cap and tilted his head back to gulp down water. He let out a satisfied sigh, "Ah, that feels good." He put down the water bottle, his gaze unconsciously drifting back to the graceful figure under the shade of the tree, and he sighed softly. How could anyone in this world be so good-looking? It's like they stepped out of a painting. Fatty How leaned closer, followed his gaze, and smacked his lips sourly. "Sigh, we all have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, so why is there such a big difference between people?" He touched his chubby face and said, "Look at my round face now, it's really frustrating to compare myself to others." Fu Jie stroked his chin and said, "From a genetic and aesthetic point of view, Senior Gu's facial bone structure is indeed close to the golden ratio, especially the distribution of the 3 quarts and 5 eyes." All right, Fatty How interrupted him, "Old Fu, can you stop talking so technically? To put it simply, they're naturally beautiful, while we're naturally inspirational, okay? What is information for?" Lu Tao patted Fatty How on the shoulder and said a long sentence, which was rare for him, "Fatty, don't be envious. Reincarnation is a skill." He turned to look at Ji Yang, who was staring at Gu Chiohan's back in a daze, and added, "Look at Lao Ji, he looks quite skilled." Ji Yang was admiring Gu Chiohan's departing figure when he heard these words and suddenly came to his senses. Fatty How was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Old Ji's skills are more than just good, he's practically drawn an SSR card." Ji Yang ignored it and walked to the shade of a tree, took out his phone from the safe, and wanted to see if there were any new messages. The screen lights up, and a familiar WeChat nickname appears prominently at the top of the notification bar. "Autumn Maple, Master, are you there?" Ji Yang suddenly looked up and gazed at Gu Chiohan, who was still talking to Instructor Pan in the distance. "Why is this woman texting me?" Chapter 51 Lee Sees Little Thoughts. Ji Yang opened WeChat, and in addition to "Are you there?" there was a transfer record of 2,000 yuan with the note, "Master, I want to ask some questions." Seeing this, Ji Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud, muttering to himself, "Why not make this money if it's too good to pass up?" At the same time, Gu Chiohan, who was talking to Instructor Pan not far away, felt her phone vibrate. She politely nodded to the instructor, then walked to the side and took out her phone. "Season of the year, just finished. Go ahead and ask." Ji Yang, holding his phone, looked at the 2,000 yuan transfer record and grinned from ear to ear. Just as Gu Chiohan lowered her head to reply to the message, her gaze swept across the shade of the trees by the playground. Ji Yang was sitting under a tree, holding his phone in both hands. His shoulders were trembling uncontrollably as he tried his best to suppress laughter. His face was flushed. She frowned slightly, inexplicably finding the scene a bit jarring. She recalled the hazy dream she had during her afternoon nap, in which the person whose face she couldn't see said to her, "Young lady, the joy of life lies in the unknown. If you have to calculate everything in advance, what's the difference between that and going on stage with a script? That's so boring." Thinking of this, Gu Chiohan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a relieved smile. She lowered her head, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the screen. "Autumn Maple, Master, I apologize for disturbing you. I have just had an epiphany and I already know the answer to the question." Ji Yang, who was happily considering whether to buy a new keyboard or recharge his game account, froze on his face upon seeing this reply. "Season of the year," sent a philosophically profound question mark. "Autumn Maple, please refund my money, Master. I'm truly sorry. After all, it's a secret that can't be revealed too often, right?" Under the shade of the tree, Ji Yang looked at Qiu Rihanfeng's reply, then looked up at the slender figure in the distance who had already put away her phone and turned to leave. He felt a tightness in his chest. The duck that was about to be eaten not only flapped its wings and flew away, but also slapped him in the face before it left. Ji Yang stared at the chat box, his lips twitching a few times. In the end, he reluctantly clicked the transfer button, returning the 2,000 yuan that had just arrived and hadn't even had a chance to warm up. Season of the year, transfer 2,000. Almost the instant the transfer was successful, Gu Qiuhan's reply arrived. Autumn Maple, I'm so sorry, master. I didn't think this through this time. I'll definitely send you a gift of some cigarettes as an apology next time you stream. Fatty Hao sidled up to Ji Yang, followed his gaze to Gu Qiuhan walking away, then glanced at Ji Yang's sullen expression as if he'd lost money, and nudged him with his elbow. What's wrong, Lao Ji? Why are you waiting here so long? He teased with a wink. Are you sad because senior sister Gu only gave water to the instructors and not you? Ji Yang was heartbroken over the 2,000 yuan that had just slipped through his fingers, and glared at the fat man with annoyance. Get lost. I was contemplating important life decisions. Contemplating life? Fatty Hao chuckled. Contemplating how to turn the senior into one of your own, huh? If you ask me, with your qualifications, Lao Ji, you should just go straight for an A and be done with it. Get lost. Ji Yang irritably pushed away the fat face that was leaning towards him. Go find your Yuan. Stop bothering me here. He said it casually, intending to get rid of this gossipy guy, but unexpectedly, Fatty Hao actually subconsciously looked towards the girl's formation. This sight was quite alarming. Fatty Hao's eyes widened instantly. He saw Li Yuan standing under the shade of a tree, chatting and laughing with a tall, thin boy. The boy was saying something that made Li Yuan cover her mouth and laugh. Damn it! Fatty Hao immediately bristled, his fat face turning bright red. Which blind fool dares to steal my girlfriend? In the student council office, Li Si was organizing the documents in his hands when he looked up at Su Mucheng, who was curled up on the sofa playing on her phone. Mucheng, guess who's going to be the male host for this year's welcome party? Su Mucheng didn't even look up, casually replying, how would I know? Could it be my eldest son? Li Si's lips twitched slightly, somewhat helplessly. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to call him that? He's still your junior, after all. Su Mucheng finally looked up from her phone, nonchalantly curling her lip. So what? Does he dare to talk back to me? If I hadn't been teaching him how to play games, he'd still be struggling in the bronze rank. She waved her phone smugly. Besides, with his level of skill, can he really be a host? I don't believe it. Looking at her like this, Li Si couldn't help but laugh. Then you're going to be disappointed this time. The male host really is your big son, Ji Yang. What? Su Mucheng sat up abruptly. Really? Teacher Zhou chose it? Li Si nodded. Teacher Zhou personally selected him. I heard it's because Ji Yang has a good appearance and good adaptability. Su Mucheng opened her mouth, paused for a few seconds, and said, interesting. This is going to be interesting. She picked up her phone again, tapping the screen with her finger. I have to tell my eldest son this good news right away. Li Si stared at Su Mucheng's profile as she focused on sending a message, sunlight streaming through the window onto her slightly curled hair, momentarily lost in thought. Only when Su Mucheng looked up at him in confusion did he cough lightly to cover his embarrassment. By the way, Mucheng, he picked up the event plan on the table. Would you like to help me organize this party? Just be a staff member, and I can even give you some extra practice points. Su Mucheng's eyes lit up, but then she narrowed them suspiciously. So kind? You don't mean you want to use me as free labor, do you? How could that be? Li Si chuckled, pushing the proposal in front of her. You know that the welcome party is always short-staffed. And don't you want to see your eldest son perform on stage with your own eyes? The staff can watch him up close backstage. These words indeed struck a chord with Su Mucheng. She grabbed the proposal and readily agreed, okay. I'll take this job. But it's a deal, I have to be someone who can manage things, you can't make me just move props. Don't worry, Li Si laughed, you'll be in charge of coordinating the host's work, which will give you a legitimate reason to guide your eldest son. Ji Yang was standing at attention on the training ground when he suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Damn it, who's secretly cursing me behind my back? Ji Yang muttered to himself, rubbing his itchy nose. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his camouflage uniform was already soaked and stuck to his back. He squinted at the sun. Military training was almost over, and he was going to meet the client that Halsey had mentioned that evening. The reward of 100 people plus an apartment in Jinghai is quite tempting. Ji Yang. Stand up straight. Instructor Pan's shout came from behind. You need to stand at attention with spirit. P.S. If you think this is well written, please consider supporting me for free. Thank you. Wishing everyone a happy life. Chapter 52 Municipal Government. The afternoon military training had just ended, and Ji Yang, without even having time to change out of his camouflage uniform, was texting Halsey as he walked out. Location urgently needed. My phone vibrated immediately. Halsey had sent me a location. Ji Yang clicked to take a look. Jinghai Municipal Government Building. Ji Yang immediately made a phone call. Rat. Go to hell. It's precisely because you're in charge that I don't trust you to handle things. Are you sure it's the city government building? And not some foot massage parlor or internet cafe private room? On the other end of the phone, Halsey confidently declared, Brother G. This time it's definitely true. It's the city government building. They specifically requested it. Explain my ass. Ji Yang looked at his sweat-soaked camouflage uniform and almost collapsed. You want me to go to the city government in this? The security guards will probably kick me out like a homeless person. Hey G, that's called being down to earth. Halsey was still grinning on the other end. Besides, with a face like yours, you'd look like you're walking a runway even in a burlap sack. Get lost. Ji Yang gritted his teeth in anger. Just who is this guy? How could he get a meeting at the municipal government? Mouse whispered, I don't know the specifics, but I heard, it's the idea of a certain leader. Brother G, if this deal goes through, we'll be rich. Ji Yang looked at the solemn and imposing government building in the distance, then looked down at his own disheveled appearance, and gritted his teeth. Damn it, if you trick me again this time, I'll show you the power of military boxing when we get back. Don't worry, don't worry. Mouse quickly assured him, this time it'll definitely be reliable. Brother G, you'd better hurry up and don't be late. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yang took a deep breath and steeled himself as he walked toward the city government gate. As I walked, I cursed the rat 800 times in my mind. Every time, the rat would say don't worry, but it always managed to come up with something new. Ji Yang steeled himself and walked to the iron gate of the municipal government, about to explain his purpose. No sooner had he stood at the door than an elderly man in uniform, with gray hair but sharp eyes, pressed the door open button, and the electric door slowly slid open. Sir? Ji Yang stood frozen at the door, somewhat incredulous. You just let me in like this? Without even asking what I'm here for? Is that appropriate? The old man leaned halfway out of the window of the duty room, adjusted his reading glasses, and carefully looked him up and down. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the camouflage uniform, which was covered in grass clippings and still damp with sweat, and his gray eyebrows twitched slightly. At this hour, everyone in the office building has gone home. The old man's voice was loud and clear, with a strong local Jinghai accent. A leader inside specifically asked me to make an appointment to discuss something. He added slowly, but the boss only said he'd invited a capable person, but he didn't say it was this greenhorn. Are you dressed like this because you just fled here, or did you not change clothes for filming? Ji Yang didn't explain, and could only force a smile. Sir, you're so funny. Which floor is the boss waiting for me on? 7th floor, meeting room 715. The old man waved his hand, giving him a hurry up and don't dawdle look. Go on, don't keep the boss waiting. But kid, let me remind you. He lowered his voice, a hint of mischief in it, you'd better find a restroom to tidy yourself up before meeting the leaders. The way you look, people who don't know better might think our municipal government recruited a Boy Scout. Ji Yang's lips twitched slightly. He thanked him and quickly slipped through the gate. As soon as he stepped into the city government building, he unconsciously slowed his pace. The interior layout of this building. The hall is extremely spacious with a high ceiling, giving it a solemn and magnificent feel. Directly opposite the main entrance is a spacious main corridor that leads straight into the depths, with light streaming in through a giant window at the end, providing an unobstructed view. This layout, with its open space and bright future, is a typical open heaven gate layout, signifying prosperous fortune and the gathering of auspicious energy, Ji Yang silently commented in his mind. He shifted his gaze slightly and noticed that the staircases on both sides were symmetrically arranged in an arc, like two arms embracing and firmly protecting the central area. The azure dragon and white tiger guard the left and right sides, forming a jade belt around the waist, which can stabilize the foundation and attract wealth from all directions. What caught his attention even more was that the interior of the building was decorated with warm-toned stone and wood, with few sharp edges and mostly rounded curves. Indoors, there is little direct confrontation with the spirit of the government. Instead, the spirit of the government is softened to harmonize the inherent somber atmosphere of government offices, allowing those working here to maintain a peaceful state of mind and reduce legal disputes and gossip. Even the placement of potted plants is quite particular. They are not just randomly placed but are placed at several key airflow transition points, which is both aesthetically pleasing and cleverly plays a role in ensuring continuous growth. Ji Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Everyone says to trust science, but look at this layout. From the site selection to the internal structure, it's clearly been meticulously designed by an expert. This isn't just an office building, it's practically a giant feng shui arrangement. No wonder the mouse said the other party had quite a background. As he walked toward the elevator, he thought to himself, anyone who can occupy a place in such a meticulously designed building, and even have a private meeting room to receive guests, is no ordinary person. Ji Yang stood in front of the 715 conference room, straightened the wrinkled collar of his camouflage uniform, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Some people, he muttered to himself, his fingertips tapping lightly on the smooth mahogany door, say they believe in science and oppose feudal superstition. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed in the empty corridor. But when faced with problems that they can't solve in private, he lowered his hand and waited quietly for a response from behind the door. Don't you still have to find a master like me? Before he could finish speaking, the door was pulled open from the inside. The door slowly opened, and a woman in a dark pantsuit appeared in the doorway. She looked quite young, around 30 years old, with sharp yet gentle eyes. Ji Yang? She glanced at Ji Yang's camouflage uniform, which was covered in grass clippings and still damp with sweat, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Ji Yang nodded. Yes, it's me. Come in. She stepped aside to make way. As Ji Yang entered the conference room, he couldn't help but glance at the other person a few more times. The well-tailored suit she wore certainly gave her a leadership presence, but her radiant face, even without makeup, made her look far too young. She didn't look like a leader at all. A student? A freshman? Still in military training? She walked to the head of the conference table, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, she turned to face him and asked him 3 questions in a row. Chapter 53 Deputy Secretary Lin. Ji Yang felt a surge of resentment with this setup. Who was the fortune teller here? Who was the master? How come the situation seemed completely reversed? Shouldn't he be the one in control? Ji Yang was somewhat unconvinced. He activated the life script system, his gaze narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the other party's basic information. Upon seeing this, he was completely stunned, his brain almost instantly shutting down. Lin Xiu, age, 41. Occupation, Deputy Secretary of the Jinghai Municipal Government. Background, born into a political family, she was promoted to the rank of Division Chief at the age of 28, becoming the youngest female division chief in the province at the time. She graduated from the economics department of a top domestic university and later pursued further studies abroad, earning a Master of Public Administration degree. Personality, decisive, insightful, and adept at identifying and nurturing talent. Privately, he has a deep interest in metaphysics and fortune-telling, but never reveals this to others. Family situation, married, husband is a renowned scholar, and the couple has a harmonious relationship. They have one daughter who is currently in university. Recent developments, currently promoting investment projects in the Jinghai High-Tech Development Zone, but facing some obstacles. Health condition, neck discomfort caused by prolonged desk work, poor sleep quality recently. Ji Yang quickly browsed through this information, becoming increasingly alarmed with each reading. Secretary Lin's resume is frighteningly impressive, and he is clearly a pragmatist. What surprised him even more was that such a prominent figure would be interested in metaphysics. Lin Xiu picked up his teacup and gently blew away the foam. Sit down, Ji, there's no need to be nervous. Ji Yang looked at the woman in front of him who looked to be no more than 30 years old. Holy crap? 41 years old? That's incredible how well she's maintained her looks. She looks like she's only 30. And she's a deputy secretary in the government? That's an incredibly high rank. What kind of job did that rat manage to get for him? Ji Yang composed himself, decided to take the initiative, and spoke directly. Lin Xiu, right? The deputy secretary of Jinghai City, 41 years old. He deliberately pointed out these key pieces of information to see the other party's reaction and try to regain control of the conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu simply smiled faintly, without the slightest surprise in his eyes, as if he had long expected that Lin Xiu would know these things. But instead of getting straight to the point, she asked casually, as if having a friendly chat, her tone completely unlike that of a high-ranking leader. I never expected that the master I found was so young, still a student. She gently shook her head, her gaze kind. Which university do you study at? Peking University, Ji Yang replied, while his mind raced, trying to figure out the secretary's intentions. Lin Xiu's smile deepened. Jinghai University? What a coincidence. She gently put down her teacup. I have a daughter who is also studying at Jinghai University this year. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Ji Yang's face for a moment, her eyes filled with curiosity and an indescribable meaning that inexplicably reminded Ji Yang of the mothers-in-law in TV dramas who scrutinize their future sons-in-law. Lin Xiu noticed the caution in Ji Yang's eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle, waving her hand reassuringly. Don't be nervous, I was just asking casually. Well, the main reason I called you here today is because I've recently encountered a crucial decision in my career. She said with a slightly more serious expression. A major investment project has been assigned to me from above. It's very large and will affect Jinghai's economic development for the next few years. But the situation is a bit complicated. She paused slightly, considering, I'm hesitating whether to take over the project fully or let go when the time is right. Lin Xiu looked directly into Ji Yang's eyes. If this project is successful, it will naturally be of great benefit to my personal development, and may even allow me to shed the title of deputy. However, there are also considerable risks and obstacles involved. Therefore, I would like to hear your opinion. Ji Yang didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Are you going to jump straight to the point? Aren't you going to test my accuracy first? What if I'm a charlatan? Lin Xiu was amused by his straightforward question. She leaned back in her chair and looked at Ji Yang with an open and honest gaze. Testing? I'm good at judging people. Judging from your, well, innocent look, you don't seem like a seasoned con artist. Ji Yang was speechless for a moment after hearing this. No. Boss, logically speaking, someone in your position should have high emotional intelligence, right? Why are you speaking so bluntly? Don't you give me any face at all? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled even more broadly, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes smoothing out, making her appear exceptionally kind. It's already tiring enough to talk in official jargon and beat around the bush all the time. If I had to say all those high-sounding words to a child in private, wouldn't that be exhausting? She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Besides, she said, for a smart and straightforward young person like you, honesty is the most effective way to communicate, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's eyes lit up instantly. The slight embarrassment from before vanished in a flash. He unconsciously leaned forward, a fawning smile spreading across his face. Since you're not going to test me anymore, it means you trust my abilities. He rubbed his hands together. So, about that rat, you know, the one my friend mentioned, about the house, is there anything else? As he spoke, he looked at Lin Xiu with expectant eyes. Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh at the stark contrast in his demeanor, so she deliberately put on a stern face to tease him. Oh? You're already haggling? I haven't even started asking about the important matters yet, and you're already thinking about the payment? Oh, boss, I was just checking first. Ji Yang quickly explained, but his smile remained unchanged. Don't worry, as long as the payment is right, I guarantee I'll give you a clear and transparent calculation. I'm a man of my word. Seeing his greedy yet earnest demeanor, Lin Xiu finally couldn't help but laugh out loud and shook his head. You, solve my problem first. As long as your advice is truly valuable, I will give you everything I promised. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang immediately perked up and pounded his chest loudly. Don't worry, boss. Leave this to me. I'll give you a crystal clear analysis. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something. His excited expression froze, his eyes became somewhat unfocused, and he cautiously probed. Well, sir, that house, is it legitimately owned? It wouldn't happen to be your. Lin Xiu's rise to such a position wasn't solely due to family connections, it also required shrewdness. She immediately grasped his underlying meaning, glaring at him with a hint of exasperation, but her tone carried a touch of amusement. What are you thinking? Don't worry, that house is an investment property that my husband bought years ago, and it's registered in his name. The paperwork is all clear. Chapter 54. My son, Ji Yang, is incredibly handsome. She explained, I originally thought my daughter could stay at the university in Jinghai, but she complained that it was too far from the school and insisted on staying in the dormitory, so it's been empty ever since. As she spoke, she looked up at Ji Yang, her eyes filled with an undeniable righteousness. What? Do I look like someone who would embezzle and break the law? Ji Yang smiled sheepishly at the question and quickly waved his hand. No, no. Leader, you are upright and incorruptible. I was just being petty. But secretly, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the house is clean and not hot to the touch. Alright, stop joking around. Lin Xiu stopped laughing and steered the conversation back on track. Tell me about that project I mentioned earlier. Ji Yang also became serious. He focused his attention again, looking more intently at the life script above Lin Xiu's head, a script that no one else could see. At a crucial juncture in his career, undercurrents are swirling. Beware of potential conflicts of interest, as there is a risk of being a scapegoat. The southeast direction holds both potential opportunities and hidden dangers. Those around you may have ulterior motives, and it's hard to guard against gossip and slander. Ji Yang's heart sank. This was clearly a carefully orchestrated trap, waiting for Lin Xiu, the ringleader, to fall into it. If things went wrong, she would be the perfect scapegoat. He pondered for a moment. Secretary Lin, before answering your question, I'd like to ask one first. Do you want to get rid of the title deputy? Lin Xiu slowly spoke, whether we get rid of it or not is not important. What is important is whether this project can truly bring significant benefits to the people of Jinghai. Personal gains and losses come later. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's heart stirred slightly. His ability to prioritize people's livelihoods even when facing significant risks himself earned him genuine respect for this female party secretary. He is a good official. He nodded. Auspicious purple clouds rise from the east, yet they carry ominous patterns. A bright pearl is covered in dust, awaiting water to clear it. Secretary Lin, your concern for the people is your talisman, but it may also become a weakness that others exploit. He leaned forward slightly. This project must be done, and it must be done beautifully. But the key is that you must be the one to steer the ship when it is done, but you cannot be the one to personally take charge when it comes to doing things. Lin Xiu's eyes flickered slightly, clearly moved by those words. Ji Yang continued to explain, his words like a needle hidden in cotton. My advice is that you must find a trustworthy, capable person who is not so obviously close to you to push things forward, especially to handle matters related to the land in the southeast. Let him stand in the spotlight and touch those potential traps. You, on the other hand, must remain firmly in the command post, control the overall situation, and retain the power and leeway to correct the situation at crucial moments. The credit will ultimately be yours, but if there are any problems in the early stages, they won't affect you. He concluded with a meaningful addition. Some roads don't need to be walked by yourself first. See if others have walked them smoothly before you take your own step. Remember, what you need most right now is not to be impatient for quick success, but to be steady and have someone who can pave the way for you. Lin Xiu's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Looking at the freshman in front of her, dressed in a military training uniform stained with sweat, she felt a surge of emotion for the first time. The young man named Ji Yang's suggestion, though seemingly blunt and cold, was like a scalpel, instantly dissecting her deepest concerns of the past few days. Her hand, which was under the table, tightened slightly. This young man is extraordinary. He not only saw through the dangers behind the project, but also provided the safest solution within the rules. This seasoned political wisdom is completely at odds with his youthful appearance, as if he had just left high school. Interesting, she thought to herself. He remained outwardly calm, simply picking up his teacup and taking a small sip. After a moment, she looked away. She didn't offer any direct comment on Ji Yang's suggestion, but simply glanced at her wristwatch. It's getting late, you need to go back to school, right? Ji Yang was taken aback, then realized that this was a signal that the conversation was over. He tactfully stood up. Yes, sir. Well, I won't bother you any longer. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded, stood up, took a plain white access card from her handbag, and handed it to Ji Yang. I'll send the address to your phone later. Keep the card for now, and we'll transfer the property title when it's more convenient in a few days. Also, leave your bank card number, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Ji Young suppressed the turmoil in his heart and took the light yet incredibly heavy card with both hands, his fingertips even trembling slightly.
Thank you, sir. Don't thank me too soon.
Lin Xiao looked at him, her tone returning to its previous gentleness. Rewards and value are equal. If your suggestions ultimately prove valuable, then this is what you deserve.
Otherwise. Ji Yang immediately replied, understood, understood. If it doesn't work in the end, I'll return the card and money exactly as they were. No questions asked.
Lin Xiao smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his confident statement, but instead gave him some advice.
Go on. Our conversation today.
Don't worry, sir. Ji Young understood immediately, lowered his voice, and solemnly assured him. What you said is what I heard, and no one else will ever know. I'm just an ordinary student who came to the municipal government, to deliver a document, which I just handed over to the reception desk. She nodded slightly and personally escorted him to the conference room door. With the access card tucked in his hand, Ji Young walked briskly down the empty corridor of the municipal government building, feeling as if he were walking on clouds. An apartment in Jinghai City. If this deal goes through, he'll save himself 10 years of hard work. He excitedly pulled out his phone, his fingertips practically dancing, eager to share the good news with Haozi, only to see several unread messages first.
From Suma Chang. My dear son. I heard you're going to be the host of the freshman welcome party? That's impressive. You've been keeping a low profile.
Quickly call her godmother and let me hear it.
Godmother will go backstage to cheer you on. Ji Yang, you want to be both a father and a mother?
What, are you playing with self-reproduction here?
A biological miracle? Not long after the message was sent, Sumu Cheng's replies came pouring in. Suma Cheng, you unfilial son. How dare you speak to your mother like that?
Suma Cheng, you're finished. I hereby declare that your first social death in your hosting career will be personally witnessed by me backstage.
Suma Cheng, just wait, I'll have a banner made for you that says, my son Ji Yang, so handsome, I'm so proud of him.
I'll also bring a megaphone to play it on repeat for the whole event. Ji Yang stared at his phone screen and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This woman, she really does what she says.
P.S. Please support me. Can you recommend a book to add me as a friend? Chapter 55 Brother Ji, lend me some money.
As soon as Ji Yang reached the entrance of the municipal government building, he heard that familiar voice coming from the window of the duty room.
Hey! Kid!
Ji Young turned his head and saw the old man with gray hair leaning out, gesturing towards him with his lips, pointing in the direction of the parking lot behind him. Looking in the direction he pointed, a black Hongqi sedan was parked quietly, with a driver in a white shirt standing beside it, nodding in his direction.
See that? That Hongqi.
The old man's voice was loud and clear.
The leader ordered that a car be sent to take you back. Ji Young was taken aback. Deputy Secretary Lin had arranged this kind of treatment? This was something he hadn't expected.
Just as he was about to walk towards the car, the old man waved to him, signaling him to come closer.
Ji Young walked to the window with a puzzled look on his face.
The old man adjusted his reading glasses and looked him up and down carefully again.
Well done, young man.
He clicked his tongue, go in once, and when you come out, Deputy Secretary Lin will send her car to take you.
You've got some skills.
He leaned closer, raising his graying eyebrows.
Let me tell you something, kid, you wouldn't happen to be some distant relative of Secretary Lin, would you? Or, have you been bewitched by her? Seeing that Ji Yang didn't speak, the old man's eyes suddenly became ambiguous, and he nudged him with his elbow. Could it be that you're the son-in-law that Deputy Secretary Lin's family has their eye on? To be honest, Secretary Lin's daughter came to deliver some things before.
I saw her once from afar, and she was incredibly handsome, like she stepped out of a painting.
Ji Yang's scalp tingled from the old man's increasingly outrageous guesses, and he quickly waved his hand. Sir, you're joking. How could I possibly presume to do that?
It's just that the leaders thought it was inconvenient for a young man like me to take the bus, all sweaty and smelly, and they were being considerate of us students. Upon hearing this, the old man chuckled twice, clearly not believing the explanation, but he didn't press further, simply waving his hand.
Okay, please be considerate of the students. Hurry up and go, don't keep the driver waiting. Ji Yang said goodbye and turned to walk towards the steady and dignified Hongqi car.
This classic design and unique logo are almost standard features in government compounds. He recalled hearing that the government system particularly favored Hongqi, not only because it is a well-established domestic brand with a rich historical heritage, but also because its dignified and grand image is highly compatible with the tone of government departments, so that driving it out is both respectable and in accordance with regulations. The driver, dressed in a white shirt, was already waiting by his side. When he came over, he opened the back door for him. As he settled into the car, the leather seats comfortably enveloped his body. Looking out the window at the city government building slowly receding, Ji Yang knew perfectly well what was going on. Qiu's seemingly considerate gesture of sending him in a private car carried a message far from simple. This is not only a gesture of goodwill, but also a subtle display of strength and a degree of recognition and respect for him. This leader is truly meticulous in his actions, Ji Yang thought to himself. He suddenly remembered the evaluation he had seen in Lin Qiu's life script, good at discovering and cultivating talents. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that he had also been included in her observation list? He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his throbbing temples. He unlocked his phone, looked at the few bold words on his chat interface with Su Mucheng, and couldn't help but sigh. Well. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you taking me directly back to Jinghai University?" "Yes, thank you for your help, driver. Just take us to the West Gate." Ji Yang had just put his phone away when it vibrated. It was a message from the mouse. "Brother Ji, how's it going? Did you meet the person in charge? Is there any chance for the house and the money?" Ji Yang looked at the message sent by Haozi and thought that Haozi had indeed set him up on an incredible connection this time. "Ji Yang, you were reliable this time, kid. I'll reward you properly after my military training." The message was sent and the mouse replied almost instantly. "Mouse? Brother Ji, please stop. Are you finally going to make a move on this delicate flower? I knew you'd had your eye on my butt for a long time. Ji Yang, go to hell. With your ass, I wouldn't even want it if it were free. Stop disgusting me." Mouse, hee, just kidding, Brother Ji. What's going on? Who's the other side? He paused his finger on the screen for a moment, deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Ji Yang, they're quite powerful, even more so than I imagined. We'll discuss the details later. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Ji Yang, however, the house is probably settled. The message had barely been sent when Haozi started calling non-stop. As soon as Ji Yang answered the phone, he heard an excited voice on the other end. Holy crap! Brother Ji. My own brother. Are you serious? I knew you could do this. A house in Jinghai. We're on our way to the top? Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Ji Yang held his phone away a little. Things aren't completely settled yet, but it's basically 80-90% done. Brother Ji. From now on, I'll follow you. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Mouse pledged his loyalty on the other end of the phone. Hey. Brother Ji, you know I'm a little short on cash lately. Ji Yang immediately moved his phone away, his tone instantly becoming hesitant and fragmented. What? Hello? Hello? Mouse? I can't hear you. What kind of lousy signal is this? Okay, we'll talk about it when we get back, I'm hanging up now. He ended the call immediately without giving Haozi any chance to react. The car instantly fell silent. In the front row, the driver, who had been driving in silence, subconsciously looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Ji Yang calmly putting away his phone. The driver's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. He quickly looked ahead, but couldn't help muttering to himself. This kid is really shrewd. This smooth and effortless operation, this calm and collected response, it's nothing like a college freshman, it's more like a seasoned veteran who's been navigating the world for years. Ji Yang naturally caught the driver's fleeting glance, but he didn't care at all and instead leaned back comfortably in his seat. To deal with rats, those creatures that will climb any pole, you have to use extraordinary measures. He wasn't stingy, nor did he distrust his brothers. It was just that Haozi was such a disappointment. Last time he borrowed money saying it was for an emergency at home, he was caught using it to pay for sex at a nightclub. The time before that he said he was investing in some project, but it all ended up being gambled away online. Ji Yang curled his lip, knowing perfectly well what was going on. That bastard, I'd rather lend him money to eat, drink, gamble, and whore than let him do it himself. At least I could have some fun. Chapter 56 Beijing A99991. The car soon arrived at the west gate of Jinghai University. Student, we've arrived. the driver brought the car to a smooth stop. "Thank you, comrade," Ji Yang said, then got out of the car. He had barely steadied himself and hadn't even had time to close the car door when he vaguely sensed many eyes on him from around him. It was evening, and the school gate was bustling with people. "Hey, look, isn't that this year's idiot top scorer?" A somewhat uncertain voice drifted over. Ji Yang's lips twitched. He pretended not to hear, but inwardly cursed that he was never going to get rid of this lousy nickname. It's all his fault for making some outrageous remarks at the freshman orientation, coupled with the bizarre decision to give up Tsinghua and Peking universities for Beijing University of Ocean University of China, which has led to his high fame among the freshmen. Just as he was about to lower his head and quickly walk into the school gate, another voice rang out. "Holy crap! Look at that car's license plate. Beijing A99991. Isn't that one of the top cars of our Jinghai municipal government? It really is. Who is this top scholar? Why would someone like this car bring him back?" Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned to look at the Hongqi car that was about to drive away. He was so preoccupied with his thoughts in the car that he hadn't noticed the license plate at all. He quickly squinted to take a look. The numbers A99991 on the black license plate were glaringly white. Holy crap! Ji Yang felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. "Secretary Lin, you didn't just send me a car, you sent me a walking media frenzy. Beijing A99991. In the Beijing Haikao system, who doesn't know the significance of this license plate? What's the difference between this and having a "I have connections" sign stuck to his forehead?" He watched helplessly as the Hongqi car merged into the traffic and disappeared, feeling a chill run down his spine. "If I had known this car was so conspicuous, I would have preferred to take the bus back myself." Ji Yang muttered to himself. Despite the lingering gazes from all sides, Ji Yang walked into the school gate with his head down. The military training was incredibly taxing, and the mentally exhausting meeting that afternoon had left me feeling incredibly hungry. He rubbed his rumbling stomach and decided to go to the cafeteria to offer some alms first. He took out his phone and sent a message to the school heartthrob group. "I have arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Kitchen. My beloved consorts, is there anyone who needs to bring their own food? Please state your names, or you will be late." How Pingzi's voice message 15s. "Hiccup old G, where have you been? We've all finished eating and are lying down. My beloved concubine? I'm your father now, someone you'll never have. Go find something to eat yourself, or there won't be any water left to wash the dishes." Ji Yang pursed his lips. Well, he'd have to go by himself. Although the peak mealtime hours had passed, the cafeteria was still quite crowded. Many windows still had long queues, but more often couples or men and women sitting together chatting happily filled the air with the aroma of food and the sweet smell of romance. While calculating which window to eat at to get there faster, Ji Yang subconsciously scanned the cafeteria. As his gaze swept across the corner, he suddenly paused, his heart skipping a beat. Just what he feared had come true. Not far away, Su Mucheng and Li Si were sitting face to face, eating. Su Mucheng spoke with great enthusiasm, while Li Si listened with a smile, and the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. Ji Yang immediately lowered his head, silently chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me," and changed direction, intending to take a detour to the window furthest from them. Unfortunately, he underestimated Miss Su's sharp eyes. He had only taken 2 steps. "You unfilial son! Stop right there! How dare you pretend you can't see your father?" This shout, comparable to the lion's roar in martial arts novels, instantly attracted the attention of many students around. Ji Yang froze, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. He steeled himself, slowly turned around, and forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Upon hearing this, Li Si, who was sitting opposite Su Mucheng, also looked over in the direction of her gaze. Upon seeing that it was Ji Yang, he was initially surprised, but then seemed to understand something, and a gentle icy smile appeared on his face as he nodded to Ji Yang. Su Mucheng put her hands on her hips, with a smug look on her face that said, "I've caught you." She said, "You, Ji Yang, you've grown some guts, haven't you? You don't even greet your father, are you trying to rebel?" Ji Yang had no choice but to walk over slowly and reluctantly, saying, "Miss Su, it's such a waste of your talent not to sing soprano. I was just worried about disturbing you and your senior who were having a deep conversation." He emphasized the words "in-depth exchange" a little more. Li Si pushed up his glasses and explained with a smile, "I happened to run into Mu Chang, so we chatted about the party. Why are you standing? Sit down and talk."
Su Muching patted the empty seat next to her, quite casually. Ji Yang looked at this situation and was at a loss. He glanced at the two people sitting opposite him and muttered to himself. You two are having a romantic time together, where should I sit? Should I sit next to you, Su Mucheng? Well, Li Si, well, his eyes are practically glued to you. If I sit in the middle, won't he be incredibly jealous? Should I sit next to Li Si? I'm not familiar with him, it would be so awkward. Seeing that Ji Yang had not sat down for a long time, Su Mucheng raised her eyebrows and lost her patience. She reached out and grabbed Ji Yang's arm, pulling him down without a word and pressing him into the seat next to her. So hesitant and indecisive, like a timid little wife. With this pull, Ji Yang sat down almost right next to Su Mucheng, his arm even able to feel the fabric of her clothes. He could clearly sense that the smile on Li Si's face had faded almost imperceptibly. Li Si's hand, which was under the table, tightened slightly for a moment, then relaxed again, his tone remaining gentle. Ji Yang hasn't eaten yet, has he? Go get some food quickly, don't go hungry. Su Mucheng, completely oblivious to the subtle atmosphere, instead agreed with Li Si and nudged Ji Yang with her elbow. That's right, you unfilial son, go get your food. Bring it over and eat, then I'll explain the important points for tomorrow's rehearsal to you, so you won't find another excuse to skip it. Ji Yang. He was now absolutely certain that Li Si had feelings for Su Mucheng, and Su Mucheng, being so oblivious, hadn't noticed at all, and had even conveniently put herself in the position of a third wheel. Ji Yang resignedly stood up, preparing to face his destined tumultuous dinner. Just as he turned to leave his seat and passed by Li Si, he gave Li Si a look while Su Mucheng was looking down at her phone. That look in his eyes was a mixture of helplessness, clarification, and a hint of we're all in the same boat, the core message of which was highly condensed into a single subtext. Brother, stay calm. We really just have a pure father-son relationship. She only acknowledged him as her. I have absolutely no improper thoughts about your sweetheart. Li Si had obviously received this sudden radio communication. He paused slightly at first, then nodded to Ji Yang, his eyes conveying the same clear meaning, I understand. Chapter 57 The Beauty of the Civil Engineering Department. Ji Yang felt a little relieved and quickly walked to the food window, where he quickly ordered a boxed meal with 1 meat dish and 3 vegetable dishes. When he returned with the steaming hot food, he found Su Mucheng idly poking at the few remaining cherry tomatoes on the plate with her chopsticks, while Li Si sat quietly opposite her, his gaze gently fixed on her. As soon as Ji Yang sat down and picked up his chopsticks, Su Mucheng immediately perked up, pushed her plate away, and leaned over mysteriously. You unfilial son. Don't rush to eat. Guess who your female co-host is? Ji Yang was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, and he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to her pretentious act. He picked up a large piece of braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling a complaint. Big sister, can't you see I'm still wearing my camouflage uniform? I haven't eaten a single grain of rice all afternoon during military training. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he'd have to wait until I finish this meal before we talk. He ate a few mouthfuls of rice before casually adding. Whatever, it's all work anyway. Su Mucheng was very dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude and tapped the edge of his plate with her chopsticks. Hey! What's with that attitude? Let me give you a hint, she's a super beautiful woman. And you two even have a little bit of inexplicable fate together. Ji Yang paused for a moment while chewing. A stunning beauty? And what a coincidence! Gu Chiohan's aloof face flashed through his mind for a moment, but then he thought it was unlikely. Gu Chiohan is the vice president of the student union. She has the right temperament, but I heard that she rarely participates in such public activities. It can't be, he began hesitantly. Su Mucheng's eyes lit up, thinking he had guessed it, and she was about to reveal the answer. He deliberately dragged out his words, looking Su Mucheng up and down. It can't be you, the famous beauty of the civil engineering department? I remember back in high school, you stammered when you went up to read your apology, and your face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Li Si, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Mucheng's face turned red with anger, and she reached out and pinched Ji Yang's arm hard. Ji Yang! Are you looking for death? Was I reading a self-criticism? I was reciting a text aloud with great expression. Ouch! Be gentle. Ji Yang winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Su, the beauty of the compound, is both learned and eloquent. Su Mucheng then angrily let go of his hand, glaring at him. It's Gu Chiohan. Gu Chou-han. Are you satisfied now? Cough, 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 cough. Ji Yang almost choked on a mouthful of food and coughed violently, his face turning red. Seeing Ji Yang's thunderstruck expression, Su Muching finally smiled with satisfaction and slowly added. How about it? Surprised? Unexpected? Isn't this opportunity your mother fought for you great? Ji Yang. He didn't immediately respond to Su Muching's smug praise-me expression, but instead raised his head and looked directly at Li Si opposite him. Li Si received his questioning gaze, nodded affirmatively, and confirmed. It's true. The school really wants to bring in some fresh blood this year, breaking the tradition of having broadcasting students host the shows. Professor Zhou probably mentioned this idea to you this afternoon, right? It was mentioned, Ji Yang said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Senior brother Li Si. My dear senior brother. Now that this is a done deal, shouldn't we hurry up and rehearse? You see, the welcome party is right after military training, there are only a few days left. But senior, think about it. To ensure the rehearsal goes well, you need to be in top form, right? Look at me, I'm exhausted from military training every day, and I just collapse into bed as soon as I get home at night. How can I possibly have the energy to memorize the script or go over the flow? You're the president of our student union, you have connections everywhere. Could you pull some strings a little? He rubbed his fingers together, winking and making faces. Just give me a sick leave slip for a headache, fever, or traveler's diarrhea? Half a day. Just half a day. Just let me catch my breath. Su Muching next to him burst out laughing. Come on, Ji Yang. With the energy you have at noon, you can still have a heated argument with someone, and in the afternoon you can still go to whatever you want to do, and you're saying you're not used to the environment? I think you're just desperate to slack off. Li Si was also amused by Ji Yang's excellent singing and acting performance, and he shook his head helplessly. Ji Yang, this door really can't be opened. Military training is the first lesson after enrollment, with strict discipline, and the credits are real. He watched as Ji Yang collapsed instantly, suppressing a laugh as he continued. As for the rehearsal, we had already considered the time conflict. The initial plan is to use the evening, from 7:30 to 9:30 after the military training, in the activity center rehearsal room. Although it will take up your rest time and it is indeed quite tiring, it is the only way at the moment. He paused, looked at Ji Yang with a mixture of sympathy and helplessness. So, brother Ji, I can only trouble you. Rehearsal tonight, from 7:30 to 9:30. Ji Yang muttered to himself, his eyes filled with despair, and he almost dropped the chopsticks in his hand. He could almost picture his miserable future, sweating buckets under the instructor's roars during the day, then spending his nights staring at Gu Chou-han under the stars and moon, reciting those cheesy lines. This wasn't university life, it was special forces training. He glared angrily at Li Si, who was trying not to laugh, then turned to look at Su Muching beside him, who was laughing hysterically. He channeled his anger into his appetite, shoveling food into his plate while mumbling incoherently. What a terrible fate! How many nursing homes did I bomb in my past life to deserve this retribution in this one? Seeing Ji Yang's lifeless expression, Su Muching reached out and patted his back hard, almost knocking the food out of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. You're trying to murder me. Ji Yang choked, his face turning red. Don't be so pessimistic, you unfilial son. I have some good news for you, I guarantee it will lift your spirits. Su Muching said with a smile. Ji Yang looked at her warily. What good news could you possibly have? Unless you say the party is cancelled. No, that's not it, Su Muching drawled out, announcing triumphantly. I forgot to tell you, I'm now a staff member for the welcome party, specifically in charge of coordinating the hosts. Surprised? So don't be afraid of hard work. From now on, I will be there for you every single rehearsal, guiding you and encouraging you. I guarantee you'll shine brightly on stage. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang slowly raised his head to look at Li Si opposite him. Li Si met his despairing gaze, pushed up his glasses apologetically, and nodded slightly, confirming the bad news. Ji Yang felt a darkness engulf his vision. Chapter 58: A Tale of Two Extremes. With a feeling akin to visiting a funeral, Ji Yang listlessly shuffled back to his dormitory. As soon as I pushed open the dormitory door, Fatty Hao was yelling hoarsely at the computer screen. Heal me. Heal me. I'm dying. Fu Jie and Lu Tao were banging away on their mechanical keyboards. Fatty Hao caught a glimpse of Ji Yang entering out of the corner of his eye. His hands continued working, but his mouth was already starting to speak. Oh.
Your Majesty has returned to the palace? Your Majesty is currently engaged in a fierce battle and cannot perform the full ceremony. Fu Jie glanced at Ji Yang briefly and said, Old Ji looks like he only has 1 bar of blood left. Taking advantage of the break during their return to the city, Lu Tao added insult to injury, is he about to die? Get out. Ji Yang finally managed to squeeze out, I'm perfectly fine. Lively and energetic. That's what he said, but he didn't even have the energy to continue complaining. He slumped into his chair like a lump of mud and let out a long sigh. Sigh. It's worse than death. Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao immediately became interested and turned his chubby face around. What's wrong, Lao Ji? Tell me more? Was it with Teacher Zhou, or with Senior Sister Gu, Ji Yang rolled his eyes and said listlessly, get lost. It's about the hosts for the welcome party, it's all decided. That's great news. Fatty Hao slapped his thigh. Which beautiful lady will you be paired with? Will Teacher Zhou personally practice with you, giving you close contact? She is indeed a beauty, Ji Yangsheng stared blankly at the ceiling, but she is Gu Qiuhan. Holy crap! It's school beauty Gu? Old Ji. What incredible luck you have. Hosting on stage with the school beauty. You must have had countless lifetimes of good fortune with women, the fat man exclaimed excitedly. Fu Jie took off his headphones and said in a serious tone. To some extent, being able to co-host a large-scale event with a campus beauty is statistically considered as having established a shared experience, and rounding it up, it can be considered as having worked together. Hand in hand my ass. That's called going to the execution ground hand in hand. Ji Yang suddenly sat up straight and started counting on his fingers. Do you know how bad it is? Rehearsal from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. I have to rush to the rehearsal room right after I finish my marching. And that's not all, Suma Cheng. She's become a staff member, and she has to take care of me the whole time. Just moments ago, Fatty Hao looked on with envy, but his expression instantly changed from gossipy to one of deep sympathy. He patted Ji Yang's shoulder heavily, my condolences, brother. Senior Su's power, military training is child's play compared to her. Lu Tao turned around thoughtfully, this situation is a bit like the legendary experience of both ice and fire. He. Fatty Hao immediately perked up, winking and saying, well gee, you have no idea how exciting the real experience of going from ice to fire is. I hope you can hold out for 3 minutes under the combined attack of these 2 senior girls. Ji Yang kicked his chair, you talk like you've experienced it yourself, you dead virgin. I just want to die right now. Hey! Fatty Hao got excited, patting his chest and shouting, what kind of talk is that? You're not the same as me. But I'm different. I have hundreds of gigabytes of learning materials stored on my computer, and my theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. Ji Yang guards, drag this traitor out and execute him. He then waved his hand weakly, I am tired and need to retire for the night. You may all take your leave. All he wants to do now is close his eyes and escape this cruel reality for the time being. As for tomorrow, let the sun rise or not tomorrow, I don't care. Ji Yang had barely slumped in his chair and hadn't even finished smoking a cigarette when his phone started buzzing. He took it out and looked at it. Autumn Maple, Master, are you still streaming tonight? Season of the year? Am I a master and you're a master? Why are you rushing me? When a master goes live and when he doesn't go live are all calculated based on the right time and place. Do you think I can just tell you that casually? The message had barely been sent when the other end displayed typing. Autumn Maple, oh. Expression, smiling I was originally going to apologize for standing you up this afternoon and was planning to send you some cigarettes in your live stream as an apology. But never mind, Master, please continue to calculate the timing and location, I won't bother you anymore. Huazi? May the Heavenly Venerable bestow boundless blessings. Good evening, esteemed guests, and welcome to the Divine Calculation of Heavenly Secrets livestream. The opportune moment has arrived, and I will now broadcast briefly to establish good karma. I wonder who will be the 3 lucky guests today. Ji Yang was happily watching the comments when he caught a glimpse of a round head peering towards him from behind. He turned his head and met Hao Pengzi's squinting, inquisitive eyes. What are you looking at? Why are you watching your dad's livestream instead of playing your game today? Fatty Hao was caught red-handed, but he wasn't embarrassed at all, he just waved his hand dismissively. It's alright, please continue to save all sentient beings. I just want to learn to see how the master deceives, how it works.
Ji Yang looked at his shifty-eyed appearance and couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. He deliberately adopted a mysterious expression and shook his head at Fatty Hao. This child is hopeless. How could you possibly fathom such matters of prying into the secrets of heaven? Without waiting for the fat man's reaction, he turned around and refocused his attention on the live stream. May the heavenly venerable grant me boundless blessings. I am deeply grateful for the generous gift from the fortunate person just now. Now that the time has come, we must not waste this auspicious moment. I sense that the live broadcast room is filled with brilliant light and auspicious purple energy, and is full of opportunities. I believe that all of you have come with sincerity. He paused deliberately, letting the atmosphere in the live stream build up. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments and the ever-increasing number of online viewers on the screen, Ji Yang was secretly delighted. Now, I will begin to draw 3 lucky individuals for today. Spots are limited, only the first 3 will be selected. Whether it is your career prospects, or your love life and fortune, I will do my best to guide you and dispel any misfortunes. His voice suddenly rose. Dear patrons, are you ready? Pick me. Pick me. Master, look to me. I've been waiting for 3 days in a row. Please pick me. Master, I've been having a lot of bad luck lately, please give me some guidance. Don't cut in line, I was here first. He glanced at the ever-increasing popularity and gift data in the upper right corner of the screen and felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as Ji Yang was about to officially draw the lucky audience members, he suddenly felt a burning gaze on his back. He didn't even need to turn around to know that Fatty Hao, that gossipmonger, was still watching him. However, Ji Yang was already completely absorbed in the moment and simply ignored the fat man glaring at him from behind. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Let's maximize the value of this cigarette first. Chapter 59 Autumn Maple Leaves Huazi doesn't count. Behind him, Fatty Hao, watching Ji Yang's effortless demeanor in front of the camera, couldn't help but stroke his double chin, muttering to himself thoughtfully. Old Ji, he's usually so carefree, but I didn't expect him to actually have some skills. His way of conning people is just so convincing. Just as Fatty Hao was deep in thought, Ji Yang moved on to the next segment. He addressed the camera in a loud voice. May the heavenly venerable grant boundless blessings. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Now, the gift channel is officially open. Let's see who the first 3 lucky ones to receive this gift tonight will be. Swish. 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 Ji Yang stared intently at the gift ranking list in the upper right corner of the screen, speaking rapidly. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Stop. Congratulations to the 3 clients, Autumn Maple, Laughing at Life, and Peaceful with Fate. As soon as the words were spoken, a striking comment appeared on the screen. Red Dust Traveler, I'm so angry. I was just 1 place away. I was 4th. Seeing this, Ji Yang calmly bowed and smiled. Don't panic, Red Dust guest. Autumn Maple has already formed a bond with me. She has come here specifically to express her gratitude. This generous gift is not included in today's 3 slots. He paused, looked at the barrage of comments that instantly went viral on the screen, and continued. Therefore, in order, the Red Dust guest will automatically fill the vacancy and become the 3rd person with affinity today. Just as Ji Yang was about to announce the final list, a comment with a question mark slowly floated by. Autumn Maple, question mark. In the live stream room. Ha ha, the master's car crashing. Autumn boss, did I pay for a question mark? A blatant display of double standards. Master, something's not right. I smell watermelon. Master, this benefactor requests your cooperation in this performance. Autumn boss, you're so high and mighty, you think you're so great, using my cigarettes as a favor. Ji Yang's lips twitched slightly as he watched the barrage of comments explode. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Does the benefactor Autumn Maple have any doubts about my arrangements? As soon as he finished speaking, another comment appeared on the screen. Autumn Maple, so all my cleaning of the Huazi was for nothing? This comment immediately made the viewers in the live stream laugh even harder. Ha, it's killing someone by breaking their spirit. Autumn boss, I don't just want question marks, I want to stab you in the heart. Master, please quickly calculate whether I will lose followers today. I'm rooting for Churi this time. Master is being unfair. Witnessing a major car crash moment, I'm paying attention. Ji Yang coughed lightly and replied without changing his expression. You are mistaken, benefactor. Good karma has already been formed,
and blessings reside naturally in your heart. If you cling to appearances, you will fall into a lower realm. At that moment, a conspicuous comment appeared on the screen. Master, I look cool when I swindle money, but I look even cooler when I argue my way out of trouble. Ji Yang explained. Autumn Maple, there is no need for doubt, my friend. Your Huazi has already established a good connection. If he were to take another spot, it would be unfair. As a cultivator, I value fate above all else. Forcing things is not good. At this moment, the user, Red Dust Traveler, posted another comment. Hey! Brother Chiori, can I add you as a friend and transfer the money to you in exchange for this spot? I'm really in a bit of trouble lately. Ah, you can do that? Brother Hongchen is really in a hurry. Boss Chiu, please agree quickly, and you'll get a free cigarette. At this moment, Ru Chiohan had no intention of calculating anything further. She looked at the screen and hummed softly. This streamer is a master at ripping people off, yet he manages to make it sound so righteous. Just as she was about to leave the livestream, she saw the request from Red Dust Guest. Her slender fingers paused on the screen for a moment before replying. Autumn Maple, no need, you can have the spot. A truly impressive autumn look. That's a real big shot. Master, please thank our generous benefactor. Seeing this, Ji Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed to the camera. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Autumn Maple is indeed a person of great vision. In that case, Red Dust Guest shall officially become the third person with affinity today. As soon as Ji Yang finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded. Autumn Boss is awesome. What kind of amazing benefactor is this, giving away both the cigarettes and the limited spots? Master, I'm going to cling to this sugar daddy. Ji Yang suppressed the urge to count the gifts and maintained his dignified expression. Now, let's start connecting with our first destined person. He deftly tapped his finger to connect the call. A trembling male voice came from the other end. Master! Please save me. That shout instantly boosted the live stream's entertainment value, causing the chat to explode. Holy crap! This is exciting right from the start? What happened? Your voice is trembling. Tell me quickly, my sunflower seeds are ready. Ji Yang calmly stroked his non-existent beard. Don't panic, my friend. Tell me slowly. Did you encounter something unclean? It's scarier than a ghost, Master, the man cried. For the past 2 weeks, my kitchen has been haunted every night at 3 o'clock sharp. The thumping sound of chopping vegetables is like someone is running a late-night food stall in my house. The comments section immediately started to fill in the blanks. Oh no, it must be a starving ghost. I suggest you just move. Master, please perform an online exorcism for him. Seeing the barrage of comments instantly erupt, Ji Yang calmly picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and then slowly spoke. Don't panic, my lord. His voice carried a strange, soothing power. Even if it truly is the work of a ghost, there's no need for excessive fear. Know that the most terrifying thing in this world has never been a ghost. He paused deliberately, waiting for the comments to quiet down slightly, before saying, word by word. It's people. The comments paused for a moment, then erupted with even greater force. Wait. What does the master mean by that? This is chilling. Is it implying that ghosts really exist? Holy crap. The master admitted it? Scientific views are collapsing. So, master, you've seen the real thing? Ji Yang watched the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, a mysterious smile curving his lips. This is exactly the effect he wanted. May the heavenly venerable grant boundless blessings. I have never said that ghosts exist in the world, nor have I said that ghosts do not exist. The world is vast and full of wonders. Some things exist if you believe in them, and do not exist if you do not believe in them. Master is using cryptic language. I understand. The master means, guess? This is seriously high class. So, does it exist or not? I'm so anxious. Chapter 60 The Great Curses cover. Suddenly, a trembling voice came from the livestream. Old G. It was clearly his roommate's voice, tinged with fear. What you just said, was it all true? There really is such a thing in this world? This unexpected off-stage noise livened up the livestream. Ah, did you hear that? Even our own people are scared. My friend's voice was trembling. That's the best assist ever.
Master, please bless your friend. Ji Yang's deep laughter echoed in the livestream. Fellow Taoist, since you have doubts, why not verify it yourself? His words seemed to be both a response to his roommate and a message to everyone in the livestream. The comments section immediately erupted with wild speculation. Verification? How do I verify it? Is the master going to perform a ritual to summon the spirit on the spot? I'm a little scared, but I really want to see what to do. Ji Yang slowly picked up his teacup, and the soft sound of him drinking tea could be heard in the livestream. After he put down his teacup, his voice became even more ethereal. In fact, all things have a spirit. Just like right now, there may be beings we cannot see in the live broadcast room, listening to the teachings and discussing the Tao with you all. These words, coupled with his distinctive deep voice, instantly created an eerie atmosphere in the livestream. Master, don't scare me. I quickly turned on all the lights in my house. So there really is something around us? Just then, a soft clattering sound came from the livestream, like a chair being bumped, followed by the roommate's panicked whisper. Holy crap! Something touched me. In reality, Hao Pingzi accidentally bumped into a chair while backing up, but in the atmosphere created by the livestream, the coincidence seemed perfect. Ji Yang's low chuckle rang out again. See, some destinies come uninvited. The comments section went completely crazy. Holy crap! Was there really something just now? Master, your live stream is haunted. I'm so scared I'm going to pee my pants. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Ji Yang changed the subject. However, you need not worry. With righteous thoughts, no evil can invade. He paused deliberately, listening to the hurried footsteps of Fatty Hao in the livestream. Looks like someone's going to be sleeping with the lights on tonight. This sentence immediately eased the terrifying atmosphere considerably, and the comments section was filled with ha ha ha. No, host. Laughing at life on the other end of the livestream finally couldn't help but speak up. Please stop talking about this, I'm still here. So, is that thing in my kitchen really that thing? His reminder made Ji Yang suddenly realize that the person in question was still online waiting, so he quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, may the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. I've just gotten carried away and gone off on a tangent. He quickly resumed his professional tone. Please rest assured, my friend. I have already secretly calculated that there are no evil spirits haunting your kitchen. He stated his conclusion with certainty. If I'm not mistaken, then it should be an automatic feeder for your beloved pet? Ha! Laughing at life, was clearly stunned. Ji Yang didn't give him time to react and continued to explain. This device is usually set to start when it is quiet at night, and it is inevitable that there will be some vibration when it is running. If it happens to be placed on a stone slab or wooden table, the sound will be amplified through resonance, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. He added meaningfully, besides, the pet belonging to the client must be quite important, right? Upon hearing this, Laughing at Life gasped in shock on the other end of the livestream. Master, you're amazing. I do have an orange tabby cat at home, and it's almost 15 pounds. Wait. I'll go check it out right now. A series of hurried footsteps and the sound of a cabinet door opening came from the live broadcast room. A moment later. My God! It really is a feeder. It's stuck at the very back of the cabinet, and the vibration is making the whole countertop rattle. The truth has come out. Ah, so it's the cat's late night diner. The orange pig was furious. Are you being polite? Master, I thought it was a paranormal event, but it turned out to be a physical phenomenon. I suggest renaming the cat Midnight Bell. Laughing at Life breathed a sigh of relief on the other end of the livestream and thanked him repeatedly. Master, thank you so much. I haven't slept well for the past 2 weeks, but I can finally rest easy tonight. I'll go put a soft pad under the feeder right now. He gratefully sent a rocket message before disconnecting from the call. Ji Yang smiled as he watched the gift effects disappear, and then said earnestly to the live stream viewers. Therefore, dear friends, please don't scare yourselves unnecessarily when things happen. Many times. He paused deliberately, prompting a flurry of urging comments to finish. Many times what? Master, please tell me. I suspect the master is hinting at something. Ji Yang then slowly finished speaking. Many times what you think are paranormal events may just be your pet's afternoon tea time. Let's continue with the next viewer. Ji Yang had barely finished speaking when he answered the second connection request.
The next second, a video window appeared on the right side of the live stream screen, the barrage of comments froze instantly, and then exploded in an explosive manner. Holy crap! Beautiful girl. Is this level of beauty even real? Mom, I'm in love. Holy crap! It's huge. The video features a gentle and graceful young woman with long, flowing hair, beautiful features, and a large body. It's so suffocating. She seemed a little uncomfortable being watched by so many people and smiled shyly. Hello, Master. Hello, friends in the live stream. Even Ji Yang was stunned for half a second before blurting out, "This is a very bad omen." Nonsense, streamer. You don't need to tell me that. We can all tell it's a sign of large breasts. The Master has finally spoken the truth. Is this a case of occupational hazard kicking in? Ji Yang blushed and quickly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. I am saying that, judging from your appearance, there seems to be an ominous sign. What would you like to inquire about? The girl frowned slightly, her voice gentle yet troubled. Master, I keep having the same strange dream lately. She paused, as if organizing her thoughts. In my dream, I was walking endlessly in a fog, unable to find my way out. The strangest thing was. She lowered her voice, as if afraid of being overheard. There's always a voice calling me. Come back. This eerie description, coupled with her striking beauty, immediately caused a sensation in the livestream. Beautiful lady, come into my arms. I can interpret dreams too, but I'm missing a boyfriend. Master, hurry and save the beauty. Ji Yang, however, keenly noticed the faint black aura lingering between the girl's brows. He activated the life script system and quickly scanned her basic information. Lin Wan, 22 years old. Recent fortune, distracted and absent-minded, easily attracting evil spirits. Special note, anomalies in ancestral graves will damage one's ancestral virtue. Seeing this, Ji Yan understood. He pretended to be profound and did some calculation with his fingers. This dream of yours is probably no ordinary dream. He paused deliberately, waiting until everyone was listening intently, before slowly beginning to speak. If I'm not mistaken, have you been feeling constantly fatigued lately, even though you go to bed early, yet still wake up exhausted? And his gaze was sharp as lightning, staring directly at the girl through the screen. This situation only started after you returned to your hometown to pay respects to your ancestors last month, right? Lin Wan's eyes widened suddenly, her pretty face filled with shock. Master, how did you know? I did go back to my hometown last week to sweep my grandfather's grave. So there's something wrong with the ancestral graves? Ji Yang nodded slightly, his tone grave. Master, has your grandfather's grave been disturbed recently? Or, have new neighbors been added next to it? Lin Wan thought carefully, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! I remember now. There was indeed a recently buried elderly person next door, someone of the same generation as my grandfather." That's right. Ji Yang sighed. When two tigers fight, one will surely be injured. If the ancestors are not at peace, the descendants will naturally not be able to live in peace. After he finished speaking, Lin Wan was already 7 or 8 parts convinced and hurriedly asked, "Master, what should I do?" Chapter 61 The Mortal's Traveler. Ji Yang revealed a mysterious smile. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Why don't you call home now and ask about the tombstone of that new grave? He deliberately kept them in suspense. Is it facing 3 degrees east of south? Lin Wan picked up another phone with some skepticism and dialed a number. A few minutes later, she hung up the phone, her eyes filled with awe as she looked at the camera. Master, you were right again. My family said that the tombstone does indeed face south-southeast. Ji Yang slowly said, "Don't be anxious, Master. This matter is both difficult and easy." He deliberately paused to trick the viewers in the chat. Are we going to have to move the grave? I suspect they'll be holding a 7-day religious ceremony. Master, please tell me the solution. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Ji Yang slowly uttered an unexpected answer. The solution is actually simple. Tomorrow, the client should go to the market and buy 3 things: a bronze mirror, a packet of cinnabar, and... He deliberately dragged out his words, waiting until the viewers in the chat were almost frantic before continuing. A packet of the finest tea. Tea? Did the master say something wrong? What does this have to do with tea? Lin Wan blinked in confusion. Master, I understand the bronze mirror and cinnabar, but the tea. Ji Yang chuckled lightly.
Does the patron know that your grandfather loved drinking tea the most when he was alive? Lin Wan nodded in surprise. That's right. My grandfather loves Longjing tea the most. That's it. Ji Yang stroked his non-existent beard. Your new neighbor is an impatient person, while your grandfather is a slow-paced one. Their personalities clash, so naturally they don't get along well. He explained, the bronze mirror is for warding off evil spirits, the cinnabar for protecting the house, and the tea is for your grandfather to relieve his boredom. Tomorrow at noon, place these 3 items before the ancestral grave and offer sincere prayers. Remember. Ji Yang suddenly raised his voice, you must tell your grandfather, Grandpa, I brought you some new tea. Find someone to have tea with and chat with when you have time. Don't always argue with the neighbors. So, the idea is to let the ancestors reconcile over tea? Is the master planning a tea party in the underworld? So even the underworld has its own set of human relationships and customs. Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle, but she still carefully wrote it down. I understand, thank you, master. Just then, Ji Yang suddenly remembered something and added. Oh, and remember to bring a gift for your grandfather's neighbor as well. Ji Yang said with a smile. Buy a chess set. I just realized that our new neighbor was a chess fanatic in his lifetime. Have your grandfather invite him for tea and a game of chess, and the neighborhood will naturally be harmonious. Comments section in the live stream. Are they going to build a card and mahjong room downstairs? Do you accept interior decoration services for the underworld? Lin Wan thanked him repeatedly and sent a rocket before disconnecting from the call. Ji Yang looked at the barrage of teasing comments flying across the screen and deliberately put on a serious face. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Dear friends, please do not joke. Although the realms of yin and yang are separated, the principles of human relationships and worldly affairs remain the same. Got it. I'll burn a mahjong table down for my great-grandfather right away. Master, is milk tea or coffee more popular these days? I suggest you also upgrade to a Wi-Fi router. Looking at these comments, Ji Yang finally couldn't help but laugh. My lord, I have never actually measured the signal strength in the underworld. Alright, let's welcome our next guest, the mortal world guest. After the call connected, a gentle female voice came through. Hello, master. I recently met a netizen online, and he is very special. The woman described in a soft voice. He always logs on between 10 p.m. and midnight, is incredibly kind to me, remembers all my preferences, and often orders takeout for me and sends me gifts. But her voice was low. I message him at other times, but he never replies. Master, do you think he doesn't like me? Viewers in the live stream offered their suggestions. Wake up, sister. This is the standard schedule of a player. Is he in another time zone? This is clearly fish farming. Ji Yang activated the life script system, and his expression immediately turned serious after seeing the information about the mortal guest. Red Dust Guest Master, the online friend you're talking about, doesn't exist at all. Impossible, the woman immediately retorted, her emotions running high. We clearly chatted so much. Look, these are all our chat logs. As she spoke, she switched to screen sharing mode, and a dense chat interface immediately appeared in the livestream. On the left is her profile picture, and on the right is a male profile picture with a starry sky background. Look, the woman said, swiping the screen. This is what he sent me last night. I'm so tired from work today, but the thought of chatting with you tonight makes it all worth it. The woman continued showing the chat history, her tone sweet. And this, he remembered my birthday and specially sent me birthday wishes at midnight. Ji Yang looked at the heartfelt conversations on the screen and sighed helplessly. My friend, you are under too much pressure. I will say it again, this person does not exist. I don't believe it, the woman shouted. You have no idea how we feel. We've been talking for 3 whole months, he knows me better than anyone else. The live stream room was immediately split into 2. Was the master too arbitrary this time? 3 months is not a short time for an online relationship. I think the young lady is right. What if it's true love? Seeing the debate in the comments and the woman's stubborn attitude, Ji Yang took a deep breath and made a bold decision. Since you insist on not believing, then this master will go all out today. We will keep the live stream connected until 10 p.m. Let all the viewers in the livestream be witnesses and see if your online friend will actually show up on time. It's already 8 p.m., we'll know the result in 2 more hours. I've prepared sunflower seeds and snacks. I'm staying in the livestream room tonight. If someone actually shows up,
wouldn't the master have to quit the internet? Looking at the scrolling comments, Ji Yang solemnly announced to the camera. May the heavenly venerable bestow boundless blessings. This humble Taoist is willing to pledge my entire life's cultivation as a guarantee. All of you are witnesses. If, after 10 p.m. tonight, any online friend appears on your phone, he said it word by word, I will immediately shut down my live stream and retire from this profession, never to practice divination again. This vow caused the number of online viewers to skyrocket, with countless viewers flocking to the site, eager to witness the outcome of the bet. The woman on the other end of the live stream bit her lip and said, Okay, I'll wait. He'll definitely come. Chapter 62 The Flood. After Ji Yang muted the live stream, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Turning around, he found that not only Fatty Hao, but also Fu Jia and Lu Tao had gathered around. Fu Jia asked, Well, Ji, what did you mean by saying it doesn't exist to that person just now? Fatty Hao leaned closer and lowered his voice, Yeah, Lao Ji, what you said is pretty scary. Ji Yang took a sip of water and explained. Her real name is Zhang Xiaoya, and she is a designer at an advertising company. Due to long hours and work pressure, she developed dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality. The three of them were stunned upon hearing this. Think about it, Ji Yang continued, the online friends she described only appeared between 10 p.m. and midnight each night, and disappeared completely at other times. This is because her alternate personality is only activated during that time period. Fu Jia seemed thoughtful, so those late-night conversations? She's just talking to herself. Ji Yang nodded. She desperately needs to be cared for and understood, so subconsciously she created a perfect caregiver. Those gift records were actually purchased using her own account. Fatty Hao gasped, Holy crap. Old Ji, you could figure that out? Why didn't you just tell her earlier? The worst thing you can do with this kind of illness is to forcefully expose it. Ji Yang shook his head. She has to realize the truth herself, otherwise it may cause even more serious psychological trauma. Fu Jia looked thoughtfully at the woman still waiting in the livestream. That's why you use this method to let the facts speak for themselves. That's right. Ji Yang glanced at the time. In a little while, the truth will come out. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Tao asked nervously, What if an online friend really shows up? Ji Yang gave a meaningful smile, unless there really are ghosts in this world. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan's roommate, Li Xiaolin, was lying in bed scrolling through short videos. Suddenly he shouted to the other three people in the dormitory. Qiuhan, Yuan, Daiyue, look at this livestream. It's so interesting. Gu Qiuhan, who was reading at her desk, looked up and her pupils contracted slightly when she saw the live broadcast interface on Li Xiaolin's phone screen. It was the live broadcast room for the year's season. Li Xiaolin, who was watching the live stream for the first time, excitedly introduced. This streamer is a fortune teller. He's currently on a live stream with a girl and is saying that her online boyfriend doesn't exist at all. He even made a bet that if this person actually appears at 10 o'clock, he'll permanently quit the internet. With a round, curious face, she leaned closer and asked, Really? Is it that exciting? And look, Li Xiaolin turned up the volume on her phone. This streamer never shows his face, and his voice is even altered, making him incredibly mysterious. Gu Qiuhan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was taken aback. She didn't expect Ji Yang's live stream to be so popular, with the number of viewers exceeding 50,000. What bothered her even more was that the girl in the live chat window on the right side of the screen was talking happily into her phone. He asked me yesterday how I'd been. The girl's voice came through the speaker. He said he'd get me some late-night snacks today. Dayu tilted her head and said, It sounds pretty normal, so why did the streamer say that person doesn't exist? Li Xiaolin scrolled through the live stream comments. Look at the comments section. So many people are saying that this streamer was incredibly accurate with his calculations, even able to predict the orientation of people's ancestral graves. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan silently took out her phone and entered Ji Yang's livestream. Suddenly, racing pro Jiang Yuan started speeding. If this master's prediction is accurate, I must have my fortune told too. I want him to see when my true love will arrive, so I can experience what it feels like to reach the pinnacle. As she spoke, Jiang Yuan cupped her hands around her heart and fell onto the bed with a blissful expression. Looking at Jiang Yuan's lustful expression, Li Xiaolin curled her lips in disgust. No, Yuan, are you that thirsty? It's only been a short time since school started, and you're already thinking about your mister, right? What do you know? Jiang Yuan sat up with a jolt. I'm just making the most of my youth. Besides,
She suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "I've been dreaming about a blurry figure every night lately, and I always wake up at the crucial moment of connection." You couldn't help but complain, "You've been reading too many erotic novels before bed, haven't you? That's why you're having dreams like that." Li Xiaolin said seriously, "So, when you wake up, don't you need to change your clothes?" The other three? Gu Qiuhan sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Xiaolin, when did you become so bad, following in their footsteps?" Li Xiaolin shook her head smugly. "This isn't called going astray, it's called developing potential. Besides," she suddenly lowered her voice, "do you dare say you've never had those kinds of dreams?" Jian Yuan immediately perked up. "Exactly. This is a normal physiological need of mine. It's better than some people secretly watching porn." Hey! 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 Li Xiaolin snapped, "I was learning about physiology." Yes, Daiyue replied softly, "I've been studying so much that my earphones don't even have enough battery every day." Gu Qiuhan's ears burned as she listened to these clowns' increasingly outrageous talk. Just as she was about to speak up and stop them, the live stream suddenly spoke up. "Dear friends, there is only 1 minute left until 10 o'clock. Let us witness the truth together." Jian Yuan was immediately drawn to Gu Qiuhan's attention and moved closer to her. "Let me see. If this master is really that amazing, I must ask him when my true love will arrive." Li Xiaolin grinned mischievously. "Do you want to ask about your true love, or when will your dream lover be able to let you finish a complete dream? Get lost." Jian Yuan pretended to hit her, but her eyes were fixed on the screen. "I'm doing a serious divination." Dayu added sarcastically, "It is indeed very serious, but I don't know if you want to ask about fate in the upper or lower body." Gu Qiuhan finally couldn't take it anymore and coughed lightly. "You guys, be mindful of your image." Just then, a woman's exclamation suddenly came from the livestream. "He's here. He messaged me. Holy crap. We've really struck it rich. The master is about to crash and burn. Is the master really going to retire from the internet?" Chapter 63: A Fleeting Dream. The smug man said, "Master, look, he messaged me, asking how my day was. Now you should believe me, right?" Ji Yang remained calm and sighed. "Beautiful lady, please bring your phone screen closer to the camera so that everyone in the livestream can see it clearly." The woman did as instructed, and everyone in the livestream clearly saw the message sent by the Starry Sky avatar. "How was your day?" Ji Yang suddenly said, "Everyone, don't rush, please continue reading. Please reply to him normally first." The woman, unsuspecting, lowered her head and typed a reply, "I'm very tired today, but seeing your message makes me feel much better." After the message was successfully sent, a shocking scene unfolded. The woman's eyes suddenly became vacant, and her fingers mechanically operated the phone. She logged out of her current WeChat account and entered a different account and password on the login screen. Wait, this account? Keen-eyed viewers in the live stream have already noticed something amiss. When the login success screen appeared, the entire live stream room was astonished. She had logged into the account with the Starry Sky avatar. My god! She's logging into his account. The comments section started scrolling wildly. What's even more chilling is that after successfully logging in, she immediately opened her chat with herself and replied to the previous message using that account. "Sweetie, get some rest if you're tired. What do you want to eat? I'll order for you." She typed very quickly, and her tone was intimate and natural, just like she was talking to a lover. After replying, she opened the food delivery app and started browsing. After completing all of this, she logged out of her account and logged back into her original WeChat account. The entire switching process was smooth and seamless, clearly having been repeated countless times. When she looked up, her eyes regained their sparkle, and a sweet smile graced her face. She was completely unaware of her actions just moments before. "Look, he replied to me." She happily held her phone screen up to the camera. "He even said he'd buy me some late-night snacks. I knew he cared about me." The live stream fell silent, and then my hair stood on end. So these past 3 months were all orchestrated by her? My god! This really is a split personality. Ji Yang's voice rang out at the right moment, pity in his tone. "Now, do you understand?" The woman, initially confused by the frenzied comments in the live stream, asked, "What are you all talking about?" He clearly. The traveler shook his head blankly, his face full of confusion. "Understand what?" "He's very good to me. Look, he even offered to buy me a late-night snack." The live stream chat was immediately filled with worry. Oh no, she still hasn't realized the problem. This illness is quite serious. Master, please think of a solution quickly. Ji Yang sighed softly. In that case, please watch the live recording. He skillfully pulled up the live stream replay and froze the image on the moment the woman switched accounts. When Hongcheng witnessed firsthand how she logged out of her account, logged into another account, replied to herself, and finally switched back, her face gradually turned deathly pale. This can't be real. Her voice trembled as she said, "How could I possibly do such a thing?" Ji Yang said gently, "This is what you experience every night. Because of the immense work pressure, your subconscious has created a perfect caregiver. It's not your fault, it's just that you desperately need to be cared for." The woman stared blankly at the replay, tears silently streaming down her face. "Go, girl. Go see a doctor as soon as possible." Ji Yang said softly, "It's not too late to go to the hospital and register for a psychiatric appointment. Remember, this is nothing to be ashamed of, you just need professional help." The woman wiped away her tears and nodded solemnly, "Thank you, master. I will go first thing tomorrow morning." Ji Yang cleared his throat, his tone becoming deep. "Dear friends, what we have witnessed tonight must have left you with many thoughts. Life is but a fleeting few decades, why put so much pressure on yourselves?" He paused, his voice carrying a world-weary air. "Many times, we make things difficult for ourselves. We strive for perfection at work and demand completeness in relationships, but we forget that the person we should treat best is ourselves." The comments section erupted in agreement. The master is right. I was truly moved tonight. I need to learn to forgive myself. At this moment, a striking comment suddenly appeared. "Not eating ginger, master. When will I be able to have a complete erotic dream? Ha ha ha, who is this brave warrior? You're ruining the mood." Hilarious. It suddenly switched from a philosophical channel to a midnight channel. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaolin looked at Jiang Yuan and said, Yuan, are you crazy? So direct?" Jiang Yuan said matter-of-factly, "I'm just asking what everyone really wants to know. Aren't you all curious?" Dayu sighed, "That's not how you ask a question when you're just curious." In the livestream, Ji Yang was clearly taken aback by the sudden question, and it took him several seconds to find his voice. This person who doesn't eat ginger is quite straightforward. He pretended to do some calculations with his fingers, and his tone became strange. "This humble Taoist believes your fate, cough cough, suggests that you, young lady, read less of the things you shouldn't before bed and read more of the classics. Master, this question is beyond the scope of the curriculum. Take it easy. The master is shy, ha ha ha." Jiang Yuan was not giving up and posted another message. "Not eating ginger, master. Is it normal that I can't even see what the other person looks like?" Ji Yang said helplessly, "My dear friend, a dream of spring leaves no trace, so it's normal that you can't see it clearly. If you could see it too clearly." He deliberately lowered his voice, "Then it might not be a dream." Ji Yang then said seriously, "Actually, this person's problem can also be explained from a scientific perspective. The reason why your dreams are always interrupted at crucial moments is because you lack relevant experiences, and your brain cannot construct a complete perceptual experience." The screen immediately filled with comments like, "This master can even explain things scientifically?" Ji Yang continued calmly, "It's like asking someone who has never seen a rainbow to imagine its colors, or asking someone who has never eaten a lychee to imagine its taste. Without a real reference, the brain will naturally interrupt the dream that cannot continue." Jiang Yuan, who was listening in the dormitory, was stunned and subconsciously replied, "Then, what should I do?" Ji Yang was speechless at this blunt question and blurted out, "What else can I do? Do you expect me to personally step into the arena and have a real-world spar with you?" Ji Yang clearly realized his slip of the tongue and quickly tried to cover it up. "Ahem, what I meant was that these things should happen naturally, and cannot be forced." But the comments section didn't buy it at all. Instead, it got even more excited. "Master, don't explain. We all understand. Practice makes perfect." The master is passing on his experience. "So, does the master have a lot of practical experience?" Seeing the increasingly outrageous comments, Ji Yang explained, "Dear followers, please don't joke around. This humble Taoist priest is not interested in women." He was interrupted by the comments before he could finish speaking. "Master, is your Dharma name Bujie? Master, what is the channel and water flows naturally into the channel?" Before Ji Yang could respond, the barrage of comments saying "I don't eat ginger" flooded in aggressively. "Hey, you bunch of grown men, what kind of canal could it be? Of course, it's the irrigation canal you've been building. 3 girls in the dorm, 6. Li Xiaolin looked at Jiang Yuan, who was holding her phone in the bed opposite hers. Yuan, you really dare to say that? Yu silently gave a thumbs up. I'll pass the title of racing god to you. Ji Yang, who was watching the livestream, was clearly stunned by the shocking reply, and it took him a while to find his voice. My esteemed client, cough cough, please be mindful of your conduct. The moment he finished speaking, the livestream suddenly froze, and a system notification popped up. The livestream has been banned for 24 hours due to suspected vulgar and pornographic content. Chapter 64 Classmate, your zipper is open. Ha, it's blocked. It's really blocked. Li Xiaolin was the first to burst out laughing, pounding the bed and unable to straighten her back. Jiang Yuan stared blankly at her phone. No way, this can be blocked? In the boys' dormitory, the 4 roommates stared at each other blankly. No, it's sealed off already? Fatty Hao broke the silence first. Ji Yang slumped lazily in his chair. So what if it's banned? It saves me the trouble of finding an excuse to end the broadcast. Fatty Hao grabbed Ji Yang's leg. Brother Ji. My dear brother Ji. Tell Godfather how much we made tonight. The carnival was going so fast, it almost gave me a heart attack. Ji Yang was amused and crossed his legs. It's just Xiao Waner, I guess. How much? Fatty Hao's voice suddenly cracked. He earned my entire semester's allowance in one night? Fu Jia asked, so after deducting the platform's share, how much do you actually receive? Stop calculating. Fatty Hao waved his hand to interrupt. My heart is racing. Old G, tell me honestly, isn't it shattered into a QR code? Godfather. Fatty Hao suddenly became serious. From today onwards, I'll help you walk, feed you, and answer your attendance for you. I only ask that you let me show my face in the background when you're live streaming. Ji Yang, is that all you've got? Promising? Fatty Hao said with a tragic expression. What does success matter in the face of money? Ji Yang waved his hand. Alright, when Dad really becomes successful, he will definitely not forget you bunch of hungry, good sons. Really? Fatty Hao's eyes lit up. I'm going to take care of my godfather until his death. Ji Yang laughed and kicked him, saying, hurry up and go find your Yuan, or someone will steal her away. Fatty Hao immediately tensed up. Right. I have to ask Yuan what her relationship was with that boy during military training today. As he spoke, he grabbed his phone and happily climbed back into bed. Ji Yang suddenly became interested and turned to look at Lu Tao. By the way, Tower, when are you going to meet your Wu Dan? I'm looking forward to attending her wedding. Lu Tao silently sat down in front of the computer and turned it on with practiced ease. Come on, log in, Kaijo. Ji Yang immediately understood and gave Lu Tao an appreciative look. Tower, you understand me best. Fu Jia understood immediately and turned on his computer. As soon as the game started, Lu Tao seemed like a completely different person. Northeast 120 direction, 2 central control platforms. His voice was calm and composed. Old Ji, set up the gun, Fu Jia and I will flank around to the rear. As Ji Yang operated the equipment, he joked, not bad, Tower. With this setup, anyone who didn't know better would think you were commanding a special forces unit. Suddenly, Lu Tao executed a brilliant quick-fire shot, and the screen displayed squad wiped out. Fu Jia, brother, you've got a good gun. 1 bag for each of you. Ji Yang. See that? Lu Tao said, seemingly unconcerned, that's the power of love. Fu Jia scoffed, you call this love? I thought you were talking about your destiny. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly exclaimed, holy crap. Ada. Fu Jia had completely forgotten about the topic they had just discussed. Of course, Lu Tao said while licking his bag. My level 5 bullet will never leave me. It won't complain that I'm quiet, it won't ask me to go shopping with it, and it certainly won't suddenly stop talking to me. Ji Yang, licking the bag, said, it's over, this kid is hopeless. Looks like you're planning to spend your life with Wu Dan from the game? Lu Tao nodded seriously. Compared to real-life girls, I, Wu Dan, am more reliable. At least they will never stand me up, will never think I'm a straight man, and will always appear on time when I need them. That's right. Ji Yang laughed and followed up with his character. Then tonight I'll fight you in your true love for 300 rounds. Let us see what it means to have unrequited love. Fu Jia, already happily picking up the AWM, continued.
From an economic point of view, the return on investing in level 5 bullets is indeed much higher than that of falling in love. Lu Tao rarely showed a bright smile. What a kindred spirit. Lao Ji, Fu Jia, from now on we're the egg lovers trio. After 300 rounds. Get up. Get up. What time is it? Still sleeping. Fatty Hao shouted in his loud voice, followed by a whoosh sound. He directly ripped off Ji Yang's blanket. Ji Yang, still half asleep, reached for the blanket, his voice hoarse. Fatty, you're asking for it. What are you looking for? Fatty Hao then pulled back the blankets of the other two. Look at your watches. It's 7:30. Military training starts at 8 o'clock. Did you three stay up all night last night? Fu Jia, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat up. We only slept for 3 hours last night. Lu Tao immediately wrapped herself in the blanket and rolled to the foot of the bed. Just 5 more minutes. Sleep? What sleep? Fatty Hao jumped up and down in a panic. Instructor Pan said that anyone who's late today has to do 5 frog jumps around the playground. Ji Yang sat up abruptly, his eyes not even fully open, and started groping for his clothes. Frog jump? This is terrible. 10 minutes later, 4 boys with messy hair rushed out of the dormitory building at top speed. Oh no, only 5 minutes left. Fatty Hao wailed incoherently. Instructor Pan will stew us like frogs. Just as they were running to the corner of the teaching building, they ran into the 4 girls from Gu Qiuhan's dormitory. Zhang Yu was the first to spot Ji Yang, and excitedly tugged at Zhang Yuan next to her. Look! It's a handsome junior. Although he looks like he's been abused. Ji Yang had messy hair, slightly flushed cheeks from running, and his camouflage collar was askew, yet he unexpectedly had a battle-worn handsome look. At this moment, Li Xiaolin also noticed and winked smugly at Zhang Yuan. That's right. This is the junior I'm introducing to you. I'm the one who teaches their class. Pretty handsome, huh? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly grabbed Li Xiaolin's arm. Quick! Send me his WeChat. You don't see this battle-worn handsome guy anymore. Look how anxious you are, Li Xiaolin said, amused, and dodged away. They're in a hurry to get into military training right now. Are you sure you want their WeChat at this time? At this moment, Ji Yang also saw them. They were Li Xiaolin, the substitute senior student, and his future wife Gu Qiuhan. It turned out they were roommates. Fatty Hao shoved him from behind, yelling, "Run! There are only 3 minutes left. Do you want to stay here gazing at the senior girls in erotic reverie forever?" Lu Tao has given up on treatment and continues running with her shoes on backwards. Just as they were passing each other, Zhang Yu suddenly shouted, "Junior! Your shirt is unbuttoned." Ji Yang subconsciously looked down to check his collar. It's not open? Li Xiaolin couldn't bear to watch any longer, and, suppressing a laugh, pointed down below. It's the crotch. Ji Yang looked down sharply and, sure enough, found that the camouflage pants were wide open, revealing SpongeBob SquarePants underwear underneath. His face flushed red instantly, and he hurriedly zipped up the zipper and fastened the buttons. Chapter 65. Our Yang Yang is so dedicated. Li Xiaolin noticed Gu Qiuhan's consistently indifferent expression and asked in a low voice. "Qiuhan, don't you think this junior is quite handsome? Although he doesn't seem very smart." Gu Qiuhan's gaze was calm. "It's alright, it's just that I feel like I can't take care of myself." On the other side, Fatty Hao howled like a pig being slaughtered. Ji Yang. Less than 2 minutes left. Do you want us to perform the Frog Prince with you on the playground? Ji Yang then snapped out of his daze and waved, "Goodbye, seniors." He turned around and continued running, but almost tripped over his own shoelaces. Watching the 4 boys stumble and walk away, Zhang Yu was still clutching her heart, marveling, even their wrestling is so cool. Zhang Yuan said with a laugh, "This isn't just being attracted to someone, it's just overflowing maternal love and wanting them to drink your milk, isn't it?" Zhang Yu retorted, "Get lost. You should handle this. After all, your grandma is being taken good care of by your grandpa." Li Xiaolin silently gave a thumbs up, a fatal blow. Zhang Yuan wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, she proudly puffed out her chest and said, "That's right, it's because of my superior genes passed down from my ancestors." Gu Qiuhan, who had been quietly observing, gently shook her head, her tone tinged with helplessness. "You're talking nonsense. This isn't a dormitory." "Oh dear, Qiuhan, you're just too serious." Zhang Yuan leaned over and put her arm around her shoulder. "Look how cute that junior is. Aren't you tempted?"
Gu Qiuhan said indifferently, not interested. Sure enough, when Ji Yang and his three friends scrambled into the training field, Instructor Pan was standing in the center of the field with his hands behind his back. Very good. Instructor Pan said slowly and deliberately, I specifically emphasized yesterday that we must practice marching today and we absolutely cannot be late. Fatty Hao tried to argue, Instructor, we did it because. Shut up. Instructor Pan roared. Late is late. Now, the four of you, do one lap of frog jumps around the drill field. One lap? Fatty Hao cried out in disbelief. That's 800 meters. However, military orders are absolute, and the four had no choice but to begin their punishment under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After jumping less than 100 meters, Fatty Hao was already panting heavily, his camouflage uniform completely soaked with sweat. I can't take it anymore. Fatty Hao wailed as he jumped up and down, this is practically animal cruelty. Ji Yan wasn't much better off, his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Fu Jie's glasses kept slipping off his nose, and although Lu Tao didn't say a word, his flushed face betrayed his pain. Just as they jumped to about 400 meters, Instructor Pan suddenly blew his whistle. Attention! Back in formation. The four of them helped each other and staggered back to the group. Fatty Hao collapsed to the ground. Mom, just kill me, my legs have run away from home. Ji Yang held his knees, feeling his legs trembling uncontrollably. Instructor Pan gave them a cold glance. Today's punishment is just a small lesson. If you're late again, you'll have to do the whole lap. Now, everyone stand at attention for half an hour. Upon hearing this order, the four nearly fainted on the spot. Fatty Hao whispered to Ji Yang. Godfather. I may not be able to take care of you in your old age and see you off in your final days. Ji Yang retorted through gritted teeth, don't worry. I'll burn paper money for you. Just when the four thought they were going to be killed on the drill field that day, during a break, Instructor Pan, with a stern face, called them to the shade of a tree, and suddenly changed his expression. Are your legs all right? If you can't keep up with the rest of the training, just give me a report and I'll let you rest. The four were stunned and hadn't reacted yet when Instructor Pan explained again. With so many people watching, I have to establish my authority. But if you all really collapse from exhaustion, I won't be able to explain it to you. Fatty Hao's eyes immediately filled with tears. Instructor. You have a fierce face but a kind heart. Stop flattering me. Instructor Pan glared at him. Go back to training. And remember to submit a report. With this amnesty order, the second half of the military training was much easier. Whenever they felt their legs were about to give out, the four of them would take turns asking for a break, and finally they made it to the end of training. Ji Yang and the other three helped each other as they moved toward the cafeteria. I feel like my legs aren't legs anymore. Fatty Hao said with a mournful face. They've developed their own ideas and are planning an independent movement. Fu Jie limped, tomorrow morning we might experience the ultimate pleasure. Although Lu Tao was the physically fittest in the dormitory, he wasn't much better off at the moment. This tough guy managed to squeeze out two words through gritted teeth, want to die. Ji Yang, enduring the throbbing pain in his thighs, tried to lighten the mood, saying, on the bright side, at least our legs haven't really run away from home. That's because they know they can't survive without us. Fatty Hao wailed, now I have to rely on the handrail to go up a step, just like an old man. In the cafeteria, the four of them found a seat and sat down. Fatty Hao looked at the braised pork on his plate and lost his appetite for the first time. I don't even have the strength to pick up chopsticks anymore. He lamented. Ji Yang forced himself to shovel rice into his mouth, glanced at the time on his phone, and immediately wailed, oh no. We have to rehearse at 7:30 tonight. After finishing his meal, Ji Yang lay in his dormitory for a full 20 minutes before resignedly getting up and slowly making his way to the activity center. With each step he took, the soreness in his thighs made him gasp. A large number of people have already gathered at the rehearsal site. Gu Qiuhan was sitting quietly in the corner reading her manuscript. Soft light shone on her, making her profile look exceptionally beautiful. Li Si was giving instructions to several actors, occasionally taking notes in his notebook. Ji Yang leaned against the doorframe, catching his breath. As soon as he stepped into the activity room, Su Muching spotted him with her sharp eyes. Oh, father's beloved eldest son has finally arrived. Su Muching walked over quickly, what's wrong? The way you walk is so peculiar, you look like you've been completely drained. After she finished speaking, she glanced meaningfully in Gu Qiuhan's direction. Ji Yang wished he could shut her up, thanks to you, I did 400 meters of frog jumps today, and now my legs don't even feel like my own anymore. Wow! So it was because Instructor Pan drained you dry. Several female actors couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Li Si also smiled and shook his head. Gu Chiohan raised her head, her gaze lingered on Ji Yang for a moment, then she lowered her head to continue reading the manuscript, though the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Ji Yang forced himself to walk to his seat, feeling his thighs protesting with every step. Suma Cheng followed beside him, continuing to tease him. Would you like your sugar daddy to massage your legs? Thanks, I'd like to live a few more years. Ji Yang sat down irritably, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Li Si walked over and asked with concern, can you still hold on? Should we shorten the rehearsal time? It's nothing, Ji Yang waved his hand dismissively, it's just a little tiring to walk, but I can recite my lines while standing. Suma Cheng suddenly leaned close to Li Si. Little Li Si, look how dedicated our Yang Yang is. Even in this condition, he still insisted on coming to rehearsal. Doesn't he deserve praise? Chapter 66 The Sensitive Her. Li Si coughed lightly. Indeed, he deserves praise. To continue working despite his injury is a spirit that all actors should learn from. As he spoke, he naturally turned to Gu Chiohan, who was looking down at her manuscript, and asked, Chiohan, what do you think? The two exchanged a knowing glance, their faces clearly saying, let's watch the show. Gu Chiohan looked up from the manuscript and calmly glanced at Ji Yang. At this moment, Ji Yang was trying his best to straighten his back and maintain his image, but his slightly trembling legs betrayed his weakness. Yes, Gu Chiohan nodded gently, she is quite dedicated. Her tone remained calm, but her words had already made Su Mucheng's eyes light up. Did you hear that? Su Mucheng nudged Ji Yang triumphantly. Even Sister Chiohan praised you. Ji Yang endured the soreness in his legs and struggled to stand up straight. Okay, when do we start? Li Si glanced at the time and handed him a script. Let's begin now. This is the revised script for the host. You and Chiohan go to the inner room to rehearse your opening remarks. It's quiet there. Ji Yang took the manuscript and almost knelt down as soon as he took a step. Su Mucheng quickly caught him and deliberately said loudly, oh my, is our Yang Yang about to perform a grand ceremony? Gu Chiohan looked up and said, if you need to rest, you can wait a while longer. No need. Ji Yang immediately refused, forcing himself to walk up to Gu Chiohan. We can start now. Li Si suppressed a laugh and said, alright, Chiohan, Ji Yang, you two go to the inner room to rehearse your lines. The rest of you, prepare for the first program's rehearsal. Ji Yang followed Gu Chiohan into the small room next door. This small room was obviously temporarily set up, with only simple tables and chairs, but at least they didn't have to put on a show in front of everyone. Gu Chiohan closed the door and turned to look at Ji Yang. Now you don't have to force yourself anymore. Ji Yang was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Is it that obvious? Outside, Su Mucheng watched the two close the door to the inner room, and immediately nudged Li Si's arm with her elbow, the force so strong that Li Si gasped. Well done, little Li Si. No wonder you can become chairman, you're so considerate of my eldest son's marriage. Li Si rubbed his aching arm and glanced helplessly at the younger students rehearsing around him. Be careful, there are so many younger students around here. A junior student who was doing leg stretches looked over curiously, and Su Mucheng immediately changed her expression and said seriously, it's alright, you guys keep practicing. After the junior girl turned away, Su Mucheng leaned closer to Li Si and whispered, I noticed a while ago that Chiohan was acting differently towards Ji Yang. She usually wouldn't even give a second glance to boys, but today she actually asked to rest. Li Si also lowered his voice, I just think they need a quiet environment to rehearse their lines. Come on. Su Mucheng rolled her eyes at him. You were just praising Ji Yang in front of everyone to get Chiohan's attention, weren't you? Well, Li Si coughed lightly, Ji Yang is indeed very outstanding. Come on. Su Mucheng shook her head smugly. But your trick was indeed brilliant. I just saw Chiohan's ears turn red. Really? Li Si raised an eyebrow. I hadn't noticed that. So you straight men? Su Mucheng shook her head and sighed, you can't even see such obvious signs. Li Si subconsciously muttered to herself, it's like you're not straight, you can't even tell who likes you. What did you say? Su Mucheng narrowed her eyes. It's nothing. Li Si quickly changed the subject. I meant, Ji Yang and the others will be here soon. Su Mucheng wouldn't let him go, pressing closer step by step. Were you just dissing me? How could I dare? Li Si said with a forced smile as he backed away.
Inside the room, Ji Yang and Gu Chiohan had already stood up and started formally practicing their lines. Ji Yang, respected leaders and teachers, dear classmates, good evening. Gu Chiohan, the golden autumn brings refreshing breezes and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. On this beautiful evening, we gather together to welcome our new classmates. The two smiled at each other, and Ji Yang continued, tonight, the starlight lights up our path, and the moonlight adorns us in its finest attire. Gu Chiohan nodded slightly. Tonight, we embark on a new chapter in our lives with anticipation and hope. Ji Yang unconsciously took a step forward, about to say his next line, when suddenly his legs went weak and he fell forward uncontrollably. In desperation, he reached out his hands wildly in front of him, trying to maintain his balance. Sizzle. Ji Yang's knee slammed heavily onto the wooden floor with a dull thud. Pain shot through his bones like an electric current, but he couldn't care less. His hands were still tightly gripping the soft fabric. Gu Chiohan's gray casual pants had been pulled all the way up to her knees, the waistband digging into her thighs. Ji Yang, lace. The lace was so thin it was almost transparent, with openwork patterns along the edges that clung to the skin, subtly revealing the shadows underneath. Gu Chiohan's face, which was usually as cold as an ice sculpture, suddenly cracked open. She instinctively tried to back away, but forgot that there was a sofa behind her. Her heel hit the edge of the sofa, and she lost her balance and fell backward. Ji Yang instinctively reached out to help, but his palm landed firmly on her stomach. Gu Chiohan was startled and tried to steady herself on the sofa, but in her panic she pulled Ji Yang along with her. Ji Yang was pulled towards her by her. Ji Yang's left hand was still on her stomach, his palm pressed against the edge of her clothing, and he could clearly feel the slight undulations under the fabric. It was the slight trembling of her muscles caused by her rapid breathing. His right hand was wedged between her waistband and skin, his fingertips accidentally hooking the elastic band, which could be pulled down another half-inch with a little force. Gu Chiohan's eyelashes trembled violently, her gaze shifting from shock to embarrassment and anger. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out, because Ji Yang's knee had somehow gotten below her hip. Ji Yang's inner monologue, Ji Yang, you son of a bitch. Ji Yang's mind was buzzing, and all his blood was rushing to his head. He wanted to let go, but he couldn't bear to. The next second, Gu Chiohan suddenly raised her knee. However, due to the excessive movement, her legs rubbed against Ji Yang's knees, causing them to suddenly stop halfway up, and unconsciously clench her legs. Chapter 67. Where are you headed? Your knee. Gu Chiohan's voice trembled almost imperceptibly. Where is it hitting? Ji Yang then realized with a start that his kneeling position had caused his knees to drop right to his knees. He hurriedly tried to back away, but his legs were too weak to support him. Gu Chiohan said coldly, aren't you going to take it away? It wasn't on purpose, Ji Yang said, frantically trying to move himself by bracing himself with his hands on the ground. This movement, however, inevitably caused him to lean forward a little more. Gu Chiohan gasped, her cheeks flushing red. She instinctively shrank back, but there was nowhere to retreat because there was a wall behind her. I'll get up now. Ji Yang endured the soreness in his legs and used all his strength to move backward. With each movement, she felt her knees brush against her, causing Gu Chiohan's body to tremble involuntarily. Just when he thought he could finally stand up, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his legs, and he fell forward to his knees again, uncontrollably. This time he remembered not to use his hands, and the result was Ji Yang's entire face was facing downwards. Ji Yang. In utter shock, he instinctively took a deep breath. Scent. Gu Chiohan froze on the spot, a crack appearing on her usually aloof face for the first time. Then she felt a cool breeze seep through her thin clothing. Get up, Gu Chiohan coldly squeezed out the two words. Ji Yang then came to his senses. Senior, it's really not my fault, it's just that you smell too good. Shut up. Gu Chiohan's ears turned bright red. She pushed him away and hurriedly pulled up her pants. If you don't get up, I'll make sure you never stand up again. This time, Ji Yang learned his lesson and, using the wall for support, finally managed to stand up steadily. Ji Yang observed Gu Chiohan's unusually embarrassed state and teased, Senior, we've already been completely honest with each other twice, why are you still so shy? Gu Chiohan quickly turned her back, her voice already regaining its usual coolness. If anyone finds out what happened today, you're dead. What's up? Ji Yang feigned ignorance. Are you talking about how nice the senior smells, or is it that the senior is actually sentimental? A cold gaze swept over. Ji Yang, just kidding. I promise I'll keep my mouth shut. Gu Chiohan straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and when she turned around, she had transformed back into the aloof senior. Only the slight redness at the corners of her eyes betrayed her earlier panic. Continue with the word matching. Ji Yang looked at her trying to appear calm and said, Senior, you're holding the manuscript upside down. Gu Qiuhan froze, quickly straightened the manuscript, and her ears turned even redder. A knock suddenly sounded at the door, and then Su Muching pushed the door open and peeked in. Sister Qiuhan and Jier, it's your turn to go through the procedures. Her gaze shifted between the two, then suddenly settled on Gu Qiuhan's face, her eyes lighting up instantly. Ha! Qiuhan, why is your face so red? Gu Qiuhan subconsciously touched her cheek. It's too stuffy in there. Suffocating? Su Muching looked her over suspiciously. Doesn't this room have a window? And your ears are so red. Ji Yang quickly tried to smooth things over. I was too engrossed in rehearsing the words, and my senior was being very serious. Su Muching narrowed her eyes and leaned closer to Gu Qiuhan. No, you're obviously shy. Tell me, what just happened? Gu Qiuhan turned her face away. Nothing happened. Liar. Su Muching turned to Ji Yang. My dear son, you tell me, did you bully Sister Qiuhan just now? Ji Yang chuckled and shrugged. How could I dare? I was just seriously rehearsing my lines. But my senior is indeed quite sensitive, she blushes easily. Gu Qiuhan shot her a glare. Shut up. Watching the interaction between the two, Su Muching suddenly realized. Oh, I get it. Has my eldest son finally come to his senses? Mu Cheng. Gu Qiuhan quickly interjected, it's time to go through the procedures. Okay, I won't say any more. Su Muching agreed verbally, but gave Ji Yang a look. It roughly means, Jier did a great job. The three of them walked out of the storage room, with Gu Qiuhan deliberately quickening her pace to walk in front. Su Muching seized the opportunity to grab Ji Yang and lowered her voice. Great job, my dear son. You're making rapid progress. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Stop pretending. Su Muching nudged him with her elbow. You're the first person to make Qiuhan blush. Ji Yang watched Gu Qiuhan's hurried departure and curled the corners of his lips. This is nothing. He sniffed the air. I must say, it smells pretty good. It's intoxicating. My finger accidentally touched the tip of my nose and felt a little dampness. Ji Yang was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, this is really sensitive. The three returned to the main venue one after the other. Li Si immediately noticed Gu Qiuhan's unusually rosy cheeks, and then looked at Ji Yang, who was walking slowly at the back, who was smugly touching his nose and smiling. Liston understood a bit immediately, then pretended to be serious. Well, let's just go through the whole process today and get a general overview. We'll talk about the details later. Everyone should get some rest. The rehearsal officially began, with Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan reciting their opening lines as usual. This time, Ji Yang learned his lesson and stood obediently at a safe distance, but his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing at Gu Qiuhan. Gu Qiuhan kept a cold face the whole time and didn't even glance at him. After the recitation, the opening dance team came on stage. As the music started, a dozen or so girls dressed in practice clothes gracefully entered the venue, each with a tall figure and outstanding looks. Ji Yang's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, so many pretty girls. He was engrossed in watching when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He subconsciously turned around and met Gu Qiuhan's cold gaze. Ahem. Ji Yang quickly looked away and stood up straight, pretending to be serious. Su Muching leaned closer and whispered teasingly. Son, this isn't like you at all. I remember during the high school sports meet, you practically wanted to climb all over the cheerleaders to watch. Why are you so well behaved now? What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Yang retorted stubbornly. I'm just respecting art. Come on, you. Su Muching rolled her eyes. You were practically drooling just now. What are you pretending to be so proper for? After the dance ended, Li Si walked over with the program booklet. The next segment is. Wait a minute. Gu Qiuhan suddenly interrupted. I think we need to practice the opening remarks again. Everyone was taken aback. Li Si glanced at the flowchart. Didn't we already check it just now? Not skilled enough. Gu Qiuhan looked at Ji Yang expressionlessly. Especially some people, their eyes are wandering and they can't concentrate. Ji Yang. Ji Yang whispered to Gu Qiuhan, is this malicious revenge? Su Muching was trying so hard to suppress her laughter that her shoulders were shaking. Chapter 68 Yunnan Baiyao. So, Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan returned to the center of the stage. Let us start with the crisp autumn air, Gu Qiuhan said expressionlessly. Ji Yang took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound energetic. The golden autumn brings refreshing breezes and the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. Stop, Gu Qiuhan interrupted. You dragged out the last syllable of fragrant, so start over. Ji Yang blinked, no. I deliberately added a slight vibrato to the word fragrant to make it sound more emotional. No need, Gu Qiuhan said coldly. Let's start over. Ji Yang pursed his lips and had no choice but to start over. This time, he made a point of pronouncing the word fragrant crisply and clearly. Stop. Gu Qiuhan interrupted again, why are you looking to the left? The audience is right in front of us. I'm looking for a camera position. Ji Yang explained weakly. Start over. On the third attempt, Ji Yang had only uttered 3 words when Gu Qiuhan called out, your posture is wrong, one shoulder is higher than the other. Ji Yang couldn't help but groan, Senior, my legs are still sore. So what? Gu Qiuhan raised an eyebrow, are you going to tell the audience that your legs are sore during the actual performance? Ji Yang. Suma Cheng, standing below the stage, had already collapsed into Li Si's arms, laughing so hard. My God, Sister Qiuhan is really going all out. My dear son, it's not that your godfather won't help you, but who told you to provoke them? Looking at Ji Yang's pitiful appearance, Li Si whispered to Suma Cheng, really not going to help? Suma Cheng waved her hand, spare the rod and spoil the child, I won't help. Li Si asked in confusion, there was neither beating nor scolding. Suma Cheng said righteously, Sister Qiuhan is using corporal punishment. This is even worse than beating and scolding. After going through this process 7 or 8 times, Ji Yang felt like his throat was on fire and his legs no longer belonged to him. When Gu Qiuhan finally said it's okay, Ji Yang collapsed onto the stage, too exhausted to even move a finger. Stand up. Gu Qiuhan's voice came from above. You haven't practiced your curtain call pose yet. Ji Yangshan got up listlessly and followed Gu Qiuhan to practice bowing. As a result, because her legs were weak, she almost fell to the ground while bowing. Such a poor sense of balance? Gu Qiuhan frowned. Big sister. Ji Yang was on the verge of tears, this is all because of the torture I endured during military training. Gu Qiuhan's eyes turned cold, what did you say? I said the senior's guidance was correct. Ji Yang immediately changed his tune. Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, Li Si stepped forward to smooth things over. Qiuhan, how about we call it a day? Ji Yang has had enough military training during the day, everyone should rest. Seeing that Li Si had spoken, Gu Qiuhan glanced at Ji Yang indifferently, but did not insist any further. She quickly packed her belongings and left with only the words, I'm leaving now. Watching Gu Qiuhan's departing figure, Ji Yang muttered to himself. Damn it, just you wait. You say my bowing posture is wrong? I'll make you do the splits, I'll make you do a handstand. Li Si stepped forward, are you alright, Ji Yang? Do you want me to take you home? Ji Yang forced himself to stand up, his legs trembling, but he still stubbornly waved his hand and said, no need. I can still hold on. Even so, he leaned against the wall as he walked out, grimacing with every step. Li Si shook his head and stepped forward to help him up, alright, stop being stubborn. I'll take you to your dormitory. On the way back, Ji Yang was still muttering, just you wait, once my leg heals, I'll show her what real position is. Suma Cheng and Li Si helped Ji Yang walk towards the dormitory, one on each side. The moonlight cast long shadows of the 3 of them, and Ji Yang leaned almost his entire weight on the 2 of them. After a moment of silence, Li Si couldn't help but ask, Ji Yang, I still want to ask, what exactly happened between you 2 in the inner room just now? Ji Yang glanced at him sideways, seriously, senior? Are you that gossipy? You don't act like a student council president at all. Li Si smiled and shook his head, his gaze unconsciously drifting to Su Mucheng beside him. Why call me senior? You and Mucheng are so close, just call me brotherly. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, is this appropriate? You are the chairman. He chuckled to himself, this chairman is indeed a chairman, he's got a clever plan, he clearly wants to use me to get closer to Su Mucheng. What a pity, Su Mucheng is such a straight-laced girl. That is fine, Li Si said gently, helping him step over a hurdle. You don't need to be so formal in private. Su Mucheng was completely oblivious and continued to chime in with a grin, exactly. You can call him Little Li. Seeing Li Si's expectant gaze, Ji Yan deliberately dragged out his words, then.
Brotherly? That's right. Lisi nodded in satisfaction, then seized the opportunity to press further. So, just now in the inner room. Lisi glanced at her helplessly and continued to press. So, what exactly happened? This is the first time I've seen Xiao target someone like this. Ji Yang chuckled and lowered his voice mysteriously. Brotherly, this matter cannot be spoken of, cannot be spoken of. Oh ho! Su Muching perked up. Are you keeping me in suspense? Tell me, tell me. Ji Yang shook his head mysteriously. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. His heart was bleeding. How could he possibly say something so shameful? Was he supposed to tell everyone that he not only pulled down his senior's pants halfway down, but also buried his face between her legs? If word got out, would he ever be able to face anyone again? Lisi seemed thoughtful. It seems something really did happen. No, really. Ji Yang quickly denied. It was just ordinary recitation. Su Muching pouted. I don't believe you. A simple recitation could make Xiao so angry? You must have taken advantage of her. Ji Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. He did want to take advantage, but it was a complete accident. Su Muching leaned closer. What's wrong? Are you still a grown man? Then Lisi looked at Su Muching in surprise. Is this how you beg for help? Looking at the two gossiping, Ji Yang sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You two, one's the chairperson and the other's a senior, can't you be a little more serious? Gossiping is human nature. Su Muching declared confidently. Tell me, tell me. Unable to resist the two's persistent questioning, Ji Yang could only give a vague answer. Well, there was a little accident, and I accidentally offended senior sister Gu. What kind of accident? They both asked in unison. Ji Yang looked up at the sky. This. I really can't say. At this moment, Su Muching and Lisi, who were supporting him, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ji Yang stumbled and turned around in confusion. Hey, why aren't you guys moving? Following their gaze, they saw Gu Qiuhan, who should have already left, standing under a street lamp not far away, carrying a small bag in her hand. Lisi, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized that what was sticking out of the bag was a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. Li Dun immediately understood and quietly nudged Su Muching with his elbow. We should go. Su Muching looked puzzled. We haven't even reached the dormitory yet. What will happen to my precious son if we leave? Lisi frantically gestured with his eyes. Didn't you see someone come to pick him up? Chapter 69. Do all you guys think girls are easy to fool? Ji Yang was also stunned, staring blankly as Gu Qiuhan walked towards them. Gu Qiuhan stopped in front of the three people, her gaze sweeping over Ji Yang's still trembling legs, her tone remaining calm. I bought it on the way. Ji Yang was momentarily at a loss for how to react, and simply let out a dumbfounded ah. Su Muching looked at Gu Qiuhan, then at Ji Yang, and suddenly realized, oh, I understand. Then we'll be going now. He then tried to pull Lisi away. Lisi, well, we'll leave you here. Sister Qiuhan. Su Muching quickly called out to her, my eldest son is in such a state, could you please take Ji Yang to his dormitory building on your way? Gu Qiuhan paused, turned around and glanced at Ji Yang. Ji Yang immediately switched into his dramatic persona, leaning heavily against Su Muching and groaning exaggeratedly. Oh dear, this leg. I'm afraid it's going to be ruined. He said while secretly observing Gu Qiuhan's reaction. Su Muching suppressed a laugh and exclaimed in a feigned surprise, oh my god. Is it that serious? Sister Qiuhan, look at him like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to walk back. Lisi coughed and chimed in, indeed, it's uphill from here to the boys' dormitory. Gu Qiuhan glanced at the three of them indifferently, could your acting be any more exaggerated? Even so, she still stepped forward and extended an arm to Ji Yang, help me. Ji Yang immediately grabbed her arm, leaning almost against her, while humming softly under his breath. Senior, you're beautiful inside and out. Gu Qiuhan stiffened slightly, but ultimately didn't push him away, only gently reminding him, walk carefully. Su Muching, watching from behind, covered her mouth and chuckled. She tugged at Lisi's sleeve and whispered, hurry up, don't be a third wheel. Once the two had gone far away, Ji Yang became even more brazen, leaning all his weight on Gu Qiuhan, the faint scent of gardenias lingering in her hair, and deliberately slowing his pace. Senior, he tilted his head to look at her, did you go out specifically to buy me medicine? Gu Qiuhan looked ahead, on the way. Ji Yang looked at her slightly red ear tips and couldn't help but laugh, Senior, your ears are red. Gu Qiuhan immediately turned her face away, it was illuminated by streetlights. Oh Ji Yang, then why are your hands shaking, senior? Was it also because of the streetlight? You're too heavy. Gu Chiohan pretended to pull her hand away. No, no, no. Ji Yang quickly hugged her arm tightly. I was wrong. The two fell silent for a moment. As they walked past a street lamp, Gu Chiohan asked softly, You were really punished for being late for military training? Ji Yang sighed heavily and nodded pitifully, That's right. My legs are almost ruined from doing 400-meter frog jumps. Gu Chiohan's lips curved almost imperceptibly, Nanbeo, spray it on when you get back, it will be much better tomorrow. Ji Yang immediately put on an exaggeratedly moved expression, Senior, you're so kind. I really don't know how to repay you. How about I repay you with my body? Gu Chiohan, get lost. Okay. Ji Yang replied with a grin, not only not letting go, but instead tightening his grip on her arm, almost pressing his whole body against hers. Gu Chiohan glared at him helplessly, Didn't you hear me telling you to get lost? I heard you, Ji Yang said with a cheeky laugh. I'm following my senior by rolling around. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Gu Chiohan couldn't help but click her tongue softly, but she didn't shake him off. Senior, Ji Yang suddenly lowered his voice, I know you went there specifically to buy medicine for me. Gu Chiohan turned her face away, Don't flatter yourself. Then I'll repay you with my body. Ji Yang immediately resumed his playful grin, Look, my senior is so kind to me, I have no way to repay her, so I can only. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave you here. No. Ji Yang quickly hugged him tightly. I'll shut up. The two continued walking, with students passing by from time to time on the campus paths at night. Along the forest path beside the road, one could vaguely see couples cuddling together. Ji Yang had heard of the elegant name of this grove when he enrolled in school. Gunfire. Look! Isn't that Gu, the school beauty? She was actually arm in arm with a guy. Are they dating? I've never seen her this close to a guy before. As Ji Yang listened to these discussions, he felt incredibly happy and unconsciously straightened his back, even his walking posture became exceptionally energetic. He deliberately moved a little closer to Gu Chiohan. Gu Chiohan had obviously heard the discussion, her brows furrowed slightly, and she tried to pull her hand back, but Ji Yang held it firmly. Senior, Ji Yang lowered his voice, a hint of pride in it, everyone is envious of me. Let go. Gu Chiohan said coldly. No way, senior, Ji Yang complained, my legs are still weak, I'll fall if I let go. Just then, a few girls walked by, and seeing how intimate they were, they all felt a little jealous. Jia was pleased with himself and deliberately tilted his head towards Gu Chiohan, so that from a certain angle it looked like he was leaning on her shoulder. Gu Chiohan gritted her teeth and whispered, You did this on purpose? I'm innocent, senior. Ji Yang feigned innocence, I really can't stand up. How about? He grinned mischievously and lowered his voice, Shall we go sit in the woods for a while? I promise I'll just sit there. Gu Chiohan said coldly, Just sit? I'm afraid you'll make me sit on you. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang abruptly stopped in his tracks, Senior, what kind of indecent words are those? He could hardly believe these words came from the mouth of Gu Chiohan, who was always aloof. Seeing Ji Yang stunned and speechless, Gu Chiohan smiled slightly and asked, What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? No, senior, you. Ji Yang stammered, You caught me completely off guard with that. Gu Chiohan gently pulled her arm away, You think you're the only one who can be a hooligan? Ji Yang was caught off guard by her sudden counterattack and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Senior, he leaned closer and lowered his voice, If you really dare to sit here, I dare to accept. Gu Chiohan raised an eyebrow, Oh? Then how about we go try it now? Now it was Ji Yang's turn to chicken out. He chuckled awkwardly, My leg's not feeling well today, another day. Gu Chiohan gave a soft snort and turned to continue walking forward. Ji Yang quickly followed, but he was puzzled. How could this senior sister fall for my goading? As they walked, Gu Chiohan suddenly spoke up, Do all you guys think girls are easy to fool? No. Ji Yang protested, How could I dare lie to my senior? I just couldn't help myself. You couldn't help but want to take me to the grove? Gu Chiohan glanced at him sideways. Ji Yang felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly changed the subject, Senior, look, we're almost at the dorm. Chapter 70 Sweet Love. Downstairs in the boys' dormitory, Fu Jia, wearing flip-flops, took an iced cola from a vending machine with a clatter.
He turned around, but stopped abruptly when he caught sight of the scene at the doorway. Under the streetlights, the girl whose wrist Ji Yang was shamelessly grabbing was none other than Gu Qiuhan, the unattainable beauty in the hearts of all the boys in the school. Fu Jia quickly hid behind the door and peeked through the crack. He saw Ji Yang whispering something in Gu Qiuhan's ear, and the usually aloof Gu Qiuhan's lips curled into a slight smile. Although the smile was fleeting, it was enough to leave Fu Jia speechless. Just then, my phone started buzzing. Fatty Hao, where's my Coke? Are you growing cocoa beans? Fu Jia, don't rush me. Come downstairs right now. Old Ji is whispering sweet nothings to school beauty Gu. Fatty Hao replied instantly. Wait for me. Fu Jia quietly raised his phone to record this historic moment, but forgot to turn it off silent. Snap. The two people outside the door turned their heads at the same time. Fu Jia was so frightened that he shrank back. Who's there? Ji Yang's wary voice came from behind. Just as Fu Jia was at a loss, a series of chaotic footsteps came from the stairwell. Fatty Hao's booming voice rang out first, Old Fu, you? Then came Lu Tao's unusually urgent voice, where are you? Where are you two being all lovey-dovey? Hao Pangzi and Lu Tao stood frozen at the top of the stairs, their four eyes scanning back and forth between Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan. Gu Qiuhan seized the opportunity to pull her wrist back, her expression returning to its usual coldness. I'm leaving. Senior. Ji Yang wanted to stop her, but Gu Qiuhan had already turned around and quickly disappeared into the night. Fatty Hao rushed over and grabbed Ji Yang's neck. You old Ji. You've been sneaking food behind our backs? Ji Yang yanked the fat man's hand off. When did I ever sneak food behind your backs? I told you last time that I went on a date with Qiuhan, but you didn't believe me. This time, my senior kindly brought me back because she saw that I had difficulty walking. Fu Jie said quietly, come on, I saw it all just now. You two were pulling and tugging at the door, clearly being all lovey-dovey. Ji Yang immediately cried out in protest, Fu, don't slander me. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly changed the subject, but let me tell you, during rehearsal today, the lead dancer for the opening dance had such long, white legs, and an incredibly slim waist. Fatty Hao, Godfather. I want to go tomorrow too. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan had just returned to her room when she quietly took off her coat and prepared to change and wash her underwear. Zhang Yu was applying a face mask when she saw Gu Qiuhan taking out clean underwear from the closet to wash up. She couldn't help but wonder. Qiuhan, didn't you just change your underwear during lunch break today? Why do you have to wash it again tonight? Gu Qiuhan paused noticeably for a moment, then stammered, I started sweating. But in my heart I was thinking, I can't exactly say, it's wet. Jiang Yuan, who was reading a novel on the upper bunk, immediately peeked out with a knowing smile on her face. Oh, I get it. Was it because you were on a date with your sweetheart and got excited, that you got aroused? Gu Qiuhan's ears instantly turned red, and she was about to retort when Li Xiaolin interrupted her with a smile. Come on, do you think Qiuhan is like you too? One reads erotic novels all day, and the other. She gave Zhang Yu a meaningful look, More or less. Zhang Yu scoffed nonchalantly, that's just a normal physiological need. Jiang Yuan pouted unconvinced. Then tell me, why do you suddenly need to change your underwear after wearing them all afternoon? How can you sweat so much while rehearsing as a host? She jumped out of bed and leaned closer to examine Gu Qiuhan closely. Your face is all red. Something's definitely going on. Li Xiaolin also became interested and put down the book in her hand. Could it be that someone really succeeded? Gu Qiuhan put the laundry bag on the chair. You're overthinking it. But as she turned to walk towards the restroom, the three girls exchanged a knowing glance. Zhang Yu lowered her voice. There's definitely something wrong. She's been restless all night. Jiang Yuan stomped her feet excitedly. I bet 3 packs of spicy strips that she definitely did something unspeakable with that junior. Li Xiaolin thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. It seems our Qiuhan, this eternal iceberg, is really going to be melted. In the bathroom, Gu Qiuhan looked at her flushed cheeks in the mirror, then glanced down at the underwear in her hand, and sighed helplessly. How can you be so spineless? She turned on the hot water and absent-mindedly rubbed the clothes. The foam had only been poured halfway when Jiang Yuan was heard shouting loudly from outside the door. Qiuhan, come out here. The school beauty and handsome guy competition has started today. Our dorm needs you to upload your latest photos. You have to successfully defend your title this time. Gu Qiuhan wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist her 3 roommates' repeated urging, so she had no choice but to dry her hands and leave the bathroom. Li Xiaolin shoved the phone into her hand. Quickly pick a nice photo, the competition is fierce this year. Zhang Yu chimed in with a suggestion, just upload that picture of you at the library last time, it really shows off your elegance. The 4 of them were huddled together, scrolling through the voting page, when suddenly Jiang Yuan exclaimed. Wait! Isn't this Junior, the one from today? The screen displayed Ji Yang's photo, a snapshot of him doing frog jumps during today's military training. The boy in the photo has his camouflage uniform soaked with sweat, and his hair is messy and sticks to his forehead, but it still can't hide his handsome features. The flushed cheeks from exercise and the slightly furrowed brows only added to his wild charm. My God! Zhang Yu gasped, this Junior actually made the list? And with this kind of look? Li Xiaolin took the phone and examined the photos carefully. I have to say, this candid shot is brilliant. Although he looks disheveled, with his sweat-soaked camouflage uniform clinging to his chest and messy hair plastered to his forehead, it is precisely this unkempt appearance that highlights his angular features and strong muscle lines, giving him a particularly wild and masculine charm. Jiang Yuan couldn't wait to click the vote. I have to vote for him. His battle-damaged appearance is just too stunning. He's practically the kind of beautiful, strong, and tragic male protagonist in a novel who's forced into prostitution. Suddenly remembering something, she turned and hugged Gu Qiuhan's arm. Qiuhan! Stop staring at the juniors. Post a nice picture of yourself. Our college's reputation depends on you. This time, you have to outshine that green TBTCH from the law school who posts selfies all the time. Gu Qiuhan frowned, wanting to refuse, but Jiang Yuan clung to her arm like a koala, shaking her incessantly. Please, please. The honor of our college depends on you. Unable to resist the nagging any longer, Gu Qiuhan unlocked her phone and handed it over. The photo album is here, you can find it yourselves. Chapter 71 Washing Underwear. The 3 women immediately gathered together and began flipping through the photo album. This one do, Zhang Yu said, pointing to a photo of a library. The lighting is too dim, and it makes her look unwell. This angle isn't very good, Li Xiaolin said, swiping across a casual snapshot taken on campus. It makes Qiuhan look shorter. This expression is too serious, Jiang Yuan rejected an ID photo. Although it's beautiful, it's too distant. They sifted through the photos one by one, flipping through them from the most recent ones to the oldest. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's fingers stopped, and her eyes widened in surprise. She slammed her phone face down on the table, startling everyone. My mother! Her voice rose in shock. Zhang Yu subconsciously replied, why are you calling me mom? Jiang Yuan's fingers were trembling, I think. I've discovered something terrible. Gu Qiuhan frowned in confusion. She believes her phone is very clean, containing only study materials, personal photos, and at most some pictures with family and friends. What could possibly be on it? What photo? I don't know anything about it, she asked, leaning closer. Jiang Yuan looked at her with a complicated expression. Qiuhan, are you sure you want to see it? Gu Qiuhan was even more puzzled by her reaction and nodded. Jiang Yuan slowly turned her phone over. In the photo, Ji Yang is shirtless, revealing his well-defined abs, and is lounging on the hotel pillows. He flashed a victory sign at the camera, a sly, mischievous smile playing on his lips. Beside him, Gu Qiuhan was sleeping peacefully, her face nestled in the soft pillow, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyes, and a few strands of hair falling beside her cheek. She was fast asleep and completely unaware that she was being secretly photographed. The background is clearly a luxury hotel suite, with the curtains half open and the city night view visible outside the window. Gu Qiuhan was stunned at first, then she snatched the phone and stared intently at the screen, her face turning deathly pale. Li Xiaolin and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance. This is that handsome junior? Li Xiaolin stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at the screen. No. Qiuhan, you slept with your junior? When did this happen? How come we didn't know anything about it? Zhang Yu leaned closer for a careful look and corrected her. No, look at this angle, it's the junior taking a selfie. So the junior slept with the senior. My God. Qiuhan, you actually got taken in by a freshman? Gu Qiuhan's face was now flushed red, and she gritted her teeth inwardly. That bastard, he actually took pictures of me while I was asleep, and I even kindly bought him medicine today. She tried to remain calm and explained to her roommates, it was an accident, it was all an accident, do you believe me?
All three shook their heads in unison. Do we look like fools? Zhang Yuanyuan let out a mournful cry and exaggeratedly collapsed onto the bed. It's over. Xiaolin introduced this handsome junior to me first. How did Qiuhan end up sleeping with him? I'm not reconciled. Li Xiaolin suppressed a laugh and teased her on purpose. What does this mean? It means you're not charming enough, Yuan. But I have plenty of milk. Zhang Yuanyuan puffed out her chest defiantly. Li Xiaolin glanced at it and couldn't help but nod. It is quite full. Zhang Yu stroked her chin thoughtfully. So that's why you were in such a hurry to change your underwear tonight? To clean up afterward? Gu Qiuhan blushed when asked the question and hurriedly defended herself. It's not what you think. Nothing happened between us today. Gu Qiuhan blushed deeply at the questioning and hurriedly protested. It's not what you think. Nothing happened between us today. Zhang Yuanyuan and the other two immediately grasped the key point and repeated in unison. It didn't happen today? Zhang Yu slapped her thigh, suddenly realizing. No wonder you looked radiant and even more beautiful on the first day of school. Turns out you were pampered before school started. No. That's not what I meant. Gu Qiuhan waved her hands anxiously, feeling that the more she explained, the worse it got. Li Xiaolin gave an ambiguous smile. I understand. You've already had sex, but you just didn't have the chance to today, right? Zhang Yuanyuan rushed to Gu Qiuhan's side, hugged her shoulders and shook her. Tell me quickly, how good is the junior's technique? Looking at his roguish appearance, is he particularly skilled? You guys stop making wild guesses. Gu Qiuhan blushed deeply. There's absolutely no such thing. Zhang Yu pointed at the photo on her phone and grinned mischievously. Then how do you explain this bedroom photo? It can't possibly be photoshopped, right? The details, the angle, it's clearly taken on location. Surrounded by her three roommates, Gu Qiuhan couldn't withstand their barrage of questions and had no choice but to confess. Actually, on the first day of school, he set up a fortune-telling stall at the school gate and said I would have a bloody disaster. I didn't believe him at the time. She briefly recounted how they met that day, and the three girls listened with sparkling eyes. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, so this junior can tell fortunes? Gu Qiuhan nodded, it seems so. Although he didn't seem very reliable, he said I would have a bloody disaster, and it did happen later. She paused, her voice lowering. He also said, I'm his future wife. Oh? The three roommates simultaneously uttered a long, meaningful sound, exchanging excited glances. Zhang Yuanyuan eagerly pressed on, and then what happened? Later, I didn't believe it either. Gu Qiuhan said helplessly, but that day I happened to come across a live stream called Divine Calculator, the same streamer you saw yesterday. I had my fortune told by him, and he said the same thing. Li Xiaolin grasped the key point. Wait. So you consulted both your junior and the live streamer for fortune telling? And they both said the same thing? Gu Qiuhan nodded and added, and I even added that streamer on WeChat. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. So they all predict you'll be that junior's future wife? You could say that. Gu Qiuhan said somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Zhang Yuanyuan said excitedly, then that anchor from yesterday must have been pretty accurate. Qiuhan, quickly recommend him to me. Gu Qiuhan nodded, but I don't know if he will agree. I even paid him to add him as a friend back then. Li Xiaolin and Zhang Yu also chimed in, saying, give it to us too. Zhang Yuanyuan couldn't wait to open the business card shared by Gu Qiuhan, whose WeChat name was Season of the Year. Zhang Yuanyuan muttered, the Season of the Year, this name sounds like an old charlatan. Chapter 72 Ji Yang's disguise is revealed. Looking at the contact card that Gu Qiuhan had shared on her phone, Li Xiaolin felt like she had seen that profile picture somewhere before. Zhang Yu dismissively said, maybe it's because my profile picture is the same as someone else's. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately retorted, how could someone possibly have the same outdated profile picture as another person? They must have absolutely no sense of aesthetics. Li Xiaolin quietly opened the freshman group for the computer science major in the School of Information Science. Scrolling through the group member list. I think I've discovered something incredible too. Li Xiaolin's voice was trembling. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Yu immediately came over. What's wrong? Did you find something? Li Xiaolin turned her phone screen towards them, and there, in the freshman group chat for computer science majors, a familiar profile picture was prominently displayed. It was that old-fashioned maple leaf avatar. And the nickname next to the avatar was Ji Yang, the three girls exclaimed in unison. Gu Qiuhan didn't react for a moment. What, Ji Yang? Li Xiaolin shoved the phone directly into Gu Qiuhan's hand. Look for yourself. The season of the year is Ji Yang. Gu Qiuhan stared at the familiar maple leaf avatar on the screen, and the clearly visible words Ji Yang next to it, and froze. Her face went from shock to anger, and finally turned ashen. So? This streamer is Ji Yang? So he knew all along that Autumn Maple was me? He kept me in the dark all along? Seeing Gu Qiuhan's ashen face, Li Xiaolin quickly reassured her, calm down, don't get angry, anger is bad for your health. Gu Qiuhan gritted her teeth, you, Ji Yang, you fooled me. You tricked me out of my body and then swindled me out of my money? She picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to the season. Autumn Maple, are you still live streaming today? Inside room 211 of the boys' dormitory, Ji Yang was chatting with his roommate, legs crossed. You wouldn't believe how obedient Gu Qiuhan is in front of me. If I say go east, she wouldn't dare go west. Just as I was getting into the swing of things, a WeChat notification sounded. Ji Yang casually picked up his phone, saw it was a message from Autumn Maple, and immediately switched to a serious tone. Season of the year, dear customer, the live stream is on as usual today. If you want a private consultation, you'll have to pay extra, otherwise, you can only get a spot through the live stream. It's all about fate. After sending the message, he proudly boasted to his roommates, see? That's business. Professional. Fatty Hao leaned over to look at the chat history, but Ji Yang pushed him away. Go away, don't you understand customer privacy? Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan looked at the message sent by Season of the Year and sneered, keep pretending. Autumn Maple, master, I broke the rules. See you in the live stream later? Season of the Year, may the heavenly venerable bestow boundless blessings, may you understand, my lord. See you in the live stream tonight at 8 p.m. Just as Ji Yang was smugly preparing to continue bragging, Fatty Hao suddenly jumped up from the bed, phone in hand. Hey guys, look. My amazing girl shared a link with me. It's for the Peking University's campus heartthrob and beauty pageant. The treasure girl he was referring to was naturally Li Yuan, the cute, slightly chubby girl in his class. Ji Yang immediately perked up. Send them over, let me judge the quality of the beauties in our school. He clicked on the link, first browsing through the photos on the list of school beauties, commenting as he looked. This is big, this is quite deep too, wow, this is amazing, there must be a lot of water here. However, when he switched to the list of school heartthrobs, he was stunned to find himself at the top. And the photo was taken during his frog jumps during military training today. In the photo, he is covered in sweat, with a few strands of wet hair sticking to his forehead. His camouflage uniform is soaked with sweat and clings to his body, outlining the faint lines of his muscles. His expression was slightly distorted with exhaustion, and the image of him gritting his teeth and persevering was perfectly captured. Despite her disheveled appearance, she topped the vote count, far surpassing everyone else. Holy crap! Which bastard took a picture of me without my consent? And then uploaded it to the school heartthrob rankings. Ji Yang was so angry that he jumped up from his chair. Upon hearing this, Fu Jie also clicked on the link and took a look. Although you look disheveled, you still look good. Your photo has won the vote by a landslide, with more than 3,000 votes more than the second place. Lu Tao also came over to take a look at him without anyone noticing. Although he looks a bit disheveled, he really is handsome. Handsome my ass. Ji Yang pointed to his sweaty hair and distorted expression in the photo. This is clearly a bad photo. I need to find out who the scoundrel took this picture of me. The angle and the clarity of the image clearly indicate that someone standing next to me took it. Fatty Hao read from the comments section. But Lao Ji, the girls in the comments section are all saying you're a battle-worn handsome man, so broken, they want to wipe your butt, not wipe your sweat. Look at this one, even when he's sweating, he's so sexy. And this one makes me want to pin him down, and give him CPR. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yang rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and continued scrolling down the list of the most handsome boys in the school. Wait. What's going on? Why is there a dog on the list? In the 5th position on the campus heartthrob list, there was a picture of a golden retriever with the caption Legendary Dog Senior of Peking University. Fu Jie explained. This is a golden retriever that has been wandering around the campus for many years. It is said to be more senior than many students. Lu Tao silently read out a popular comment from the comments section, even the dog senior is more handsome than some boys. Looking at the majestic golden retriever in the photo, Ji Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This dog is really handsome. As he spoke, he casually liked the photo of the dog like Senior. Fatty How immediately perked up. Old G, do you think you're not even as good as a dog? Fuck you. Ji Yang laughed and scolded, I'm just respecting my senior. I heard this dog has been at our school for 7 or 8 years, so in terms of seniority, he is indeed my senior, and I'm currently number 1, okay? Fatty How said sourly, come on, if that senior student hadn't been so bad at using a cell phone, you would have lost your first place a long time ago. Ji Yang glanced at the time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Alright, I'm not going to chat with you guys anymore. It's time to start the broadcast. Tonight, I'm going to show you what the charm of a professional streamer is all about. Fatty How, respectfully sending off the school heartthrob to start his live stream. As Ji Yang opened his phone, he said with satisfaction, Fatty, I think you have a bright future. He coughed twice, composed himself, and clicked the live stream button. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Ji Yang instantly switched to a deep, magnetic voice. Welcome, everyone, to the Divine Calculation Masters livestream. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Good evening, Master. Will I be selected today? I've been waiting for 3 days. Ji Yang, watching the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, feigned profundity and said, Today, I will only perform 3 divinations. I wonder who the 3 Yuan Masters will be today. Let this humble Taoist priest take a look. He watched as the number of people online continued to rise. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaolin suddenly shouted, Shuo Han. The junior who slept with you is live streaming. Gu Qiuhan. Then he also picked up his phone, and Jiang Yuan and Zhang Yu quickly gathered around. 4 girls huddled together, staring at Ji Yang, who was pretending to be profound, on their phone screens. Jiang Yuan said excitedly, Quick! Xiuhan, send him a gift and let's see how he tries to act this time. Chapter 73 Su Yuan. Gu Qiuhan was about to click the gift button when she noticed that the screen showed the streamer had not yet enabled the gift-giving function. Just then, Ji Yang in the live stream calmly said, May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. I know you are all in a hurry, but please do not rush. He watched as the number of online users surpassed 50,000. Now the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The gift channel is open. The first 3 people to send gifts will still win. Gu Qiuhan quickly clicked the gift button, but in that instant, 3 system notifications popped up on the screen. The mature saintess sends out the carnival. May sexual happiness always be with us, sending out the carnival. Spring is in the air, carnival is here. Ah! I didn't get one. Jiang Yuan cried out in frustration. These people's hands are too fast. How many years have you been single? You must have lost a lot of money. Gu Qiuhan blushed and gently nudged Yuan, what are you saying? Jiang Yuan pouted, unconvinced, I'm just telling the truth. Look at that always happy guy, you can tell from his ID that he's not a respectable person. Li Xiaolin suppressed a laugh and said, and that Spring Blossom's name is the same as my mom's WeChat name. Zhang Yu, what if it really is your mother? Li Xiaolin turned to look at Zhang Yu, I suspect you're insulting me, but I have no proof. At this moment, Ji Yang said in a serious tone, Congratulations to the 3 clients, Older Saintess, Constant Happiness, and Spring Blossoms. Those who wish to connect via voice chat, please be prepared. The first person to connect via video was an Older Saintess, and the moment the video call connected, the entire live stream chat froze. My God! Is this a leftover woman? She's so beautiful it makes me cry. I'd believe she was a celebrity if she had that kind of aura. You must be tired from descending to earth, fairy. Hey upstairs, she's a saint, not a leftover woman. Please watch your words. Ji Yang stared at the familiar, stunningly beautiful face in the video. Wasn't this Su Yuan, the wealthy woman he had served a few days ago? She was wearing a Chanel suit today, and the diamond stud earrings on her earlobes sparkled under the lights, making her skin look even whiter. Su Yuan brushed a stray hair behind her ear and spoke softly. Master, I recently met someone and felt quite happy. But I don't know if this relationship is just a mirage or my true destiny. If we are destined to be apart, I don't want to waste my energy. Ji Yang thought to himself, it's only been a few days since I last saw him, and this boss Su has already fallen for worldly desires? This time, Ji Yang deliberately did not use the life script system because he knew what kind of person Su Yuan was. No matter what Ji Yang said, she would still try it. Instead, he snapped open his folding fan with a snap, the sound ethereal as if it came from the clouds.
My lord, if I were to declare now that you two are not destined for each other, would you be willing to let go of this?
Su Yuan was visibly taken aback, and her lips parted slightly. Before she could answer, Ji Yang had already gently closed his folding fan.
Foolish child, since you have already fallen in love, why ask about the future? The arising and ceasing of fate is not something that others can judge.
You already have the answer in your heart, so why ask this humble Taoist for confirmation? He picked up the cola the fat man had poured, took a small sip, and continued. The Buddha said, 500 glances in a past life are exchanged for a single brush in this life.
Since we have met, it is fate. Rather than hesitating here, why not follow your heart? What harm is there in sending a message to say hello? Miss Su, don't you think so? The master is right. Sister, go for it. With such a beauty taking the initiative to send a message, which man could resist?
Su Yuan looked at the scrolling comments, a bitter smile playing on her lips, but he is different from ordinary men.
Ji Yang gently placed the cola cup down. Different? Who in this world is the same? It is precisely because of differences that we are special. How can we know the result if we have not tried?
Remember, pluck the flower while it is in bloom, lest we break the bare branch when there are no flowers left. He paused meaningfully. Some opportunities, once missed, are gone forever. Miss Su is a smart woman. She knows that such an opportunity should not be missed. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. The master's words have enlightened me.
I'll send him a message right away.
After saying that, she ended the live stream, leaving the viewers who were still wanting more.
Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yuan was excitedly shaking Gu Qiuhan's arm. Qiuhan, did you see that?
Even a rich and beautiful girl like her has to ask your junior for advice on relationship problems.
Zhang Yu rarely refrains from making dirty jokes.
Judging from the past 2 days of live streams, your junior is indeed quite capable. His encouragement just now even convinced me, an observer. Li Xiaolin nodded in agreement. Moreover, he was very tactful during the live stream. Facing such a beautiful woman, he neither tried to flatter her nor acted aloof. He struck the perfect balance.
Gu Qiuhan's gaze never left the live broadcast screen.
At this moment, Ji Yang is communicating with the second person he is connecting with on the video call, happiness forever. On the other end of the video is a mature woman wearing a silk robe, who is leaning lazily against the sofa, her fingertips gently twirling the ends of her hair.
Master, I've been having some troubles lately.
Her voice carried a hint of seductiveness.
My boyfriend is always too hasty. He never does enough foreplay and wants to get straight to the point. It's only been a month, and I'm already losing interest in it. Do you think this means we're incompatible? Or is he cheating on me?
Ji Yang remained expressionless, still taking a small sip of his cola, before slowly saying, Your words are incorrect.
The essence of yin and yang lies in harmony.
The Yellow Emperor's inner classic states, yin and yang are the way of heaven and earth.
The relationship between men and women should also follow the principles of heaven and earth. For example, when brewing tea, if the heat is too high, the tea will be bitter. If the heat is too low, the aroma will not be apparent.
The same applies to matters of the heart. They must be simmered slowly over a gentle heat to truly appreciate their flavor.
May happiness last forever, tilted his head, seemingly understanding but not quite. So what does the master mean? Ji Yang unfolded his folding fan and waved it lightly twice.
This humble Taoist suggests that you communicate well with your partner. You should know that foreplay is like appreciating the aroma before tasting tea. It is an indispensable and elegant practice.
If you only seek speed, you will lose the charm of it.
Furthermore, have you ever considered that perhaps it's not a matter of incompatible birth charts, but rather a matter of mismatched rhythm? If you can treat each intimate moment as a duet, cooperating with each other and progressing step by step, you might be able to rediscover the joy in it.
Constant Happiness nodded thoughtfully. Then how should I tell him? Would it be too hurtful to his pride to tell him directly? Ji Yang closed his folding fan and lightly tapped his palm.
We can use the principle from Kai Jen Tan: when the path is narrow, leave room for others to pass. We can politely tell them, I am like a masterpiece. One must appreciate me carefully to understand its beauty. This preserves the other person's face while achieving our goal.
The master was truly a cultured man. I need to take notes. Constant Happiness chuckled, covering her mouth. The master is indeed brilliant. But what if he still doesn't change? Ji Yang's expression turned serious. Then we must ponder the wisdom of knowing when to stop to avoid danger in the Tao Te Ching. If one always gives in, one will lose oneself. You should know that the pleasure of the bedroom lies in mutual affection. If it becomes forced on one side, the true nature of the relationship is lost. Been taught a lesson. Learned +1. Received +1. Beast roar +1. What the hell is that upstairs? Chapter 74. Li Xiaolin's mother. Ji Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief after the live stream ended. During the conversation just now, he had actually secretly peeked at the other person's life script. Lin Weiwei, 28 years old. Relationship status: dating my boyfriend for 1 month. He is a senior executive at a well-known company. Special note: the boyfriend is impatient during sex due to work stress, but he actually loves his girlfriend deeply. Health tip: mild sexual dysfunction requires gradual improvement. May the heavenly venerable grant boundless blessings. Ji Yang smiled slightly at the camera. Love in this world requires careful management. If you can overcome strength with gentleness and control movement with stillness, you can often achieve unexpected results. He gently shook his folding fan and continued to explain. The situation of that client just now seemed to be a problem in their sex life, but in reality it was a lack of communication. If we could communicate tactfully using the wisdom of Kai Gen Tan, we could both save face for the other party and achieve our goals. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Just then, his phone screen, which was on the table, suddenly lit up. A WeChat notification showed a message from Su Yuan. Su Yuan, do you have time tomorrow? I want to talk to you about something? Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he almost lost his composure in front of the camera. Holy crap, I asked her to message the person she likes, and she immediately messaged me? Could it be me? He forced himself to remain calm and continued the live stream, but his tone was no longer as fluent as before. The matter of fate is the most unpredictable thing. Sometimes what you think is a perfect match may just be a mirage. Why is the master suddenly stuttering? Did you see any news? Ji Yang coughed lightly. As the saying goes, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a misfortune in disguise. Some relationships are like this: you can't accept them, and you can't ignore them either. If a wealthy woman like Su Yuan were to actually be interested in her, the trouble that would follow would be considerable. But directly refusing might offend people. Master, someone asked in the live chat, what should I do if someone I don't like confesses their feelings to me? Ji Yang seized the opportunity to elaborate. Well, as the Tao Te Ching says, if you want to contract something, you must first expand it. If you want to weaken something, you must first strengthen it. Sometimes, retreating to advance is the best strategy. Ji Yang temporarily put Su Yuan's invitation out of his mind and said gently to the live broadcast room, next, let's connect with the last person destined tonight, Spring Blossoms. He waited for a moment, but the call request was not answered. Ji Yang leaned forward slightly and asked softly into the microphone, my lord? Are you there? Have you encountered any difficulties? At this moment, a message appeared in the comments section that was clearly handwritten and contained several typos. Oh, why are you doing a live chat next time? Ji Yang immediately took the initiative to send a voice call invitation. My friend, you can connect by clicking the green button on the screen. The video call connected slowly. The image shook a few times at first, and then stabilized. The camera captured a woman who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. She had an aged face, her skin was tan from years of working in the fields, and her face was covered with deep wrinkles. She nervously rubbed the faded hem of her clothes with her rough, cracked hands, her eyes timidly avoiding the camera. The background is a self-built house in the countryside, with some farm tools piled up in the corner. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaolin, who was lying on her bed scrolling through her phone, suddenly sat up. Mom? Zhang Yuan instinctively replied jokingly, oh, Mom's good daughter. Li Xiaolin was both anxious and angry. She jumped off the bed barefoot and pointed at her phone screen, her voice trembling. That's my mom. That's my mom in the video. Zhang Yuan immediately stopped joking and looked at each other in bewilderment. In the livestream, Ji Yang slowed his speech. I wonder what you wish to inquire about today. Spring is in full bloom. Li Xiaolin's mother, Wang Xiaoying, timidly faces the camera. Master, I want to ask, am I not long for this world? For the past 6 months, I felt constantly weak, short of breath after walking just a few steps, and it feels like a heavy stone is pressing on my chest. I cough when I lie down at night, sometimes so much so that I can't sleep all night. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough a few times. Her voice was hollow and heartbreaking to hear. Ji Yang frowned slightly, his body leaning forward unconsciously. Why do you say that, my friend?
Have you seen a doctor? Wang Xiuying sighed deeply. The doctor in town took some x-rays and said my heart is bigger than normal and that the illness is incurable, and told me to go home and rest and eat whatever I want. She wiped her face with the rough back of her hand, hands covered in calluses and cracks, and continued. But my daughter is still in college. Her father passed away early, and if I go too, what will she do all by herself? She won't have anyone to rely on. Li Xiaolan's eyes were already red in her dormitory. She was clutching her phone tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She remembered that every time she called her mother would always smile and say, "Everything is fine." She remembered that her mother would send her living expenses on time every month, but she couldn't even bear to buy herself a new piece of clothing. I remember every time I came home for vacation, my mother would always be waiting for me under the old locust tree at the village entrance, her face always adorned with the warmest smile. Her hands trembled as she was about to dial her mother's number, but Gu Qiuhan gently pressed her hand down. "Xiaolan, don't worry. Listen to what Ji Yang has to say first. If you call now, your mother will only worry about you." Li Xiaolan's tears finally welled up. "But, my mom. I understand." Gu Qiuhan squeezed her hand. "You have to believe in Ji Yang. Since he said there is still hope, there must be a way. We've seen his abilities." In the live stream, Ji Yang stared at the woman for a moment, and he saw the detailed information. Wang Xiuying, 49 years old. Health status, severe mitral stenosis, accompanied by pulmonary hypertension. Special note, late-stage congenital heart disease requires immediate surgery. A fateful turn, if surgery is not performed within a month, death from heart failure will ensue. Ji Yang's heart sank. This surgery is not only expensive, but also extremely risky. But he saw a glimmer of hope. "My lord," Ji Yang's voice was exceptionally gentle, "your illness is indeed serious, but it is not incurable." Wang Xiuying shook her head with a bitter smile, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepening. "Several doctors have said the same thing, that my illness is incurable." "No," Ji Yang said seriously. "You have a congenital heart disease, which is now in its late stage. But if you can have surgery within the month, there is still a 70% chance of survival." Li Xiaolan was already in tears in her dormitory. "Surgery?" Wang Xiuying murmured, her eyes dimming. "How much will that cost, for our family?" Ji Yang remained silent for a moment. He saw in his life script that the surgery would cost at least 300,000 yuan, a considerable sum for this rural family. Chapter 75. The hospital director is my uncle. But he saw a turning point after reading the script. "Does my esteemed friend know," Ji Yang said slowly, "that the government has a policy for providing serious illness assistance to impoverished families? You are certainly eligible to apply in your situation." Wang Xiuying shook her head blankly. I can't read, and I don't understand these things." Ji Yang leaned forward slightly and spoke gently to the anxious woman on the other end of the camera. "In that case, please come to the first hospital of Jinghai City tomorrow and go directly to the Department of Cardiac Surgery to see Director Zhang Mingyuan. Just say that you were introduced by Mr. Ji Yang. He will personally receive you and help you with all the relevant procedures." In the dormitory, Gu Qiuhan gently held Li Xiaolan's trembling hand and whispered, "Xiaolan, quickly write this down. Zhang Mingyuan, Director of Cardiac Surgery, First Hospital of Jinghai City." Li Xiaolan hurriedly rummaged through the drawer for her notebook, and in her haste, she dropped the pen twice on the floor. When she picked up the pen, her fingers were still trembling violently, and the words she left on the paper showed signs of shaking. Ji Yang stared at the camera. "Remember, there is hope right in front of you, don't give up. Your daughter is still waiting for you to see her graduate, get a job, and start a family. Don't you want to see her in her wedding dress?" Wang Xiuying finally couldn't hold back her tears, which slid down her wrinkled cheeks and dripped onto the back of her rough hands. She nodded vigorously, choking back tears and unable to speak. In the dormitory, Li Xiaolan was already crying her eyes out. Zhang Yu quietly turned her face away, quickly wiping away the moisture from the corner of her eyes with her fingers, and muttered softly, "What's going on? Suddenly I feel like Ji Yang is actually quite reliable." With red eyes, Zhang Yuan declared, "I declare that from today onwards, I am Ji Yang's fan. This isn't just a fortune-telling streamer, he's my life mentor." Gu Qiuhan silently pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Li Xiaolan, who was sobbing uncontrollably, her own eyes also reddening. In the live stream, Ji Yang, through the live script system, clearly knew that Wang Xiuying's daughter was Li Xiaolan. He spoke softly to the camera. "In fact, nothing is more precious than family in this life.
Some people are willing to endure all the pain for their children. As children, all we can do is be a support for our parents when they need us. Wang Shouying nodded repeatedly on the other end of the video call, wiping away tears with the back of her rough hands. Ji Yang then turned to the camera and said to the viewers in the live stream, "These 3 divinations today have deeply moved me. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Every aspect of life contains the secrets of heaven. I hope you will cherish the people in front of you, lest you regret it in vain when they are gone." He sighed softly. Let's end the live broadcast here for today. May the Heavenly Venerable grant us boundless blessings. After saying that, he ended the live stream, leaving a group of viewers who were still wanting more. As soon as the live stream ended, Fatty Hao eagerly came over. "Wait, Lao Ji, when did you get connections at the hospital? What's the background of that director Zhang?" Lu Tao also cast a curious glance at her. Ji Yang rubbed his temples and casually made up an excuse. "A distant relative, we don't keep in touch much." After the live broadcast ended, Li Xiaolin finally couldn't hold back any longer and dialed her mother's number with trembling hands. The moment the call connected, she struggled to suppress a sob. "Mom, I just watched the live stream. I know about your illness." After a long silence on the other end of the phone, the mother's voice, which she tried to sound relaxed, came through. "Silly child, don't listen to people's nonsense. Mom just has a minor ailment, it's nothing serious." "Mom!" Li Xiaolin interrupted her mother. "Mom, don't hide it from me anymore. I'll take the day off tomorrow to go to the hospital with you. That master was right, your illness definitely needs treatment." Wang Shouying finally dropped her pretense on the other end of the phone, her voice choked with emotion. "But, the treatment will cost so much money, Mom can't be a burden on you. We'll figure out the money together. You worked hard all your life to support my education, and now it's time for your daughter to repay you." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaolin looked at Gu Qiuhan with red eyes. "Qiuhan, thank you so much for stopping me just now. If I had called rashly, my mom would have had to force herself to comfort me, and that would have made me even more heartbroken." Gu Qiuhan gently patted her shoulder. "A mother and daughter are of one mind. Your mother didn't want you to worry. Now that we know, let's work together to find a solution." Zhang Yu wiped her eyes and leaned closer, saying, "Xiaolin, I've saved up some pocket money. You can take it and use it first." Zhang Yuan quickly nodded. "I can help too. It's not much, but every little bit helps." Li Xiaolin looked at her roommates, moved, tears welling up in her eyes again. "Thank you." Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Ji Yang was surrounded by his roommates. Fatty Hao grabbed Ji Yang's neck and shook him excitedly. "Wow, Ji! I didn't know you had this ability. The hospital director is actually your uncle? You've got some pretty strong connections." Fu Jie stared at Ji Yang for a moment and then said, "You're actually a relative." Ji Yang gently broke free from Fatty Hao's arm. "TCH, just a small hospital director. The city party secretary is my mother-in-law. The other 3 people, you're getting all worked up just because I said you're fat." Ji Yang glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered something important. "Oh right, military training tomorrow morning. You don't even need to tell me." Fatty Hao chimed in, patting his chest to assure him, the counselor will definitely grant him leave. He'll definitely understand something as important as saving lives. Fu Jie nodded and added, "Indeed. According to the student handbook, one can apply for leave of absence in special circumstances. This situation fully meets the requirements." Ji Yang thought that if he wasn't given leave, he would sacrifice one day of his vacation. "Okay, in that case, I'll go to the hospital with you tomorrow." Suddenly remembering something, Fatty Hao scratched his head and asked, "Old Ji, even if the chief surgeon is your uncle, you can't just not pay the surgery fee, can you? That's no small sum." Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry, I'll cover for you if necessary." "Fatty Hao, you're so arrogant, you're rich." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan gently held Li Xiaolin's hand. "I'll go with you tomorrow, Xiaolin." Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, we'll go with you too." Li Xiaolin wiped her eyes. "Qiuhan can come with me alone. It wouldn't be right if none of the 4 of us in the dorm were there for class tomorrow morning." Zhang Yu hurriedly said, "But..." "No buts." Xiaolin forced a smile. "Qiuhan is enough. You guys take good notes for me, and I'll give you extra lessons when I get back." Chapter 76. Ji Yang, my nephew. The next day. Inside the counselor's office. Zhou Yuqing wore a perfectly tailored black suit skirt today, the top. The V-neck design perfectly accentuated her beautiful collarbone, while the fitted waistline highlighted her slender figure and full bust. Beneath the bodycon skirt, her beautiful legs, encased in black stockings, were crossed, and a pair of stiletto heels added to her elegant charm. She even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses today, which added to her intellectual beauty.
"Good morning, Director." Ji Yang quickly looked away and greeted him respectfully. Zhou Yuqing looked up from her documents and adjusted her glasses. "Are you telling the truth? Xiaolin's mother is really sick?" Ji Yang nodded earnestly, his eyes sincere. "Guide, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can send a message to Senior Li Xiaolin right now to confirm." Zhou Yuqing glanced at Ji Yang thoughtfully, then picked up her phone from the table. A moment later, her phone beeped with a notification sound. She glanced at it. "It's been confirmed. I've already spoken to Li Xiaolin and told her to focus on taking care of her mother, and to let me know if she needs any money." She waved to Ji Yang, the delicate bracelet on her wrist swaying as she said, "Go ahead, and remember to tell Xiaolin that the department will help her with her course schedule." After thanking him, Ji Yang turned to leave, but Zhou Yuqing suddenly called out to him, "Wait." As the WeChat notification sounded, Ji Yang saw a transfer notification pop up on his phone screen, totaling 5,000 yuan. Ji Yang turned around. "What does dower mean by this?" Zhou Yuqing sighed softly, got up, and walked to Ji Yang. As she approached, a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Take it. How much money could you students possibly have? Hospital expenses are high, so consider this a small token of our appreciation for Xiaolin's mother." Looking at the amount transferred, Ji Yang felt a mix of emotions. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but Zhou Yuqing had already returned to her seat and begun grading documents. "Remember to give my regards to Xiaolin's mother. And..." Zhou Yuqing looked up. "Don't stare at my legs next time." "What's so interesting about staring at my legs every time?" Ji Yang immediately looked up at the sky and whistled casually. "Everyone has a love for beauty. I'm simply appreciating beautiful things with an artistic eye." Zhou Yuqing was amused by his sophistry, stood up, crossed her arms, and walked up to him. "Oh? Then tell me, what's so artistic about my legs?" Ji Yang's eyes darted around, and he began to improvise, making a gesture as if to reach out his hand. "Look at this. The lines are as smooth as a mathematical formula, the curves are as beautiful as a physics curve, this." "Stop." Zhou Yuqing took a step back in time, avoiding his restless hands. "You want to touch me again, huh?" Ji Yang immediately put on a wronged expression. "Teacher, this is a heartfelt compliment. Just think, if she didn't have such beautiful legs, how could she walk with such elegant steps on campus every day? She's truly a beautiful sight at Jinghai University." Zhou Yuqing was amused by him and gently patted his head. "Stop being silly. Hurry up and go to the hospital to see Xiaolin's mother." "Yes, sir." Ji Yang saluted with a grin, then turned back at the door and added, "Director, actually you look especially good in this outfit today, it really brings out your elegance." After saying that, he ran away in a flash. In the hallway, Ji Yang stroked his chin, reminiscing, "Director, you really looked great in that outfit today. If Gu Qiuhan dressed like that in the future." Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head. No, if Gu Qiuhan dresses like that, I'm afraid I'll have nosebleeds every day." After leaving the office, Ji Yang looked at the transfer records on his phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ji Yang had just run out of the administration building when his phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a message from Li Xiaolin. "Master, I have arrived." Li Xiaolin knew his identity, but Gu Qiuhan instructed her to pretend she didn't. "Season of the year, I'll be there soon, you guys go find my uncle first." Li Xiaolin replied quickly. "Master, is that your uncle?" Ji Yang then realized he had let something slip and quickly tried to cover it up. It's Director Zhang, whom we contacted yesterday." At the entrance of the central hospital, Li Xiaolin and Gu Qiuhan were supporting Li Xiaolin's mother. Li Xiaolin put away her phone and whispered to Gu Qiuhan, "He said he would be there soon and told us to go find Director Zhang, whom we had contacted yesterday." The two exchanged a knowing glance and helped Li's mother walk into the hospital. Li's mother leaned weakly on Li Xiaolin's shoulder and asked softly, "Xiaolin, is the master coming in person? We must thank him properly when we meet him later." Li Xiaolin quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't worry, I will." She thought to herself, "Don't worry, Mom, I will help the master win over Gu Qiuhan." After thinking it over, he unconsciously glanced at Gu Qiuhan beside him. Gu Qiuhan noticed her gaze and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Xiaolin?" Why are you staring at me like that? Li Xiaolin quickly looked away and discreetly straightened her mother's collar. It's nothing, I just really appreciate you coming to the hospital with me today. Gu Qiuhan smiled slightly, there's no need to thank me. It's only right for classmates to help each other. Just then, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat came up to her. Are you Ms. Li Xiaolin? I am Director Zhang. Li Xiaolin nodded quickly. Hello, Director Zhang, I am Li Xiaolin. This is my mother, and this is my classmate Gu Qiuhan. Director Zhang enthusiastically led the way. Come, the special needs ward has been arranged. It's on the 6th floor, quiet and comfortable. Mr. G specifically instructed us to take good care of you. I've arranged all the examinations through the fast track. Gu Qiuhan sensed something was wrong. Mr. G? Are you talking about Ji Yan, a student at our school? Director Zhang Mingyuan, without suspecting anything, nodded subconsciously. Yes, it's Ji Yang. He immediately realized his mistake as soon as the words left his mouth, but it was too late to take them back. Gu Qiuhan pressed on. Director Zhang, that's strange. Aren't you Ji Yang's maternal uncle? Why are you calling your nephew Mr. G? It sounds so formal? Zhang Mingyuan was momentarily speechless. What's going on? When did I become Mr. G's uncle? Could it be? He quickly realized that this was definitely a fabricated identity made up by Ji Yang to save face in front of his classmates. The experienced Director Zhang, quick-witted as ever, coughed lightly and explained. That's right, we'll each do our own thing. In a hospital, we still need to follow professional ethics. He deliberately changed the subject, bending down to check on Li's mother's condition. Oh, none of that matters. Let me check on her first. Getting her treated is the most important thing. Getting her treated is the most important thing. Chapter 77 Ji Yang's grandmother's life-saving grace. While taking Li's mother's blood pressure, he continued. My nephew specifically instructed me to make sure you get a full checkup and receive the best treatment. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on Li's pale face. She asked softly, Doctor, how much will it cost? I heard that hospitalization and examinations cost a lot. Zhang Mingyuan smiled gently and said in a relaxed tone. You don't need to worry about the cost. But in his heart he was thinking, I can't just say I'll pay for it, can I? Mr. G specifically told me yesterday not to put any financial pressure on them. Isn't this just blatantly asking me to pay? Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. This kid is so brave when saving people, but he's completely unceremonious when asking for help. But then I thought about it again, and compared to the life-saving grace, this medical expense was nothing. It's like this, Zhang Mingyuan quickly came up with an explanation. The hospital is currently collaborating with the Red Cross on a medical assistance program that specifically helps patients in need of emergency treatment. Your situation fully meets the application requirements, so there will be a significant reduction in costs. Li's mother was quite old and hadn't seen much of the world. Hearing the doctor speak so formally, she believed him and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much, thank you so much. The country's policies are getting better and better. But Li Xiaolin, standing to the side, knew exactly what was going on. Seeing Director Zhang's somewhat unnatural smile, it was immediately clear that this so-called Red Cross project was completely fictitious, and that Ji Yang must have found a way to solve the medical expenses problem behind the scenes. She nudged Gu Qiuhan's arm quietly and whispered, It must be Ji Yang. The incident between Zhang Mingyuan and Ji Yang's grandmother occurred after the college entrance examination. 3 months ago, in that sweltering summer. At that time, Zhang Mingyuan led a medical team to provide free medical services in the countryside. It just so happened that Ji Yang had just finished the college entrance examination and was leisurely waiting for his admission notice in his hometown in the countryside. It was during those incredibly boring days that Ji Yang unexpectedly awakened the life script system. With a let's-give-it-a-try attitude, Ji Yang used the system on the refined-looking middle-aged doctor in the free clinic team. When he saw Zhang Mingyuan's life script, he couldn't help but frown. Tomorrow's free clinic will encounter a vicious medical dispute, and he will be stabbed in a vital spot by a patient's family member and die from excessive blood loss. Ji Yang had originally decided not to meddle in other people's business, since randomly disturbing other people's fates could bring unknown consequences. But when he witnessed Zhang Mingyuan patiently examining each villager, meticulously answering all kinds of questions, even neglecting to eat lunch, and when he saw him sharing his own boxed lunch with impoverished elderly people who brought their grandchildren to see a doctor. Seeing him carefully instruct each patient on medication precautions and thoughtfully write the dosage time on the medicine box. Ji Yang's heart began to waver. "Doctor," Ji Yang casually reminded him during a break from seeing patients, "it's best not to make house calls tomorrow." Zhang Mingyuan looked up from the medical record, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the young man with a chuckle, asking, "Why?" "Our medical team's itinerary is all set, and many villagers are waiting for us." Ji Yang lowered his voice and said seriously, There might be medical disputes tomorrow, it's very dangerous." Zhang Mingyuan smiled dismissively and continued tidying up the stethoscope. "Little friend, what kind of situations haven't we doctors seen? Don't worry, the villagers are all very kind. This time is different." Ji Yang grabbed Zhang Mingyuan's arm anxiously. Someone could really die. However, Zhang Mingyuan simply patted him on the shoulder, as if treating an overly concerned child. "Thank you for your kindness, but we doctors have our own responsibilities." After saying that, he continued to see the next patient. That night, Ji Yang tossed and turned on his wooden bed in his old house, unable to sleep. Moonlight streamed through the window, and he kept seeing Zhang Mingyuan's focused expression as he treated the villagers, and his gentle smile as he handed his bottled water to waiting patients. Finally, Ji Yang made a decision. "Forget about fate, I'm going to meddle in this." The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Ji Yang arrived at the free clinic location ahead of time, found an inconspicuous spot, and closely watched Zhang Mingyuan's every move. Time passed by, and it was almost noon. Just as Zhang Mingyuan was about to rest and eat, an agitated middle-aged man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, pulled out a gleaming fruit knife, and stabbed Zhang Mingyuan in the heart. "Watch out!" Ji Yang, who was prepared, stepped forward and accurately grabbed the assailant's wrist, subduing him to the ground with a swift grappling move. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Zhang Mingyuan and the other medical staff reacted, Ji Yang had already pinned the assailant to the ground. How did you know?" Zhang Mingyuan stared at Ji Yang in shock, his voice trembling. Ji Yang released the assailant, handed him over to the arriving village officials, dusted off his clothes, and said in a pretentious tone, "I am a deity descended to earth to save all living beings." Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback. "Your grandma?" Ji Yang immediately lost his composure. "Get lost." Subsequent investigation revealed that the perpetrator's father had unfortunately passed away 6 months earlier due to a misdiagnosis and delayed treatment. He blamed the doctors who had come to provide free medical services on him and intended to take revenge on society. If Ji Yang hadn't intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhang Mingyuan was still shaken and held Ji Yang's hand tightly, thanking him repeatedly. When he learned that Ji Yang was about to attend Jinghai University, he immediately said, "If you ever need anything in Jinghai in the future, be sure to contact me. Keep this business card safe, it has my personal phone number on it." Zhang Mingyuan still feels lingering fear when he recalls that harrowing experience from 3 months ago. At this moment, in the hospital ward, Zhang Mingyuan glanced at his watch and casually looked behind Li Xiaolin and Gu Qiuhan. Wait, my nephew hasn't arrived yet?" Li Xiaolin and Gu Qiuhan exchanged a glance. Li Xiaolin tentatively asked, "Director Zhang, isn't Ji Yan your nephew? Didn't you tell him when he was coming?" Zhang Mingyuan then realized he had let something slip and quickly coughed to cover his embarrassment. My nephew has always been rebellious since he was a child, and he never likes to reply to my messages." As he spoke, he cursed Ji Yang inwardly. What a lame excuse that kid came up with. It almost exposed him, though uncle. Gu Qiuhan asked, "Director Zhang, I remember Ji Yang's hometown is far from Jinghai. I didn't expect you to be his uncle?" Well, Zhang Mingyuan quickly came up with a solution. "I'm his distant cousin, but we don't usually keep in touch. After he got into Jinghai University, his mother specifically asked me to take care of him." Just then, a nurse came in with the test report. "Director Zhang, Ms. Li's CT results are in." Zhang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took the report to examine it carefully. Good news, the situation is much better than expected. However, surgery needs to be arranged as soon as possible. Chapter 78: The disguise has been revealed. Meanwhile, Ji Yang was panting as he climbed the stairs in the hospital stairwell. "Damn it, what the hell department is that bastard Zhang in?" Ji Yang complained as he climbed the stairs. "The elevator to his department is so crowded that I have to climb the stairs." Having finally climbed to the 6th floor, Ji Yang was so exhausted that he could barely stand up straight, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Damn. I'm exhausted. This is even more tiring than military training. He looked up and around, staring blankly at the white coats moving back and forth in the corridor. Where's the director's office? As Ji Yang walked,
he glanced at the medical staff passing by, muttering to himself. This one won't do, it looks too fierce. This one won't do either, it doesn't look like it knows anything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A nurse was sitting at the front of the nurse's station. She had a pair of large, almond-shaped eyes, and her fair skin contrasted with her pink nurse's uniform. She was writing nursing records with her head down. Ji Yang immediately straightened his collar and stepped forward. Hey, beautiful, he deliberately dragged out his words. Excuse me, where is Director Zhang Mingyuan's office? The young nurse looked up, blinked her almond-shaped eyes, and smiled. Director Zhang's office is at the end of the corridor, turn right. But he should be seeing patients right now, so you can find him in the cardiac surgery ward. Ji Yang was captivated by those large, bright eyes and couldn't help but ask another question. Are you a new intern, beautiful? I've never seen you before. The nurse smiled and said, I've been working here for 2 years. If you need to see Director Zhang urgently, I can call him for you. No, no. Ji Yang quickly waved his hand. I was just asking. Before he could finish speaking, a laughing voice came from behind him. Ji? Oh, nephew, what are you doing here? Ji Yang turned around and saw Zhang Mingyuan standing behind him, looking at him with a kind and friendly expression. Standing next to them were Gu Qiuhan and Li Xiaolin, whose shoulders were shaking from trying not to laugh. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, Gu Qiuhan, damn it, how did he come along too? I miscalculated. I was thinking of asking Senior Lin to cover it up for me afterwards. Damn it, if this is exposed, my master status is in jeopardy. He tried to appear calm. Uncle, I can't find your office, so I'm asking for directions. Zhang Mingyuan clearly enjoyed this role-playing and continued to maintain the airs of an elder. You're such a grown-up, and you can't even find your way around. Come on, let's go to your uncle's office. Gu Qiuhan clicked her tongue softly from the side. So Ji has an uncle who is a director. He's really keeping his talents hidden. Ji Yang felt a cold sweat breaking out on his back and quickly changed the subject. Sister Xiaolin, how are Auntie's test results? Li Xiaolin suppressed a laugh and replied, Director Zhang said a minor surgery is needed, but it's not a big problem. She changed the subject, feigning confusion, and asked, but how did you know about my mother's illness, junior brother Ji? I don't think I told you, did I? Ji Yang was momentarily speechless, his eyes darting around erratically. Well, Director Zhang, your office is really nicely decorated, the wall color you chose really gives it a sophisticated feel. As he spoke, he stood up, feigning appreciation for the painting on the wall. This landscape painting has a profound artistic conception, it's clearly the work of a master. Gu Qiuhan deliberately chimed in, yes, Ji is really good at everything. Now she's even an expert in interior design. Although Zhang Mingyuan didn't understand what kind of riddle these young people were playing, he still cooperated and said, if my nephew likes, he can come and sit in his uncle's office often. The group arrived at Zhang Mingyuan's office. Ji Yang had just sat down when his phone rang with a WeChat message from Qiu Hanfang. Autumn Maple, Master, are you busy? Ji Yang looked up and met Gu Qiuhan's ambiguous smile. She was still holding her phone. Ji Yang immediately understood what was going on, and replied with a forced smile. Season of the year, dear friend, is there anything I can help you with? Gu Qiuhan's phone immediately beeped. She glanced down and her fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Ji Yang's phone immediately vibrated. Autumn Maple, no, I just wanted to ask if anything happened at the hospital. Ji Yang's hand trembled, and he looked up at Gu Qiuhan, only to see her looking at him with a playful gaze. The season of the year, you jest, my lord. I am currently in seclusion, not engaged in healing. After replying, he looked up at Gu Qiuhan and forced a smile. My benefactor, may you be blessed with boundless happiness. Gu Qiuhan did not reply again, but said directly to Zhang Mingyuan, Director Zhang, your nephew is really amazing. He can not only treat illnesses, but also tell fortunes. Zhang Mingyuan was completely bewildered. Fortune-telling? Ji Yang quickly interrupted, Uncle. When is that surgery scheduled? Saving lives is the priority. Although Zhang Mingyuan was confused, he still cooperated and said, the surgery is scheduled for tomorrow morning. But nephew, when did you learn fortune-telling? Ji Yang thought to himself, damn it, Zhang, you're really into acting. Ji Yang chuckled dryly twice, it's a hobby. Zhang Mingyuan noticed Ji Yang's embarrassment. Although he didn't understand the specific reason, he wisely changed the subject. He picked up the CT scan and held it up to the viewing light. Getting back to the main point.
Ms. Li's CT scan showed a solitary nodule about 2.3 centimeters in diameter in the lower lobe of her right lung, with lobulated edges and visible spiculation. He pointed to a shadow on the film and explained. Based on the imaging characteristics, this nodule requires attention. Although there are currently no signs of distant metastasis, considering the morphological characteristics of the nodule, we recommend performing a thoracoscopic wedge resection as soon as possible. Li Xiaolin asked nervously, Director Zhang, is this surgery high risk? This is a minimally invasive surgery. Zhang Mingyuan patiently explained, it only requires 2-3 small incisions of 1-2 centimeters each in the chest wall. Compared to traditional open chest surgery, it has the advantages of being less invasive and having a faster recovery. Postoperative pathological examination can clarify the nature of the nodules. If the pathology results are benign, the patient can be discharged after 2-3 days of post-operative observation. If the results are unfavorable, Zhang Mingyuan paused for a moment, then said, further treatment may be necessary. But don't worry too much, the cure rate for lung nodules detected early is very high. He looked at Ji Yang, big, nephew, what do you think? Ji Yang, who was suddenly called out, was stunned for a moment. Inner monologue, you son of a bitch, Zhang, you just wait. He then secretly activated the life script system to check on the progression of Li Xiaolin's mother's illness. When he saw the postoperative pathology report indicating a good prognosis after complete resection, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle! Uncle! You're right, Ji Yang immediately chimed in, medical technology is very advanced now, and the success rate of this kind of surgery is very high. And he carefully chose his words, judging from your face, Auntie is a blessed person. She will surely turn bad luck into good this time. P.S. Please, everyone, send me a free donation to support this cause. I'm broke. Chapter 79. Is Mr. G pursuing her? Although Zhang Mingyuan found Ji Yang's last sentence somewhat strange, he still nodded in agreement. Indeed, early detection is the greatest fortune. I have already scheduled the first surgery for tomorrow, which will be performed by the best thoracoscopic expert in our department. Gu Qiuhan chimed in at the opportune moment. Then, Director Zhang, let's go and complete the admission procedures now. She turned to Ji Yang, raising an eyebrow at him. I must thank Master Ji for helping me contact Director Zhang. Upon hearing this, Li's mother immediately bowed, saying, Thank you so much, Master Ji. If it weren't for your help in contacting Director Zhang, we really wouldn't know what to do. What a promising young master. Zhang Mingyuan stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? Why is everyone thanking Mr. G? And calling him Mr. G, Master G? Shouldn't they be thanking me, their attending physician? He frowned, recalling the medical dispute from 3 months ago. Could it be that Mr. G saved me back then not because his grandmother descended to earth and told him? Could it be that he really foresaw it? Or was it not because his grandmother descended to earth? Director Zhang? Li Xiaolin's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Shall we go and complete the formalities now? Ah, right. Zhang Mingyuan came to his senses. I'll take you to the inpatient department. The group walked along the hospital corridor toward the inpatient department. Zhang Mingyuan walked at the front, but couldn't help turning back every few steps to look at Ji Yang behind him. He had been practicing medicine for more than 20 years and firmly believed in science, but Ji Yang's accurate prediction of the medical dispute was really beyond his comprehension. Ji Yang felt extremely uncomfortable under Zhang Mingyuan's gaze, as if Zhang Mingyuan's eyes were about to bore 2 holes through his back. He couldn't help but speak up. Uncle, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zhang Mingyuan suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had lost his composure, and quickly tried to cover it up. Oh. It's nothing, it's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time. Gu Qiuhan took in the whole scene. Oh my, you two have such a good relationship. You've missed each other so much after such a short time apart. Ji Yang felt a chill run down his spine and quickly tried to smooth things over. Well, my uncle has always been very good to me. Yes, Gu Qiuhan continued teasingly, her beautiful eyes scanning between the two of them. So good that you don't even know your own nephew can tell fortunes? Director Zhang, you're quite the dutiful uncle. Zhang Mingyuan blushed at the words and stammered an explanation. Well, Ji Yang, he's rather introverted and doesn't like to show off. Introverted? Gu Qiuhan raised her eyebrows dramatically and turned to Li Xiaolin. Xiaolin, is Ji Yang, who talks so eloquently in the livestream, actually an introverted person?
Li Xiaolin suppressed a laugh and chimed in, yes, Director Zhang, junior brother Ji is very popular at our school. Ji Yang wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. Uncle, don't listen to their nonsense. Zhang Mingyuan was on the verge of splitting apart as he had to maintain his uncle persona while also processing the shock of discovering that Ji Yang was a true master. We've arrived at the inpatient ward. Zhang Mingyuan pointed to the nurse's station ahead with a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. I'll go arrange a ward, please wait a moment. Watching Zhang Mingyuan flee in disarray, Gu Qiuhan leaned close to Ji Yang's ear and said, Master Ji, your portrayal of this uncle isn't very convincing. A warm breath brushed against his ear, and Ji Yang gritted his teeth as he replied, Senior, sometimes it's better to be forgiving. Spare you? Gu Qiuhan's light laugh carried a hint of cunning. Then how about we settle the matter of you deceiving me with your dual online and offline identities? Her voice wasn't deliberately lowered. Li Xiaolin, who was supporting her mother but keeping a close eye on the situation, was caught off guard by such a shocking statement. She stumbled and almost knocked her mother down. She coughed suddenly, her cheeks flushing red instantly, and she awkwardly tugged at Gu Qiuhan's sleeve. Qiuhan. You can't say things like that. Let's talk about this in private, or someone will hear us. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment by these words, then his handsome face flushed red. Senior. You can't say things like that. When did I ever lie to you, or take advantage of you? I didn't give you that drug. In the end, I was still trying to save you. His voice grew softer and softer, but the key information still reached Gu Qiuhan and Li Xiaolin, who were standing very close. Do you know what the consequences would be if you didn't get an antidote for that drug? At best, it would harm your health at worst. I've been a gentleman for once. Gu Qiuhan originally just wanted to tease him, but she didn't expect him to react so strongly. Seeing Ji Yang's embarrassed and angry expression, his ears burning red as he tried to remain calm, she didn't back down. Instead, she took a half step forward, looked up at Ji Yang, and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Oh? So, according to you, I should repay Master Ji's life-saving grace by offering myself to him? You. Ji Yang felt a lump in his throat. Looking at the smiling face so close to him, he felt that all his sharp wit had failed him at this moment. He finally understood that he would never win an argument with Gu Qiuhan. Just then, Zhang Mingyuan finished the formalities and walked over. He happened to hear Gu Qiuhan's last words, I'll repay you with my body. He paused, his eyes darting back and forth between Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What's going on? Could it be that Master Ji is pursuing this girl? The ward has been arranged, it's in 606. Zhang Mingyuan's tone was somewhat evasive, and his gaze towards Ji Yang became even more peculiar. Are all college students these days so messy with their relationships? Drugging? Saving a life? Offering himself in return? What else did Mr. Ji, what else did he do? Li Xiaolin quickly tried to smooth things over. Thank you, Director Zhang. Mom, let's go check on the wards. She half supported, half pushed her mother and led her toward the ward. Ji Yang took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Gu Qiuhan, conveying the message I'll settle the score with you later with his eyes, then quickly caught up with Zhang Mingyuan and explained in a low voice. Xiao Zhang, don't listen to her nonsense, it's not what you think. He felt a chill run down his spine. If this got out, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. Who will still believe he's a legitimate master then? He'll probably just become a rogue charlatan in other people's eyes. Zhang Mingyuan pushed up his glasses, revealing an expression that said, I understand everything, and patted Ji Yang on the shoulder earnestly. Young people, when it comes to matters of the heart. Uncle understands. But you still need to be careful not to overdo it. Ha? Ji Yang's eyes widened. Uncle? Uncle again? How come Zhang Mingyuan is getting so into acting? Didn't he already give himself away just now? Now he's really getting into character? He gritted his teeth and forced out the words, Director Zhang, you're quite the consummate uncle you are, aren't you? Zhang Mingyuan then realized what was happening, his face flushed, and he quickly cleared his throat, saying seriously. Cough cough. I'm used to it. Mr. Ji, the ward is just ahead, I'll take you there first. Chapter 80 That's for selling wreaths. The group arrived at Ward 606. Zhang Mingyuan helped settle Li's mother in and explain some pre-operative precautions. His gaze subtly swept between Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan, and he began to ponder. Mr. G was so eager to explain just now, and now he's following me around so closely. It seems he's a bit interested in this Miss Gu. Young people are shy, I have to lend him a hand. Having made up his mind, he cleared his throat casually and began to speak. Well, Ms. Lee needs a quiet environment for her pre-operative examination, so she doesn't need so many people with her. Mr. G, you and Ms. Gu have been busy all morning, so why don't you go back first? Her daughter can stay here with her. After saying that, he secretly gave Li Xiaolin, who was standing on the other side of the hospital bed, a wink. Li Xiaolin was taken aback at first, but then she saw Zhang Mingyuan's gaze, glanced at Ji Yang beside her, and saw Gu Qiuhan with a smile on her lips. Instantly, she had a flash of inspiration. She immediately chimed in, yes, Qiuhan, Ji, Jr. You guys should go back first. You've really worked hard. I can manage on my own here. As she spoke, she deliberately winked at Gu Qiuhan. It's almost noon, you two can go have lunch together, you must be hungry after working all morning. Gu Qiuhan was incredibly clever, how could she not see through the two's little scheme of playing along? She raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze landing on Ji Yang with a half smile. Oh? Director Zhang and Xiaolin are so thoughtful. I just wonder if Junior Ji would be willing to do me the honor? Ji Yang felt like he was being roasted over a fire. If I agree, wouldn't that play right into Gu Qiuhan's hands? Who knows how she'll punish me during this meal? If I don't agree, I'll seem guilty and ungrateful. He forced a smile, meeting Gu Qiuhan's eyes that seemed to see right through him. Since my senior has asked, how could I refuse? So, shall we have a meal together? Watching Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan leave the ward one after the other, the two figures had just disappeared around the corner of the corridor when they tiptoed up to Li Xiaolin, who was tucking her mother in, and cleared their throats in a serious manner. Li Xiaolin immediately put down what she was doing and turned around nervously. Dr. Zhang, are there any problems with my mother's test results? No. Zhang Mingyuan quickly waved his hand, then lowered his voice mysteriously, his eyes constantly glancing towards the door. Li, I have a question for you, just out of personal curiosity. Mr. G, is Ji Yang pursuing that Miss Gu from earlier? Li Xiaolin froze on the spot, looking at the highly respected head of cardiac surgery with an expression as if he were an idiot. Dr. Zhang. Her lips twitched uncontrollably. You, a department head at a top-tier hospital, perform so many surgeries every day, supervise graduate students, and write papers, how do you still have the leisure to care about this? Zhang Mingyuan blushed, but his gossip spirit had been fully awakened, and mere embarrassment could not stop him. He straightened his back and defended himself with righteous indignation. How can this be called idle talk? I'm concerned about Mr. G's physical and mental health. As his elder, it's only natural for me to care about the emotional life of a junior. Li Xiaolin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Come on, Dr. Zhang, nephew? Your acting skills are worse than even the freshmen in our school's drama club. Quickly confess, is there something Ji Yang has on you? Otherwise, why would a senior director like you be so respectful to him? Cough. Zhang Mingyuan coughed repeatedly, choked by these words. Nonsense. I, the director, have nothing to hide. I simply admire Mr. G. Yes, admire him. Seeing Zhang Mingyuan's attempt to cover up his true intentions, Li Xiaolin shook her head helplessly. She stroked her chin, carefully recalling the scene that had just occurred, and said thoughtfully. I don't know the specifics. But based on what I know of Qiuhan, she's usually polite but distant towards boys. Only with Junior G, how should I put it, she really loves teasing him. She tried to find a suitable metaphor, like an elegant ragdoll cat that, even though its claws are all tucked in, still insists on patting the poor little mouse with its paw pads. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly slapped his thigh. That's right. It shows that Miss Gu is interested in Mr. G. You don't know, back when I was pursuing my wife, she was always finding ways to tease me. Women, the more they like someone, the more they like to play tricks on them. Li Xiaolin was both amused and exasperated. Dr. Zhang, what era is your theory from? It's the 21st century now. You just don't understand. Zhang Mingyuan, with the air of someone who'd been there all along, said, feelings are a timeless thing. But judging from Mr. G's expression, he's blushing from being teased, so it doesn't seem like he's completely uninterested. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something and slapped his forehead. Wait a minute. Could it be that Mr. G has a one-sided crush on her, which is why Miss Gu is keeping him hanging on like this?
Oh dear, this is troublesome. Should I, as an elder, step in and play matchmaker? Li Xiaolin finally couldn't bear it any longer and clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Dr. Zhang. Director Zhang. Can we focus on my mother's surgery tomorrow? If you're so eager to play matchmaker, I'll help you after the surgery is successful. Zhang Mingyuan then seemed to snap out of his daze, quickly straightened his face, restored his professional demeanor, and adjusted his glasses. Oh right. Surgery. Surgery is the most important thing. Let's discuss the anesthesia plan and contingency plan for tomorrow's surgery in detail. He opened the medical record and began explaining the precautions for anesthesia in a serious manner, but as he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the door, and he muttered to himself. But honestly, Mr. G is a first-rate person in both character and appearance. If Miss Gu doesn't like him, her standards are a bit too high. Should we hint to Mr. G to send him a bouquet of flowers another day? I know the flower shop near our hospital, they can give you a 20% discount. Li Xiaolin, who had been listening attentively to the doctor's orders, suddenly looked up at Zhang Mingyuan with a strange expression. Dr. Zhang, you're not talking about Ping and Florist right at the main entrance of the hospital, are you? Yes. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes lit up. The boss is my old classmate, so he'll definitely give me a discount on flowers. Li Xiaolin's lips twitched slightly, and she said in a low voice. But that shop mainly sells wreaths and chrysanthemums. Chapter 81 Lin Qiu's favoritism. Zhang Mingyuan's smile froze instantly. This. Ahem. Zhang Mingyuan suddenly stood up, his face stern, and said quickly in the most serious tone. Hey, remember this, no food after 6 p.m. tonight, and no water after midnight. You're having surgery tomorrow. Li's mother, lying on the bed, smiled and said, Dr. Zhang, don't worry, I've remembered everything. Li Xiaolin deliberately pressed further, Dr. Zhang, what about sending the flowers? What flowers? Who wants flowers? Zhang Mingyuan, with an expression that said I don't know anything, backed towards the door while saying, I'll go check tomorrow's schedule. You guys get some rest. As he reached the door, he turned back, still uneasy, to add. Don't you ever eat anything secretly? Especially you, Xiaolin, don't feel sorry for your mom being hungry and secretly give her food. Okay. Li Xiaolin replied with a smile. Ji Yang and the other walked out of the hospital gate side by side. Ji Yang pondered in his mind where he should take Gu Qiuhan to eat. It shouldn't be too shabby to appear stingy, nor too expensive to seem like he had ulterior motives. He cleared his throat and tentatively began, Senior, what should we eat? I know a pretty good Cantonese restaurant nearby. Gu Qiuhan stopped and turned around. I'm not eating anymore. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Ji Yang was taken aback. They were letting him off so easily? That wasn't like Gu Qiuhan at all. Ah, okay, then you go ahead with your work, Senior. Gu Qiuhan nodded and turned to leave. As Ji Yang watched her receding figure, he finally felt relieved, but then she suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. Oh, right, Gu Qiuhan tilted her head, took out her phone and waved it in front of him, transfer money to me. Ji Yang looked bewildered, transfer what account? Lunch today, Gu Qiuhan said matter-of-factly, shouldn't you be treating me? Ji Yang was even more confused, but you didn't eat either, Senior? Gu Qiuhan raised an eyebrow, her tone matter-of-fact, can't you transfer my meal money to me if I haven't eaten? This logic left Ji Yang speechless. He opened his mouth to speak. No, Senior, isn't your logic a bit too advanced? Where is it ahead of its time? Gu Qiuhan counted on her fingers for him. First, you promised to treat me to dinner. Secondly, I don't want to eat anymore. Third, since you were the one treating, the cost of the meal was originally yours. Now that I've saved you that expense, shouldn't you give me half of what you saved? Ji Yang was confused by this logic and couldn't help but retort, but I haven't even spent the money yet. That's why I need to transfer the money. Gu Qiuhan blinked. If I spend it, then it would be treating you to a meal. Now that I haven't spent it, it's called saving money for the meal, and everyone gets a share. Ji Yang, Senior, this is clearly extortion. So, do you want to give it to me or not? Gu Qiuhan asked, waving her phone. Here you go. Ji Yang resignedly pulled out his phone. How many do you want, Senior? Not much, Gu Qiuhan held up 2 fingers, 200. Consider it compensation for emotional distress. Compensation for emotional distress? Ji Yang asked, transferring the money while pressing. When did I harm your mental well-being?
Just now, when you were secretly rejoicing that you didn't have to treat everyone.
Gooch Johan received the transfer and put her phone away with satisfaction. It hurt my trust in your character. Isn't that a loss of emotional distress?
After saying that, she turned and left gracefully, leaving Ji Yang standing there stunned.
Is this what women are like? My phone rang as soon as I stepped out of the hospital. Gooch Johan glanced at the caller ID. It was her mother calling.
She answered the phone. Mom, don't rush me.
I'm on my way back. What's the matter that you need me to come back so urgently?
The voice of Goo's mother came from the other end of the phone. Hanin, Mom wants to introduce you to one of my friends.
You should come back right now. Gooch Johan, no, Mom, why did you introduce your friend to me? We don't have anything in common. Why don't we have anything in common to talk about? Goo's mother's voice was filled with laughter. My friend here is also from Peking University. Gooch Johan was taken aback. Oh? Peking University? Mom, how come you, who works for the government, know professors from Peking University?
Mother Goo smiled mysteriously. Oh, don't worry about that.
Anyway, he's a very outstanding young man. You should come back and meet him. A young person? Gooch Johan immediately understood the implication. Mom, you're not arranging a blind date for me, are you? What are you saying? Mrs. Goo scolded playfully. It's just introducing a friend. Besides, you're a sophomore in college, isn't it normal to date? When I was your age. Stop. Gooch Johan quickly interrupted her mother. Are you going to tell me about your and Dad's college days again? I've heard it 100 times. Are you coming or not?
Mother Goo played her trump card.
If you don't come, this month's living expenses. Gooch Johan sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Mom, that's a threat.
That's called caring, Mrs. Goo said proudly.
I've sent you the address on WeChat. See you in an hour. Remember to dress up nicely. After hanging up the phone, Gooch Johan looked at the address on her phone and couldn't help but sigh.
She feared these kinds of occasions the most. The outstanding young people her mother talked about were often self-important bookworms or arrogant playboys. She hailed a taxi and gave the address her mother had sent her, number 27 Wutong Road, Left Bank Coffee. At the same time, Ji Yang, who was lost in thought, was pulled back from his reverie by the vibration of his phone. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Secretary Lin Xiu. Secretary Lin, Xiao Ji, the house can be transferred today.
I've sent you the address. Can you come over here? Number 27 Wutong Road, Left Bank Coffee.
The year's end. Oh dear, Secretary Lin, look at you, you're really not in a hurry. You're busy with national affairs all day long, yet you're worrying about such a small matter as mine.
You've made things so quickly, I feel embarrassed. Secretary Lin, stop being so cheeky. Where are you? I'll send a driver to pick you up.
Ji Yang looked at the undeniable message and was about to reply with his location when his phone vibrated again.
It was Secretary Lin again.
Secretary Lin, my daughter is coming over in a little while, so you young people can get to know each other.
Season of the year, Secretary Lin, thank you so much. I'm currently near the first municipal hospital. Secretary Lin, wait a moment, the car will be here soon.
Not long after the message was sent, a black Hongqi car pulled up and stopped in front of him.
The driver got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for him. Mr. Ji, please.
At that moment, Gooch Johan was sitting in a taxi, looking at the urging message sent by her mother, Lin Xiu.
Mom, where are we? Don't keep them waiting too long. Gooch Johan pouted and replied. Hanin, on my way. Mom, who did you introduce to me? You're being so mysterious.
Mom, you'll see when you get here.
I guarantee he'll be an outstanding young man. Chapter 82. A friend personally introduced by Secretary Lin.
As Ji Yang, who had just opened the car door at number 27 Wutong Road, saw an unexpected figure, Secretary Lin Xiu himself standing at the entrance of the coffee shop, smiling at him. Ji Yang was startled and almost staggered forward, stammering a string of polite words.
Oh, Secretary Lin. Look at you, why are you being so polite?
You even came out to greet me. This is too much for me to accept, it's really too much for me.
He felt a sweat breaking out on his back.
Having a deputy secretary of the municipal party committee waiting for him at the door made him feel quite flustered.
Lin Xiao smiled gently and walked alongside him into the coffee shop. It's nothing, you're my benefactor, this little bit of courtesy is nothing. The two sat down in a quiet booth by the window. Lin Xiao didn't exchange many pleasantries. He directly took out a neatly organized document from his briefcase and gently pushed it in front of Ji Yang. Xiao Ji, look, the transfer procedures are all completed. If UNT reminded me in time last time and woken me up from my superficial thinking, I probably wouldn't have just been dismissed and investigated. I might have faced imprisonment. Ji Yang took the heavy stack of documents. He could feel their weight as soon as he held them. He quickly reviewed the key terms. The property rights were clear, the procedures were complete, and there were no problems. He stopped being coy, took out a pen, and neatly signed his name where it was required, then looked up and smiled. Secretary Lin, you're too kind. I just happened to notice something and mentioned it casually. It's my honor to be able to help. It might be a small favor for you. Lin Xiao carefully put away the documents, her tone extremely solemn, but for our whole family, this kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. It truly saved our family. With the business concluded, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Ji Yang estimated the time and decided to take his leave so as not to take up too much of his leader's valuable time. Secretary Lin, the transfer procedures are complete. You're very busy, so if there's nothing else, I'll head over now. Wait a minute, Lin Xiao interrupted him, looking at Ji Yang, don't rush off. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to someone. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat. Introduce someone? Was Secretary Lin personally recommending him? Could it be one of Secretary Lin's friends within the system? Or perhaps an important business partner? Hearing that they possess some special abilities, they also want to consult him for a fortune reading and guidance? This is quite possible. After all, those who can reach Secretary Lin's level are either wealthy or powerful, and many are interested in metaphysics such as feng shui and fortune-telling. He pondered how to handle the situation prudently while preserving Secretary Lin's face should the other party make any demands. Ji Yang nodded to Lin Xiao and said, since Secretary Lin has said so, how could I not give you face? I'd also like to get to know Secretary Lin's friends. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's smile deepened, clearly pleased with Ji Yang's reaction. The two then continued to wait in the private room. The waiter came over twice to refill the water, and the coffee on the table gradually got cold. Ji Yang started chatting with Lin Xiao about some light topics, from recent urban construction in Jinghai City to interesting things at university, and the atmosphere wasn't too awkward. But as time went by, the mysterious friend still hadn't arrived, and Ji Yang couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He glanced at his phone. Nearly 20 minutes had passed since Lin Xiao said, let's introduce ourselves. Secretary Lin, is your friend perhaps something happened on the way that delayed him? Why don't you give him a call and ask? Maybe he has encountered some kind of emergency. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, clearly feeling that the wait had been a bit too long. She took out her phone, unlocked it, and smiled apologetically at Ji Yang. It might be due to traffic. Let me ask. She didn't make a phone call, but instead opened WeChat directly. Lin Xiao, you brat, what are you dawdling for? Why aren't you here yet? People have been waiting for ages. Hurry up. Shortly after the message was sent, my phone vibrated. Hanin, Mom. You know how bad the traffic is in Jinghai. It's always congested. You don't even offer to send a car to pick up your dear daughter, all you do is rush me. Stop rushing me, we'll be there after this next red light. Lin Xiao looked at her daughter's reply and could almost see her face through the screen, a face that was both impatient and self-righteous. She shook her head helplessly. She put away her phone and gave Ji Yang a smile. Almost there, almost there. She said she'd be there after the next red light. She must be stuck in traffic. The traffic in Jinghai is really a headache. Ji Yang quickly expressed his understanding. It's all right, Secretary Lin, I'm not in a hurry. Safety comes first, let your friend take his time. He said that, but in his heart he became even more curious about this friend who was so arrogant and had made the municipal party secretary and this master wait for him. What kind of person must they be, or how deep must their relationship be, to warrant such tolerance from Secretary Lin? Gu Qiuhan walked into the coffee shop with slightly hurried steps and found a private seat by the window according to the information her mother had sent her. She had just sat down when she glanced at the empty seat opposite her, fanning herself with her hand as she complained. Mom, where's that friend you mentioned? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I've been rushing all this way. As she spoke, she couldn't help but complain about the traffic. All you do is rush me, but you don't even send a car to pick me up.
The traffic was terrible, and it was so stuffy in the taxi. Lin Xiu looked at her daughter's slightly flushed cheeks, poured her a glass of lemon water, and explained. It's not that Mom didn't want to pick you up, Mom just sent the driver to pick up someone else. As she spoke, she glanced toward the restroom and reassured him, sit down and have some water. He just left for a moment and will be back soon. Oh. Gu Qiuhan picked up her water glass and took a big gulp, calming down her slightly anxious mood caused by the journey. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, Ji Yang finished taking care of his business and felt completely relaxed. He stood in front of the sink, looking at his face in the mirror, which appeared exceptionally refreshed due to recent good fortune. He narcissistically smoothed his stray hairs, raised an eyebrow at his reflection, and a satisfied smile curved his lips as he muttered to himself. No matter how I look at him, he's really handsome. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the women's restroom next door opened, and a stylishly dressed young woman came out, just in time to hear his unashamed self-evaluation. The girl paused, turned her head, and looked him up and down with a mixture of surprise and disdain. She parted her red lips slightly and clearly uttered 3 words. Shameless. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Yang's reaction, she raised her head and walked towards the dryer with her high heels clicking. Ji Yang. Chapter 83 Secretary Lin's Daughter. His smile froze instantly. Watching the girl's departing figure, he felt an awkward breeze blow by, sweeping away all his previous smugness. He touched his nose, dejectedly lowered his head, quickly washed his hands, and, not even bothering to look in the mirror again, slunk out of the bathroom. As he walked towards the private seating area, he muttered to himself, are all young girls these days so direct? They don't give me any face at all. And I'm not handsome? As he approached his seat, he saw from afar the back of a girl sitting opposite Secretary Lin Xiu. She had a high ponytail and wore a simple dress, and she looked somewhat familiar. He was still thinking about that friend of Secretary Lin, and his steps didn't stop. At that moment, Gu Qiuhan, who was listening to her mother's words, seemed to sense something and subconsciously turned around to see if the person her mother had mentioned who had just left had returned. Their eyes met again, unexpectedly, in the dim light of the coffee shop. Ji Yang paused, his mind filled with a great deal of question. Gu Qiuhan also tilted her head and looked at Ji Yang, full of questions. Lin Xiu watched Ji Yang approach and smiled as she said to Gu Qiuhan, Hanin, she's back. She then turned to Ji Yang, Ji, this is my daughter, Gu Qiuhan. Ji Yang stood up from his seat and nodded slightly, hello, Miss Gu, I am Ji Yang. Gu Qiuhan also raised her eyes, looking at him calmly, a smile playing on her lips, and said in a clear voice, hello, Mr. Ji. Lin Xiu observed their polite first meeting and, although feeling the atmosphere was a bit too formal, dismissed it as the awkwardness of young people meeting for the first time and warmly greeted Ji Yang. Xiao Ji, sit down, don't stand. Hanin, Xiao Ji is also from Peking University, a year below you, so he's actually your junior. Really? Gu Qiuhan raised an eyebrow slightly, picked up her water glass, and took a sip. Ji Yang obediently sat down, but the doubts in his heart grew stronger. He looked at Lin Xiu, Secretary Lin, you just said, you wanted to introduce me to a friend. May I ask who this friend is? His gaze swept over Gu Qiuhan, and his meaning was crystal clear. These words seemed to remind Gu Qiuhan. She put down her water glass and turned to her mother with a faint smile in her eyes. Mom, didn't you say on the phone that you wanted to introduce your friend to me? You even emphasized that he was an outstanding young man. As she spoke, her gaze swept lightly over Ji Yang. Could it be, this junior Ji? Ji Yang then belatedly realized what was happening and looked at Lin Xiu in disbelief. Secretary Lin, you mean? Senior Gu is the friend you're going to introduce? Wait, so Senior Gu is your daughter? Seeing the two young men looking at each other in bewilderment, Lin Xiu finally realized what was going on. She couldn't help but shake her head, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two men. From what I'm saying, Hanin, you and Xiaoji have known each other since school? Since we know each other, that makes things even easier. Lin Xiu's smile grew even brighter as she turned to Gu Qiuhan, her tone becoming exceptionally warm. Hanin, you have no idea how outstanding Xiaoji is. At such a young age, he is incredibly mature and capable. Last time Mom encountered that hurdle at work, it was all thanks to Xiaoji's reminder. Otherwise, Mom wouldn't be sitting here now, I'm afraid. In short, Xiaoji is a great benefactor to our family. Look at Xiaoji, he's so handsome, sunny and dashing, and full of energy. Most importantly, they're about your age and a classmate from the same school. That's rare. You have common ground and know each other well. Lin Xiao became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, looking at Ji Yang as if he were some rare treasure, showering him with praise. Ji Yang was so flattered by the praise that he felt uneasy and his face flushed. He could only awkwardly smile and occasionally offer a few words of modesty. Secretary Lin, you flatter me. Auntie, I'm really not as good as you say. But in her heart she was screaming, stop praising me. If you keep praising me, Senior Gu's eyes will be able to kill you. Sure enough, as Gu Qiuhan listened to her mother's unreserved praise of Ji Yang, her expression changed from initial surprise to speechlessness, and finally to a forced smile. She knew her mother too well, this demeanor clearly indicated. She finally lost her temper and interrupted her mother, who was still talking incessantly. Mom! Just say what you mean. Stop beating around the bush. Lin Xiao wasn't angry at being interrupted. Instead, she smiled even more kindly. She glanced at Ji Yang, who looked embarrassed, and then at her daughter, who was clearly a bit agitated. Feeling the time was right, she cleared her throat and finally revealed her true intentions. What could Mom mean? She just thinks Xiao Ji is a really nice person. She is good looking, capable, and about your age, plus your classmates at couldn't be more perfect. She looked at her daughter meaningfully. Hanin, what do you think? Although the words were phrased subtly, the meaning couldn't be clearer. This was clearly an attempt to bring them together. Mom! Gu Qiuhan's face flushed red instantly, this time not in a fake way, but out of genuine embarrassment and anger. She never expected that her mother had specifically called her over to actually play matchmaker for her and Ji Yang. What on earth was going on? Ji Yang was so shocked by Lin Xiao's blunt words that he almost choked on his own saliva. He finally understood where that strange feeling had come from. Secretary Lin wasn't introducing friends, he was clearly arranging a blind date for his daughter, and he was the blind date himself. Seeing her daughter's embarrassment and anger, Lin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she turned her gaze to Ji Yang. Xiao Ji, what do you think? Ji Yang was caught off guard by this sudden question. He subconsciously looked at Gu Qiuhan and saw that although she was looking out the window with her head turned to the side, her lips were tightly pursed and her ears were slightly red. He then looked at Lin Xiao, the usually stern municipal party secretary, whose eyes were now full of encouragement. Ji Yang simply stopped pretending. To directly refuse Secretary Lin's kindness? That would be too ungrateful and would definitely make Gu Qiuhan even more embarrassed. He coughed twice loudly, and then, ahem. Well, since Secretary Lin, you've said so. Of course I have no objection. He paused deliberately, glanced at Gu Qiuhan, and added the most crucial sentence. After all, Senior Gu is so beautiful. Chapter 84, Holding a Grandson. Gu Qiuhan, who was drinking water to calm herself down, almost spat out her water when she heard the blunt "so beautiful." She choked and coughed repeatedly, her cheeks turning as red as ripe apples. She glared at Ji Yang with a mixture of shame and anger. This guy. What utter nonsense is he spouting? Lin Xiao was taken aback at first, but then, seeing Ji Yang's innocent and boyish appearance and his daughter's unusually embarrassed posture, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, his crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepening with laughter. She was clearly quite satisfied with Ji Yang's straightforward answer. Good. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, his eyes becoming more and more loving as he looked at Ji Yang. Young man, it's good to be honest. Our Hanin, she just like me, she's very beautiful. The more she looked at the young couple, the more she felt they were a perfect match. In a great mood, she blurted out a startling remark. In that case, you two should spend more time together and try to give me a grandson before graduation. The world seemed to fall silent after those words were spoken. Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan froze at the same time, exchanging a glance. Who am I? Where am I? Ji Yang felt that he might have been hallucinating. Holding a grandson? Secretary Lin's thinking is really jumping around. The process of getting to know each other jumps directly to holding grandchildren, doesn't it skip too many crucial steps? Gu Qiuhan was completely stunned by her mother's words. Mom! Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? How can he agree unilaterally? No, what kind of agreement is that? Why don't you ask me if I agree? She pointed at Ji Yang, her fingers trembling with anger. And what do you mean by holding a grandson before graduation? I'm only a sophomore. You're thinking way too far ahead. Gu Qiuhan felt like she was going crazy. Her mother's actions were no longer just simple matchmaking, it was like she was fast-forwarding her into the next stage of her life. Faced with her daughter's outburst, Lin Xiu remained remarkably calm. She even elegantly sipped her coffee, then slowly put the cup down, looking at Gu Qiuhan with an expression that said, "I know everything. What's the rush? The current policy supports that college students can get married once they reach the legal marriage age. I've heard that some schools even offer extra benefits to students who get married while still in school, and they might even give them extra credits." As she spoke, she gave her daughter a meaningful look. "Don't think that your mother doesn't know anything. We also keep up with what's happening at universities." Add credits? Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan were once again shocked by this unusual reason. Ji Yang's lips twitched, and he thought, "Secretary Lin, you've even come up with the excuse of adding academic credits to pressure people to get married, no, to have children? What's the essential difference between this and rewarding someone with a piece of candy for doing well on a test?" Gu Qiuhan held her forehead, feeling utterly helpless. "Mom, is this about adding credits or not? And where did you hear such unreliable information? How is it unreliable? Let me tell you." Just as Lin Xiu was about to continue persuading him, his cell phone, which was in his handbag, suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her husband, Gu Jianming, calling. "It's your dad," Lin Xiu said to Gu Qiuhan, then answered the phone. "Hey, Lao Gu, what's up? Didn't you say you were off today and going to introduce a boyfriend to our Xiaohan?" After hearing something said on the other end of the phone, Lin Xiu's smile gradually froze. She sat up straight instinctively, her voice unconsciously lowering. "What? You're telling the truth?" Her gaze swept over Ji Yang almost imperceptibly before quickly returning to his own. "In our own hotel? When did this happen?" Lin Xiu's brows furrowed even more deeply. "Not long ago? Did you see clearly?" Seeing her mother's sudden change in expression, Gu Qiuhan felt a sense of foreboding. She asked softly, "Mom, what's wrong? What happened?" Lin Xiu raised her hand to signal her to be quiet and focused on listening to the phone call. On the other end of the phone, Gu Jianming's voice carried a hint of anger. "How could I be wrong? It's clearly in the surveillance footage that our Qiuhan put her arm around a boy's waist as they entered the room. That guy is quite handsome, but I've never seen him before. Qiuhan specifically told the front desk not to tell me before she left. If I hadn't done this routine check of the surveillance footage, I would still be in the dark." Lin Xiu's fingertips felt slightly cold. "Can you see the boy's face clearly?" Due to the angle of the surveillance camera, I couldn't see his face clearly, but he was very tall and dressed like a student. Gu Jianming said sternly, "Qiuhan is such an insensible child, keeping such a big thing from us. You need to ask her right now who that boy is." All right, I understand." Lin Xiu took a deep breath. "Don't tell anyone about this yet. Let me find out more first." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiu remained silent for a moment. Her gaze darted back and forth between Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan, her expression complex. Ji Yang felt uncomfortable under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Secretary Lin, is something wrong?" Gu Qiuhan looked at her mother nervously. "Mom, what did Dad say? You look so pale." Lin Xiu didn't answer immediately. She took a deep breath and first gave Ji Yang a slightly apologetic smile. "Xiaoji, I'm sorry, Auntie and Hanin need to talk for a bit. Please sit for a while." After saying that, she grabbed Gu Qiuhan's wrist with a force that left no room for refusal and led her to a relatively quiet corner of the coffee shop. "Mom! What's wrong? What's wrong?" Gu Qiuhan felt uneasy at her mother's serious expression. After confirming that Ji Yang couldn't hear their conversation, Lin Xiu lowered her voice. "You brat! Tell me the truth. Your dad just said on the phone that he checked the security footage and saw you with a man at our hotel a few days ago. Who is that man?" Gu Qiuhan's heart sank suddenly, and her face turned pale instantly. "Did Dad see it?" She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but Lin Xiu didn't give her a chance, continuing to speak rapidly. "Why didn't you tell me you had a boyfriend sooner? You made me worry about you for nothing, and I was even thinking of introducing you to Xiao Ji. How am I supposed to explain this to Xiao Ji? She just complimented your looks, and seemed to have a good impression of you. I barely finished saying that, and now I find out you already had a boyfriend. Where am I supposed to put my face?" Lin Xiu became increasingly angry as she spoke, feeling like she had made a huge fool of herself in front of Ji Yang. She was trying her best to promote her daughter, but it turned out that her daughter was already taken. This made her feel guilty towards Ji Yang and also made her feel like a very incompetent mother, not even knowing her daughter's relationship status. "Mom! It's not what you think. Gu Johan was both anxious and embarrassed, her cheeks flushed. That day was a special case. I was trying to. Chapter 85 Mom. I was wrong. Why? Is there some special circumstance that requires you to be arm in arm with your arm around the waist when you go to a hotel? Lin Xiu didn't believe this explanation at all and interrupted her. Tell me the truth, are you dating someone? Is that guy your classmate? What does he do? What's his character like? Mom. It's really not my boyfriend. Gu Johan was speechless. He was sitting not far away, but how could she say it? Should I tell my mother that we went to the hotel that day because we both had to go there because we were taking traditional Chinese medicine? You're still trying to deny it. Lin Xiu was even more convinced that her daughter was just covering it up when she saw her daughter's eager denial. Your dad saw it all clearly on the security camera. You're really infuriating. Seeing her mother's angry and disappointed expression, Gu Johan knew that she wouldn't be able to get away with this without giving a reasonable explanation. She steeled herself she couldn't very well say that the boy was Ji Yang. Just then, Lin Xiu's phone vibrated several times. It was a WeChat message from her husband, Gu Jianming. Gu Jianming, image, JPG. Gu Jianming, image, JPG. Gu Jianming, look, this is a screenshot from the surveillance camera. Although it's a bit blurry, you can tell it's a pretty energetic young man. Judging from his clothes, he should be a student at Peking University. Gu Jianming, take a closer look and see if you recognize him? Can you use your connections to help me find this little brat? How dare he dare to sleep with my daughter? I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Xiu frowned and clicked on the picture. The first image is a high-resolution screenshot from the hotel front desk. In the picture, Gu Johan is supporting a tall young man. The man's profile is somewhat blurry, but his features are clear. The second picture is from the elevator entrance surveillance footage. The boy seems a little unsteady on his feet, and Gu Johan is holding him tightly around the waist. The two are indeed in a very intimate posture. Lin Xiu was initially examining the picture with anger, preparing to use her connections to find the brat who had bullied her daughter. But as she looked, she suddenly felt that the boy's figure in the picture looked increasingly familiar, that height, that shoulder width, that profile. She subconsciously raised her head, her gaze passing over her daughter's shoulder to the young man, Ji Yang, sitting upright and looking slightly uneasy in a private room not far away. Then she suddenly lowered her head and looked carefully at the surveillance screenshot on her phone screen again, her gaze sweeping back and forth between the screenshot and Ji Yang. Once, twice. Suddenly, the anger on Lin Xiu's face faded, and the corners of his tightly pursed lips involuntarily turned upwards. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, but the smile in her eyes was undeniable. Gu Johan was bewildered by her mother's sudden change of expression. Mom? What are you laughing at? Lin Xiu didn't answer immediately, but suppressed a laugh and typed a reply to her husband on her phone. Lin Xiu, old Gu, stop looking. Lin Xiu, I know this person, and Lin Xiu, I'm having coffee with him right now. Gu Jianming? What's going on? Who is it? Lin Xiu, it's the one I told you about, my little benefactor, Ji Yang. Gu Jianming. Lin Xiu, okay, I'll handle this. You don't need to worry about it. Remember, don't investigate further, and don't make a fuss. After sending the message, Lin Xiu put away her phone and looked at her daughter again, her face now bearing a half smile. The anger from before had long since dissipated. She pulled the bewildered Gu Johan back, saying, It's all right, let's go back. Gu Johan was completely out of her mind. Mom? What happened? What did Dad say to you? You're not angry anymore? Lin Xiu sat back down, calmly straightened her clothes, glanced at Ji Yang and Gu Johan, and then slowly said, Your dad sent me some screenshots from the surveillance footage, asking me to help find the person. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he became even more nervous. Gu Johan's heart was in her throat. Seeing their tense expressions, Lin Xiu paused deliberately before continuing with a smile. However, I recognized it as soon as I saw the screenshot. Her gaze finally settled on Ji Yang. Xiao Ji, I didn't expect you and Hanin to be so familiar with each other already. Upon hearing her mother's words, Gu Johan immediately understood it was all over. Her mother must have recognized Ji Yang from the surveillance footage. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, and she instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together.
She didn't dare to look at Ji Yang, much less meet her mother's gaze. Only one thought was in my mind: we're completely exposed now. Ji Yang was still pretending to be stupid. Rhetorical question. Secretary Lin, what are you talking about? Gu Xuejie and I are just classmates, we're not that close. I don't quite understand. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Qiuhan with pleading eyes, as if to say, Senior, what's going on? His acting skills were superb. Lin Qiu almost laughed in anger when she saw Ji Yang's stubborn refusal to admit his mistake. Good lad, you have a good mentality. You can still keep your mouth shut without changing your expression? She wasn't in a hurry to expose him. Instead, she picked up her slightly cooled coffee, took a sip, and then put the cup down. She leaned forward slightly and glanced back and forth between Ji Yang and her daughter, who seemed to want to hide herself away. Don't you understand? Lin Qiu raised an eyebrow. Little Ji, Auntie thought you were an honest child. Do I really have to spell it out for you? She tapped the tabletop lightly with her finger. The surveillance cameras in the VIP elevators of the Four Seasons Hotel are high definition. Although the angle is a bit off, people who know the place can still recognize it at a glance. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan lowered her head even further. Ji Yang's heart was pounding, but he maintained a calm facade. Secretary Lin, are you mistaken for someone else? Oh? Is that so? Lin Qiu wasn't annoyed. Instead, she went along with his words. Maybe I'm just seeing things because I'm old and my eyes are failing me? Or, I'll have your Uncle Gu send over the surveillance screenshots right now, and we can appreciate them together to help you remember? As she spoke, she made a move to grab her phone. No! Auntie! No! Mom! Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan shouted almost in unison. Ji Yang knew he couldn't hide it anymore, and if he continued to be stubborn, he might upset Lin Qiu. Gu Qiuhan felt too ashamed and didn't want to watch the surveillance footage again. Ji Yang touched his nose. Secretary Lin, Auntie Mom. I was wrong. I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chapter 86. That's my mom. The way that Mom was called was so sincere and heartfelt that it completely stunned the other two women present. Gu Qiuhan stared wide-eyed at Ji Yang in disbelief. Ji Yang? Who are you calling Mom? That's my mom. What are you calling her? She felt like her brain couldn't keep up with the plot development. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Lin Qiu's face broke into a smile of immense satisfaction, and he nodded repeatedly. Oh. Good son-in-law, good son-in-law. It's good that you know your mistakes and can correct them. Mom doesn't blame you, she doesn't blame you at all. Mom. Gu Qiuhan was both ashamed and anxious, grabbing her mother's arm. What's wrong with you? I'm your own daughter. Why did you agree to him? He's clearly taking advantage of me. He's never satisfied with just getting something for himself. Lin Qiu patted her daughter's hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and looked at her earnestly. Silly girl, my son-in-law calls me mom, shouldn't I, as his mother-in-law, agree? What's wrong with that? As she spoke, her gaze shifted meaningfully between Ji Yang and her daughter, lowering her voice to make sure Ji Yang could hear her. Besides, you two have already, isn't it just a matter of time? Changing your address sooner will make you seem closer, isn't it? Mom. What do you mean by that? There's nothing like that. We had a special situation. Gu Qiuhan stamped her feet in frustration, feeling like she was in a situation she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. And what do you mean by sooner or later? Your thinking is too jumpy. Ji Yang listened from the side, feeling like a badger who had stumbled into a melon patch. But seeing Secretary Lin Qiu's increasingly satisfied look and Gu Qiuhan's threatening gaze that said, if you dare to shout again, I'll kill you, he wisely swallowed his words. Looking at Ji Yang and his flustered daughter, Lin Qiu thought it was just young people being shy, and she was secretly delighted. She seemed to already see a bright future of enjoying her grandchildren, and she found Ji Yang more and more pleasing to the eye, wishing she could settle things on the spot. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Qiu knew when to stop and change the subject, but her gaze towards Ji Yang had completely transformed into that of a family member. Little Ji, come to our house for meals often in the future. Auntie will cook delicious food for you to help you recover. Ji Yang. Gu Qiuhan. Lin Qiu seemed oblivious to the stiff expressions on their faces and continued to give instructions. However, young people should also know how to exercise restraint. Don't take advantage of your youth and do it every day. You won't be able to handle it when you get old. Health is the foundation of everything. You have to take it slow and steady. Ji Yang was stunned, inwardly cursing. Secretary Lin, no, mother-in-law, aren't you knowing a little too much? But outwardly he could only nod in agreement. Yes, Mom, you're right. Gu Qiuhan couldn't listen anymore. Her face turned bright red, and she interrupted in embarrassment and indignation. Mom! What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by moderation? It's completely untrue. Lin Xiu completely ignored her daughter's protest. In her opinion, it was simply that the little girl was too shy. With a clear mind, she began to make the next arrangement, her gaze shifting between Ji Yang and her daughter, before making her decision. Since things have come to this, I think. Xiao Ji, the apartment I just transferred the title to you, you two can use it as your current home. Ha? Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan were both stunned. Lin Xiu thought about it more and more and felt that this idea was good, and continued. From now on, we won't need to book hotel rooms anymore. Home is so much better, it's clean and comfortable. Hotels aren't clean, there are always people coming and going, and Mom won't feel at ease. As she spoke, she turned specifically to Gu Qiuhan. And you, Qiuhan, stop coming home so often on weekends. Your mom has to cook for you when you get home. You should learn to live independently. From now on weekends, go stay at Xiaoji's apartment. Ji Yang felt like his CPU was about to burn out. This is basically assigning them to live together? Gu Qiuhan stood up from her seat. Mom! What kind of arrangement is this? Why should I live in his apartment? We're not in that kind of relationship at all. Besides, you gave him that apartment, what does it have to do with me? Why isn't it that kind of relationship? Lin Xiu asked sternly. I saw it all on the security camera. Besides, I gave that apartment to Xiao Ji, so it's his, which means it's yours too. Where do you go on weekends if you don't go to your own home? That's not my home. Gu Qiuhan said. It will be soon. Lin Xiu stood her ground, looking at Ji Yang and saying meaningfully, Little Ji, you agree, right? You'll take good care of Qiuhan, right? Ji Yang was driven to the brink of despair by the argument between the mother and daughter. Looking at Gu Qiuhan's murderous gaze, his throat went dry, and he could only grit his teeth and mumble a reply. Auntie, I will respect your opinion. Respect what opinion? Lin Xiu waved his hand. It's settled then. Qiuhan, you'll move in this weekend. Xiaoji, send her the address and make a copy of the key for her. Lin Xiu slammed his hand on the table. All right, that's settled then. I'm leaving now, I have a meeting to attend. She deftly picked up her handbag, stood up, and then instructed the two of them. I'll have Xiao Zhang from the door take you two directly to River Bay Apartments. If you need anything, buy it yourself. I'll find someone later, just take care of it yourselves. She originally wanted to ask her to reimburse her, but after thinking about it, she felt that young people should be responsible for their own living expenses, so she changed her mind in time. After saying that, she turned to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, she suddenly stopped as if she remembered something extremely important, turned back, and looked at the 2 petrified young people with a serious expression. Oh, right. There's one more thing. When you two, you remember to use protection. Ji Yang. Gu Qiuhan. Don't just think about your own enjoyment, safety first. You're only a sophomore now, having grandchildren is a bit too early for me. Your studies are the priority. Wait until you're seniors before thinking about having kids, understand? After explaining this most important matter, Lin Xiu finally felt relieved, waved his hand, and turned to leave. As she approached the coffee shop, she whispered to her driver, Xiao Zhang, who was waiting outside, take them both to River Bay Apartments. At this moment, the driver, Xiao Zhang, had already walked over and bowed slightly. Mr. Ji, Ms. Gu, the car is ready. Shall we go to River Bay Apartments now? Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan. The two looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. This stalemate is clearly not a solution. Lin Xiu's decree is the highest order in their household, and the consequences of disobeying it could be severe. Ji Yang said to Gu Qiuhan, let's go, Senior Gu, let's go, take a look. If we don't go now, Auntie will ask us about it later, and we'll have to make a scene. Chapter 87 Proof of Maternal Love. Gu Qiuhan knew she couldn't avoid it, so she glared at Ji Yang in annoyance, but in the end, she kept a straight face and walked towards the door without saying a word. Ji Yang quickly followed. Even after settling into the comfortable back seat of that chauffeured car, the atmosphere remained awkward. The driver, Xiao Zhang, professionally raised the soundproof glass between the front and rear rows, giving them a relatively private space. Ji Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. Senior Sister Gu, Secretary Lin is the municipal party secretary. I didn't know your family had a hotel business? Gu Qiuhan was looking out the window, sulking. When she heard this, she turned her head and glanced at Ji Yang sideways. The Four Seasons Hotel is a business run by my father. What does it have to do with my mother's identity? She is her, and my father is my father. She paused, then added, my mom has always been very careful about this, and she draws very clear lines. The fact that the spouse of a municipal party secretary runs a well-known local hotel group is a sensitive issue that requires careful consideration and tact. This also explains why Gu Qiuhan possesses both the magnanimity of someone from a cadre family and the shrewdness cultivated by someone from a business family. I see. Ji Yang nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of Gu Qiuhan's family background. It turns out that senior sister Gu is not only the daughter of an official, but also a second-generation rich kid. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Qiuhan beside him. She was looking out the window with her face turned to the side. The afternoon sunlight outlined the delicate contours of her face, and her long eyelashes drooped slightly. He wondered what she was thinking. Putting aside her current awkward situation, this senior's family background, appearance, and abilities are all top-notch. What are you looking at? Gu Qiuhan seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly turned her head. Ji Yang quickly looked away, touched his nose, and said awkwardly, No. It's nothing. The car quickly entered the underground parking lot of Riverside Apartments. This is an upscale residential area located in the city center, with a quiet environment and tight security. Driver Xiao Zhang parked the car, quickly got out, opened the door for the two of them, and handed Ji Yang a brand new key. Mr. Ji, this is the key that Secretary Lin instructed you to give you. The room is on the top floor of Building B. Would you like me to take you up? No need, thank you, Master Zhang. We can go up ourselves. Ji Yang took the key, feeling its weight. Okay, I'll wait in the car. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. After speaking respectfully, Xiao Zhang returned to the driver's seat. Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan stood at the elevator entrance, looking at the gleaming metal door reflecting their somewhat bewildered figures. Let us go, home is up there. Ji Yang waved the key in his hand. Gu Qiuhan bit her lip, but ultimately followed him into the elevator. The elevator went straight to the top floor, and Ji Yang used his key to open the heavy entrance door. What comes into view is a well-decorated, spacious apartment with a minimalist modern style. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer views of the bustling city. Although clean, it lacks a sense of life because it has been uninhabited for a long time. Gu Qiuhan stepped into the room through the polished floor, looked around, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. How come I didn't know my family owned an apartment here? Ji Yang followed behind her, looking around at this home that was now nominally his. Hearing Gu Qiuhan's question, he explained. Secretary Lin, oh no, Mom said that this apartment was bought for you when you went to college, thinking that it was close to the school and that you wouldn't be used to living in the dorm. But you've never been here, so it's been empty ever since. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan pursed her lips, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the bustling traffic below, and spoke with a complex emotion in her voice. My mom is the same. Why not be generous at any other time, but she had to give you a house. You really got a good deal. She wasn't really heartbroken about the house, she just felt the whole thing was too surreal, and Ji Yang seemed to be the biggest beneficiary. Ji Yang walked to her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her looking out the window. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips as he turned to look at her. Senior Sister Gu, look, isn't everything developing in the direction I predicted back then? Gu Qiuhan turned her head in confusion. Which direction? Meeting her questioning gaze, Ji Yang slowly said. Of course, it was what I said on our first day of meeting, you are my future wife. It was all just destiny. Gu Qiuhan's cheeks felt a little hot. All these coincidences and arrangements, amidst their absurdity, seemed to subtly reveal an unspeakable trajectory of fate. But she refused to admit defeat and glared at Ji Yang. Oomph, charlatan. Stop with the mystification. This is clearly just your blind luck, plus my mom, she just randomly paired us up. Ji Yang didn't argue, he just smiled at her, his eyes seeming to say, "Whether it's just a lucky break or not, we'll see." The two walked around the spacious living room, and Ji Yang pushed open the door to the master bedroom, gesturing for Gu Chiohan to take a look as well. The bedroom is large, with a separate bathroom and walk-in closet. The decor continues the overall minimalist and modern style, with a large double bed standing out prominently. Just as Gu Chiohan's gaze swept across the bedside table, she suddenly stopped, her eyes widening instantly. On the clean bedside table, there was a box of unopened condoms from a well-known brand. Gu Chiohan's face flushed bright red instantly as she pointed at the box. Where did this come from?" Ji Yang looked in the direction she was pointing and was startled. He quickly waved his hand and shook his head vigorously. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. I swear this is my first time here. This really wasn't prepared by me." Just as the two were looking at each other in bewilderment, Gu Chiohan's phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat voice message from her mother, Lin Xiao. Gu Chiohan immediately clicked play. "Well, Xiaohan, I've been thinking about it, and I'm still a little worried. I bought you both condoms, and I've put them on the bedside table in the master bedroom. I was worried you two young people might be too lazy or embarrassed to go buy them yourself." Chuckles softly. "Okay, I won't nag anymore. You two, be careful, and remember what I said." The audio playback has finished. Ji Yang and Gu Chiohan stood frozen in place, with only the box of condoms lying quietly on the bedside table. Ji Yang was dumbfounded. He knew Secretary Lin Xiao was open-minded, but he never expected her to be this open-minded. This mother-in-law is too honest? She even provides after-sales service for this kind of thing? Several seconds passed before Gu Chiohan snapped out of her embarrassment. She grabbed her phone, wanting to send a voice message to question her mother, but she was too angry to say anything. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, Ji Yang wanted to laugh but dared not, and could only force himself to hold it in, feeling his stomach cramping. He touched his nose and said dryly, "That senior auntie, she really is thoughtful and caring." Gu Chiohan suddenly raised her head, her voice filled with shame and indignation as she growled, "Ji Yang, shut up." Ji Yang looked at the box containing proof of maternal love on the bedside table, and he smiled. Chapter 88: Cohabitation and Shopping. Seeing Gu Chiohan's ashamed and indignant expression, Ji Yang stepped forward and, feigning maturity, patted Gu Chiohan's shoulder, saying, "All right, senior, don't be shy. We've, strictly speaking, done it twice already." He paused deliberately, then wagged two fingers. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Ji Yang. Gu Chiohan slapped his hand away. "What nonsense are you spouting? Those 2 times were accidents. We had no choice. Who's familiar with you?" She pointed her finger at Ji Yang's nose. "I'm warning you. Don't think that just because my mother said those things, you can take advantage of me." Ji Yang found her wild and aggressive behavior extremely amusing. "Really? Senior, Mom has even thought of all the necessary measures for us. This concern is genuine. If this is fake, then all this preparation was for nothing? You." Gu Chiohan was speechless, and could only glare at him fiercely. She found that reasoning with this guy was completely pointless. He could always find all sorts of fallacies to distort the facts, and his skin was as thick as a city wall. "I don't care." Gu Chiohan grabbed the hot potato box from the bedside table and stuffed it into her pocket. "I'm confiscating this. Don't even think about that kind of thing." Seeing her childish behavior, Ji Yang finally couldn't help but chuckle. He discovered that, beneath her usual elegant and composed exterior, this senior's shy and flustered demeanor was surprisingly adorable. Okay, I won't say anymore. Ji Yang knew when to stop. "Whatever you say, senior. It was all an accident, something we had to do. We're not even close to each other, okay?" Watching Gu Chiohan turn away angrily, Ji Yang cleared his throat and slowly added, "But our little Ji Yang and our little Chiohan should already be quite familiar with each other, right? Gu Chiohan, Ji Yang. You bastard." She turned around, and without thinking, raised her hand and swung it at Ji Yang's grinning face. The slap was delivered with a whooshing sound, showing how truly enraged the person was. Ji Yang had anticipated this move and reacted with lightning speed, leaning back nimbly to dodge it, all the while shouting, "Hey! Senior! A gentleman uses words, not fists. I am not a gentleman. I am a woman."
Today I will teach you a lesson, you shameless scoundrel. Gu Qiuhan was furious when her first attack missed, and she made a move to strike again. Ji Young quickly jumped back 2 steps to create a safe distance, but his face still wore that same playful grin. Okay, senior, I was wrong, okay? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Seeing that Gu Qiuhan's eyebrows were still raised and her beautiful eyes filled with malice, he quickly changed the subject, pointed to the empty apartment, and his tone became more serious. Seriously, shouldn't we go buy some household supplies? Look here, there's nothing here except a bed and basic furniture. Anyway, you definitely won't be able to go home this weekend, right? You can't disobey your mother, Miss Gu. Gu Qiuhan slowly lowered her raised hand. She looked around the spacious but lifeless house and thought of her mother's unquestionable arrangements. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Yes, where could she go? Go home? Her mom probably wouldn't even open the door for her. Spending the weekend in the dorm? You can't even get a good night's sleep. She glared at Ji Yang fiercely. This guy, though despicable, was indeed telling the truth. Humph. She ultimately just snorted coldly, which was taken as tacit agreement. Instead of getting angry at this scoundrel, let's solve the real problem first. Seeing Gu Qiuhan's unwilling but forced acceptance of reality, Ji Yang couldn't help but laugh. Let's go, roommate? Ji Yang picked up his keys and gestured for them to enter. Gu Qiuhan walked towards the door with a stern face. The two arrived at a large underground supermarket near the apartment. Pushing the shopping cart, Ji Yang planned out pots and pans, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, towels, toothbrushes, and slippers. Gu Qiuhan followed beside him, watching him throw one daily necessities into the car, and felt increasingly strange. This scene resembled that of newlyweds or cohabiting couples furnishing their new home, but she and Ji Yang. Hey, she couldn't help but ask, buying so much, are you really planning to stay here long term? Ji Yang turned around and said matter-of-factly, of course, this is a home our mother gave us, it would be such a waste to leave it empty. Besides, it would be ridiculous if you came over on the weekend and there wasn't even a pair of slippers that fit you properly. Gu Qiuhan was taken aback and turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him. Ji Yang picked up a pair of gray men's slippers, then casually picked up a pair of light pink women's slippers of the same style in a different color. After comparing them, he nodded in satisfaction. How about this one? It looks like a set. Gu Qiuhan glanced at it and thought the pink color was indeed quite pleasing to the eye, but she said it with disdain. Who wants to wear matching outfits with you? How childish. As she spoke, she walked to the other side and picked up a pair of fancy cartoon slippers. Ji Yang pushed his cart and followed, glancing at the cartoon slippers in her hand, then shook his head with a serious expression. Senior, your taste is a bit regressive. And the sole is too thin, it won't be comfortable to wear at home. After saying that, she put the pair of gray pink slippers into the car without saying another word, and then put the cartoon slippers she was holding back on the shelf. You! Gu Qiuhan glared at him. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Ji Yang smiled innocently. Home comfort comes first. Gu Qiuhan glanced at the 2 pairs of slippers placed side by side in the car, snorted, but didn't object anymore. Well, it does look quite comfortable. Then Gu Qiuhan carefully selected 2 high-quality towels, one dark blue and one light apricot. Ji Yang leaned over and commented, good taste. Dark blue is mine, and light apricot is yours. Who made that rule? Gu Qiuhan raised an eyebrow. Deep blue is mine. What girl uses a dark-colored towel? I like it, she said, lifting her chin. Deep blue is calming. Ji Yang sized her up, then suddenly lowered his voice and chuckled mischievously. Yeah, no wonder you like wearing blue, senior. Gu Qiuhan instantly understood his implication, her cheeks flushed red, and she shoved the dark blue towel into his arms. Get lost. She snatched the light apricot one herself. The two pushed the shopping cart, piled high with goods, to the checkout counter. The cashier was a friendly older woman who chatted with them while scanning their items. Just moved to a new house? You bought so much stuff. Ji Yang nodded with a smile, while Gu Qiuhan stood to the side, looking somewhat reserved. Deep after scanning the last item, the cashier glanced at the screen, total 480 yuan. You're 20 yuan short of qualifying for the 50 yuan off promotion for purchases over 500 yuan. Would you two like to combine your orders? Chapter 89 Azure International. Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat embarrassed. My shopping cart is empty, I bought everything I needed, and I really can't think of anything else to add. The cashier noticed their hesitation, and casually took a small dark blue box from the shelf next to the checkout counter, placing it naturally on top of the pile of household items. Then you two can take this, Durex Ultra Thin Condoms, it's exactly 20, you'll need it sooner or later anyway. Ji Young. Gu Chiohan. That small, dark blue box stood out starkly among a pile of off-white tissues and green vegetables. Gu Chiohan felt a wave of heat rush to her cheeks, and even her ears turned bright red. She lowered her eyes subconsciously, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. But she still cleared her throat lightly, trying to appear calm. Auntie, this won't be necessary. Yes, yes. Before Gu Chiohan could finish speaking, Ji Yang interrupted. Then the cashier scanned the code deftly and said with a smile, judging from how you two just moved, you'll need this sooner or later. Young people, I understand. Gu Chiohan pinched Ji Yang's arm hard from below, gritting her teeth. Why did you buy this? Don't we already have some at home? Ji Yang hissed in pain, turned his head and whispered in her ear, didn't you confiscate everything from home? You. Gu Chiohan was so angry that she tried to pinch him again, but he nimbly dodged her. We are not. Gu Chiohan tried to explain, but her voice was so soft it was drowned out by the crisp ding of the cash register. As they left the supermarket, they both remained silent, deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. Ji Yang carried large and small bags, the heavy plastic bags leaving deep red marks on his hands. He casually shook the shopping bag in his hand. Let's go, roommate, I'll show you what I can do when we get home. Gu Chiohan looked at his fingers, which were red from being squeezed, and then at his seemingly embarrassed yet composed demeanor. Her embarrassment had somehow dissipated. She nodded gently, okay. Jinghai University playground. Fatty Hao slumped onto the rubber track, sweat streaming down his round face. He wailed, damn it, Lao Ji not coming today is a huge stroke of luck for him. Instructor Pan is treating us like dogs. Fu Jia adjusted his glasses and replied listlessly, that's not true. Dogs are trained much more gently than we are, at least they get treats afterward. We're worse off than dogs. While stretching her aching calf muscles, Lu Tao spoke up for Ji Yang. Can't you two be a little more responsible? Lao Ji is out on important business. He's saving lives at the hospital, helping with Li Xiaolin's mother's surgery. He's doing good deeds. Fatty Hao rolled his eyes. Accumulating good karma? I think it's more like having a stroke of good luck with women, right? I heard that the campus Belgu went along too. Who knew they'd end up in the hospital, oh dear. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit by a half-empty bottle of mineral water thrown by the girl from the fat man's dream. You talk too much. Fatty Hao said, sounding aggrieved, Yuan. In the kitchen of River Bay Apartments. The range would hum softly, and soup simmered on the stove, steaming gently. Ji Yan, wearing his newly bought, slightly flashy apron, was stir-frying vegetables in the pan while swaying his body to the rhythm of an old song playing on his phone, humming along with abandon. I am like a fire in winter, the blazing flames warm my heart. Gu Chiohan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, looking at the man in front of her who was cooking and holding his own concert at the same time. She couldn't help but complain. You look like a pile of shit to me. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang was not annoyed at all. Instead, he stopped dancing, turned around, gave her a flirtatious wink, and tossed his head triumphantly. Have you ever seen such handsome poop that can cook so well? After saying that, without waiting for Gu Chiohan's reply, he turned around again. Gu Chiohan leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his back, the aroma of food gradually wafting around her nose, making her feel somewhat unreal. I'll do more, Ji Yang said without turning his head, his hands continuing to work. Take some to Xiaolin tonight. She's been at the hospital all day and probably hasn't had anything decent to eat. Gu Chiohan was a little surprised and raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, you're actually a pretty nice person. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang suddenly put down the kitchen knife, turned around abruptly, his face solemn, and with one hand raised to his chest, he spoke in an extremely dignified tone. May the heavenly venerable grant me boundless blessings. All that I have done in my life is to help the world and save people. This mere meal is nothing to mention. Gu Chiohan was speechless. Fine, Master Ji, so noble. If you're so capable, why don't you stop asking for gifts during your live stream? You're more excited about receiving carnivals and sports cars than anyone else. Ji Yang awkwardly touched his nose, turned around and picked up the kitchen knife again, muttering to himself. How can that be the same? The live stream it's donations. It's an affirmation of my work.
By the way, Ji Yang asked as he put the chopped tomatoes into a plate, would you like the rib sweet and sour, or should I make a spicy hot pot version? Sweet and sour, I guess, Gu Chiohan thought for a moment. Auntie just had surgery, so it's better for her to eat something light. But mine, I want it spicy. Ji Yang turned around and smiled at her. Yes, ma'am. I guarantee Miss Gu will be satisfied. After the two finished eating, Ji Yang divided the food into portions. He specially made the portion for the patient light and soft, while adding some spicy sauce to the portions for Gu Chiohan and Li Xiaolin to stimulate their appetites. The two insulated bags were filled to the brim. As they took the elevator downstairs together, Ji Yang handed one of the noticeably heavier insulated bags to Gu Chiohan and said, "You should go to the hospital. I have some work to take care of here, so I won't go with you." Seeing Gu Chiohan look up at him, he immediately adopted a reassuring and confident expression and added, "Don't worry, with Zhang Mingyuan personally overseeing things at the hospital, Auntie's surgery tomorrow will definitely go smoothly. He's a reliable person when it comes to his skills." Gu Chiohan took the bag and nodded. Okay, then you go ahead with your work. Just as she turned to leave, Ji Yang seemed to suddenly remember something and called her back. By the way, it might be quite late when you get back to school from the hospital tonight. Do you want me to pick you up? Gu Chiohan stopped and turned around. Pick me up? How do you plan to do that? By taxi, Master Ji? Chapter 90 Your CEO's Personal Man. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang was not stumped at all. Instead, he straightened his back, made a hand seal with his right hand, put his left hand behind his back, gazed intently into the distance, and lowered his voice with an air of seriousness. A taxi? How could such a mundane object be worthy of someone of your status, senior sister Gu? I just had a sudden inspiration and observed the celestial phenomena last night, calculating that tonight is the perfect time to deploy heavy equipment and show off our grandeur. Let me cast a spell and summon a Type 99 main battle tank with a red ribbon tied to its cannon barrel, to come and pick you up in a spectacular fashion. How about that? Alright, you're getting more and more absurd. Gu Chiohan shook her head helplessly, shaking the heavy insulated bag in her hand. I'm not going to joke with you anymore, I really have to go. Xiaolin and her mother are probably starving. Go ahead, and be careful on the road, Ji Yang instructed. As Ji Yang watched Gu Chiohan open the car door, get into the taxi, and disappear into the flowing neon lights, the relaxed smile on his face gradually faded. He took out his phone and checked the address on the screen again. He raised his hand and flagged down another taxi. Driver, to the city center, to the Azure International Headquarters building. The driver, a talkative middle-aged man, glanced at Ji Yang, who possessed an impressive air, in the rearview mirror and struck up a conversation. Young man, do you work at Blue Ocean International? It must be hard work for you to go there so late. Ji Yang looked up, smiled politely, and shook his head, saying, No, I'm going to find someone. Looking for someone? The driver perked up. Looking for a girlfriend? A white-collar worker at Blue Ocean International, she's got class. You have good taste, young man. Ji Yang, somewhat helpless, denied it again. Master, you've misunderstood. It's not my girlfriend, it's something else. Oh. The driver drawled, his eyes growing even more eager. While waiting at the red light, he turned around halfway and looked Ji Yang up and down. The more he looked, the more he felt that the young man was spirited, handsome, and had clear eyes, and his mind began to stir. Young man, you're quite handsome, and we click. My daughter also works at Blue Ocean International. The driver said with a hint of pride, she's their boss's secretary. Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat. The secretary of the boss of Azure International? That's quite a coincidence. He smiled and agreed, that's impressive. That's right. Seeing Ji Yang respond, the driver became even more enthusiastic, reaching for his phone while still steering the car. My daughter is so beautiful. She just graduated not long ago, and she's so sensible and capable. Let me show you a picture. Master, no need, you should focus on driving. Ji Yang quickly dissuaded him, as the man's enthusiasm was too much for him to handle. It's all right, just one look. The driver had already unlocked his phone, pulled out the photo album, and insisted on handing the phone to the back seat. Unable to resist such enthusiasm, Ji Yang had no choice but to accept it, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. The girl in the photo was indeed very photogenic, wearing a business suit, light makeup, and a standard smile for the camera. He certainly looked like he had just graduated from school, with a trace of student-like innocence still lingering in his eyes.
With delicate features and fair skin, she's the kind of beauty who would turn heads on the street. Ji Young quickly and objectively gave his assessment. 7 out of 10. Good looks and decent temperament, but seems to lack a unique charm that makes her unforgettable at first glance. In short, she has small breasts. How about that? I wasn't bragging, was I? The driver asked expectantly, his tone full of pride. Yes, very beautiful, with a great presence. Ji Yang handed the phone back, offering a polite compliment. The driver was overjoyed and began to talk non-stop. Let me tell you, my daughter is not only beautiful, but also has a great personality and can cook. Young man, I think you two are a good match. Would you like to get to know each other? I'll give you her WeChat. Ji Yang smiled wryly to himself and quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, master, but I'm quite busy with my studies right now and haven't considered these things yet. Upon hearing this, the driver, though somewhat disappointed, still expressed his understanding. Oh, still a student? Jinghai University? Impressive. Studies are important, studies are important. But if you want to get to know me later, just let me know. The taxi quickly arrived at the headquarters of Blue Ocean International. As soon as Ji Yang got out of the car, the driver enthusiastically handed him his business card. Young man, feel free to contact me anytime if you change your mind. Ji Yang reluctantly accepted the business card and turned to look at the modern skyscraper in front of him. The entire glass curtain wall gleamed in the night, and even though it was already evening, most floors were still brightly lit. As expected of an international brand, they operate 24/7. These poor cattle and horses. Ji Yang murmured to himself, but Su Yuan, this little rich woman, has managed to build her business to the scale all by herself that's truly remarkable. He strolled toward the revolving door. The interior lobby is spacious and bright, with a highly designed decor and sophisticated fragrance, exuding refinement and professionalism. Just as he was about to head towards the elevator area, a transparent access control gate blocked his way. Ji Yang calmly turned to the reception desk, behind which sat a sophisticatedly dressed woman. It must be said, the receptionists at large companies are all quite attractive. Hello, I'm looking for General Manager Su, Ji Yang said calmly. The receptionist looked up and gave a standard smile. Hello sir, are you referring to President Su Yuan? That's right. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. Ji Yang paused briefly before truthfully replying, she invited me here. The exact time is undecided. She told me to come whenever it's convenient for me. The receptionist looked embarrassed. According to regulations, she cannot arbitrarily allow visitors without a clear appointment record, especially those who directly request to see the president. Just as she was about to politely decline, a clear and capable female voice came from behind her. The president does not see visitors without an appointment, I apologize. Ji Yang turned his head at the sound and saw a young woman in a beige business suit walking gracefully towards him. She had a tall and straight figure, and her makeup was exquisite, but she was flat-chested. She was the same person I had just seen in the taxi driver's phone photo. Yao Jai. The receptionist immediately greeted her respectfully, Secretary Yao. Yao Jai nodded slightly, her gaze falling on Ji Yang. She clearly hadn't seen this person in front of Su Yuan before. What is your surname, sir? What can I do for you, Mr. Su? Yao Jai stopped in front of Ji Yang. If you don't have an appointment, I can help you register, or you can make an appointment through official channels. Ji Yang gazed at his secretary, whom he had rated a 7 out of 10, a slight smile playing on his lips. My surname is Ji. Please tell President Su, he paused deliberately before speaking slowly and deliberately, that her personal man has arrived. Secretary Yao and the receptionist were both stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. A personal man? How could they remember that the CEO never got close to men? P.S. The author is asking for book reviews here. If you like it, please leave a review. I feel like I can't keep going. Please, everyone. Chapter 91. Secretary Yao's figure. Yao Jai was stunned for a moment. Sir, our CEO Su has always been averse to men. This is common knowledge throughout the company. You claim you are her personal man, but what proof do you have? Upon hearing this, Ji Yang shrugged and said, does this kind of thing even need proof? He leaned forward slightly, if proof is absolutely necessary. His gaze swept over Secretary Yao's slightly tense face, and he said slowly, I said your President Su has a small red mole on the upper left side of her chest. Does that count as proof? The receptionist's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her gaze darting back and forth between Ji Yang and Secretary Yao. What kind of gossip have I stumbled upon? Yao Jia's pupils also contracted slightly. As Su Yuan's personal secretary, she often accompanied her boss on business trips and handled various personal matters. Occasionally, in the dressing room or at the spa, she did see it by chance. Su Yuan had a small red mole that was hard to notice unless you looked closely, below her left collarbone, near her chest. This is an extremely private feature that no outsider could possibly know except for the closest people to them. Her expression changed repeatedly, and the way she looked at Ji Yang was completely different now. The previous estrangement and scrutiny were replaced by shock and a hint of panic. Could it be that President Su, really? The thought was so terrifying that she couldn't process it for a moment. The legendary misogynistic, career-driven female CEO, who treats work as her partner, is actually secretly keeping this rather young and handsome gigolo? The amount of information was so overwhelming that even the well-informed Secretary Yao felt her CPU was a bit overloaded. Mr. G, please wait a moment, I will consult with President Su right away. The receptionist who remained in place looked at Secretary Yao's almost tacit response and then at Ji Yang with curiosity in her eyes. Taking advantage of Ji Yang's inattention, she picked up her phone to share with her best friend, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, her face beaming with excitement. The gist of it is, sisters. Shocking news. A moment later, Secretary Yao hurried back. Mr. G, I'm so sorry, it was my oversight. The president is waiting for you in his top floor office, please come with me. Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction, that's more like it. The two walked one after the other towards an elevator that required a special access card to activate the president's private elevator. In the cramped space inside the elevator, Ji Yang's gaze inadvertently swept over Yao Jia beside him, lingering particularly on her somewhat flat chest for a long time. As the president's secretary, Yao Jia's ability to read people was already superb, and she had long since noticed that gaze. Unable to bear being stared at like that any longer, she turned to Ji Yang and broke the silence. Mr. Ji, is there something you'd like to ask? Upon hearing this, Ji Yang withdrew his gaze from her and turned to look at the floor numbers flashing in front of him. He drew out a as if he was thinking seriously. After a moment, he turned to Yao Jia with a look of eager curiosity and asked very seriously and directly. I do have something I'd like to ask. Secretary Yao, please don't mind, I'm just genuinely curious. I'm thinking, for a girl like you, who's probably not even in a cup, is it really necessary to wear a bra? What's the actual purpose of this thing? Doesn't it feel tight, or is it just for psychological comfort? Yao Jia's smile froze instantly, and her cheeks and ears flushed red at a visible speed. She never imagined that the first and only question this man, whom CEO Su was keeping as a mistress, would ask in the private elevator leading to the president's office would be about her, the necessity of her bra size and underwear? This isn't just offensive, it's downright humiliation and utter insanity. Mr. G. Yao Jia squeezed out these three words through gritted teeth, her chest heaving violently. Although the heaving was not very large, her good professionalism allowed her to barely maintain the last bit of rationality and not lose her temper on the spot. Please, have some self-respect. Ji Yang shrugged, I was just curious. Ji Yang added, seeing Yao Jia's speechless expression. Okay, it seems this is an academic question that can't be discussed. Never mind, I didn't ask. Just then, with a ding, the elevator arrived at the top floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a corridor in the president's office area, adorned with soft carpets and luxurious decor. Yao Jia stepped out of the elevator first, took several deep breaths, and barely managed to calm down the urge to strangle the man behind her. With her back to Ji Yang, she tried hard to adjust her expression. Mr. G, this way please. The president's office is just ahead. She swore it was the longest, most humiliating, and most infuriating elevator ride of her career. This Mr. G was nothing but a scoundrel in disguise. What did President Su see in him? Besides being handsome, what other advantages does he have? Yao Jia led him toward the president's office door. Mr. G, please. She pushed open the office door and stepped aside. Ji Yang walked in without any ceremony, strolling leisurely inside. Yao Jia followed in, standing to the side with her hands at her sides, but her gaze couldn't help but sweep back and forth between the powerful woman behind the desk and the nonchalant man in front of her. Su Yuan was sitting behind a large desk, her fingertips swiping rapidly across a tablet, seemingly processing documents. Today she was wearing a dark blue suit skirt, her long hair was tied up, revealing her elegant and slender neck, and her makeup was exquisite. Hearing the noise, she looked up, her gaze first falling on Ji Yang, her eyes flickering with a complex expression. before she looked at Yao Jiayi and nodded slightly. Jiayi, you've worked hard. President Su, this is what I should do. Yao Jiayi responded respectfully, but did not move her feet, seemingly waiting for further instructions, while in reality, the fire of gossip was burning fiercely in her heart. Ji Yang, being quite outgoing, glanced around the spacious, luxurious office with its excellent view and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, Mr. Su, this office is impressive. It's even more amazing than I imagined. Su Yuan put down her tablet, leaned back in her chair, placed her hands on the table, and looked at Ji Yang. Stop being so glib, why are you so late? Look how busy you are, master. Besides, it's not convenient to do things at night. Su Yuan was taken aback by his overbearing attitude and glared at him irritably. I called you here to discuss serious business. I was just talking about serious business. Ji Yang said innocently. The two chatted back and forth, their tone familiar. Yao Jiayi, standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. How could President Su speak to someone in such a tone? Did she just glare at him? President Su actually made a glare expression? Just who is Ji Yang? President Su seems helpless but not entirely averse to him? Chapter 92. Is he really taking care of me? She was engrossed in a brainstorming session when Su Yuan seemed to finally notice her still standing there. She raised her hand, her tone returning to its usual cool indifference. Jiayi, there's nothing for you here, go and get busy. Yao Jiayi snapped back to reality and quickly bowed. Yes, President Su. She withdrew as instructed. As she gently closed the office door, she glanced up briefly at the scene inside one last time. Ji Yang remained lazily leaning back in his chair, while President Su seemed to have no way to deal with him. The door was completely closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yao Jiayi stood outside the door, letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling that her worldview had been greatly shaken. She couldn't understand what it was about Ji Yang that President Su, who was always so arrogant and pursued perfection, saw in him. Inside the office, after Yao Jiayi left, Su Yuan looked at Ji Yang, who seemed completely relaxed, and rubbed her temples. Have you thought things through about what we discussed on WeChat last time? The nonchalant expression on Ji Yang's face faded. President Su. Boss Su. Please calm down. His voice was heavy with sorrow. Look at me, and then look at you. I, Ji Yang, am just an ordinary college student at Jinghai University, penniless, and my only fixed asset is the gift you just gave me. And you? The head of Azure International, beautiful and intelligent, with wealth and status soaring. The gap between us, this isn't just a chasm, it's like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa plus the Mariana Trench. This is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Su Yuan watched his performance quietly, her slender fingers unconsciously twirling the custom-made pen in her hand. Only after he finished speaking did she slowly and deliberately open her mouth. I know. She raised her eyes, her gaze clear and calm. I didn't expect you to immediately come to my dorm with 99 roses and sing me a love song, nor did I demand that you only have me in your world. Ji Yang blinked, huh? Su Yuan leaned back slightly, settling into the soft leather chair back. My request is very simple. When I feel tired, or when I just want to talk to someone, you can come and keep me company. Maybe it's just having a meal together where we won't be disturbed, or like now, we can just chat about anything. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your campus life. You have your normal social life and freedom. Our relationship can be very pure and simple. Ji Yang truly understood this time. So, Mr. Su, what you mean, in layman's terms, isn't it? He gestured with his finger between himself and Su Yuan. You want to be my sugar daddy? Meeting his gaze, Su Yuan slightly raised her meticulously drawn eyebrows, parted her red lips, and gave an unequivocal answer. You can understand it that way. And I think it will be a mutually beneficial and pleasant relationship for both of us. Ji Yang was overjoyed. What a wonderful thing! Being kept by a top-tier rich woman, and a stunningly beautiful one at that, is like a windfall from heaven, and a Michelin 3-star meal at that. However, Ji Yang is not the kind of person who can be easily corrupted by sweet talk. You have to pay more. His face immediately fell into a worried expression. He coughed and put one hand on his lower back. Well, Mr. Su, you have no idea. Ever since you treated me like a gigolo last time, my health has been ruined. My back, liver, kidneys, oh dear, they hurt every day, every night. I've taken countless supplements, but I'm still incredibly weak. This cost.
Su Yuan was perfectly aware of his clumsy performance and blatant innuendo. She interrupted him irritably, took a black bank card from the drawer, and slammed it onto the table in front of Ji Yang, making a crisp sound. "Alright, stop pretending in front of me. This is a supplementary card. The credit limit should be enough for a student like you to spend as much as you want." Ji Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the card, looked down at the black card, and grinned from ear to ear, unable to suppress a silly laugh. He, as expected of President Su, the boss. He has such high emotional intelligence, is so sensible and considerate. He was happily contemplating how much money he'd have in the card and how to spend it, no, how to plan it out, when he looked up and the sight before him made him freeze instantly. Behind the desk, Su Yuan had stood up at some point and was facing away from him, gracefully and quickly unbuttoning her expensive dark blue suit jacket. She casually draped her coat over the back of the chair, followed by her silk blouse underneath. In just a moment, when she turned around, she was only wearing her most intimate personal clothing, which outlined her well-maintained slender figure. Ji Yang was completely dumbfounded, his mind not quite processing what was happening, and he stammered. No. Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Su Yuan stood calmly before him, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, tilting her head slightly, and asked him in return. "It wasn't me who did it. You need to think carefully about what you should do." Ji Yang stuffed the black card into his pocket. After doing all this, he quickly raised his hands and refused, saying, Oh. Mr. Su. Boss Su. This is absolutely not allowed." As he spoke, his eyes darted around, avoiding direct gaze at the almost half-naked Su Yuan. His gaze wandered in all directions before finally settling on the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The afterglow of the setting sun had not yet completely faded. Look. It's not completely dark yet. Our ancestors said it's called broad daytime announcement, cough. This has such a bad influence." His gaze swept quickly across the luxuriously decorated, business-like office, especially the large solid wood desk that could be used as a bed, and his lips twitched slightly. "Besides, this is an office. A serious, formal place where we discuss deals worth hundreds of millions. What kind of behavior would we be doing here? What if a secretary suddenly knocks on the door to deliver documents, or the cleaning lady comes in to clean? I'm not afraid of being shameless, but Mr. Su, your reputation can't be ruined." "Su Yuan, what are you pretending for?" Chapter 93. We weren't talking about business just now, we were clearly doing business. On the solid wood desk, documents were scattered all over the floor. Su Yuan sat on the solid wood desk, revealing her fair legs. Her hair was messy, her cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Ji Yang in front of her with a dreamy gaze. "Ji Yang, were you putting on quite a show just now?" Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's anger flared up instantly, his eyes darkened, and he showed no mercy. He bit Su Yuan's earlobe and growled in a low voice, "Try saying that again?" Su Yuan gripped the edge of the table tightly with both hands, trying to hold on, but her voice was trembling with tears. "Ji Yang, I was wrong." Ji Yang sneered. "Wrong? Mr. Su, it's too late." Su Yuan screamed repeatedly as she was tortured. No. Ji Yang's eyes darkened, and he clapped his hands several times. Su Yuan murmured, tears streaming down her face, "Ji Yang, stop torturing me, I'll do whatever you say." Outside the president's office, Yao Jiayi raised her hand to check her watch for the third time. Ji Yang has been inside for almost 2 hours. It was quiet inside the solid wood door, with its excellent soundproofing, blocked out all noise. She hesitated, pacing back and forth at the door, feeling uneasy as she thought of Ji Yang's unreliable manner. Although President Su was assertive, she is, after all, a woman. Spending so much time alone with that outspoken guy. She finally couldn't contain herself any longer and tiptoed closer to the crack in the door, trying to catch even the slightest movement. At first, there was silence. Just when she thought they might be having a quiet conversation inside, a very faint, suppressed sound came from inside. She held her breath and tried to discern the details. It was President Su's voice, trembling in a way she had never heard before. "Ji Yang, I don't want it anymore." Yao Jiayi frowned. "Don't want it anymore? What do you mean, don't want him to continue reporting? Or don't want any of his proposed solutions?" Before she could think it through, Su Yuan's scream suddenly came from inside. Then everything fell silent, a deathly silence. Yao Jiayi's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition instantly gripped her.
She disregarded all etiquette and rules and raised her hand to pound on the door. President Sue. President Sue, are you all right? President Sue? There was no response from inside the door. Her heart sank, and cold sweat broke out in her palms. Could it be that Ji Yang is really so audacious as to do something to President Sue? Just as she was anxiously considering whether to call security or even the police, Su Yuan's voice finally came from inside the door, sounding noticeably tired and hoarse, her breath weak. I'm fine. That sound doesn't sound like anything's wrong at all. Yao Jiayi became even more worried. President Sue, are you really all right? Should I come in? No need. Su Yuan's voice rose slightly, though it was still weak. I'm fine, just a little tired. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Yao Jiayi opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. She glanced worriedly at the closed door and stood there waiting. Inside the door, the spacious office was in a mess. Su Yuan sat in the chair, her hair soaked with sweat and plastered to her forehead. Her expensive suit was wrinkled, and she looked like she had just been pulled out of the water. Ji Yang stood to the side, slowly straightening his clothes, looking at Su Yuan, who was panting heavily on the sofa. President Sue, this is nothing. Didn't you agree to take care of me? You can't even handle this little bit of exercise? Su Yuan didn't even have the strength to glare at him anymore. She could only express her resentment and anger through her eyes. Ji Yang finished dressing, glanced at Su Yuan, who was sprawled on the sofa and could barely move a finger, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. He turned to leave, but behind him came Su Yuan's defiant voice. Go back, and take good care of yourself. You gave me a rather ordinary feeling. Ji Yang paused, turned around abruptly, and placed his hands directly on his belt, as if to undo it. Oh? It's just so-so? Looks like the service wasn't up to par. I'll have to redo it until the customer is satisfied. Seeing this, Su Yuan's feigned composure crumbled instantly, a hint of panic flashing across her face. She hurriedly waved her hand with all her might. No. No. I was just kidding. You should leave now. Seeing her instantly transformed from a high and mighty female CEO back to her original self, Ji Yang smiled with satisfaction. Only then did he truly turn around, wave his hand casually, and open the heavy door to the CEO's office. As soon as the door opened, he saw Yao Jiayi standing outside like a pillar. She had clearly not left. Her face was filled with worry, curiosity, and a lingering anxiety. Ji Yang's gaze swept over her, lingering deliberately for a moment on a certain flat area, before he made no attempt to hide a sound. Tisk. Then, as if he had seen something very regrettable, he shook his head, said nothing, put his hands in his pockets, whistled off-key, and strode away from the dumbfounded Yao Jiayi with an air of indifference. Yao Jiayi was initially confused by his tisk and meaningful look, but then she realized what he meant and her cheeks flushed red. A mixture of shame, anger, and speechlessness surged to her head. She looked down at herself, then at Ji Yang's disappearing figure, and was so angry that she almost crushed the tablet in her hand. That bastard! That scoundrel! That scumbag! Suppressing her anger, she gently knocked on the door. President Sue, it's me, Jai. Is this a convenient time for you? There was a few seconds of silence inside the door before Su Yuan's hurried and weak voice came through. Wait a minute. Yao Jiayi waited outside the door for a few more minutes, and the strange feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, Su Yuan's voice came from inside again, seemingly having regained some strength, but still carrying an undeniable weariness. Come in. Yao Jiayi pushed open the door and entered. Su Yuan had already sat back down in the chair behind her desk, trying to maintain her usual dignified demeanor. But her slightly disheveled hair, her cheeks that hadn't completely lost their blush, and her eyes that were noticeably less sharp and more watery and dreamy than usual, all indicated that what had just happened was no ordinary conversation. President, are you all right? Yao Jiayi asked cautiously, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across the large solid wood desk, near the spot where Su Yuan usually sat, which seemed to be damp with tea. Out of her secretary's instinct, Yao Jiayi subconsciously reached for a tissue to wipe it away. Mr. Su, there seems to be some spilled tea on this table. Let me wipe it for you. No need. Su Yuan reacted quickly, a blush spreading across her face. It's nothing. Just a minor accident, I can handle it myself. You don't need to worry about it. Yao Jiayi's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Seeing her boss's unusual reaction, and recalling Ji Yang's arrogant and smug demeanor when he left, and now seeing the president's disheveled hair. She instantly realized that what they had just discussed wasn't business, but rather a business transaction. Chapter 94. Ji Yang is no good? When Ji Yang left Blue International, it was already dark. He touched the maintenance fee in his pocket. Although he had received the maintenance fee, the weekend had not officially started yet, and he still had to go back to his school dormitory tonight. Thinking that it might not be safe for Gu Chiohan to go back to school alone from the hospital, he stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the first municipal hospital. When I arrived at the cardiac surgery floor of the hospital, I found that the light in Director Zhang Mingyuan's office was still on. Ji Yang was somewhat surprised. He walked over and leaned against the doorframe, watching Director Zhang inside reviewing medical records. Oh my, isn't this our Director Zhang? Still on duty so late, what a compassionate doctor. Truly admirable. When Zhang Mingyuan looked up and saw it was him, he immediately put down the medical record in his hand and stood up. He. Mr. Ji, you've arrived. I will naturally personally oversee every step of the process for the patient you entrusted to me, to ensure that everything goes smoothly before the operation, so that I can live up to your trust. Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction, walked over, and patted Zhang Mingyuan on the shoulder with just the right amount of force. Good, not bad, conscientious and responsible, highly professional. I've seen the seriousness in you since you were a kid, you're sure to have a bright future. When this young man, who was more than a decade younger than him, patted Zhang Mingyuan on the shoulder and said, I've watched you grow up since you were a child, the corner of Zhang Mingyuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. But remembering Ji Yang's unpredictable methods and the life-saving grace, he could only force a smile and repeatedly agree. Are they still in the ward? Ji Yang gestured with his chin towards the VIP ward. Yes, Miss Gu and Miss Li are both with the patient, Zhang Mingyuan quickly replied. Ji Yang said no more, put his hands in his pockets, and sauntered toward the ward. As he approached the door, he heard Li Xiaolin and Gu Chiohan talking in hushed tones inside. He paused, his eyes darted around, and then quietly moved to the door, becoming an eavesdropper. From the ward. Chiohan, I'm telling you the truth, don't think I'm being long-winded. Junior Ji is really quite good. He's good-looking, capable, and most importantly, he has a good character. He's reliable in times of crisis. Look at my mom's situation, if it weren't for his help in contacting Director Zhang and resolving such a big expense issue, I really wouldn't know what to do. We're already sophomores, almost 30, no, I mean we're getting more and more mature. If we meet such a great junior, we shouldn't be too picky. Just go for it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ji Yang, standing outside the door, was overjoyed. Senior Xiaolin. You have such a keen eye. You're so good at judging people. No wonder you're someone I've helped before, you're so sensible. That was a brilliant assist. Inside the hospital room, as Gu Chiohan listened to her friend's earnest advice, the image of her mother, Lin Xiao, forcefully trying to matchmake her, and the apartment where they were already arranged, uncontrollably surfaced in her mind. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness wash over her, and she couldn't help but let out a long, quiet sigh. This sigh was full of twists and turns, containing too many complex emotions that were difficult to express. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, I'm not being picky, it's just that my mom's family is practically forcing us to live together. What can I say? How can I be picky? However, before she could utter her helpless explanation, Li Xiaolin heard her meaningful sigh and her thought process took an unexpected turn. She interrupted Gu Chiohan before she could finish speaking. Chiohan? Why are you sighing so heavily all of a sudden? Could it be that junior brother Ji, he has some unspeakable problem in that area? Is it not working? That can't be. He looks so energetic and full of life. He's also quite fit. Don't they say men don't start to decline until they're at least 25? How old is he? This is way too early. Oh dear. Before she could finish speaking, Li's mother, who had been resting with her eyes closed on the hospital bed, heard her. Although Li's mother was weak, she couldn't help but open her eyes as she heard her daughter's words becoming increasingly absurd. With a hint of reproach and helplessness, she gently scolded her. Xiaolin. What nonsense are you spouting, young lady? You can't even keep your mouth shut, what kind of behavior is this? Ji has helped us so much, how can you talk about her like this behind her back? When her mother scolded her, Li Xiaolin realized she had spoken out of turn. She quickly covered her mouth, playfully stuck out her tongue, and blushed. She dared not utter another word. Ji Yang, standing outside the door, froze instantly with a smug expression that shattered into countless pieces. No.
No? This is the most vicious and baseless slander and provocation against his masculine dignity. He wished he could kick the door open right now, grab Gu Chiohan's hand and press it against his chest, let her feel what a strong and powerful heartbeat was like, and then find a place to properly prove whether he was capable or not. Li Xiaolin. I'll remember you. I just praised you for being sensible, and now you're spreading these kinds of rumors about me? And Gu Chiohan. Why are you sighing for no reason? Am I really going to have to wear this I'm no good label like this? With a dark expression, he stood there for a while, pretending to have just arrived, then raised his hand to knock on the door before pushing it open and entering. When the three people in the ward saw him suddenly appear, Li Xiaolin was visibly guilty, her eyes darting around, and she didn't dare to meet his gaze at all. Gu Chiohan looked completely bewildered. Li Xiaolin forced herself to remain calm and broke the delicate silence by speaking first. Junior Ji is back? He's here to pick up Chiohan, right? Ji Yang glanced at her with a forced smile, a look that sent chills down Li Xiaolin's spine. His tone was fairly normal. Yes, it's getting late. I was worried about my senior's safety going back alone, so I came to pick her up and we'll go back to school together. Senior, we should go now. We'll come back to see Auntie tomorrow. Gu Chiohan glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late. She nodded and said to Li Xiaolin. Xiaolin, we'll head back now and come back tomorrow. Li Xiaolin quickly waved her hand. I can manage on my own, you guys go back now. Just as Gu Chiohan turned to leave with Ji Yang, Li Xiaolin quietly tugged at her sleeve, leaned close to her ear, and glanced at Ji Yang. Chiohan, listen to me, find some time, take Junior Ji to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, get him treated. This needs to be addressed at its root. Don't be shy, this is related to your lifelong happiness in your sex life. Gu Chiohan's cheeks flushed bright red instantly, both embarrassed and annoyed. She couldn't help but lightly punch her, scolding her playfully. Xiaolin. You've really gone astray. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 95 My Tower. Ji Yang and Gu Chiohan parted ways at the fork in the road between the male and female dormitories. I've arrived, Gu Chiohan said softly, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Ji Yang's slightly tired profile. Ji Yang gave a weak unable to muster even his usual witty banter. Back in dormitory 211, Ji Yang didn't even bother to change his clothes. He collapsed onto his chair like a lump of mud, staring blankly at the slowly rotating ceiling fan, and let out a long sigh. Hearing the commotion, Fatty Hao took a moment from his busy schedule to glance back. That glance was quite something. His round face immediately contorted with a look of utter disbelief, and he quickly took off his headphones and hung them around his neck. Holy crap! Old Ji? Fatty Hao slid his swivel chair next to Ji Yang, leaning in to examine his face, which was etched with utter despair. What's wrong with you? You looked perfectly normal when you left this morning, saying you were going to take care of some important business. How come you come back looking like you've been gang raped by dozens of strong men? We stand at attention and march in the sun all day and come back full of energy to play games. You're not right. He stroked his double chin, his small eyes narrowed into slits, scanning Ji Yang up and down. TSK, look at you, pale-faced, with unfocused eyes and weak limbs. Confess honestly, did you encounter some kind of life-draining monster? Or were you thoroughly drained by some rich and powerful woman? Squeezed dry? Ji Yang muttered. He rushed up to Fatty Hao, slammed his hands on the armrests of the gaming chair, bent over, and stared intently into Fatty Hao's small eyes. Fatty Hao. No. Old Ji? You calm down. Calm down. I know I'm handsome, dashing, and as good-looking as Panin. But do you have to stare at me so desperately? I'm an artist, not a prostitute. I like girls. Cute and adorable girls. How did that fatso know? Did he plant a camera on me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Or is it that my face clearly says I just got ripped off by a rich woman? Or rather, once a man is labeled as incapable, he will exude this weak aura of helplessness and being hollowed out from the inside out? He stared intently at Fatty Hao. Fatty, what did you just say? What did you mean by squeezed dry? Who told you that? Or, did you see something? Fatty Hao was completely bewildered by his question, blinking his small eyes blankly and spreading his hands innocently. Ha? What did I say? I just saw you looking, like a kidney-deficient young master, ugh. I mean, like you're severely exhausted, as if your body has been hollowed out, so I just made a casual analogy to lighten the mood, okay? What's wrong? Could it be? Did I really hit the nail on the head? You really went to do some special business negotiations? Come on. Tell me the details. I need the details, buddy. Get out of here. Ji Yang interrupted Fatty Hao's increasingly outrageous fantasies in an annoyed tone. Your mind is filled with nothing but this lewd nonsense. I'm exhausted from all the work and worrying about my classmate's mother's surgery. Don't you understand? Helping others is a joy, it's about giving back. Do you understand? It's a noble state of mind.
After saying that, he ignored Fatty Hao's mutterings. Then Fu Jie suddenly said, "It's rare in history to see someone who's been drained of their vital energy by a female demon just for helping others."
Ji Yang turned around abruptly, looking at Fu Jie sitting on the floor below the bed in disbelief. No way, Lao Fu? Even you. Old Ji, if we eliminate all the impossible factors, what remains, however unbelievable, is still the truth.
Based on my observation, your current symptoms, such as pale complexion, slightly sunken eyes, lethargy, and slow reaction, do indeed conform to the typical manifestations of deficiency of essence in qi in traditional Chinese medicine theory.
To put it simply.
He paused, then uttered 4 words, severely damaged.
Even Fu Jie said that, and Ji Yang felt like he was suffocating. Lu Tao had just returned from the bathroom, drying her wet hair with a towel while listening to their conversation, and couldn't help but chime in. Old Ji, Fu Jie is right. You look like you've been drained of your yang energy by a vixen. What happened? What earth-shattering thing did you do this afternoon? Fatty Hao nodded frantically in agreement. That's right. My tower is right.
Lu Tao paused in drying her hair, then glared at Fatty Hao with annoyance.
It's Tao. Not Tao. Who's your Tao?
The pun sent a chill down his spine. Ji Yang, who was already in a bad mood, couldn't help but join in the Tu Chao, a form of online commentary criticism at this moment.
He glanced sideways at Fatty Hao. Yes, how old is our tower? It's a waste of his talent to be a servant for our Fatty.
His gaze swept meaningfully over Fatty Hao's round, rather large belly, then slowly moved downwards.
He shook his head and let out a meaningful sigh. Fatty, you, sigh, what a pity. I guess they don't have a children's size for you. Ah, what a shame.
Fatty Hao was stunned for a moment, then his entire chubby face visibly turned a deep liver color.
The thing a man can't stand most is being questioned. Bullshit. You're talking nonsense. I'm as mighty as a man.
Fatty Hao immediately panicked, jumping up from his chair. In an attempt to prove his innocence, he even reached for the belt of his athletic shorts.
I'll prove it to you. I'll show you what it means to. Holy crap. Fatty. Stop.
With lightning speed, Ji Yang rushed forward and firmly pinned down Fatty Hao's restless, chubby hands, his voice trembling with fear.
Stop. Stop your supernatural powers. You mustn't. You absolutely mustn't.
He tried to stop him forcefully while lowering his voice and warning him with a terrified expression.
Fatty. Calm down. Shen He is watching. If this footage gets broadcast, our entire dorm will be banned. Permanently.
After being yelled at by Ji Yang, Fatty Hao's feverish mind cooled down slightly, and he stopped moving, but his resentment only intensified. Instead of restraining himself, he snorted smugly and stuck out his round belly.
Humph. Old Ji, what do you know? My ultimate weapon is so powerful that even Shen He above would tremble at the sight of it and automatically censor it with mosaics. Do you even know what nuclear weapon level deterrence means?
He became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, and a shyness and longing that seemed completely out of place on his chubby face appeared, and his voice softened a bit.
Besides, this is for my Yuan. It's sacred. And,
as if he were about to announce some momentous decision, he took a deep breath, his face displaying an almost reverent solemnity, and said in a resounding voice.
And my first time. I don't want to use tower. Chapter 96 Finger Boyfriend. Ji Yang and the other two.
Lu Tao, who had just finished drying his hair, dropped the towel on the ground. He stared at Fatty Hao's complex expression, which was both smug and shy, and felt that his worldview had been shaken like never before. For the first time, he discovered that his name could be tainted in this way. Seeing his roommates' collectively petrified expressions, Fatty Hao became even more smug. He patted Ji Yang's arm, which was still on his hand, signaling him to let go, and then casually adjusted his belt, which hadn't been untied.
Now you know how powerful I, Fatty, am, right?
She raised her head, looking down at Ji Yang with her nostrils, so, don't casually question a man's fundamental nature. Especially a man like me, with faith and principles. Ji Yang silently let go of the fat man's hand, took 2 steps back, and felt that being with this fat man was causing his IQ and morals to decline in tandem. He waved his hand weakly. All right, fatty, you're amazing, you're mighty, you're nuclear level, sacred and inviolable. I was disrespectful. Just then, Fu Jie threw out another crucial question. He glanced at the time and asked, Old Ji, judging from your condition, can you handle tonight's live stream? Don't fall asleep in the live stream, or run out of energy halfway through a fortune-telling session, or you'll ruin your reputation. Live stream? Ji Yang was taken aback, rubbing his throbbing temples. He had almost forgotten about it. That's right, he still has to go live every night without fail to maintain his image as Master Ji and his income. This is his path, and he can't easily let it end. Broadcast. Of course we'll broadcast it. My cultivation is profound, my spirit can roam freely in the void, and I can communicate with yin and yang without any hindrance. How could mere worldly affairs and weariness affect my grand vow to save all living beings? He forced himself to straighten his back, trying to make himself look more dignified and vigorous, but his slightly bluish eye circles, pale lips, and the barely perceptible sway when he stood up ruthlessly betrayed his true nature of being outwardly strong but inwardly weak. He picked up a basin and a towel and walked towards the washroom. After I have washed up and burned incense to dispel the weariness of this mortal world, I will begin today's live-streamed lessons and guide my followers through their confusion. Girls' dormitory. As Gu Qiuhan dragged her slightly tired steps, she pushed open the dormitory door, and Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu, who had been waiting anxiously, surrounded her. Qiuhan, you're finally back. How is Xiaolin's mother? What did the doctor say? Has the surgery been scheduled? Zhang Yuan was impatient and fired off a barrage of questions, her face full of worry. Zhang Yu quickly followed up by asking, Yes, is the situation serious? Please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything we can help you with. Gu Qiuhan smiled, pulled her backpack strap up a little, and reassured her. It's all right, don't worry too much. The surgery is scheduled for tomorrow morning, and it will be performed by Dr. Zhang Mingyuan, the director of cardiac surgery. Ji Yang contacted him, saying he's a top expert in this field in China with a high success rate, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Phew, that's good, that's good. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, patting their chests, their hearts finally at ease. Gu Qiuhan felt a little thirsty and tired, so she casually put the backpack on her shoulder onto her desk. Then, as was her habit, she took off the khaki trench coat she was wearing and planned to hang it in the closet. She picked up her trench coat and, as usual, shook it casually, trying to shake off any dust or wrinkles that might have gotten on it. It was just this seemingly ordinary tremor. A small, dark blue box slipped out of the pocket and fell to the floor with a thud. The air froze instantly. The 3 girls' eyes were simultaneously drawn to the eye-catching packaging. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, but after seeing the words on the packaging, she smiled. Gu Qiuhan froze on the spot. These were condoms she confiscated from the bedside table in her apartment. She had casually stuffed them into her pocket at the time, but then a series of events made her completely forget about them. Looking at the small box on the ground, her cheeks flushed bright red. This is the legendary bullshit condom. Zhang Yuan stammered, pointing at the thing on the ground, when suddenly a thought struck her. You and Junior Ji did it again? Didn't you go to the hospital today? It's not what you think. Gu Qiuhan hurriedly bent down to pick it up. My mom put this in the apartment. I put it away because it was in my way. An apartment? Zhang Yuan seized on the key point. You've met each other's parents? And you're living together? Now things are really messed up. The more they try to explain, the worse it gets. The more anxious Gu Qiuhan was to explain, the redder her face became, and her flustered appearance seemed like a complete attempt to cover up the truth to her 2 roommates. I understand, Zhang Yuan smiled with a wink. Young people, it's normal. Being well prepared is a good thing, Zhang Yu also said. It shows that Junior Ji is a responsible person. The more anxious Gu Qiuhan was to explain, the redder her face became, and her flustered appearance seemed to her 2 roommates like she was trying to cover up the truth. Gu Qiuhan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Zhang Yu thoughtfully added, But Qiuhan, to be honest, it would indeed be more comfortable not to wear it. Gu Qiuhan. She froze completely. Wow. Zhang Yuan immediately perked up and moved closer to Zhang Yu. Daiyue, tell us quickly.
What are your unique feelings? Zhang Yu coughed lightly and lowered her voice. Well, at first, when I wore them, it always felt like there was a layer between us, something was missing, it wasn't quite comfortable or relaxed. But if I didn't wear them? She paused deliberately, noticing the curious looks on her two roommates' faces, before slowly saying, That feeling was quite wonderful, incredibly intimate, like two peas in a pod. Zhang Yu. Gu Qiuhan finally lost her temper, grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, her face turning bright red. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to listen to this? Zhang Yuan laughed as she dodged. Qiuhan, what are you shy about? We're all adults, what's wrong with exchanging experiences? Exactly, Zhang Yu said with a grin, catching the pillow. We're just helping you with your homework. Just as Gu Qiuhan was filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could disappear on the spot, Zhang Yu suddenly bent down, picked up the hot little box, took out an individually wrapped piece, and stuffed it into Zhang Yuan's hand. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Why are you giving this to me? I don't have a boyfriend. I don't need this. Zhang Yu pushed up her glasses and said seriously, Your boyfriend can use your fingers. Zhang Yu. Are you trying to die? Zhang Yuan was both embarrassed and angry. She stuffed the food into her drawer, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 97 Ji Yang makes his appearance. Zhang Yu watched Zhang Yuan's actions. I'm just stating a fact. And, what are you doing putting it in the drawer? Do you also know that using this is more hygienic? After all, that area is very delicate, and it would be bad if it got infected. She turned to look at Gu Qiuhan. Qiuhan, since you and junior brother Ji have prepared so thoroughly, why not give a few to Yuan as spares? Zhang Yu. Stop talking. Gu Qiuhan felt like she was suffocating. It's all a misunderstanding. Ji Yang and I really didn't do anything. I understand. Zhang Yuan then came to her senses. Nothing happened. We just happened to meet each other's parents, we just happened to move in together, and I just happened to have condoms with me. And then we did it once. Gu Qiuhan was completely overwhelmed by the two's back and forth banter and could only stomp her feet in frustration. He rushed into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Outside the door, one could still hear Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu snickering. I didn't realize Qiuhan and Junior Ji were progressing so quickly. But Junior Ji does look quite handsome. In the bathroom, Gu Qiuhan leaned against the door, listening to the discussions outside, and covered her burning face with shame and indignation. Ji Yang. I'll remember this. At that moment, Ji Yang, a boy from the dormitory, suddenly sneezed several times. Strange, he rubbed his nose. Who is talking about me? Ji Yang glanced at the time. It was exactly 8 p.m. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself into Master Ji mode. As usual, he set a virtual avatar, showing only the lower half of his face and his signature folding fan. The live stream started, and familiar viewers flocked in. Good evening, Master. Still so mysterious today. I love this feeling of being coy and partially veiled. Ji Yang gently waved his folding fan, his voice carrying his usual composure. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Tonight, the stars are bright, making it the perfect time to divine the secrets of heaven. As usual, we'll have 3 divinations performed together via live stream. Those with the right affinity will receive them. Just then, a dazzling golden ID entered the live stream, followed by a barrage of carnival effects flooding the screen. User Hidden Master gifted 1 carnival. User Hidden Master gifted 2 carnival items. User Hidden Master gifted 10 carnival items. The entire live stream room instantly erupted in excitement. 10 carnivals, that's 30,000 yuan. Holy crap! This guy's rich. Who is this deity? The boss is generous. Before anyone could react, the person with the gold ID posted a pinned comment. Streamer, as long as you show your face, I'll give you 10 more carnival gifts, free of charge. 20 carnivals, 60,000 yuan, just to see a face? Ji Yang paused slightly in the hand that was fanning himself. Since establishing the persona of Master Ji, he has always been known for his mystery and never shows his full face. This is also the camouflage that allows him to move effortlessly between different identities. The comments section began to polarize. Show 1. Show 1. Master, don't reveal your secrets. 60,000 yuan. Taking a look won't cost me a piece of my flesh. Ji Yang gently closed his folding fan, his voice remaining steady.
May the heavenly venerable bestow boundless blessings. My esteemed friend, I am but a cultivator, my physical form is but a shell. Why cling to it? The reclusive master quickly replied, 15. They increased the budget to 25 carnivals, totaling nearly 80,000 yuan. The atmosphere in the live stream room was almost explosive. Ji Yang remained silent for a moment. He didn't care about the 80,000 yuan he had just received the black card from Su Yuan. But this is a matter of principle, and if an exception is made, the mystique he has painstakingly built will be greatly diminished. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, my lord. He slowly began to speak. However, those who cultivate themselves have things they will do and things they will not do. If you sincerely seek divination, I will do my best, but if you are only concerned with appearances, I am afraid I cannot comply. A master possesses integrity. This is a true master. Just as the viewers in the live stream were praising Ji Yang's integrity, Ji Yang suddenly changed the subject, snapped his folding fan shut in his palm, and clearly said, 20. These 3 words were like a thunderclap, instantly bringing the already boiling live stream to a climax. Master, what is this? Where has that integrity gone? Ah, I knew it. 20 carnivals. 60,000 yuan. Who can afford that? Even the golden ID hidden master seemed to be stunned for a moment, and the comments paused for a few seconds. Ji Yang remained calm, unfurled his folding fan, and slowly waved it, flashing a sly smile at the camera. May the heavenly venerable grant me boundless blessings. Just now, I suddenly sensed that I have a very deep connection with this reclusive master. Since you are so attached to my physical form, it would be unreasonable and contrary to the Taoist principle of following the natural course if I were to refuse. His words left the viewers in the live stream completely bewildered. I have never seen such a shameless person. Master, you'll have to pay more. To describe being greedy for money in such a refined and elegant way, you truly are something else. How about it? Ji Yang asked casually. 20 carnivals in exchange for a glimpse of my true face. My benefactor, are you willing to accept this opportunity? He was gambling, betting that since this reclusive master could find his information and was so insistent on letting him show his face, he must have some ulterior motive and wouldn't give up easily. Moreover, since the other party has already demonstrated their financial strength, adding another 60,000 yuan might not be much to a truly wealthy person. After a brief silence, the live stream screen was once again flooded with dazzling special effects. User Hidden Master gifted 11 carnival items. User Hidden Master gifted 12 carnival items. User Hidden Master gifted 20 carnival items. 20 carnivals in total. Adding to the previous 10, that makes a total of 30, worth 90,000 coins. They were just casually thrown out like that. A large number of viewers flocked in from other live streams to watch, and the barrage of comments was so dense that the content was almost impossible to read. Hidden Master. He only sent 2 words, show your face. Looking at the continuous special effects and the frantically scrolling comments on the screen, Ji Yang knew that the scene had reached its climax. He took a deep breath, knowing that once he took this step, the mysterious veil of Master Ji would be completely lifted, which might bring a lot of trouble in the future. But things have come to this point, the arrow is on the bowstring, and there's no turning back. Moreover, he was also very curious about who this reclusive master who was willing to spend a lot of money to see his true face was. He reached out and slowly moved the mouse, the cursor hovering over the virtual avatar settings option that was obscuring the screen. All the viewers in the live stream held their breath, waiting for the truth to be revealed. Ji Yang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he clicked Cancel Virtual Avatar. The camera clearly captured his face, a young, handsome face with a touch of languor and a sly smile appearing before all the viewers. Chapter 98. What? You've taken a fancy to this little charlatan? Holy crap! So young? So handsome. Is this really a master? I thought he was an old man. Wait, why does this look so familiar? After a brief pause, the comments section began flooding the screen at an even more frenzied pace. The person with the golden ID hidden master did not post any more messages after Ji Yang revealed himself. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment on the other side of the city, a young woman in a silk robe lazily puts down her tablet and turns to look at her best friend who was applying a face mask behind her. See? I told you he was a handsome young man with delicate features, right? She waved the payment record on her phone. A bet's a bet? You'll go see him tomorrow. Her best friend, whom she called a reclusive master, removed the face mask, revealing a delicate yet somewhat defiant face. You spent 90,000 yuan just to prove you have good taste? 90,000 yuan for some fun, worth it. The woman in the bathrobe chuckled. Besides, haven't you always wanted to find a reliable fortune teller to check the feng shui of your new shop? I think this kid has some real skills. TCH, what a load of nonsense. Her best friend curled her lip, but her eyes couldn't help but glance at the live stream on the tablet. Okay, I'll go and meet him. My best friend finally relented. The woman in the bathrobe smiled contentedly and walked barefoot to her side. Remember to ask him if he has a girlfriend. What, you've taken a fancy to this little charlatan? It's just for fun, why take it so seriously? Ji Yang thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about what the expert meant. Anyway, with the system around, he could deal with whatever came his way. What was he afraid of? He pondered to himself, then put on a smile again and said to the camera that was clearly capturing his face. May the heavenly venerable grant me boundless blessings. Since it is heaven's will, allowing this humble Taoist to meet you all in my true form, then this is the beginning of a new destiny. Showing my face is one thing, but I can't stop divining. He then changed the subject, drawing everyone's attention back to the main point. The rules remain the same. Apart from the coins given by the reclusive master, the top 3 donors on today's donation list will have the opportunity to connect for a divination consultation. Congratulations to the 3 users: Red Dust Refines the Heart, Adorable Cat at Home, and Working Hard is Not Easy. Ji Yang looked at the list and sent out a live chat invitation. Please connect, Red Dust Refines the Heart, user. The call connected, but there was no immediate sound from the other end, only slightly heavy breathing, as if the other person was considering how to start the conversation. The viewers in the live stream also fell silent, and the scrolling speed of the comments slowed down. Master, hello. Finally, a male voice filled with a heavy sense of fatigue rang out. He sounded young, but seemed to be carrying a heavy burden. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. Please do not stand on ceremony, and speak freely of any concerns you may have. Ji Yang spoke, his gaze sweeping over the life script panel that only he could see. Zhang Wei, 35 years old. Occupation, Technical Director, Xuanfeng Technology. Current predicament: the company has brought in a senior executive from outside, internal factional struggles have intensified, the team's achievements have been stolen and seized, there is no way to appeal, the employee is physically and mentally exhausted, and has fallen into deep self-doubt. Health tip: long-term sleep deprivation and excessive stress may indicate early signs of myocardial ischemia. Master, Zhang Wei's voice was hoarse and helpless. I've been with my current company for 8 years, from its inception to now. It would be a lie to say I have no feelings for it. But in the past year, I feel extremely tired, not physically, but mentally. Many things have changed. Hard work doesn't always pay off, and perseverance might only lead to exclusion. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling, and wonder, what am I working so hard for? Is it worth it? Should I change my environment? His words resonated with many working-class people in the live stream. Ji Yang did not answer immediately. He gently tapped the folding fan in his hand. My friend, the root of your fatigue lies not in the work itself, but in the people involved, in the difference in our paths. Ji Yang spoke slowly, his words hitting the nail on the head. A faint blue aura appears in your life palace, indicating that you are being sabotaged by petty people, resulting in fruitless labor. Has someone recently taken your place in an important project, or has a promise been delayed in being fulfilled? Zhang Wei gasped on the other end of the line. How did you know? The core algorithm that our team spent 6 months developing was directly assigned to his cronies by the new vice president last week, and they even turned around and accused us of being slow. It wasn't calculated, it was observed from the chi vital energy. Ji Yang said calmly, your brows are furrowed with deep sorrow, and your wealth palace is gloomy, which is a sign of toil without reward. He then changed the subject. However, my friend, do you know that your true wealth and path in life are not in this murky water right in front of you? Zhang Wei was stunned. Master, what do you mean? Ji Yang's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, allowing him to see the confused face in front of the other person's computer. Your destiny contains the star of skill, and although its light is faint, its essence is pure. I ask you, have you privately had some different thoughts on the underlying architecture of your current projects? Perhaps you have even formed some preliminary ideas, but you lack the resources and opportunities to verify them? Zhang Wei was completely shocked this time. He had indeed been researching a new architecture called Lingshu in private. This was his personal interest, and he hadn't even told his closest colleagues about it.
Master, you even know this? Not knowing, but seeing. Ji Yang smiled mysteriously. That spark of inspiration, though suppressed by bad luck in your destiny palace, is like a candle flickering in the wind, stubbornly refusing to go out. This thing is the key to your breakthrough. He stopped being mysterious and stated it directly. The game you are in now is a dead end. Struggling against it will only waste your energy and may even damage your foundation. Ji Yang glanced meaningfully at the other party's health advisory. Why not step outside the chessboard and use the Ling Shu you've been pondering in private as a starting point to find another way? If my observation is correct, there might be someone who recognizes its value in the southeast direction. Southeast direction. Zheng Wei muttered to himself. He immediately thought of several companies in the southeast coastal region that focused on infrastructure innovation. One of them had previously extended an offer to him, but he had declined because he was reluctant to give up 8 years of accumulated experience. I understand. Master. I truly understand. Thank you. You not only enlightened me, you practically saved me. I was stuck in a rut, always trying to argue about right and wrong in that stagnant pool, forgetting that I might hold the key to creating something new. Thank you. This made my blood boil. Master, this is truly insightful guidance. I've tipped. I absolutely have to tip. It feels like I've witnessed a turning point in my life. Seeing Zhang Wei's heartfelt gratitude on the screen and the boiling atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Ji Yang smiled slightly, knowing that this divination had succeeded. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. It is good that you have come to this understanding. Remember, sometimes taking a step back is not giving up, but rather accumulating strength to jump further. Take good care of yourself. Chapter 99 Long in Disrepair. After Zhang Wei left, the atmosphere in the livestream remained lively. Ji Yang calmly extended a second invitation to connect. Next, please welcome the host of Home with Cute Cats. The connection was established, the screen shook a few times, and then a young girl holding a Siamese cat appeared. The girl's face was somewhat pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes. Master, hello? The girl's voice trembled slightly, clearly showing her unease. My name is Xiaoyu. I had no other choice but to come and ask you about my family's Nomi. The Siamese cat in her arms was unusually quiet, its deep blue eyes appearing exceptionally profound in front of the camera. It didn't look at its owner or the camera, but stared intently in a certain direction outside the frame, its pupils shrinking into thin slits. This cat has such a serious expression. Something feels off. Ji Yang's gaze swept over the life script panel that only he could see, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Su Xiaoyu, 22 years old, new media editor. Current status, mental stress, mild insomnia. Glutinous rice. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, her voice lowering even further. It started acting really strange 3 days ago. It always sits in the corner of the living room, staring intently at the new gray curtains, and makes that very deep growl in its throat. I've never heard it growl like that before. The Siamese cat in the video suddenly arched its back, its fur bristling slightly, and let out a low growl towards the direction off camera. Xiaoyu was startled and quickly stroked the cat to try to calm it down, but to little avail. It's even scarier at night, Xiaoyu's voice trembled with tears. It refuses to go into the bedroom, so it squats at the living room doorway, staring at the curtains, and doesn't sleep all night. Sometimes I have a daze, and I think I see the curtains moving, even though there's no wind. Master, do you think Nomi, did it see something that we can't see? Holy crap! My hair stood on end. Can cats really see that? Don't say anything, I'm home alone tonight. Master, please take a look. Is there really something there? Ji Yang stared at the unusually tense cat in the picture, and then looked at the corner of the gray curtain that was vaguely visible in the background behind the girl. In his vision, he could vaguely see a blurry, cold energy body huddled in the shadows of the curtains. It was a low-level wandering soul that had recently left its body, dazed and with some obsession. It was not particularly malicious, but its very existence caused strong disturbance to the living, especially to animals with keen senses. May the heavenly venerable grant boundless blessings. Little master you, there is no need to panic. Nuomi isn't sick, it's just that her spiritual senses are sharp, and she has detected something unusual. Did you drive through the Shishan area 3 days ago in the evening, and brake suddenly, causing the cat bag to fall off? Xiaoyu's eyes widened suddenly, and all the color drained from her face. How did you know? I did take that road to Shishan that day.
To avoid a dog that suddenly darted out, I braked suddenly, and Nuomi's cat carrier fell off the back seat. The clasp came undone, and it ran out. I searched for a while before finding it under the car. That area is very close to the crematorium. Shishan crematorium? Oh no, it's confirmed. I knew it. You can't just go to places like that. Hey girl, you should move soon. It's not a problem with that place. Ji Yang shook his head slightly. It was just a coincidence that it brought back a lost traveler. It meant no harm, it was just resting on a familiar, cool place. But its yin energy affected Nuomi and made your aura uncomfortable. Then, what should we do? Xiaoyu was almost in tears, tightly hugging the cat that was still growling in her arms. Simple, Ji Yang said calmly. Prepare 3 things: a small bowl of glutinous rice, place it under the curtain at noon, fully open the curtain and let the sun shine on it for half an hour. Take a 5 emperor coin or any ancient coin that has been in circulation for a long time, tie it with a red string, and hang it above the side of the curtain. He explained, glutinous rice wards off evil spirits, sunlight dispels gloom, and ancient coins protect the house. After doing these things, your guests will leave on their own. Afterward, the glutinous rice will return to normal. Really, can it really be done like this? Xiaoyu was skeptical, but Ji Yang's accurate account of her experience made her have no choice but to believe him. If it doesn't work, you can come back to me in 3 days, Ji Yang said confidently. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I'll go prepare right away. After thanking her repeatedly, Xiaoyu hurriedly logged off to prepare. Ji Yang stared at the screen, his expression calm. For him, this was just part of his daily business. He gently tapped the gavel. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. All things in the world have their own reasons. There is no need to be overly fearful, nor should one be completely disbelieving. Alright, please welcome the next person. Working people have it hard. After seeing off the restless My Cute Cat user, Ji Yang remained calm and sent out a 3rd live chat invitation. Next, please welcome the host of Working People Aren't Easy. When the connection was established, the person on the screen was not a gloomy office worker, but a middle-aged man with a goatee and sharp eyes, wearing a Chinese-style jacket with frog buttons. His background is an elegantly furnished study, with antique shelves displaying compasses, coins, and other items, and a plaque on the wall bearing the inscription Insight into the Secrets of Heaven. Master Ji, it's an honor to meet you. The man said, I am Hu Bugue. My friends in the martial arts world give me face and call me half-immortal Hu. Holy crap! A competitor is challenging us? Master Hu? I think I've heard that name before. Ji Yang raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the other person's life script. Hu Bugue, 45 years old, professional feng shui master, from a family of metaphysicians. What advice do you have for me, Master Hu? Ji Yang asked calmly, his tone as indifferent as still water. I wouldn't presume to offer advice, Hu Bugue stroked his goatee. I just feel that young people navigating the world should be grounded. That cat was clearly frightened. It'll be fine after a few days of rest. Why make such alarmist claims, saying it's tainted by unclean things? His words immediately split the live stream into 2 camps, leading to a heated debate. Ji Yang remained calm and unhurried, gently waving his folding fan. Since that's the case, why don't you ask Master Hu to show off his skills and broaden my horizons? Alright. This was exactly what Hu Bugue had been waiting for. Then I, Hu, will make a fool of myself. He took out an antique bronze mirror and pointed it at the camera. This is a family heirloom, the Ji observing mirror, which can be used to observe a person's fortune. I wonder if Master Ji would allow me to observe your fortune. Here it comes. A head-on clash. This is to directly examine the master's background. Ji Yang smiled calmly. Please go ahead. Hu Bugue concentrated his mind and muttered incantations in front of the bronze mirror. A moment later, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Impossible. Your luck, how can it be a complete chaos? Oh? Ji Yang raised an eyebrow. It seems that Master Hu's astronomical telescope has been in disrepair for many years. Chapter 100 I can't. Ji Yang almost burst out laughing when he saw Hu Bugue's disgusted expression on the screen. I can't even see my own future through the system, so what can you possibly see in this broken mirror? You'll probably just see a bunch of pixelated images. Impossible. Hu Bugue suddenly leaned close to the mirror, rubbed his eyes hard, and then slapped the mirror surface forcefully. Your destiny can't possibly be a chaotic void? It's as if it's shrouded in celestial secrets, completely unfathomable.
This doesn't make sense. Ji Yang was overjoyed. Nonsense, I'm cheating, how could you see through me so easily? Hu Bugui was so angry that his goatee stood on end. He felt he had suffered the greatest insult of his career. He slammed the bronze mirror down on the table with a bang, and said stiffly, "All right. Since we can't discern the magic weapon's power, let's put our skills to the test. Master Ji, choose one: drawing talismans, chanting incantations, or setting up formations. Let's have a real contest and see who truly possesses the skills." Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! I'm just a fortune teller who cheats with the system. No, I mean, who uses the system to see the secrets of heaven. How could I possibly know these mysterious Taoist magic tricks? But he couldn't lose face. Seeing the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen in Hu Bugui's "don't even think about ending the stream if you don't compete today" attitude, he knew he had to respond. "Since you are so hospitable, you even gave me a cigarette." Ji Yang pointed to the gifts Hu Bugui had just sent. "How could I possibly spoil everyone's fun? Master Hu, please begin your performance." Round 1, Drawing Symbols. Hu Bugui, as if he had finally found his home turf, was greatly invigorated. He took out a bright yellow talisman that looked quite valuable, held a wolf hairbrush dipped in cinnabar, focused his energy in his dantian, and shouted, "Watch closely." His wrists moved swiftly, his brushstrokes flowing like dragons and snakes, his movements fluid and graceful, making for a highly entertaining spectacle. In just a few breaths, a complex and sharp-stroked 5 thunder talisman appeared on the paper. Even more amazingly, at the moment the talisman was completed, faint lightning flashed within the cinnabar patterns, accompanied by a faint smell of burning, creating a stunning visual effect. Holy crap! The special effects are top-notch. Master Hu is truly skilled. That sounds amazing. Hu Bugui proudly displayed the talisman in front of the camera, looking at Ji Yang provocatively. "Master Ji, would you like to offer your comments? Or perhaps, show me your skills?" Ji Yang watched with great interest, and even clapped his hands. "Excellent. The brushstrokes are powerful, the structure is rigorous, and it subtly exudes the power of thunder. I am truly impressed." Then, under Hu Bugui's expectant gaze, he naturally spread his hands, looking innocent, however, as for the skill of drawing talismans. "I'm sorry, I don't know how." Hu Bugui. Live stream chat? Master, are you really that direct? If you don't know, why are you praising it so enthusiastically? Round 2, Reciting the Incantation. Hu Bugui was so taken aback by this sudden frankness that he almost choked. He suppressed his anger and decided to switch to another project to crush the competition. He straightened his clothes, quickly formed several complex hand seals in front of his chest, then held his breath and began to chant incantations. This time, he recited an even more obscure and ancient purifying heaven and earth divine mantra. His voice was sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low, with a special rhythm and cadence that made people drowsy, no, more like calmed. Some viewers even commented in the live stream that the air in their homes felt fresher. After reciting a long incantation, Hu Bugui slowly finished his practice, let out a long sigh, and saw sweat on his forehead, clearly indicating that he had expended a great deal of energy. He looked at Ji Yang again, this time with a look of absolute certainty. "This incantation can purify a region and ward off evil. Master Ji, it's your turn." Ji Yang, still looking like a diligent student listening attentively, nodded. "The incantation is pure and the power is profound. It calms the mind just by listening to it. What a good incantation." Then, he spread his hands again, revealing a slightly apologetic smile, "But, chanting incantations, I really don't know how to do that." Hu Bugui. He felt his blood pressure soaring. "Ha ha ha. Master, are you here to be funny? This is the second time. He still can't do it." Master Hu is furious. Round 3, Formation. Divine Divination and Heavenly Secrets. Hu Bugui gritted his teeth. "You keep making excuses. Do you look down on me and think I'm not worthy to spar with you?" Master Hu has misunderstood. Ji Yang remained calm and composed. "I am simply stating the facts." "Okay. The last one." Hu Bugui took out an exquisite feng shui compass and several small apricot yellow command flags. His fingers flew across the table, quickly arranging the items according to their positions. In a short while, a small but well-structured 5 elements gathering chi array was completed. The moment the formation was completed, viewers in front of the camera seemed to feel a faint, comforting aura flowing through it. This formation can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourish the body and mind, and prolong life. Hu Bugue pointed at the formation, his tone carrying the last of his pride and a hint of weariness. Master Ji, you should know how to set up this formation, right?
Ji Yang went even further this time.
He even stood up and carefully observed the formation through the screen, and made a few gestures in the air with his hands as if he were sensing the flow of spiritual energy.
Wonderful, he exclaimed again.
The layout is exquisite, the orientation is precise, and it truly feels like spiritual energy is gathering.
Master Hu's mastery of formations is astonishing. Then Ji Yang once again spread his hands.
But, as for the skill of setting up formations,
I really don't know it at all.
Hu Bugue almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like he had been made a fool of. The livestream chat was in stitches.
Can't do 3 consecutive yeses. Master is awesome. Master Hu, I've never seen such a shameless person. But why do I feel like laughing? Master, I just don't know how, what can you do to me?
Hu Bugue completely lost his composure, slamming his fist on the table.
What do you mean by this? You can't do this, you can't do that, so what can you do? Are you some kind of fraudster?
Master Hu, Ji Yang finally dropped his "I can't do it, I'm proud of it" expression and interrupted his roar. Everyone has their own expertise. What I, this humble Taoist, am good at is sitting here, peering into the secrets of heaven, and divining the fates of all living beings, not drawing talismans with a cinnabar brush or chanting incantations with hand gestures. He gently shook the folding fan that had reappeared in his hand, his gaze deepening as he looked directly into Hu Bugue's heart. Just like you, Master Hu, you are proficient in talismans and arrays, and can set up this wonderful array that gathers spiritual energy. But can you see clearly that the ritual you are about to perform 3 days later is actually a carefully designed trap? Hu Bugue's anger froze instantly at those words, his pupils shrinking sharply. What nonsense are you talking about?
P.S. 100 chapters reached. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 101 Ji Yang working overtime.
That Mr. Zhang Jianshan, who asked you to perform a ritual to pray for the project's success.
Is this person lame, and did he promise you an 800,000 reward after the job is done, and has he already paid a 200,000 deposit? Hu Bugue's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and his lips began to tremble. How could Ji Yang possibly know these details? But did he tell you? Ji Yang's voice suddenly turned cold. His real purpose is to have you secretly cast a curse during the ritual, wishing his business rival, Li Zemin, misfortune in his home and business failure? He has already arranged for people to take photos and videos while you are performing the ritual, and afterwards he will call the police to arrest you on charges of practicing evil magic and endangering society. At that time, not only will you not get the final payment, but you will also be ruined and may even face imprisonment. That 200,000 yuan deposit will be your money to buy your way out. Hu Bugue's face turned deathly pale, and he struggled to stay upright, leaning against the edge of the table. No. Impossible. Boss Zhang personally assured me. Guarantee? Ji Yang chuckled. Hu Bugue Fu, you lost your mother at the age of 3 and were sent to Qingyun Temple at the age of 7 because your father felt that your fate was too weak and that you needed the protection of the Taoist sect, right? Hu Bugue trembled. Even his closest disciple didn't know about this. Ji Yang didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and continued. What did your master, Taoist Qingfeng, say when he accepted you as his disciple? This child has an affinity for the Tao, but is easily tempted by worldly desires. You almost left the monastic life when you were 22, all for a girl named Xiaotsue. Stop talking. Hu Bugue interrupted abruptly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. These old stories, like long-buried wounds, were now being brutally exposed. Holy crap! This expert even knows about people's childhood. This is truly miraculous. Master Hu's face turned pale. Ji Yang's eyes shone brightly. You officially graduated at the age of 25, and your first job was to look after the ancestral graves of the Wang family in the south of the city. At that time, you were young and ambitious, and you predicted that someone from that family would definitely pass the imperial examination within 3 years. What happened? Hu Bugue's lips trembled. This was the greatest humiliation of his career. Not only did the Wang family fail to produce any successful candidates in the imperial examinations, but their fortunes also declined. Your legs were almost broken by the Wang family back then. Ji Yang said, word by word. It was your master who rushed over overnight, putting on a smiling face and paying out of his own pocket to make up for the Wang family's losses, which saved your leg. What were his last words to you before he died? You have the talent, but not the will. Remember, remember.
Master said. Remember to distinguish right from wrong, and don't be impatient for quick success. Hubugue murmured in response, tears welling up in his eyes. No one else in the world should know such details about this matter except him. Ji Young slowly leaned back in his chair, his tone turning cold. So, Hubugue, do you still think that Zhang Jiancheng spent 800,000 yuan to hire you to perform a ritual because he truly valued your Taoist cultivation? Do I need to tell you the name of the photographer he arranged at the ritual site? And where is he hiding? His name is Chang, Ji Young continued. He'll be hiding behind the curtains in the side hall. Hubugue was dumbfounded. Do you understand now? Ji Young gently shook his head. Zhang Jiancheng had already investigated your past. He knew you were eager to prove yourself and that what you cared about most was what happened with Master Wang back then. He set this trap because he knew your weakness. Hubugue finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground with a thud. At this moment, he was not only convinced of Ji Yang's supernatural abilities, but also felt extremely ashamed of his own misguided actions over the years. I. His voice choked with emotion as he bowed deeply to the camera. Master, I was blind, thank you for your guidance, for saving my life. Looking at him like this, Ji Yang sighed softly. Get up. Remember your master's words and distinguish right from wrong. No matter how high your cultivation in Taoism is, if your heart is not righteous, you will eventually not escape the cycle of heavenly justice. Hubugue staggered to his feet, bowed again, and then cut off the connection. The live stream room was already buzzing with excitement, with gifs and comments flooding the screen. Ji Yang picked up his teacup, slowly took a sip, and smiled at the camera. You all saw it? Fortune telling, it's about predicting people's lives and guiding their hearts. As for drawing talismans and chanting incantations, if I don't know, I don't know. I never lie. Today's 3 divinations are complete. We'll meet again if fate allows. Just as he was about to click to end the stream, the comments suddenly started scrolling wildly. No, Master. This is your first time showing your face, please stream a little longer. Exactly. Let's chat. Working overtime. We want to see people working overtime. Ji Yang looked at the enthusiastic comments and smiled helplessly. Esteemed patrons, this humble Taoist priest also needs to rest. Besides, working overtime also takes a lot of mental energy. As soon as he finished speaking, a carnival effect suddenly exploded on the screen. User champion of staying up late receives a Carnival X1. Immediately afterwards, a comment appeared on the screen, Wenhua Z, working overtime for half an hour. Ji Yang's eyes lit up for a moment, but he quickly regained his calm and collected demeanor and coughed lightly. Well, I was originally supposed to end the broadcast. However, he changed the subject, revealing a reluctant smile. Since this champion of staying up all night has such good fortune, then I'll make an exception and work a little overtime to chat with you all. But let's be clear, it'll only be a little while, okay? Ha ha ha, Master, where's your integrity? They gave in just 1 Chinese cigarette. The hermit of adding money. Ji Yang remained unfazed and calm as he watched the teasing comments on the screen. You are mistaken. This is not a matter of money, but a matter of fate. This person is willing to use a single Chinese yuan to form a bond, which shows his sincerity. I will naturally treat him with sincerity in return. He leaned back leisurely in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. Since we're working overtime, let's just chat casually. But let's make it clear beforehand, we can chat, but we won't be doing any more fortune-telling. The divination results for today are already complete. Master, besides fortune-telling, what other hobbies do you have? Has the master fallen in love? Will that Hubugue retaliate against you? Ji Yang casually replied while browsing the comments. Hobbies? Reading books, drinking tea, and occasionally, helping people solve small problems. As for Master Hu, if he were a smart man, he would already be preparing for his escape route by now. Ji Yang refused to talk about relationship issues. Chapter 102 Husband? However, netizens are not about to let him off so easily. Master, please don't change the subject. We're concerned about your personal issues. With such a beautiful and ethereal-looking streamer, is she still single? Tell me quickly. Are you keeping a mistress? Are you afraid your sister-in-law will be unhappy if you tell? Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely. Do you have a girlfriend?
From the perspective of a girl's dormitory. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, their eyes glued to their phone screens. Xiaohan. Xiaohan, look. Zhang Yu patted the edge of the bed. The comments are all bombarding your junior G, asking him if he has a girlfriend. Gu Xiaohan had her back to them, seemingly engrossed in flipping through a professional book, her tone indifferent. Whether he has a girlfriend or not is none of my business. How can it not be a problem? Zhang Yuan retorted. Some people have already come into your home, shared your bed, and taken your virginity. If he dares to say he doesn't have a girlfriend, isn't that just a scumbag who doesn't take responsibility after he's done his business? Zhang Yuan. Gu Qiuhan slammed the book shut, her cheeks flushed red, and in a mix of embarrassment and anger, she grabbed a nearby cushion and threw it at her. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you copy my answers on the final exam. Zhang Yuan wrong. Inside the upscale apartment. Two young girls, dressed in expensive silk slip dresses, nestled comfortably on a soft sofa, their smooth, long legs casually crossed. Look, Z, one of them said, swirling his wine glass and gesturing to his companion to look at the tablet screen. The comments are all frantically asking if this handsome young man has a girlfriend. She is Lin Z, the reclusive master who spent lavishly in the previous live broadcast. The girl known as Denim Zhang Danning sat on Ji Yang's clear and handsome face on the screen, her red lips curving into a playful smile, without answering immediately. Lin Z leaned close to her ear, lowered her voice, and mumbled something in a seductive tone. After hearing this, Zhang Danning blinked in surprise, then broke into an even brighter smile with a hint of mischief, and gently nudged Lin Z. Zai. This isn't appropriate, is it? It's so presumptuous of me. What's wrong with it? Lin Z confidently waved her phone, which showed the donation records she had given to Ji Yang. We've given him so many carnival gifts, what's wrong with teasing him a little? Just consider it a paid interaction segment. In the live stream room. Looking at the screen full of questions about his relationship status, Ji Yang felt even more troubled than dealing with Hu Bugui's challenge. As he was pondering how to cleverly evade the question without lying, a voice chat request suddenly popped up on his screen. The ID was, 1 Day of Peace. Ji Yang, as if grasping at a lifeline, immediately responded. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. We are very sorry to the person seeking peace and tranquility today, but all 3 divinations for today have been completed. If you wish to request divination, please come early tomorrow. However, the other party seemed to have other ideas, and quickly replied in the public chat. Master, I didn't come here for fortune telling. I just wanted to chat with you via voice call. My fingers are so tired from typing all this time. Immediately afterward, before Ji Yang could refuse again, a carnival effect appeared unexpectedly in the live stream, glittering and attracting the attention of all viewers. 1 Day of Peace followed up with, just chatting on the live stream, is one Huazi enough sincerity? Ji Yang's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately clicked agree to connect and cleared his throat. Ahem, well, since you're so kind as to invite me. Comrade Anning, hello, what would you like to talk about? The moment the connection was established, an incredibly alluring voice appeared in the live stream. Husband. That long, drawn-out husband left everyone stunned. The woman's voice continued in that seductive tone, why are you so late? Aren't you coming back to keep me company? She's wearing your favorite color today. It's white. Holy crap. A real girlfriend suddenly appears? That voice, it made my bones melt. So, Master, you really are taken? You kept it a secret for a long time. Ugh, I'm heartbroken. But, your voice is so beautiful. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? Ji Yang was frozen in place, as if under a spell, his brain's CPU temperature soaring, almost causing him to crash on the spot. What's going on? Did a Lin Dayu fall from the sky? Or is she here to cause trouble? Inside the girls' dormitory, Gu Qiuhan clearly heard the sweet husband from the live stream, and the edges of the book in her hand were unconsciously crumpled into a ball. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu didn't dare to breathe, exchanging glances and communicating intensely through lip reading. It's all over, it's all over. The Empress is about to unleash her power. This junior student Ji looks quite respectable, but I never expected him to have gotten involved with other people besides Qiuhan. The two men cautiously glanced at Gu Qiuhan, only to see her expressionlessly put down her book, pick up her phone, and enter Ji Yang's live stream. Inside the live stream, after a few seconds of mental blankness, Ji Yang spoke into the microphone. May the heavenly venerable grant you boundless blessings. This female benefactor, you may eat whatever you want, but you must not speak whatever you want. This humble Taoist is a person outside the secular world, strictly adhering to the rules of purity, and has long since severed all worldly desires and is not close to women. You calling me husband, you must have mistaken me for someone else? Or, are you playing a rather inappropriate joke on me? He had barely finished speaking and hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when another live chat request popped up on the screen. The ID was Yuri Hanfom. Ji Yang caught a glimpse of that name out of the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, damn it. The Emperor has arrived. At that moment, Gu Qiuhan, who had just entered the live broadcast room, looked at the pretentious one day of peace on the screen and heard Ji Yang's nonsense about not being close to women, and a nameless anger suddenly rose up in her heart. She bit her lower lip. Sleeping with me wasn't enough? Now you're flirting with other women in the live stream? Husband? Calling him so intimately, you've even come to the live stream? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had only wanted to watch the excitement, but now she couldn't help but click on the live chat request. Ji Yang looked at the constantly flashing live chat request from Yuri Hanfom and felt that it was more troublesome than any ominous divination. To answer or not to answer? This is a life or death question. My goodness. Old Ji, another one? Fatty Hao leaned closer to the screen, staring wide-eyed at the new live chat request. This ID. Yuri Hanfom? He's not going to call you husband too, is he? Just how many good girls do you have outside? Fu Jie also said from the side. The probability of two unidentified women having an ambiguous relationship appearing in a live stream within 10 minutes is less than 0.1% under normal live streaming conditions. Old Ji, are you being kept by a sugar daddy? Lu Tao was trying to suppress her laughter, her shoulders shrugging. Go away. Stop making a fuss. Ji Yang waved his hand irritably, feeling utterly overwhelmed. His finger hovered above the mouse, unsure whether to click or not. Just as he was lost in thought, Fatty Hao seized the moment and tapped his finger to agree. Hey! Stop dawdling, let me give you a hand. Damn it! You fatso! Ji Yang realized what was happening and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Chapter 103. We were just cooking. Ji Yang's heart was in his throat, but he forced himself to say, blessings. Boundless blessings, heavenly venerable. This, one day Hanfom, esteemed guest, hello, what can I do for you? After a brief silence, Gu Qiuhan's voice finally came through the microphone. Master Ji, she began slowly, I've heard that you are not interested in women? This Ji Yang's throat went dry. Gu Qiuhan didn't give him a chance to explain and continued. I'm really curious, was that person in the apartment this afternoon who swore he would take responsibility a ghost? Holy crap! Even bigger news. An apartment? They're living together? Afternoon? In charge? A huge amount of information. So this is the real girlfriend? And the previous one was an imposter? Master, your adherence to these rules and regulations is quite unique. Ji Yang? He was screaming inwardly. Senior. Gu Qiuhan. You really just spout nonsense. I was clearly shopping at the supermarket with you this afternoon, then buying groceries and cooking. When did I cook with you? Responsible? Responsible for what? You're clearly slandering me out of thin air. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Yu's eyes widened when they heard Gu Qiuhan's words. Zhang Yuanyuan slapped Zhang Yu's arm hard, so excited she was incoherent. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I told you. She and Junior G must have been doing that in the apartment this afternoon. Otherwise, how could she have that thing in her pocket? Zhang Yu grimaced as she slapped him. Ouch. Be gentle. My arm is going to break. I heard you. She rubbed her arm, shaking her head with a knowing look. But this junior student G is really, he has no self-control. It's only been a short time since the start of the semester, and he's already taken my Qiuhan so many times? I wonder if my Qiuhan can handle it. As Gu Qiuhan listened to her roommate's increasingly outrageous conversation, her cheeks flushed slightly, but her tone into the microphone remained icy. In the boys' dormitory. Hao Pingzi, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao exchanged glances, then all turned their gazes toward Ji Yang. Ji Yang turned around and frantically mouthed words to his three roommates, crossing his arms in front of his chest, meaning, "She's lying. That's not true. That's not how it happened this afternoon at all." However, how Pinesy and the other two shook their heads in unison, their faces full of disbelief, as they watched his anxious explanation. Fatty How even patted him on the shoulder inside. "Hey, Lao Ji, I knew it. You look completely drained." Inside the live stream, Zhang Danning, who had previously chatted with the host One Day of Peace, also became interested. Far from being intimidated by this sudden appearance of a new official wife, she interjected in a sweet, coquettish tone. "Oh my gosh, so this is how the master usually saves all sentient beings? One face in public, another in private, truly, a master of deception." Her voice carried a hint of laughter, yet it pierced Ji Yang's heart like a soft knife. It seems that the master's rules and regulations also vary from person to person? Ji Yang felt like he was suffocating. First, there was Gu Chiohan fabricating facts, then a mysterious female netizen fanning the flames, and next to her were three roommates who were just watching the drama and didn't believe her at all. This is a situation that's impossible to clear her name even if she jumps into the Yellow River. He opened his mouth, attempting a final struggle. "Gentlemen, calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. This afternoon, Master Ji." Gu Chiohan interrupted him coldly. "Some things, once done, are done. Do you want to deny it now?" Ji Yang was so enraged by this unfounded accusation that his blood boiled, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out, "I never said I wouldn't honor it. I admit it. I did it. This master dares to take responsibility for his actions. But, wow. He admitted it. He admitted it. It seems this one-day Hanfeng really is the empress. Master is awesome. He dares to act and take responsibility. Wait a minute, didn't the master abstain from women? What kind of abstinence is he talking about? Upstairs, what era are we living in? Even masters are human. How can they continue their lineage if they don't abstain from lust? Doge." Ji Yang was frantic as he watched the comments section completely veer off topic. He hadn't even finished saying the but. He quickly yelled into the microphone. "Everyone, listen to me. I never lie. I did indeed do it. But..." He strained with every last drop of strength, emphasizing each word. "I absolutely did not sleep with her this afternoon." His original intention was to clarify that Gu Chiohan had lied about the timing and to prove his innocence. However, wait, my CPU is fried. Does this mean you admit you did it, but not with her? If it wasn't her, then who was it? Holy crap! This is even more information. So, this afternoon was with another person? A peaceful day? Master, you seem to be quite busy. Speechless.jpg. A master of time management. In a positive sense. Absolutely a positive sense. As Ji Yang looked at the barrage of comments that completely distorted his original intentions, he felt a wave of dizziness and almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen. He opened his mouth helplessly, only to find that any explanation he offered seemed so pale and futile in the face of the netizen's powerful reading comprehension skills. Ji Yang's inner thoughts, "But it's true, I didn't do it with my senior in the afternoon, and I did it with Su Yuan in the evening. I'm not lying. I didn't mean that." He tried in vain to salvage the situation. "I mean, we just cooked at home this afternoon. I had..." On the other end of the call, Gu Chiohan let out a clear, sarcastic laugh that carried a strong sense of, "just as I thought." That cold laugh, like a final death knell, completely confirmed the netizen's suspicions. Meanwhile, another person on the live stream, A Day of Peace, chuckled, seemingly eager to stir up trouble, her voice still charming. "Oh, I see. It seems I've disturbed the master and someone else's afternoon time? I'm so sorry. Ji Yang." He tried to salvage the situation. "What I mean is, we just cooked at home this afternoon." Yes, Zhang Danning, who was on the live stream, immediately chimed in. "Cooking at home, huh? I know, stir-frying." The comments section immediately followed suit, fueling the fire. "No problem. Cooking at home. Doge. This cooking is not what you think. Those who know. Wow, what amazing culinary skills. You cook such delicious dishes. Simply cooking at home. Master Chef,
What dish did you cook? Is it good? Laughs. Ji Yang shouted into the microphone to explain. I'm talking about cooking over a fire. Cooking something edible. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Sweet and sour pork ribs. The kind of food that can be served and eaten. Ha! Gooch Johan replied from the other end of the video call. Chapter 104 Our Mom. Bullet comments. Keep making things up. Keep making things up. Master, please don't explain further. Ji Yang looked at the screen, at those who didn't believe him at all, and at Zhang Danning's faint, almost imperceptible laughter. He gave up completely. Ji Yang slumped in his gaming chair, staring blankly at the camera, as if his soul had been ripped away. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He simply raised his hand and silently clicked end broadcast. The screen went black instantly. The world is peaceful now. But it is only clean in a physical sense. In the boys' dormitory, Hao Pengzi and his two companions looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, and the three of them simultaneously erupted into a wild laugh that could have blown the roof off. Ha 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 ha. Old G. You're a real talent. Fatty Hao laughed so hard his fat jiggled, slapping the table, tears welling up in his eyes. Ji Yang lay sprawled on the table like a lump of mud, burying his face in his arms as if that would shut out all the sounds from the outside world, especially the merciless mockery from his three friends. A moment later, Fu Jie stopped laughing first, stepped forward, and with an expression that said, I understand you, buddy, patted Ji Yang on the shoulder forcefully and said with emotion. Old Ji, sigh. As men, we all understand. Sometimes it really is a matter of necessity, like an arrow already on the bowstring, you have no choice but to shoot. But in our 211 dorm, there's really no need to hide anything or deceive each other, right? We're all close friends who know each other inside and out. Tell the truth, what's done is done. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. We won't laugh at you, well, we won't laugh at you for long. Ji Yang suddenly raised his head, turned around, and his gaze swept over Hao Pengzi, Lu Tao, and Fu Jie's faces, three faces that he now found utterly unappealing with extreme seriousness. He said, Fatty. Tower. 4. Ask yourselves honestly. Look at this sincere face of mine. Do I, Ji Yang, look like the kind of person who would deceive my own brothers? The three reacted remarkably in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Without hesitation, they nodded emphatically and exclaimed in unison, it's just like it. Absolutely like it. Ji Yang. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is such a fake brotherhood. I freaking. I really did it this afternoon. Absolutely. I swear to my ancestors. I was cooking with senior sister Gu at that apartment in the river bend. I was cooking, literally cooking, starting a fire and cooking. She even took the food I cooked to the hospital, and also delivered some to Li Xiaolin and her mother. If I'm lying, I'll. He hesitated for a long time, his mind racing, trying to find a solemn oath that was both intimidating and could prove his innocence without actually harming him. His eyes unconsciously glanced at Fatty Hao beside him, who was rubbing his hands together and had a keep making this up look on his face, and suddenly an idea struck him. Let Fatty have me. You all know I'm terrified of pain. Is that all right? Fatty Hao was taken aback at first, his small eyes filled with pure confusion. He scratched his head and asked an academic question very seriously. Ha? Wait a minute, Lao Ji, your logic doesn't make sense. You're afraid of pain, so why am I the one who has to do the oath? What does this have to do with me? Ji Yang was in a fit of anger and, without thinking, blurted out an explanation using his half-baked knowledge of physics. You don't even understand this? The pressure formula is P equals Fs. The smaller the contact area, the greater the pressure. Fatty, you have a small area. A small contact area means low pressure, at least you can get in. The two of them? He pointed to the well-proportioned Lu Tao and Fu Jie, big area. High pressure. They can't even get in. Because I'm tight. Fatty Hao, revealing his chubby white arm, angrily pointed at Ji Yang. What the hell do you mean by that? Who are you looking down on? Ha? Believe me or not, I'll show you right now what it means for a small thing to have great power. Just as the topic was about to spiral out of control due to Hao Pengzi's anger, Lu Tao,
who had been relatively calm, suddenly and astutely grasped a key piece of information in Ji Yang's defense. He grabbed the agitated Fatty Hao, who was like a human bomb, and exchanged a shocked look with Fu Jia, who was also deep in thought.
Wait. Fatty, don't get agitated. Lu Tao spoke first. Old Ji, you just said. Senior sister Gu? Which senior sister Gu? The one we were talking to on the live stream just now, Rihan Foam, is that senior sister Gu Qiuhan? Is she the universally acknowledged campus beauty of Qinghai University Gu Qiuhan? Fu Jie also realized it instantly. You were with senior Gu Qiuhan this afternoon? And, at her apartment? You too, you've already progressed to this point? Only then did Fatty Hao, blinded by rage, belatedly realize what was happening. Holy crap! Old G, you were cooking with your senior at the apartment this afternoon. You guys. You fucking managed to snag the school beauty without a word and you're even suspected of living together? Ji Yang decided to throw caution to the wind, spreading his hands and adopting a nonchalant yet incredibly irritating expression. How about it? This. I refuse to accept this. Fatty Hao howled and pounced on Ji Yang, his chubby hands poised to grab Ji Yang's neck. Why? Why are you progressing like a rocket? I've been working like a slave for Yuan every day, serving her hand and foot, and she still hasn't agreed to be with me. And you've already moved in? It's so unfair. At this moment, Fu Jie ignored the two who were fooling around and asked, Old G, don't get cocky. What's the deal with that apartment? As far as I know, apartments over by the river aren't cheap. Ji Yang stopped dodging, straightened his collar which had been ruffled by Fatty Hao, and replied. Oh, an apartment. My mother-in-law gave it to us, saying that we could go there to stay on weekends to get to know each other better. Oh, right, she also told us to try our best to let her hold her grandson by the time we graduate from college. Damn it. Fatty Hao let go of her hand. Father-in-law? You've already met her parents? And even gave you an apartment? Just so you and her daughter can have a grandson? Lu Tao also gasped, looking at Ji Yang as if he were some rare species. Old Ji, tell us the truth, what exactly does Senior Gu Qiuhan's family do? This is too much. And your mother, no. No, I mean Senior Gu's mother, why did she give you an apartment? Ji Yang was taken aback when he heard the words your mother. Lu Tao quickly waved his hand, slip of the tongue. It was a complete slip of the tongue. It's my senior's mother, your future mother-in-law. Chapter 105 makes the headlines. Ji Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and adopted a thoughtful posture, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Well, why did you give me an apartment? He touched his chin, his gaze drifting into the distance, and said in an uncertain tone, maybe, probably, our mother simply thought I was handsome, had good character, and was a one-in-a-million good son-in-law, so she gave me away? This extremely narcissistic reason made the corners of Hao Pingzi's and the other two's mouths twitch simultaneously. As for what your family does, Ji Yang, having thoroughly whetted his appetite, noticed his three roommates immediately perking up their ears before slowly saying. To put it simply, her dad's business is doing quite well. I'm not sure exactly how big, but most of the hotels we can name are probably related to his family in some way. Fatty Hao gasped, holy crap. A business tycoon? Ji Yang smiled noncommittally. As for her mother's side, she serves the people. As for her position, it's neither high nor low. Anyway, if she wants to know about anything big or small in Qinghai City, she can basically find out. Paternal lineage a powerful tycoon. Matriarchy a powerful public figure. This is no longer just about being rich or powerful, it's the ultimate combination of money and power. No wonder he can give away an apartment so easily for his family, it's probably no different than an ordinary person giving away a fruit basket. Fu Jie's voice was a little hoarse, so... Lao Ji, when you said last time that the city secretary was your mother-in-law, you weren't just bragging? Ji Yang blinked, looking completely innocent. When have I ever bragged? I, Ji Yang, always tell the truth. Quiet. Utter silence. Seeing his roommates completely stunned, Ji Yang felt a surge of satisfaction, but on the surface, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Keep it low-key. Just keep this to yourself, don't spread it around. We're still just ordinary college students, we should focus on our studies. After digesting this massive amount of information, Fatty Hao's eyes gradually shifted from shock to resentment. He stared at Ji Yang and said softly, "Old Ji. I only have one thought right now." Ji Yang felt uneasy under his gaze and subconsciously shrank back. "What are you thinking?" "Fatty, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless." Fatty Hao spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone chilling. "I want to be on the news tomorrow." Ji Yang? He didn't react for a moment. "In the news? In what news? What are you trying to do?" Fatty Hao slapped his thigh and shouted in grief and indignation. "I've even thought of a headline. It'll be shocking. Bloodshed in a male dormitory at Jinghai University. Suspected tragedy stems from roommate's life winner attitude. Or to put it more bluntly, the fall of a wealthy family's son-in-law, the roommate's jealousy and the knife." As he spoke, he made a move to pounce on him again. "No, no, no. Fatty. Calm down. Spare his life." Ji Yang was so frightened that he jumped up from his chair and backed away. Looking at Fatty Hao's grief and indignation fat face, and at Lu Tao and Fu Jia beside him who, although they hadn't made a move, were clearly watching silently, he knew that he wouldn't get through this without paying a price. "Tomorrow." Ji Yang raised his hands and shouted rapidly, "Tomorrow. Tonight. At that newly opened Imperial Cuisine restaurant outside the school. My treat. Order whatever you want. I'll pay." Upon hearing the words Imperial Cuisine Workshop, Fatty Hao froze instantly. That shop has a high average spending per person. They usually only dare to look at the sign when they pass by. "Order whatever you like?" Fatty Hao's small eyes gleamed with suspicion. "Order whatever you like." Ji Yang gritted his teeth and confirmed, his face showing pain but unwavering determination. "Does that include alcoholic beverages?" Lu Tao added at the opportune moment. "Yes. Yes, yes." Ji Yang went all out. "As long as you can eat and drink, there's plenty." Fu Jia opened his phone, checked the menu of the Imperial Cuisine restaurant, and then nodded, indicating his approval of the ransom plan. The murderous aura emanating from Fatty Hao vanished instantly, his expression changing faster than flipping through a book. His chubby face instantly plastered with a fawning smile as he rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to Ji Yang. "Hey, brother Ji. Look at you, why are you being so polite? We're brothers, talking about money, no, talking about food is too much of a misunderstanding." He diligently helped Ji Yang straighten the chair that had been knocked askew. Come, brother Ji, sit down. I was just joking with you earlier, Fatty. How could I really lay a hand on you? We're half brothers." Ji Yang looked at the chair that had been straightened, then at Fatty Hao's chubby face, which was full of sincere smiles, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, Can you do it?" Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao immediately pounded his chest loudly, his fat face trembling. "Look at what you're saying, brother Ji. You're being too polite. Why are you being so formal with me?" Without saying a word, he used his sturdy strength to half push and half press Ji Yang back into the chair. Even as his bottom touched the chair, Ji Yang still felt a little uneasy. He looked up and muttered to himself. "Then, you won't knife me while I'm asleep in the middle of the night, will you? Old Ji." Fatty Hao finally reacted. "What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm the kind of person who smiles to your face and stabs you in the back? What happened to our trust? Is it only worth a meal at the Imperial Kitchen?" Ji Yang was sprayed with spittle. "I was just in case, after all, what I just said was a bit hateful, huh?" "Is that a little bit?" Fatty Hao exclaimed. "That's absolutely outrageous. It's an outrage against both gods and men. But..." He changed the subject, patting his chest again. "I, Fatty Hao, have always acted with integrity and honesty. If I can't persuade you, I absolutely won't do anything to you. If I say I'll only rip you off for one meal, there will never be a second one. Unless you brag about it again next time." Ji Yang. Lu Tao finally couldn't help but laugh out loud and came over to smooth things over. All right, Lao Ji, stop worrying. Fatty may seem unreliable, but he's incapable of doing something like this underhanded. At most, my hand will slip a little when ordering tomorrow, and I'll order a few more hearty dishes." Fu Jia turned off his phone screen and concluded his speech. "In conclusion, your life is safe, but your financial security faces significant challenges. We recommend that you prepare your funds in advance." Hearing his roommates say that, Ji Yang finally felt a little relieved. He sighed helplessly and nodded resignedly. All right, you can eat as much as you want tomorrow. I can handle it. After a night of commotion, the dormitory finally returned to peace. The three of them, Halpingzi and his companions, were quite satisfied with their plans for tomorrow's feast and climbed into bed one after another. He took out his phone, the cold light from the screen illuminating his somewhat uneasy face. He unlocked his phone, opened WeChat, and swiped through the list, finally stopping at the ID that made him feel a little guilty. Hanfeng in one day. Ji Yang, I took a picture of Hanfeng and licked her little toes. Chapter 106 Delicate Feet. Ji Yang, unsure how to break the ice, simply tapped the tap function on WeChat and subconsciously tapped Gu Chouhan's profile picture. Then, he saw the line of small text that popped up on the screen, making his pupils dilate in shock. I patted Yuri Hanfeng and licked her little toes. Ji Yang's inner thoughts? No. How come Senior Gu, who usually seems so aloof and unapproachable, has such a childish tap suffix? He casually patted his own profile picture. The screen displays. I patted myself and said, "You're so handsome." Yes, that's normal, it aligns with his self-perception. Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Gu Chouhan replied to the message, her tone clearly disdainful. Gu Chouhan, why are you being so narcissistic in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Ji Yang was immediately displeased upon seeing this. Who's narcissistic? It's clearly your patting that's more outrageous, okay? Ji Yang, me, narcissistic? Black guy with a question mark face. Ji Yang, and what about you? You think everyone loves licking your feet? After sending the message, Ji Yang realized that something about it was off. It sounded strange, it wasn't very aggressive, but the insults were also a bit odd. Sure enough, Gu Chouhan's reply immediately came with a murderous intent. Gu Chouhan, Ji Yang, I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you're already picking a fight? Gu Chouhan, that was my roommate who messed with my phone. Do you think everyone's as narcissistic as you? Ji Yang, oh, so it was my roommate who changed it. Ji Yang, but speaking of which, Senior, your foot. Ji Yang, it really smells delicious. After sending the message, Ji Yang waited for a while, but Gu Chouhan did not reply. Inside the girls' dormitory. Gu Chouhan's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Ji Yang's last message. It really smells good. She felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Zhen. You. Look what you've done. What a terrible mess you've made of this clapping. It's so embarrassing. Zhang Yu took off her headphones, blankly took the phone Gu Chouhan tossed to her, and after seeing the chat history, instead of feeling guilty, her eyes lit up. Oh dear, what's so embarrassing about that? Chouhan, I'm not exaggerating, but I've already taken a close look at your feet. They're well proportioned, with rounded toes, fair skin, and slender ankles. For a guy, these are definitely a rare pair of beautiful feet. Let me tell you, some guys with a foot fetish see this, and they really wish they could, cough cough, you know what I mean. As she spoke, she winked at Jiang Yuan, who was applying a face mask next to her. Right, Yuan? Was my evaluation objective or not? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan carefully smoothed the edge of the face mask while nodding earnestly in agreement, saying indistinctly, "That's right. Yeah, is right. Beautiful feet are something you can only come across by chance. Chouhan, you have a natural advantage, you should make good use of it. Oh no, I mean you should have a correct understanding of your own beauty." Gu Chouhan's blush deepened. You two are really spouting nonsense. What does this have to do with beauty? The point is that the content of that tap feature is too inappropriate. Which one? Zhang Yu pretended to be naive. It's just licking a little toe. That shows that Junior G has good taste. He's a connoisseur. He knows how to appreciate things. He's much better than some straight men who only care about looks, right? Exactly, Jiang Yuan continued to chime in, and look, didn't he Junior G even compliment you on how delicious it was? What does that mean? It means he agrees with me. Oh no, he agrees with this objective fact. She snatched her phone back and glared at them angrily. All right. You two, stop talking. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Go to sleep. Inside the boys' dormitory, the lights were off. Ji Yang lay on his bed with his arm as a pillow, staring at the ceiling, his mind still replaying his conversation with Gu Chouhan. On a whim, he brought up a late-night topic. Hello everyone, it's a long night and I can't sleep. Let's discuss an academic question. What are your thoughts on women's delicate feet? In the darkness, Fatty Hao's voice was the first to ring out. Jade feet? Is there even a question, Lao Ji? They're called jade feet, so it's definitely. I'll hug them and gnaw on them. I absolutely have to hug them and gnaw on them. Just think about the feel. He seems to have begun to immerse himself in some indescribable fantasies. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Tao, in the opposite bed, almost choked on his own saliva. Fatty. Aren't you disgusting? Can't you have some class? Fatty Hao, how am I lacking in style? Ji Yang couldn't help but interject, that's called style. It has absolutely nothing to do with style, okay? Fatty Hao immediately retorted, hey, Lao Ji, are you itching for a fight again? Looking for a beating? At this moment, Fu Jia's voice rang out in the darkness. From both biomechanical and aesthetic perspectives, the jade foot has an exquisite structure and smooth lines. Its core function is support in walking, but the visual symbolic meaning it derives from it tends to be more. The aesthetic object of foot fetish culture is attractive because of the inherent qualities of the feet themselves. Speak like a human. Fatty Hao couldn't help but interrupt. Fu Jia, it's just the foot. Stop. Ji Yang roared, startling Fu Jia into swallowing the word he was about to utter. Shen He is up there. Ji Yang said seriously. Fu Jia, I knew you were doomed the moment you uttered the first syllable of that J. This topic ends here. Fu Jia's words were abruptly cut off, and a slightly regretful click of his tongue could be heard in the darkness, as if he regretted not being able to fully explain the theory. Fatty Hao grumbled in dissatisfaction, damn it. Lao Ji, you're such a coward. What's wrong with saying this? We're just talking behind closed doors. What nonsense are you talking about behind closed doors? Lu Tao laughed and scolded. You fatso's academic viewpoints that you're practically chewing on? I think you're starving. Besides, in the internet age, what door is closed? Ji Yang sighed helplessly, let's talk about something safer, like, which dish should the Imperial Kitchen order first tomorrow? Braised pork hock. Fatty Hao responded immediately, his mind switching ideas very quickly. What's the difference between that and just hugging and gnawing on it? Ji Yang and Lu Tao complained in unison. Fu Jia was still grappling with the academic discussion that had just been interrupted, muttering to himself, actually, from a nutritional perspective. Shut up, Fu Jia, the three said in unison. Fu Jia. Ji Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the darkness, thinking that it was good that he stopped the loss in time. If this conversation continues, who knows what even more dangerous things might come up. He rolled over, deciding it would be safer to go to sleep early. But before going to sleep, he couldn't help but think, Gu Qiuhan's feet are really quite beautiful. Chapter 107. I'm going to take it out on my eldest son. The next morning, Ji Yang still showed up in the military training group on time. Li Xiaolin's mother underwent surgery this morning, and with director Zhang Mingyuan personally performing the procedure, there shouldn't be any unexpected problems. After all, they're not family members. I already took a day off yesterday, so it's really inappropriate to ask for another day off today. However, before leaving, he still sent Gu Qiuhan a WeChat message. Senior, let me know when Xiaolin's mom's surgery is over. Although Gu Qiuhan did not reply, he assumed she was busy at the hospital and didn't think much of it. In reality, Gu Qiuhan glanced at her phone and said, it's like your mother had surgery, you're so concerned. Then I put my phone in my pocket and left. On the way to the training ground, Fatty Hao sidled up to Ji Yang and said in his characteristic smug tone. Old Ji, you didn't train all day yesterday, did you have a blast? A gentle breeze, a cool air conditioner, and the school beauty was with you, TSK. He nudged Ji Yang with his elbow, I have to give you extra practice today, buddy, to help you catch up on what you've missed. Ji Yang rolled his eyes at him, annoyed, and slapped his chubby hand away. Get lost. You talk like you're the drill instructor. Instructor Pan hasn't even given the order yet, and you've already started making arrangements? I'm doing this for your own good. Fatty Hao said matter-of-factly. Look at your physique, you'll get rusty if you don't practice for a day. I'm just encouraging you to improve. Lu Tao, who was standing next to him, chimed in with a laugh, Fatty, I think you're just jealous that Lao Ji had a good time yesterday and want to take this opportunity to get revenge, right? Nonsense. Fatty Hao retorted, this is pure brotherhood. Right, Lao Ji?
Ji Yang ignored him, straightened his camouflage hat, and glanced across the playground. The sun was already scorching, and the thought of standing at attention under the sun all day made him secretly groan. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Yesterday's leisurely cooking in the air-conditioned apartment is in stark contrast to the sweltering training we're about to face today. Stop joking around and line up quickly. Fu Jie remained calm as always. Instructor Pan is looking this way. The group quickly jogged back to their group. Instructor Pan's stern gaze swept across the entire formation, lingering especially on Ji Yang for a moment. Attention! At ease! Instructor Pan's booming voice rang out. Today we'll start by reviewing yesterday's marching movements. On the tree-lined path, Li Si was carrying a slightly heavy plastic bag containing several bottles of mineral water. Following closely behind him was Su Mucheng, dressed in casual clothes, but whose face clearly showed, "I'm not happy." So? Su Mucheng drawled out her words, her tone laced with the languor of someone just woken up and a hint of resentment. "Why do you have to drag me along for such a glorious task as delivering water? And is Sister Chiohan all right at the hospital?" Although she complained, her concern for Gu Chiohan was genuine. "Chiohan is fine," Li Si explained, adjusting the bag he was carrying. "She's a very good friend of hers. Her mother is having surgery today, and Chiohan is at the hospital with her. So, I'll be taking over this fine tradition of regularly bringing water to Instructor Pan for the time being." "What logical connection is there between this and you forcibly dragging me out of my dearest bed?" Su Mucheng stopped, put her hands on her hips, looked up at Li Si, and puffed out her cheeks slightly. "I'm so glad. This morning, I don't have any classes at 8 a.m. Do you know how precious a morning without 8 a.m. is for a college student? It's the key to my survival. It's my nap. My beauty sleep." Seeing her righteous and indignant demeanor, Li Si couldn't help but laugh. He took out his phone, turned on the screen, and handed it directly to Su Mucheng. "Hey miss, please open your eyes and look carefully. What time is it?" "It's 9:37 a.m. Half of the long break is over. I called you at 9 a.m., thinking you should be awake by now. If this counts as disturbing someone's sleep early in the morning, then Doi would crawl out of her grave to cry out for justice for me. I don't care." Su Mucheng started to act spoiled, stomping her foot. "Anyway, you ruined my perfect plan to sleep until I naturally wake up. You have to take responsibility for this loss. When I see my eldest son later, I'm going to vent my anger on him. Otherwise, I won't be able to quell my hatred." Li Si, huh? Does this causal relationship hold true? You got woken up by my phone call, and now you're going to go find Ji Yang and vent your anger on him? Su Mucheng snorted defiantly, raising her fair chin as she spoke with conviction. "This is called the son paying for the father's debts." "Ugh, I misspoke, it's called the younger brother paying for the elder brother's debts." "Who told you to be such good brothers?" Well, maybe not really. Anyway, my happiness is built on his suffering, so it's only right that I settle accounts with him." Li Si. "I'm so sorry, Ji Yang, it's really not my fault." He felt that he might never be able to keep up with the speed of this little darling's thinking. Meanwhile, on the playground. Forward march. 1, 2, 1. Instructor Pan's loud commands echoed across the drill ground. Ji Yang stood in the middle of the line, sweat already beading on his forehead. Suddenly, without warning, his nose itched, and he couldn't help but turn his head sharply and sneeze. Achoo! Instructor Pan's eyes immediately locked onto him, his brows furrowed. "Ji Yang. Step forward." Ji Yang's heart skipped a beat, realizing something was wrong. He quickly shouted here, and jogged out of line, standing ramrod straight in front of Instructor Pan. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the infirmary?" Instructor Pan looked him up and down. It is no small matter if students have health problems during military training. Ji Yang felt several eyes staring at him from behind, especially that guy Hao Pingzi, who was winking and making faces at him. He quickly straightened his back and answered loudly. "Reporting, Instructor. I'm not feeling unwell. It's just, my nose suddenly got a little itchy, and I couldn't resist. I promise it won't affect training." He was frantically wondering to himself, Who is talking about me so loudly behind my back? Instructor Pan stared at him for a few more seconds, and seeing that his complexion was normal and his eyes were clear, and that he certainly didn't look sick, he relaxed his expression slightly and waved his hand. Back to the team. Focus. One sneeze and you're off track? What kind of behavior is that? Yes, instructor. Ji Yang felt as if he had been granted a pardon, saluted, and quickly jogged back to his position. As soon as he stood still, Fatty Hao nudged him with his elbow, lowering his voice and revealing a wicked grin on his face. Old Ji, you're something else. Even your sneeze is so powerful. Is your school beauty sister-in-law missing you and sending you brainwaves from somewhere? Ji Yang glared at him irritably and mouthed, "Get lost." However, his ominous premonition grew stronger and stronger, as if some kind of trouble was approaching him with cheerful steps. Chapter 108. Thank you, Uncle. Just then, at the entrance to the playground, Li Si and Su Muching appeared under the shade of the tree. Li Si spotted their formation at a glance and was about to walk over. Su Muching, standing beside him, had her bright, intelligent eyes like a precise radar, instantly locking onto Ji Yang, who was dressed in camouflage and stood tall in the formation. The corners of her mouth turned up. "My dear son, your father has come." Almost instinctively, Ji Yang caught a glimpse of that familiar figure and that kind smile that sent chills down his spine out of the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no! It's that little devil Su Muching. Why did she show up here? Seeing that Ji Yang had spotted her, Su Muching jogged briskly and purposefully toward the formation. Standing still, Li Si met Ji Yang's gaze across the distance. Ji Yang, who had a look of utter despair on his face, was standing in the middle of the group. Li Si's face was full of "I'm helpless too." He struggled to lift the heavy bag of mineral water in his hand, and helplessly spread his hands outwards. "It's really not my fault. Ji Yang, I don't believe you for a second. I don't believe this old lady would get up this early unless you call her." Ji Yang thought, "Oh no. Misfortunes never come singly. I just returned to the team on my first day, and I haven't even fully experienced the intensity of Instructor Pan's military training yet, and this little devil is already pushing me to the limit?" With his back to the entrance of the playground, Instructor Pan, relying on his keen intuition honed over years of training, also noticed the unusual commotion behind him and the subtle, uncontrollable commotion within the ranks. His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly, forming a deep river shape. He suddenly turned around and saw little Su Muching running excitedly towards his formation. However, his gaze unconsciously drifted back and he happened to see Li Si, the student council president, standing not far away under the shade of a tree, carrying a plastic bag that was clearly filled with water, and wearing a familiar wry smile on his face. Instructor Pan looked down and glanced at the time. "Attention, all men. Stand at attention." Whoosh! Despite their different thoughts, the conditioned reflexes formed by long-term training made all the students stand up straight instantly. At ease. The command was given, and the troops relaxed slightly. "Let me give you a brief explanation." Instructor Pan's gaze swept over the young, slightly tired faces. "Dismissed. 20-minute break. Anyone going to the restroom, getting water, or dating, hurry up." Oh. Long live the instructors. Standing next to Ji Yang, Fatty Hao suddenly nudged Ji Yang with his elbow. "Old Ji. Your eldest uncle is here. Old Ji, good luck to you. Judging by your uncle's attitude, he won't stop until he's thoroughly humiliated you today. I'm off to find my Yuan." Before leaving, she turned back and made a face at Ji Yang, mouthing silently, "Good luck." Fatty Hao's round figure quickly disappeared into the surging crowd, leaving Ji Yang standing alone, seething with anger. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he cast a pleading look at Fu Jie and Lu Tao, who were still standing there. Upon receiving his gaze, Fu Jie's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly nudged Lu Tao lightly with his elbow. "Oh right, Tower, I just realized we've run out of water. It's so hot, we need to rehydrate quickly. How about we go to the convenience store to buy some now?" Lu Tao quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. I'm so thirsty too, I have to hurry back." After saying that, the two didn't even dare to look at Ji Yang again, and tacitly turned around at the same time, leaving in the opposite direction from the convenience store. Ji Yang watched helplessly as the last two disloyal guys also made excuses to slip away, instantly turning him into a true lone wolf. He turned to look at Su Muching, who was smiling and walking towards him, and felt a throbbing pain in his temples, along with a sense of desolation that he was doomed. At the same time, Instructor Pan took a bottle of mineral water from Li Si, thanked him, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. But he still frowned slightly and said to Li Si, "You rascal, you're still not very thoughtful.
In this heat, why didn't you bring some iced water? You're not as considerate as the girl who usually delivers the water. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over Ji Yang, who was being blocked by Su Muching not far away, and he asked meaningfully. By the way, why wasn't that girl bringing the water today? Where is she? Following Instructor Pan's gaze, Li Si also saw Ji Yang's predicament. He silently mourned for Ji Yan for half a second and explained. Reporting to the instructor, Gu Qiuhan has some personal matters to attend to today and has asked for leave. So I will temporarily take over the task of delivering water today. He paused, then added, as for ice water, it was my oversight. I'll definitely pay attention next time and prepare some chilled water. Upon hearing this, Instructor Pan simply grunted and mooned through his nose, without asking any further questions. He took another sip of water, but his gaze lingered thoughtfully in the direction of Ji Yang and Su Muching for a moment. Having taught so many classes of students, he could sense the subtle atmosphere among these young people to some extent. However, as long as it doesn't affect his training, he's happy to watch the excitement. At this moment, Ji Yang was completely oblivious to the conversation with the instructor. Because Su Muching had already stopped in front of him, her hands behind her back, her head slightly tilted. My dear son, it's been so long. Have you missed your godfather? My dear son, it's been so long. Have you missed your godfather? Ji Yang looked at Su Muching, his lips twitched, and he forced out a few dry laughs through his teeth. Haha, I miss you so much, I've missed you so much. He emphasized the word missed you so much. Upon hearing this, Su Muching immediately wrinkled her nose in displeasure and lightly patted Ji Yang's arm. What are you saying? You unfilial son. Can't you speak properly? Ji Yang cooperated by making a pained expression, grimacing, and begging for mercy. Ouch. Grandma Su. Ancestor Su. Be gentle. Be gentle. I was wrong. Seeing Ji Yang's goofy expression, Su Muching finally gave a satisfied hum, took out a plastic bag containing 4 bottles of chilled cola from behind her back, and shook it triumphantly. Here, this is for you. See how thoughtful your father is, even bringing you iced cola. Share the remaining 3 bottles with your 3 roommates, don't say your godfather doesn't take care of you. She had barely finished speaking, and before Ji Yang could turn around to call for help, she heard 3 unusually clear and obsequious voices behind her. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 109 Singing Competition. Ji Yang, holding a can of cola, suddenly turned around and saw that Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao had somehow appeared behind him, all smiling and with their hands in a gesture of respect. Ji Yang, didn't you 3 go to buy water? How come you came over by following the smell? Fatty Hao snatched the plastic bag from Ji Yang's hand and, while distributing cokes, said matter-of-factly. Old Ji, what you're saying is just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Okay. Lu Tao quickly interrupted him, unscrewed the bottle cap, took a big gulp, and let out a satisfied burp. That was great. Daddy really understands us. Ji Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation at these 3 guys whose expressions changed faster than flipping through a book. You were running away faster than a rabbit just now, but now you're quite united, aren't you? What are you saying? Fatty Hao put his arm around Ji Yang's shoulder, shaking a Coke bottle in his other hand. We call that a strategic retreat, to create some alone time for Daddy and you, understand? That's right. Lu Tao nodded repeatedly. We've been silently protecting you from afar. Stop. Ji Yang quickly interrupted their nonsense, shaking his head helplessly. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Gu Qiuhan. The surgery was successful, and Xiaolin's mother has woken up. Ji Yang's face immediately lit up with a relaxed smile, and he replied. Okay. Then he looked up at his roommates who were staring at him expectantly and announced, the surgery was a success, and Auntie has woken up. It seems I've done another good deed. Fatty Hao slapped his thigh, I knew it. Senior Xiaolin is such a good person, kind and warm-hearted, her family must be very lucky and have escaped bad luck. Su Muching put her hands on her hips, her face full of accusation. Neither you nor Senior Qiuhan came to the rehearsal yesterday. Have you completely forgotten about the welcome party rehearsal? She tilted her head back, her finger almost poking Ji Yang's chest. Military training is about to end, and the party is just around the corner. As the 2 hosts of the party, it's understandable that one of you went to the hospital, but what about the other one? She glared at Ji Yang and asked angrily, where were you yesterday? Why did you miss the rehearsal too? Ji Yang was taken aback by the question, and then suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a thing.
Yesterday, he was busy dealing with his apartment, the live broadcast, and a series of other matters concerning Li Xiaolin's mother, completely forgetting about the rehearsal. Well. He awkwardly touched his nose, his eyes darting around. There was a bit of an unexpected situation yesterday. An unexpected situation? Su Muching narrowed her eyes. Just then, Li Si walked over and gently patted Su Muching's shoulder. All right, Mu Chang, Ji Yang must have had something important to do yesterday. He's not the kind of person who would be absent without a reason. As he spoke, he gave Ji Yang a look. Ji Yang, you've finally done something decent. Otherwise, I might speak ill of you right in front of my entourage. Li Si raised an eyebrow slightly and continued speaking to Su Mucheng. And look, Instructor Pan seems to be looking this way. The break time is almost over. You're all familiar with the script, right? The key is still on sight coordination. Just don't miss the next rehearsal. Su Mucheng glanced at Instructor Pan, who was indeed starting to organize the team not far away, and then at Ji Yang and Li Si, who had a strange expression on their faces. Although she still had some doubts, she knew that now was not the time to delve into it. She reluctantly pointed at Ji Yang with her finger. Humph. I'll let you off this time. But if you dare to skip the next rehearsal again. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Li Si said to Su Mucheng. All right, Mu Chang, we should go deliver water to the next company. You've been so big, let Junior Ji and the others get some rest too. Upon hearing this, Su Mucheng, though still somewhat reluctant to leave, knew that important matters had to be addressed. She gestured with her chin towards Ji Yang, adopting the air of an elder. All right, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself, and remember to come to the next rehearsal. After saying that, he turned around and followed Li Si to leave. At this moment, Fatty Hao, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao immediately smiled broadly, waved enthusiastically at Su Mucheng's retreating figure, and shouted in unison. Goodbye, Grandpa. Take care, Grandpa. The manner was even more attentive than when seeing off one's own father. Watching the two walk away, Fatty Hao smacked his lips contentedly, savoring the sweet and refreshing taste of the iced cola, and sincerely remarked. Sigh, Uncle is so generous. He brought us sweet water again, and he even helped us rank up before. Old Ji, it's worth having such a good godfather. Ji Yang looked at his three unfilial sons, who had been instantly bought off with a bottle of cola and a few games, and snorted in annoyance. When you were running away so fast just now, why didn't you say anything good about her? As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Pan's powerful whistle rang out sharply throughout the training ground. Beep. Break over. Everyone, assemble. The smile on Fatty Hao's face vanished instantly, and he wailed, my happiness was so short-lived. The four of them didn't dare to delay, quickly finished the rest of their cola, and jogged towards the meeting point. Fatty Hao had only been standing there for a short while when he started to get restless. He secretly turned his head and winked at Yuan Yuan in the formation next to him. Yuan Yuan seemed to have noticed him too. She pursed her lips, wanting to laugh but not daring to. She could only secretly glare at him, signaling him not to do anything funny. When Fatty Hao saw her response, he got even more excited, his mouth practically stretching to his ears. Instructor Pan paced back and forth in front of the formation, having already taken in all of Fatty Hao's little tricks. He snorted, but surprisingly did not immediately criticize him by name. He stopped, faced all the students, and suddenly raised his voice. Look at you all, your minds are all wandering. You can't even stand still. He paused, looked at the students who had instantly tensed up, and then abruptly changed the subject. All right. Since no one's in the mood to practice, then during lunch break, we're not going to practice. A suppressed gasp and a sigh of relief instantly rose from the ranks. But Instructor Pan's subsequent roar immediately suppressed this lapse in concentration. Let's have a three-way battle with the opposing team. Do you have confidence? Roar. After a brief moment of surprise, the entire formation erupted in a deafening roar. Standing at attention and singing were like heaven and hell, respectively. Have. Not loud enough. Didn't you eat? Instructor Pan deliberately put on a stern face. Yes. This time, the shouts almost shook the parade ground, and even the neighboring companies turned their heads to look. Fatty Hao was so excited that his face turned red. He didn't even care about exchanging glances with Zhang Yuan Yuan anymore and shouted at the top of his lungs. Singing in a competition is great. It allows you to be lazy openly and legitimately, and also lets you show off your powerful singing voice in front of Yuan Yuan.
Looking at the group of young people who had suddenly become incredibly energetic, Instructor Pan finally showed his first genuine smile of the day and waved his hand.
All right. That's the spirit we're looking for. Everyone, right turn. Heads out, under the trees ahead, march. Chapter 110 Kyoto University School of Art.
The large group marched to the shade of the trees and stood facing the third company across the street, about 10 meters apart. Ji Yang then saw clearly that the instructor of the third company next door was a tall and straight female instructor with short, neat hair and a dashing air about her. As the legend said, the third company's formation was almost entirely made up of girls, creating a unique scene on the playground. No wonder their company has been able to occupy this most comfortable shady training ground for so long. Instructor Pan led his group of information engineering students to a standstill, with the two camps clearly divided.
The female instructor smirked and glanced at her all-female army. Ladies, did you see that? The engineering guys from the School of Information Science and Technology are coming over there. Do we have confidence? Have.
The three-unit formation instantly erupted in a unified response, their voices crisp, high-pitched, and possessing a unique penetrating power characteristic of women. The sudden, extremely powerful shriek startled many of the boys in Ji Yang's company. Fatty How exaggeratedly picked at his ear, muttering under his breath, "Holy crap, that decibel level."
The female instructor was very satisfied with the morale of her company. With a wave of her hand, she continued to encourage them. Good. That's the spirit. Let them hear the voice of our art academy. Let them see who says women are inferior to men. Roar.
On Instructor Pan's side, seeing the opposing team's soaring morale, he naturally refused to be outdone. He turned around, facing the group of engineering students who were clearly still reeling from the earlier wave, and roared in a gruff voice.
What? You're scared by the girls? Look at how pathetic you are. Tell them, how's the voice of the guys in our information science department?
Provoked by this, the boys roared at the top of their lungs.
Ring.
His voice was deep and resonant, like muffled thunder, finally regaining the upper hand in terms of momentum. Instructor Pan nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the opposite side.
Then what are we waiting for? Shout it out. Let them see what real power is. The east wind blows, the war drums beat, let's have a singing contest, who's afraid of who? How could the female students from the art academy show weakness?
They immediately retaliated under the command of the female instructors. Their voices may not be as deep as the boys', but they were clear and had a unique penetrating power.
If I tell you to sing, then sing. Stop being so hesitant and fussy. Like what? Like a sheep baa.
Instructor Pan looked at the high-spirited women's army opposite him, chuckled, and shouted to the female instructor.
Instructor Lei, not bad.
Your troops are really impressive. But we're competing in singing and talent, not just who can shout the loudest. The female instructor opposite us, Layman, is a well-known tough girl in the army, with top-notch professional skills and a strong competitive spirit. Upon hearing this, she raised an eyebrow and retorted without backing down.
Pan Zhang. Stop trying to provoke us. Don't forget, this is an art academy. Talent contest? We're not afraid of you.
Upon hearing art academy, Pan Zhang's expression visibly froze. He instinctively turned around and lowered his voice to ask the students in his formation.
Is that the art school across the street?
Ji Yang, Fatty How, and the others immediately began to confirm in hushed tones.
Yes, instructor.
They're all music, dance, and art students. Then he turned back and muttered something in a low voice, loud enough for only a few students around him to hear.
What the hell is the point of this competition?
Comparing talents with art school students is like showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu. It's just asking for humiliation. He was trying to figure out how to smooth things over, or how to use a different analogy.
Just then, Ji Yang, who was standing in the front row, rolled his eyes and shouted loudly to the opposite side.
Our instructor Pan said he can beat all of you in a talent competition by himself.
That shout, full of energy, clearly echoed throughout the entire battlefield.
Immediately, even louder laughter and jeers erupted from the third company.
Wow! Instructor Pan has quite the nerve. Instructor! Go! Show them what you've got. Instructor Pan is awesome.
Instructor Pan Zhang himself suddenly turned his head and glared at Ji Yang.
Ji Yang! You little brat! When the hell did I say that?
Ji Yang looked at the instructor with an innocent expression, blinked, and mouthed silently. Instructor, we can't lose our fighting spirit.
Instructor Lei Min, sitting opposite him, was also amused by this sudden challenge. She crossed her arms, leisurely watching the embarrassed Pan Zhang, and deliberately drawled out her words.
Oh? Instructor Pan is so confident? We really want to see what he's got. Sisters, don't you agree? Yes.
The girls from the Art Academy, never once to miss a good spectacle, cheered in unison.
Instructor Pan was now in a difficult position, and he glared fiercely at Ji Yang. Instructor Pan Zhang was put on the spot by Ji Yang, but the die was cast. He could only brace himself and pretend to be calm as he said to Lei Min. Instructor Lei, shall we begin? Shall we go straight for the talent show?
Lei Min's lips curled into a confident smile as she turned to face her company.
All right. Sisters, everyone sit down.
With a whoosh, the girls of the third company sat cross-legged on the grass under the shade of the trees in perfect unison. Lei Min's gaze swept over the group of talented girls under her command, and she asked in a loud voice.
Anyone want to volunteer?
Come up and show us what you've got. Give the students from the School of Information Science a real shock.
Reporting, instructor. I'll go. Instructor, I can do it too. Let me.
In a short while, several girls raised their hands. Lei Min's sharp gaze swept around the room, finally settling on a girl whose appearance and temperament were exceptionally outstanding. Even though she was wearing the same camouflage uniform, her tall figure and bright, striking features still made her shine in the crowd.
Okay, it's you, Lin Xueyao. A girl named Lin Xueyao stepped forward and walked to the open space in front of the two armies.
Her appearance immediately caused an uncontrollable commotion among the male students from the School of Information Science,
while all eyes were drawn to her as if by a magnet.
Instructor Pan Zhang turned around and coughed heavily, trying to maintain order, but with little effect.
He himself couldn't help but take a few more glances.
Fatty Hao stared wide-eyed, then nudged Ji Yang hard with his elbow.
Holy crap! Lao Ji. Did you see that? She's like a fairy descended from heaven. With that aura and figure, she'd look good even in a burlap sack. The Art Academy is truly a treasure trove. Chapter 111 Instructor, I want to be a decorative object. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yingying said from the side. Fatty, can't you even keep quiet about what you're saying? Keep your voice down, or your Yuan Yuan will hear you. You'll be kneeling on a keyboard when you get home tonight. Startled, Fatty Hao shrank back, quickly covered his mouth, and looked guiltily toward Jiang Yuan Yuan in the formation next to him. Jiang Yuan Yuan was looking at him with a half-smile. He quickly mouthed I was wrong repeatedly. You are the only one in my heart.
Meanwhile, Lin Xueyao, who was in the center of the field, had already begun to prepare. She took off her oversized military training jacket, and Ji Yang felt his heart skip a beat, and he subconsciously swallowed. Lin Xueyao was wearing a close-fitting short-sleeved t-shirt underneath, which was a carefully tailored crop style that perfectly outlined her slender and supple waist and full and proud bust, exuding youthful and healthy vitality and beauty. She casually tied her coat around her slender waist, making her waist appear even more delicate and her legs straight and long. The instructor Lei Min, sitting opposite them, crossed his arms and looked at the almost drooling reactions of the male students from the School of Information Science. He snorted and his face was full of smugness. These little rascals are still too young. Lin Xueyao stood in the center, her gaze sweeping over the somewhat restless engineering students opposite her. A bright smile appeared on her lips, and her voice was clear and melodious. Instructor Pan, Instructor Lei, fellow students, let me perform a dance for you all, as a way to get the ball rolling. She took a deep breath, got into position, and was about to begin. Wait. Instructor Pan suddenly raised his hand. Pan Zhang, with an upright expression, shouted to his company, send a few people. Bring back all the cell phones. Get Lin a decent accompaniment. As he spoke, he turned to Lei Min. Instructor Lei, dancing without music is far less effective. We can't let the art students suffer, otherwise even if we win, it will seem like we won unfairly, right? Lei Min raised an eyebrow, seemingly a little surprised by Pan Zhang's sudden change in manner, but finding it reasonable, she nodded. Instructor Pan has considered everything carefully. In reality, Pan Zhang was secretly calculating his next move. Anyway, we're going to lose no matter what. If we dance without any accompaniment, those guys will just stare at us and it'll be a waste no matter how well we dance. With accompaniment, at least you can appreciate more of the art, so it's not a bad deal.
You can't lose both face and the whole performance, can you? Soon, the boys ran and retrieved their phones. After Lin Shueyo announced the name of the dance music, the dynamic rhythm quickly flowed out through the phone speaker.
Although the sound quality was average, it was much better than nothing.
As the music started, Lin Shueyo's expression changed instantly. She seems to have become more alluring.
The male students from the School of Information Science and Technology were even more engrossed in the watch, and even Pan Zhang himself couldn't help but nod in approval.
Yeah, this accompaniment is definitely worth it. It's so much more energetic.
The male students from the School of Information Science were almost all stunned. Ji Yang watched intently, his lips unconsciously moving slightly as if he were silently muttering something.
Fu Jia, who was standing next to him, noticed him turn his head and asked in a low voice, "Old Ji, what kind of spell are you chanting here?"
Ji Yang continued to stare at the graceful figure in the arena, and subconsciously uttered the words slowly.
Rub, white, big. Fu Jia was taken aback at first, then replied, "Old Ji, are you also going to say 50 cents? Ji Yang snapped out of his daze, turned to look at Fu Jia, and patted Fu Jia's shoulder hard. "You understand me best, for you really know me." Insightful. Hearing their conversation, Fatty Hao, who was in front, struggled to tear his gaze away from Lin Shueyo, turned back to give them both a disdainful look, and said in a gruff voice, "Come on, you two. What are you pretending to be academically discussing? You're clearly birds of a feather, a den of wolves and rats." Lu Tao, a man, was completely captivated, murmuring, "This isn't just a starting point, this is a game changer, they should debut right now."
After the dance ended, Lin Shueyo concluded with a clean and crisp freeze frame, slightly out of breath, her cheeks flushed with the afterglow of exercise, making her even more beautiful. She bowed to both teams.
"Good. Marvelous."
The Art Academy erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, feeling honored.
After a brief silence, cheers erupted from the Institute of Information Science. Instructor Pan Zhang clapped vigorously while taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Ji Yang. Once again it was time for the guy who lit the fuse to step in and put out the fire himself. "Ji Yang, step forward." While still mingling in the crowd, Ji Yang, who was still savoring the amazing dance he had just witnessed, pointed incredulously to his nose. "Ha? Me? Instructor, you called me?"
Instructor Pan was furious at his attempt to bluff his way out of the situation.
"Stand up. Step forward. Don't make me say it a third time." Ji Yang was inwardly groaning and could only reluctantly move out of the line.
He slowly walked to the open space between the two teams, stood in front of Instructor Pan Zhang, and lowered his head.
Instructor Pan was both annoyed and amused by his cowardly appearance. He stepped forward, getting closer to Ji Yang. "Well, you little brat, weren't you shouting quite a bit earlier? Our instructor alone can beat all of you? That was pretty loud."
Ji Yang made a face and explained in a low voice, "Instructor,
I was just trying to boost morale." "Boost morale?" Instructor Pan Zhang gave a forced smile and a snort. "Now morale is high, and the boasting is out of control. What do you want me, the instructor, to personally step onto the stage and compete with those girls from the Art Academy in dancing? Or singing?" He patted Ji Yang on the shoulder, quite forcefully, making Ji Yang sway slightly. "Come on. It's your turn. Here's the fire extinguisher. Whether you use water or foam is up to you. If you embarrass yourself today, we'll do an extra 5 kilometers when we get back."
As soon as Instructor Pan finished speaking, Instructor Lei Min's smiling voice came from the other end.
"Instructor Pan, don't think that just because you sent a handsome young man up here, we'll go easy on you.
Let me tell you, the girls in our Art Academy are not only beautiful, but each and every one of them has unique skills.
They're not just pretty faces."
Upon hearing this, Pan Zhang immediately straightened his back, determined not to lose face, and roared at the other side.
"Don't worry, Instructor Lei. The guys from our School of Information Science are all top-notch. And our classmate Ji Yang isn't just all show and no substance. He's got real skills." He spoke with absolute confidence, showing his complete faith in Ji Yang.
Only Ji Yang himself could sense that the hand that Instructor Pan was patting on his back was so nervous that it almost tore a hole in his camouflage uniform.
Ji Yang turned his head slightly. "Instructor, can I be a decorative vase? Just something to look at." Upon hearing this, Instructor Pan glared at Ji Yang. "Get lost. A vase is used to describe a girl. Are you a woman?" Chapter 112 Blue and White Porcelain. Ji Yang nodded and bowed obsequiously. Yes, instructor. I'll get out of here right away. I promise I'll make sure I do so smoothly and don't disturb your conversation with Instructor Lei. He turned around and tried to slip back into the group. You come back here right now. Instructor Pan Zhang reacted quickly, grabbing Ji Yang by the back of his collar and pulling him back like a chick. He growled, half laughing and half crying, You actually left when I told you to? You've never been this obedient before. Instructor Lei Min, who was opposite them, saw the whole scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She immediately started to lead the jeering. Girls! This handsome guy seems a little shy. Come on, let's cheer on the handsome guy from the School of Information Science across the street. Give him some encouragement. Don't be afraid, handsome. Exactly. With such good looks, anything he performs is pleasing to the eye. Relax, even if you can't do it, we won't laugh at you. Upon hearing a certain sentence, Ji Yang abruptly stopped in his tracks, and his body, which was being gripped by Instructor Pan's collar, instantly straightened up. No? Who can't? He gently pulled away from Instructor Pan's hand, which was still gripping his collar, turned around, and faced the formation of the Art Academy. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you just said. He pointed to his chest. How can a man say he can't? He clasped his hands in a fist salute to the two instructors in both teams, and announced in a loud voice. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I, Ji Yang, will humbly accept your invitation. I'll make a fool of myself. His words instantly ignited the atmosphere of concern for him among the students in the School of Information Science, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Ji Yang! Go! Show them what you've got. Yang Gu is awesome. It's up to you now. However, amidst the crowd, Fatty Hao swallowed hard and secretly pulled Fu Jia and Lu Tao aside. For, Tower, besides fortune-telling and conning people, what other hidden talents does he have? Singing? Dancing? Rap? Playing basketball? Fu Jia thought about it carefully and shook his head firmly. No, at least since he enrolled, I've never seen him show any talent in music or dance. His basketball skills are limited to being able to dribble the ball around. Lu Tao scratched her head, looking uncertain. Yeah, never heard of him. He usually just brags and jokes around in the dorm. We've never seen him practice anything. He can't really go up there and tell everyone's fortune, can he? Or perform a live talisman drawing demonstration? Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao's face turned pale. Looking at Ji Yang, who seemed to have suddenly become very confident in the center of the field, his heart was filled with anxiety. Holy crap! That's it. Is old Ji stuck in this position and trying to put on a brave face? If he messes up, he'll really embarrass the entire School of Information Science and Technology. Instructor Pan will skin him alive. Standing in the center of the arena, feeling the gazes coming from all directions, Ji Yang snapped his fingers crisply and shouted in a powerful voice. Mek Lai! That shout completely stunned everyone. Instructor Pan Zhang's lips twitched, and he cursed irritably. You've got a lot of problems, kid. If you're going to perform, just perform. Why do you need a microphone? But while he said that, his eyes unconsciously glanced towards the other side of the playground, thinking to himself that Kid Li Si shouldn't have gone far. Thinking of this, Instructor Pan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the old-fashioned metal megaphone used for giving commands, put it to his lips, focused his energy, and roared in the direction Li Si and Su Muching had left. Li Si! In the distance, Li Si, who was walking with Su Muching towards the next company, suddenly stopped and turned back in confusion. Ha? Who called me? The voice sounds like Instructor Pan? Su Muching also stood on tiptoe to look back, pointing excitedly with her little hand. It looks like it's my eldest son's place. Let's go back and check. There's bound to be something interesting going on. A short while later, Li Si and Su Muching jogged back to the Information Institute's formation. Looking at the scene, especially Ji Yang standing in the center of the field and the art school girl opposite him, Li Si immediately understood most of it and asked. Instructor Pan, are you trying to have a singing contest with the Art Academy? Instructor Pan nodded, and without bothering to explain further, immediately issued the order. Hey kid, stop talking nonsense and get me that portable speaker your student council uses for events. It needs to have a microphone. Okay, please wait a moment. Li Si didn't ask any more questions and immediately took out his phone to send a message. The student council was indeed efficient.
Within minutes, a boy came running over, panting, carrying a portable Bluetooth speaker and a wireless microphone. Li Si handed the microphone to Instructor Pan, and unable to contain his curiosity, he lowered his voice and asked Su Mucheng next to him.
Mu Chang, what talents does Ji Yang have?
Su Mucheng, however, remained calm and composed, patting Li Si's arm.
Him? You can rest assured.
She looked at Ji Yang, who was adjusting the microphone in the middle of the room. My eldest son, aside from other skills, he dabbles in all sorts of odd things. Although he's mediocre at everything, he's good enough to impress people.
Don't worry, he won't embarrass his father. Rest assured, rest assured. It got a little bit of everything?
Which part exactly? At this moment, Ji Yang had already taken the wireless microphone from Instructor Pan.
He tested the sound. Hello, hello.
He weighed the microphone in his hand, glanced across the entire audience, cleared his throat, and spoke into the microphone.
Since everyone is so kind, I can't refuse. So I'll sing a song for you all.
He paused for a moment, then announced the song title, Jay Chou's Blue and White Porcelain. But
sing?
Hao Pingzi, Fu Jie, and Lu Tao blurted it out almost simultaneously. Fatty Hao grabbed Fu Jie's arm directly.
4. Am I hearing things? Lao Ji said he's going to sing? Jay Chou's Blue and White Porcelain? That song's melody is as winding as a mountain road. When did he learn this skill? Lu Tao covered her face. Oh no, is Lao Ji going to give up completely? Or is he going to redefine this song with his unique voice?
Not to mention the three of them, even Instructor Pan Zhang felt a pang of anxiety and began to seriously consider the route planning for the 5-kilometer cross-country race. Meanwhile, the art students across the way also showed interest when they heard it was Blue and White Porcelain. The song has a beautiful melody, but it is quite difficult to sing, requiring good breath control and vocal transitions. They wanted to see how this handsome engineering student could sing it. Su Mucheng remained calm, even finding a comfortable shady spot to sit down, as if she was ready to enjoy the performance.
As the music started, Ji Yang took a deep breath and brought the microphone to his lips. The unglazed porcelain is outlined with blue and white brushstrokes, the intensity gradually fading. Chapter 113. Everyone gathers. The first sentence came out with a clear and bright voice, with a clean and unadorned quality, and the pitch was surprisingly steady.
Hao Pingzi and his friends, who were originally ready to laugh at the joke, suddenly widened their eyes.
The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. With steady breathing and clear enunciation, although lacking the unique, slightly ambiguous singing style of the original singer, she possessed a distinct, youthful charm. The gentle scent of sandalwood wafts through the window, and I understand your unspoken thoughts.
At this point, the melody began to have subtle fluctuations, and Ji Yang's voice flowed naturally with it. He smoothly and effortlessly transitioned to a small note, without it sounding abrupt at all.
Holy crap!
Fatty Hao stammered, his mouth agape.
Old Ji, he's serious?
Fu Jie had subconsciously started tapping his leg lightly with his fingertips, his eyes filled with the wonder of discovering a new world. The brushstrokes on the rice paper stop halfway here.
Ji Yang was completely immersed in his own rhythm. He closed his eyes slightly and swayed his body gently with the melody.
His singing style wasn't professional, lacking technical embellishment, but its strength lay in its genuine emotion and clean voice, which conveyed the song's meaning in a straightforward yet moving way. Especially the chorus.
The sky is the color of rain after a storm, and I am waiting for you. Smoke rises gently from chimneys, thousands of miles across the river. He actually captured the essence of a misty, rainy landscape painting in Jiangnan. The once noisy playground gradually quieted down.
Whether it was the male students from the School of Information Science and Engineering or the female students from the School of Art, they were all attracted by this unexpectedly beautiful voice. Even Instructor Lei Min, who had been holding his arms crossed, showed a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Instructor Pan Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, slowly relaxing his clenched fist. This kid really has some skills. Su Mucheng sat under the shade of a tree, looking at Ji Yang, who seemed to be shining in the center of the arena, and proudly shook her little head. See? I told you my son wouldn't embarrass me.
At the hospital.
Looking at Gu Qiuhan, who was standing guard by the hospital bed with dark circles under her eyes, Li Xiaolin felt a mix of gratitude and reluctance. She gently nudged Gu Qiuhan's arm.
Qiuhan, you should go back to school now. Everything's really all right here.
Gu Qiuhan raised her head and looked at Xiaolin's mother, who had woken up on the hospital bed. Although weak, she was still in good spirits. She was still a little worried.
I'll stay a little longer. Really, it's not necessary. Li Xiaolin interrupted her, her tone resolute. My mom has woken up and is in stable condition. I can take care of her myself. You've been running around taking care of us and have even missed classes. If you take another day off, what will you do with your participation grade? She paused, then gave Gu Qiuhan a reassuring smile. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll call you right away. Once my mom is discharged from the hospital, I'll definitely treat you and Junior Ji Yang to a nice meal. We really owe you all a lot this time. Seeing that Li Xiaolin was determined and that she was indeed concerned about her schoolwork and the rehearsal for the welcome party that evening, Gu Qiuhan did not refuse any further. She stood up, carefully reminded him to contact her if anything happened, then picked up her bag and left the ward. As she walked out of the hospital building, she headed towards the school, her mind racing with thoughts of her afternoon classes and the upcoming evening rehearsal. A feeling of utter exhaustion crept over her. So many things have happened in the past 2 days, so many at once, that she's a little overwhelmed. She walked back to the teaching area with her head down and a heavy heart. Just as she reached the school playground, she heard a song. Normally, given her quiet and averse to noise nature, she would never join in such a commotion, and would even subconsciously avoid it. But today, her steps faltered slightly. Because at the edge of the crowd, she seemed to see two very familiar figures, Li Si and Su Mucheng. Are they there too? An inexplicable premonition, or perhaps a mysterious pull, caused Gu Qiuhan to change direction. In Ji Yang's words, my wife and I are on the same wavelength. She walked towards the bustling center as if possessed. The closer you get, the clearer the singing becomes. It was a boy's voice, clear and bright, singing Blue and White Porcelain, a song she also liked very much. The sky is the color of rain after a storm, and I am waiting for you. That sound. Gu Qiuhan unconsciously slowed her pace, her gaze passing over the shoulders of the students in front of her and looking towards the center of the field. In the open space under the shade of the trees, there stood a figure in camouflage, holding a microphone and singing intently. Who else could it be but Ji Yang? Was it during a singing competition during military training? And the singing was actually not bad? Gu Qiuhan stood there, gazing at the seemingly luminous figure in the distance, listening to his singing voice, so different from her usual interactions with him, filled with genuine emotion. For a moment, she was stunned. The fatigue of the past few days was quietly soothed by this unexpected song. She watched quietly. Gu Qiuhan stood still, gazing at the seemingly luminous figure in the distance, listening to his singing voice, so different from her usual interactions, filled with genuine emotion. For a moment, she was stunned. The fatigue of the past few days was quietly soothed by this unexpected song. She watched quietly, her thoughts drifting away without her noticing someone quietly approaching from behind. Suddenly, someone gently patted my shoulder from behind. Ah! Gu Qiuhan was startled and exclaimed softly. She turned around abruptly and saw her roommates Zhang Yu and Zhang Yuanyuan with their mischievous smiles. Are you two crazy? Gu Qiuhan clutched her chest, glaring at them angrily. You walk so quietly? You scared me to death. Zhang Yuanyuan chuckled and pointed to the field. Qiuhan, you're just staring too intently, okay? We've been standing behind you for half a minute. Our eyes are practically popping out of your head. Gu Qiuhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately changed the subject. Stop talking nonsense. What are you two doing here? Just like you, I came because I heard it. Zhang Yu yawned and replied lazily. Their dormitory building was indeed very close to the playground, separated only by a 2-story low building whose purpose was unknown and whose name no one knew. If there was a loud noise on the playground side, the dormitory side could faintly hear it. Yuan and I were sleeping soundly in the dorm when we were woken up by the applause and singing. Zhang Yu rubbed her still sleepy eyes and pointed to the scene. I was going to curse at someone, but after listening carefully, hey? They sang quite well. Since I couldn't sleep anyway, I decided to get dressed and go downstairs to see who this deity was. Gu Qiuhan looked at the two people in front of her. Zhang Yu's hair was casually draped over her shoulders and looked a little frizzy. Zhang Yuanyuan had her hair sticking up in sleep, and her pajama collar wasn't even properly straightened. She just casually threw on a jacket over it. She couldn't help but facepalm. You two, just ran out like this? What kind of scene is this? Zhang Yuanyuan waved her hand dismissively, and even yawned slightly. Relax, Anhan, we're all senior students now, who cares about appearances? Besides, it's the middle of the day, there aren't any handsome guys to see,
She paused mid-sentence, her gaze sweeping over the group of male students from the School of Information Science in the room. She immediately changed her words. Okay, even if there are handsome guys, we're all natural beauties, we're not afraid. Chapter 114. More than just sharing the stage. Zhang Yu smiled, then turned her attention to more important matters. By the way, how is Xiaolin's mother doing? Did the surgery go smoothly? Gu Qiuhan nodded. Yes, it's all right. The surgery was a success, and Auntie has woken up. Xiaolin told me to come back to class first. That's good. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Su Macheng, who had been sitting under the shade of a tree not far away watching the commotion, noticed Gu Qiuhan and the others standing on the periphery of the crowd. Sister Qiuhan. Sister Ye. Sister Yuan. Su Macheng stepped forward and took Gu Qiuhan's arm, then smiled sweetly at Zhang Yu and Zhang Yuan. You're here too. Don't stand here, come on over there, it's cooler there, and there are seats. Without saying a word, she pulled Gu Qiuhan toward the shady spot where Li Si was. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yuan naturally followed. Once under the shade of the tree, Li Si greeted Gu Qiuhan with a nod. Are you done with things at the hospital? Yes, everything's fine for now, Gu Qiuhan replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the figure in the audience who had just finished singing the last line and was putting down the microphone. Su Macheng warmly arranged for them to sit down, and began her lively explanation. Qiuhan, you've come at the perfect time. That was amazing. I heard that girl from the art department is an incredible dancer. And then Instructor Pan pulled he lifted Junior Ji Yang up. Su Macheng thought to herself, my son has his sweetheart here, so I should give him some face. At that moment, the playground was instantly filled with applause. Ji Yang has finished singing. Good. Ji Yang is awesome. The Institute of Information Science and Technology was triumphant, its roar shaking the earth. Fatty Hao clapped his hands until they were red, then leaned close to Fu Jie and Lu Tao's ears and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Old Ji is so ruthless. He's been hiding his talent so well. We have to rip him off at the Imperial Kitchen tonight. It would be a disservice to his hidden talent if we didn't order a couple of hearty dishes. Instructor Pan Zhang was also beaming, and was about to give a few words of summary when his gaze swept across the room and he happened to see Gu Qiuhan sitting under the shade of a tree. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and he thought to himself, good heavens, the main character has arrived. He cleared his throat. Everyone, tell me. Did Ji Yang sing well? Good. This time, even the girls at the Art Academy responded, clearly indicating that Ji Yang's performance had won their approval. In the Art Academy's contingent, a bold girl suddenly laughed and shouted loudly. Handsome guy. You sing so well. Can I add you on WeChat? A chorus of "Whoa" erupted from the Information Institute, with Fatty Hao and his friends exchanging knowing glances, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Under the shade of the tree, Su Macheng immediately pricked up her ears and secretly glanced at Gu Qiuhan beside her, trying to glean some clues from her face. However, Gu Qiuhan simply watched the scene quietly, her face still bearing that cold and calm expression. Just then, Gu Qiuhan's roommate, Zhang Yuan, couldn't hold back any longer. She nudged Gu Qiuhan lightly with her elbow, lowering her voice and revealing a hint of excited anticipation. Qiuhan, did you see that? Your man got his WeChat asked for in public. She spoke softly, but her words were clearly audible within their small circle. Su Macheng turned her head upon hearing this, her eyes widening instantly. My eldest son succeeded? She immediately looked up and stared intently at Li Si beside her. You didn't tell me such explosive news? Li Si received her silent signal, shrugged helplessly, and shook his head slightly, indicating that he had just found out as well and was also in a state of information lag. In the center of the field, just as Ji Yang finished singing, Instructor Pan said into the microphone. Ji Yang, you sang well. Looks like you're in great form. How about another song to liven things up for everyone? Upon hearing this, Ji Yang's face turned green, and he forgot all about using honorifics, blurting out. Again? Instructor, are you trying to kill me with exhaustion? Instructor Pan chuckled, clearly not intending to let him off easily. His gaze shifted towards the Art Academy. Looks like our classmate Ji Yang needs some support. How about we have a duet this time? I wonder if any of the lovely ladies from the art department would like to volunteer to sing a song with our classmate Ji Yang? Oh. Partner. The boys from the School of Information Science immediately understood and started cheering and jeering, their shouts growing louder and louder. The solo performance was so wonderful. Imagine what it would be like if it were a duet, especially with a girl from the Art Academy. Just thinking about it is exciting. The girls from the Art Academy first stirred with shy commotion and laughter. Then, Lin Shuao, who had danced earlier, was the first to raise her hand with a smile and confidently call out. Reporting, instructor. I can do it. With her taking the lead, several girls who already had a good impression of Ji Yang also raised their hands. Instructor. I can do it too. Me. 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 I can sing a lot of songs. Zhang Yuanyuan fanned the flames from the side. Xiuhan, can you tolerate this? Your position as the main wife is being challenged. Instructor Pan, Li Xi's gaze swept over Gu Qiuhan's direction, noticing that Gu Qiuhan hesitated. He stepped forward and suggested, since it's going to be a duet, why don't we have Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan sing a song? They're the hosts for tonight's welcome party, so practicing their duet beforehand would help with the performance. These words both relieved Ji Yang from his predicament and gave him a way out. Su Muqing's eyes lit up, and she secretly gave Li Xi a thumbs up. Well done, kid. Instructor Pan Zhang knew perfectly well that he had probably staged this male-female duet to see if Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan would interact, since he had noticed Gu Qiuhan as soon as she arrived. Now that Li Xi has broken through this barrier, it's a perfect opportunity to go with the flow. Instructor Pan slapped his thigh hard. That makes sense. The hosting duo should definitely develop chemistry beforehand. Student. As the hosts of the gala, why don't you and your partner Ji Yang perform a song for everyone? Let the students get a feel for the level of the gala beforehand. Buzz. When everyone's eyes turned to the graceful figure under the shade of the tree, a gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd. Wait, isn't that Gu, our school's school beauty? It really is Gu Qiuhan. What's she doing here? What kind of luck does Ji Yang have? Not only does he get to co-host with the school beauty, but he also gets to sing a duet with her on stage? Fatty Hao, his chubby face radiating an air of superiority as if he were the only one sober in a world of drunks, muttered in a low voice. Shared the stage? Ha, you guys are still too young. Old Ji didn't just share the stage with the school beauty, he even slept in the same bed. Fu Jia reacted quickly, covering his mouth tightly and whispering a warning. Watch your mouth, fatty. Walls have ears, be careful of those who can hear you. Lu Tao quickly helped, prying Fu Jia's hands open to let the fat man breathe, while nervously adding. Exactly. How can you say that here? If some sharp-eared person hears this and it gets back to school beauty Gu or her fans, old Ji will be drowned tonight. Ji Yang stood in the center of the field, looking at Gu Qiuhan. When did she return? He hadn't noticed at all when Gu Qiuhan had appeared outside the crowd. Gu Qiuhan took a soft breath under the spotlight. Refusing would be inappropriate and would only make it seem like an attempt to cover up the truth. She nodded to Instructor Pan. Good. Li Xi and Su Muqing exchanged a knowing glance, and then gently raised their chins. Chapter 115. The fat guy cried. Li Xi nodded to Instructor Pan again, giving him a look that said, it's up to you now. At this moment, Instructor Lei Min also noticed. She walked over to Pan Zhang and nudged him with her elbow. Little pansy, what's going on? Is the junior pursuing the senior, or the senior pursuing the junior? Give me a heads up. Upon hearing this address, Pan Zhang blushed, glanced around somewhat embarrassedly, and similarly lowered his voice to beg for forgiveness. Hey Minzi, can you give me some face? In the army, you can call me Xiao Pansy, but there are so many students watching on the training field, at least call me Instructor Pan. Lei Min waved her hand dismissively, stop with the nonsense, get to the point. What's the deal with these two? Pan Zhang touched his nose and looked at Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan, who were already standing together in the middle of the room. These two, how should I put it, they're quite interesting. You'd say who's pursuing whom? It seems like neither of them has explicitly pursued the other, at least I haven't seen it. He paused, organizing his thoughts. But you can't say they're not related, yet they always seem to be together, and their interactions are so natural. Most importantly, almost everyone who's seen them together assumes they're a couple. As Pan Zhang spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, gesturing with his chin to the exceptionally eye-catching couple in the audience. Look, just standing there, don't they look so good together? In more literary terms, how would you put it? Oh right, they're a perfect match, a match made in heaven. There's no need for either of them to pursue the other, everyone just feels that they should naturally be together. Lei Min followed his gaze and saw Gu Qiuhan listening to Ji Yang speak with her head slightly turned. Although her face was expressionless, her eyes were gentle. Ji Yang's gaze remained fixed on Gu Qiuhan. "TSK," Lei Min chuckled, arms crossed, "now that you mention it, it's true, so let us create some opportunities for young people?" Instructor Pan Zhang looked at the two people standing in the center of the field, picked up the microphone, and asked, "What would you two like to sing together for everyone?" Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan exchanged a glance. Reporting to the instructor, Ji Yang turned to Pan Zhang, "We have already discussed it and will sing. I want to sing this song to you." This song has a fresh and warm melody, is widely sung, and almost everyone has heard it. Moreover, it is a duet, which is very suitable for the current atmosphere. Great! This song is great! Instructor Pan Zhang immediately agreed and signaled to the student in charge of the sound system to get ready. "Ji Yang, I want to sing this song for you, while we're still young and beautiful." His voice was clear, and he sang the first two lines with exceptional sincerity, as if he truly wanted to dedicate the best years of his life to the person in front of him at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qiuhan raised the microphone. She usually speaks in a cool, clear voice, but when she sings, her voice is surprisingly soft and melodious. "Flowers, bloom freely, adorning your years and my branches." As soon as she started singing, the previously noisy playground instantly quieted down. Many people never expected that Gu, the usually aloof school beauty, could sing so well. Then came their first duet. "Who can replace you? Love to the fullest while you're young. Let me sing this song for you, and move you with my passionate feelings, okay?" When he sang this line, some people in the audience started to scream quietly. These lyrics, combined with his gaze at that moment, are practically indistinguishable from a face-to-face confession. When it was Gu Qiuhan's turn, she lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them, and her soft yet clear voice responded. "The years are worth remembering and cherishing. I want to sing this song for you, while I'm still young and beautiful. Flowers, bloom freely, adorning your years and my branches." Instructors Pan Zhang and Lei Min stood aside, watching this delightful scene, both showing maternal smiles. Offstage, Fatty Hao looked at the two men standing side by side on stage amidst cheers, a look of fatherly satisfaction spreading across his chubby face. He sniffed hard, put one arm around Fu Jia and the other around Lu Tao, his voice trembling slightly. "Old Fu, my tower. I don't know why, but looking at that kid on stage, I suddenly felt, our good boy has grown up. He's no longer that single guy who used to sit in the dorm with us, picking his toes and playing games." At this moment, I, Fatty, actually feel like crying. Fu Jia stumbled as he was pulled close. "If you need to pee, just say so. Don't make up so many excuses." Just as Fatty Hao was about to turn around and say something to Fu Jia, he saw that Lu Tao on the other side was actually silently shedding two lines of tears, wiping them haphazardly with the back of her hand. "Fatty Hao? Tower. Why are you actually crying?" Lu Tao choked back a sob. I'm so envious, what? Fatty Hao Fu Jia. Zhang Yuan clutched her heart with both hands. "I will never speak ill of others behind their backs again. I declare that I take back everything I said before." Zhang Yu glanced at her sideways and teased, "What's wrong? Seeing them all lovey-dovey makes you feel inferior because you're still single?" "Pa." Zhang Yuan said, "I didn't. I'm just happy for my sister's happiness." Looking at the perfect couple in the arena, Li Si felt the romance surrounding them and couldn't help but be moved. He quietly turned his head to look at Su Mucheng, who was watching with great interest beside him, and asked softly, "Mu Chang, looking at them, how do you feel? I wonder if this girl will also be affected by this atmosphere and say something like, I feel like being in a relationship." Saying things like, "This kind of campus romance is so beautiful," might just give him the opportunity to. Su Mucheng looked on with satisfaction, patted Li Si's arm hard, and said loudly, "Feelings? Of course I do. My feeling is, my dear son has finally grown up. As his father, I am so proud." Li Si. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was completely immersed in the role of an old father, he felt a sense of powerlessness rising from the bottom of his heart, which eventually turned into a barely audible sigh. "Hey!" Su Mucheng nudged him with her elbow in annoyance. "Why are you sighing like that? It's like my eldest son stole your girlfriend. You look so bitter and resentful." No. No. Absolutely not." Li Si was so frightened by these words that he waved his hands repeatedly and quickly clarified.
Johan and I are just ordinary classmates, don't talk nonsense. Just as they were talking, the singing on stage was coming to an end. Ji Yang and Johan stood side by side, singing the last line of the song. My dearest person. The journey is long, let's stay together. After they finished singing, the two of them turned slightly to the side, their eyes briefly meeting. Chapter 116 5 Men 4 Women. Good. Instructor Layman clapped enthusiastically, turned to Pan Zhang and smiled, Little Pan, you're amazing. Your company is full of hidden talents. This performance is on par with a variety show. Pan Zhang looked proud, but said modestly, it's just so-so. Your art academy's dance is truly professional. In the center of the arena, Johan was ultimately unable to withstand the scorching gazes and deafening cheers. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded slightly in the direction of Instructor Pan and Instructor Lei before walking off the field and returning to the shade of the tree where her roommates were. Ji Yang watched her slightly hurried figure, touched his nose, and quickly bowed to everyone around him, saying thank you everyone, before jogging back to his company's ranks. He had barely regained his footing when Fatty Hao grabbed his neck, his small eyes still visibly red and swollen, and accused him. You old G. You've been hiding it well. Tell me. When did you secretly learn to sing behind the brothers' backs? Were you just waiting for today to make a name for yourself? Ji Yang coughed as he was being strangled, finally managing to break free and innocently spreading his hands. Cough cough. Fatty, have mercy. You didn't even ask me if I can sing. He then noticed Fatty Hao's eyes and asked in confusion, Hey? Fatty, what happened to your eyes? Did you get sand in them? Just as Fatty Hao was about to back down and say it was the wind, Fu Jie mercilessly added, he didn't get sand in his eyes, he just shed some gold beans. Ji Yang was taken aback, wow. No way, Fatty? You were really moved to tears by my handsome singing and dashing appearance? Before he could finish speaking, he noticed Lu Tao beside him secretly wiping her eyes. No. Tower? What's wrong with you? You're usually the most manly guy in our dorm. What's wrong with you today? When Lu Tao was called out, he lowered his head in embarrassment and said in a muffled voice. Old G. I'm just envious. Seeing you standing together with that senior, you look so well matched, so perfect. I just think, when will I meet my Wu Dan too? Upon hearing this, Ji Yang, Fatty Hao, and Fu Jie fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Finally, Fatty Hao patted Lu Tao on the shoulder and offered a dry reassurance, yes, there will be a big red one, and there will be a fifth one too. Meanwhile, the singing and talent shows on stage did not stop. The Art Academy seemed to have been spurred on by the competition, as more girls came up to perform a fast-paced modern dance. One girl even demonstrated exceptional flexibility by effortlessly doing a perfect split. Meanwhile, Johan wanted to slip away quietly while everyone's attention was drawn to the new program, but Jiang Yuan and Zhang Yu, who were quick-witted and agile, grabbed her shoulders from both sides. Hey Johan, what's the rush? Jiang Yuan forcefully pushed her back to the spot. It would be such a waste to miss such a wonderful show. The girls from the Art Academy are so talented and pleasing to the eye. Zhang Yu laughed and chimed in, exactly, going back to the dorm would just mean staring blankly at the ceiling. It's much better to bask in the sun and watch TV here. Even Li Si, who was standing next to her, said, yes, Johan, let's watch a little longer. After the show ends, we can leave together. After being told what her roommate and Li Si said, Johan couldn't insist any longer. She gave a soft which was taken as an admission that she would stay. Meanwhile, Ji Yang and his roommates were also drawn to the continuous performances by the Art Academy on stage. I was more attracted to the girls than the performance. Fatty Hao completely forgot that his Yuan was still in the formation, watching with rapt attention. His chubby face was full of excitement, and he kept nudging Ji Yang and Fu Jie next to him with his elbows. Look! Another split. Wow! That flexibility. Wow! That dance move, that waist movement. TSK, look at that girl's ankles, so slender. He was so engrossed in watching that he didn't notice Yuan squinting at him not far behind. After an unknown amount of time, Instructor Pan's command echoed across the drill ground once again. Attention, everyone! Whoosh! The muscle memory developed through long-term training made everyone stand up straight instantly. Let me finish! Instructor Pan's stern gaze swept over the still uncomfortable faces, a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. This morning's training is now over. Disband. Oh. Goodbye, instructor. Ji Yang and his roommates had just moved with the flow of people, preparing to rush to the cafeteria to soothe their rumbling stomachs, when they heard someone call his name from behind. Ji Yang. Ji Yang turned around and saw Li Si waving at him, with Gu Qiuhan, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yuanyuan standing beside him. Want to eat together? Li Si invited with a smile, while subtly tilting his head to gesture to Gu Qiuhan beside him. Ji Yang subconsciously wanted to look at his three good sons. After all, he had just promised to treat them to dinner at the Imperial Cuisine restaurant that evening, and it seemed a bit unfair to leave them out for lunch. He opened his mouth, then hesitated. Li Si saw through his concerns at a glance and, before he could refuse, spoke first. Invite your roommate along, it'll be more fun with more people. Since things have been said to this extent, it would seem pretentious to refuse any further. Ji Yang could only nod. Well, alright then, sorry to bother you. He turned around and shouted to the three men, Fatty Hao, Four, and Tower, who were staring at him expectantly. Fatty, Four, Tower. Don't just stand there, come on over. Seeing this, Li Si turned to Gu Qiuhan and the others. Qiuhan, why don't you call your roommate and come along? Before Gu Qiuhan could speak, Su Mucheng, like a kitten smelling fish, immediately came over, grabbed Gu Qiuhan's arm, and asked first, the cafeteria? Her little face clearly said, if it's the cafeteria, I'll think about it some more. Li Si glanced at her helplessly and chuckled, of course not the cafeteria. Let's eat out, it's on me. Yay! Su Mucheng cheered immediately, shaking Gu Qiuhan's arm vigorously. Sister Qiuhan. Let's go. Someone's treating us, aren't we going? The food in the cafeteria is nowhere near as good as what you get outside. Gu Qiuhan, unable to resist Su Mucheng's persistent pestering, sighed softly, which was taken as tacit agreement. Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Yu walked up to Li Si and said with smiles, then thank you, Chairman Li. Li Si looked at the several mouths that had suddenly appeared and shook his head with a helpless smile. Naturally, the four girls walked in front, and the five boys followed behind. Behind them, Fu Jia looked at the backs of the girls in front, especially the lively and cheerful Zhang Yuanyuan, nudged Ji Yang with his elbow, and whispered. Old Ji, who are those two people next to senior sister Gu? He was referring to Zhang Yuanyuan and Zhang Yu. Chapter 117. Li Si is very rich. Ji Yang followed his gaze and said, I don't know either. I've never seen her before. She must be Senior Gu's roommate, right? Fu Jia nodded thoughtfully, his gaze unconsciously drifting back to Zhang Yuanyuan's retreating figure. As luck would have it, just as Fu Jia's gaze lingered on her, Zhang Yuanyuan, who was walking ahead, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around to look. Although Fu Jia immediately looked away. Zhang Yu, who was standing next to her, asked, What's wrong, Yuanyuan? Zhang Yuanyuan turned around, touched the back of her head, and whispered with some confusion. It's nothing. I just felt like someone was watching me from behind. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu nudged her with her shoulder. Isn't that great? Maybe it's one of your secret admirers, and then your theory can be put into practice. Zhang Yuanyuan, get lost. Hearing the noise, Gu Qiuhan turned her head slightly and whispered, Daiyue, keep your voice down, there are boys behind us. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yuanyuan looked at each other and stuck out their tongues, then restrained themselves a little. The group didn't go far, finding a clean and tidy restaurant near the school that specialized in home-style stir-fries. After all, Ji Yang and the others had military training in the afternoon. Eating hot pot or barbecue would take a long time and have a strong smell, which was not suitable. Moreover, it would be uncomfortable to train under the sun after overeating. Once inside the private room, everyone sat down around a round table. Li Si placed the menu on a rotating tray and pushed it towards everyone. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Order whatever you like, don't be shy. Even so, apart from Su Mucheng, everyone else was a bit reserved and didn't dare to make the first move. Seeing this, Su Mucheng grabbed the menu and shoved it in front of her, saying with great bravado, Don't be so polite. Come on, let's check one by one, and let Li Si fill in the rest. Holding the menu, she first walked over to Zhang Yuanyuan and said with a smile, Sister Yuanyuan, you order first. Zhang Yuanyuan couldn't refuse, so she took the menu, looked at it carefully, and ordered a relatively inexpensive homestyle dish. Then, let's have 3 treasures of the earth. Su Mucheng nodded, then turned to Zhang Yu, Sister yeah, it's your turn. Zhang Yu followed suit and ordered a garlic-flavored baby bok choy. Su Mucheng took the menu and went to Gu Qiuhan's side. Seeing that Gu Qiuhan hadn't ordered yet, she said, Sister Qiuhan, it's your turn. Don't worry about saving money for Li Si, his family is very rich, they won't go broke from eating. Li Si stood to the side, rubbing his forehead and smiling helplessly. Gu Qiuhan smiled and ordered a steamed sea bass. All right. The girls have finished ordering. Su Machang, holding the menu, rushed over to the boy's side, immediately standing next to Ji Yang and handing him the menu. Here you go, big brother. Order. Ji Yang looked at his overly active father and his lips twitched slightly. Hao Pingzi, Fu Jia, and Lu Tao felt immense pressure under the overwhelming aura of Su Machang, who exuded an almost fatherly presence. Fatty Hao quickly waved his hands. Uncle. Uncle. Just put the menu on the table, we'll do it ourselves. You're making us a little nervous. Fu Jia nodded silently, feeling that they couldn't afford to be served food by their uncle. Su Machang looked at the three of them looking cowardly, pouted, but still placed the menu in the middle of the table. All right, then you guys order yourselves, don't be shy. I'll get mad at anyone who's polite. The 211 boy group breathed a sigh of relief and began circulating the menu. Knowing his roommate's tastes, Ji Yang took the menu. His gaze swept across the menu, then he looked at Li Si and Su Machang next to Li Si. No way. We have to give Li Si a good beating. First of all, they actually brought Su Machang along today. Isn't that just making things worse for me? Secondly, you think you can woo my dad? No way. If you want to pursue her, you'll have to bleed some money first. We need some braised pork belly. The fat guy can't live without meat. Tower loves sweet and sour pork. Boiled fish is delicious, everyone likes it. Thinking about this, Ji Yang was still unhappy, so he added 2 more hearty dishes, braised prawns and spicy crab. He handed the selected menu to Li Si, a harmless smile on his face. We've ordered. Then Ji Yang leaned back in his chair, a smug look on his face. Gu Qiuhan also saw this and said, Li Si's family is in real estate and they're very rich. You can't rip him off. Upon hearing this, Ji Yang immediately sat up straight. He couldn't help but glance at Li Si again. He knew Li Si was rich, but he didn't expect him to be this rich. Then, he looked at Gu Qiuhan and thought. No, senior. You have cheat codes too? This isn't just a matter of keen observation, it's like you can read minds or something. Do I look like I'm about to kill someone? Ji Yang coughed twice tactically, cough cough. Li Si waved his hand, it's alright. Then, after looking at the menu, I felt that the combination of meat and vegetables and the portion sizes seemed a bit unbalanced, so I ordered 2 more light vegetarian dishes and a soup, and then handed the menu to the waiter. After ordering, a subtle silence fell over the private room. Since we weren't very familiar with each other, we couldn't find a suitable topic to talk about for a while. As the organizer, Li Si felt it necessary to liven up the atmosphere, so he smiled and said to Gu Qiuhan. Qiuhan, aren't you going to introduce your roommate to the people across the street? Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan nodded and looked at Ji Yang and the others. This is Jiang Yuan, and this is Zhang Yu. They are my roommates. There's another roommate, Li Xiaolin, who's your substitute senior. Ji Yang immediately responded, hello, seniors. Then he began to introduce his own people. This is Hao Chang, we all call him Fatty Hao. Fatty Hao waved his hand. This is Lu Tao. Lu Tao smiled shyly. This is Fu Jia. Ji Yang introduced Fu Jia at the end, but then found that there was no movement beside him. Fu Jia, Ji Yang tilted his head and saw Fu Jia staring blankly in the direction of Jiang Yuan across the street. Ji Yang quickly nudged him lightly with his elbow and whispered a reminder. 4. Snap out of it. I'm calling you. Fu Jia suddenly jolted awake, straightened his back abruptly, and began his self-introduction in a clear and articulate voice. Hello, my name is Fu Jia, I'm a local from Jinghai, I'm 179 centimeters tall, blood type AB, and I have no bad habits. Ji Yang, Fatty Hao, and Lu Tao all turned to look at him. Hey buddy, are you alright? Fatty Hao exclaimed, damn it. 4. What are you doing? On a blind date here? And you're giving such detailed information? He got more and more outrageous. Why don't you tell me what size your brother wears too? Ji Yang couldn't bear to watch any longer. He rubbed his forehead and whispered, Fatty. Stop. Stop your magic. This isn't the dorm. Zhang Yu, who was sitting next to Jiang Yuan, also noticed who Fu Jia had been looking at. She secretly reached under the table and pinched Jiang Yuan's thigh. Jiang Yuan almost cried out when she was pinched like that, and turned to look at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu leaned close to her ear and said, "Did you hear that? They even reported his height and blood type. Quick, write down his size in your notebook, you might need it later." Zhang Yuan didn't react for a moment, blinking in confusion. "What do you mean?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. What else could it mean? He was staring at you so intently before he introduced himself. Junior G nudged him, and that's when he snapped out of it. Zhang Yuan looked at the rather handsome Fu Jia across from her and suddenly became infatuated. Could it be that I need to combine my theory with practice? Chapter 118: The reason for not going to Tsinghua or Peking University. Seeing her practically drooling, Zhang Yu quickly gave her a light kick under the table. Tone it down. Mind your image. You're looking like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, you might scare people away. She adopted the demeanor of a strategist, earnestly imparting her insights. Remember my famous saying, the real prey often appears in the form of food. Be elegant, be reserved, be aloof, understand? Zhang Yuan immediately sat up straight, forcibly suppressing the wide grin that stretched to her ears, and casually smoothed her hair with feigned elegance. Understood. We need to make him come to us willingly, right? As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Fu Jia, who was drinking water, only to find that he was also looking over. Their eyes met and they both looked away at the same time. Watching the two rookies bickering, Zhang Yu sighed and rubbed her forehead. There's still a long way to go. Seeing that Fu Jia was making the atmosphere more and more like a blind date, Ji Yang quickly spoke up to smooth things over. All right, relax a bit. This is like a serious matchmaking meeting. As he spoke, he picked up his juice glass and stood up, saying, "Come on, since we've all gathered here today, let's have a juice toast instead of alcohol." Seeing this, everyone laughed and picked up their cups to stand up. However, after everyone raised their glasses, Ji Yang did not speak. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Si, who was seated at the head of the table, and said with a grin, "Come, Chairman Li, would you like to prompt me?" Li Si, holding his glass, stared blankly at Ji Yang, his eyes full of questions. "Didn't you start by raising your glass?" "Why should I say it?" Ji Yang understood his look and explained confidently. "You're the host, so of course you have to give the opening remarks. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm overstepping my bounds and not knowing the proper etiquette, wouldn't it? Come, Chairman Li, would you like to prompt me?" Li Si, holding his glass, stared blankly at Ji Yang, his eyes full of questions. "Didn't you start by raising your glass?" "Why should I say it?" Ji Yang understood his look and explained, though his tone was somewhat unconvincing. "You're the host, so of course you have to give the opening remarks. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm overstepping my bounds and not knowing the proper etiquette, wouldn't it?" Li Si was left speechless by his absurd reasoning, so he cleared his throat, raised his cup, and looked around at everyone. "Since Brother Ji has said so, then let me say a few words. It is fate that we can all gather together today. We all come from different parts of the country, and it is not easy for us to sit at the same table and eat together." He changed the subject, his gaze falling on Ji Yang with a smile. "What's more, our brother Ji is a top scholar, yet he didn't go to Tsinghua or Peking University, but instead chose our Jinghai University. Who would have thought that? Don't you think so, Ji Yang?" Ji Yang's smile froze instantly. "No way, how did the war end up back on me?" "Li Si, are you really that vengeful?" But clearly, Li Si wasn't the only one curious about this question. "Yeah. Wow, my friend. Why did you choose Kyoto University? I've been wondering about that for ages. Tell me. Su Muching quickly changed her words halfway through her sentence. Fatty Hao slammed his cup on the table. "That's right. Old G, you were so secretive back then, and you kept giving me the runaround when I asked you. Today you have to tell the truth." The girls on the other side couldn't contain their curiosity either. Zhang Yuan excitedly tugged at Zhang Yu's sleeve. "It's here. The ultimate mystery is finally about to be revealed." While prying away the hand that was pinching her so hard it hurt, Zhang Yu stared intently at Ji Yang. "Stop making noise and listen to the answer carefully." Gu Qiuhan, though outwardly calmly holding her cup, kept her cool eyes fixed on Ji Yang's face. Feeling the scorching gazes coming from all directions, Ji Yang suddenly felt as if the juice glass in his hand weighed a ton. He raised his glass, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp of juice, clearly trying to keep the audience in suspense. "Well, it's a long story. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were drinking alcohol." A cool voice suddenly interrupted him. Gu Qiuhan had put down her cup at some point, placed her hands on the table, and looked at him calmly. "Stop being mysterious and just tell me. Fatty Hao was the first to burst out laughing and quickly covered his mouth. Ji Yang almost choked on his own saliva when Gu Qiuhan suddenly retorted. He gave Gu Qiuhan a resentful look, thinking to himself, "Senior, give me some face." Suma Cheng, who was sitting next to Gu Qiuhan, saw the whole scene. She secretly stuck her foot out from under the table and stepped on Li Si next to her. Ouch! Li Si cried out in pain, almost making a sound, and looked at Suma Cheng with a puzzled expression. Suma Cheng leaned closer and said through gritted teeth in a breathy voice, "See that? My eldest son is a typical henpecked husband. He hasn't even done anything yet, and he's already got her wrapped around his little finger. You, the student council president, need to think of something." Li Si rubbed his sore instep, looking innocent and helpless, and replied with his eyes. "What can I do? Besides, isn't this a good thing?" Suma Cheng glared at her and retorted, "Good news?" Li Si looked at her and wisely chose to keep quiet. Having been outmaneuvered by Gu Qiuhan, Ji Yang knew he couldn't escape today. All right, I'll tell you. It's really not a big deal. I chose Peking University over Tsinghua or Peking University because I consulted a fortune teller. Cough, cough, cough. Fatty Hao almost spat out a mouthful of juice from his nose, choking and turning his face red. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu looked at each other, wondering if they had misheard. A rare crack appeared on Gu Qiuhan's usually calm face. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she looked at Ji Yang as if she were looking at some unbelievable creature. Even the well-traveled Li Si couldn't maintain his composure. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Finally, Suma Cheng broke the silence. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. "What? You had your fortune told? Good heavens! You gave up Tsinghua and Peking University to come to Peking University, just because of this?" Fu Jie also grabbed Ji Yang's arm. "Old Ji. Are you kidding me? Just because of this? You consulted a fortune teller and gave up Tsinghua and Peking Universities to come to this crappy Peking University?" Amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Ji Yang nodded solemnly. "That's right, the divination indicates that destiny is hard to defy." Chapter 119, Spring of 211. When Ji Yang applied for the university, he did try to use the life script system to calculate his future. But this broken system can't see itself. He was torn between receiving 2 admission offers from Tsinghua University and Peking University. Finally, I tried to find a way to ask the system. I chose Tsinghua University. What are my future prospects? System message: insufficient permissions to view the host's detailed script. What are the prospects for my future development if I choose Peking University? The system still displays the message: insufficient permissions to view the host's detailed script. Ji Yang wasn't giving up, thinking the system should at least give him some hints, so he changed his question. Question: which university is best for me to apply to for optimal career development? This time, the system was silent for a few seconds. Kyohai University. Ji Yang was stunned. Kyoto University? Jinghai University? Although they are also key universities, they are not in the same league as Tsinghua and Peking University. He repeatedly confirmed that the system's answer was still a definite no-brainer: Kyoto University. He had suspected that the system might be bugged, and even tried restarting it. He just slept on it, but when he checked the next day, the answer was still Kyoto University. Considering that although this system was a rip-off, it had never made a mistake when reading other people's scripts, Ji Yang gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. He believed its lies. Fatty Hao slapped his thigh and roared. "Are you an idiot?" This shout startled everyone who was still in a daze, and all eyes turned to the fat man. Fatty Hao instantly realized he had lost his composure, especially when he felt the surprised looks from the female students opposite him. His chubby face flushed red, and he hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner to explain. No. Senior sisters, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to swear. I meant. He finally managed to gather his thoughts and looked at Ji Yang again. Old Ji. You idiot. That's Tsinghua and Peking University. Tsinghua and Peking University. So many people would kill to get in. You actually gave up just because of a fortune telling? Which roadside stall did you go to? Isn't this misleading people? Is that fortune telling even reliable? The fat man's chubby face was filled with a look of disappointment and frustration. Fu Jie finally snapped out of his daze of the absurdity. Old Ji, while I respect your personal choice, you've been a bit hasty. Gu Qiuhan looked at Ji Yang, who was being verbally attacked, and a faint trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Su Mucheng, on the other hand, was excited and tugged at Li Si's arm, whispering, "See that? I told you my son isn't an ordinary person. That was such a cool move." Li Si. Ji Yang shrugged helplessly. The divination is as it appears if you believe, it exists if you don't, it doesn't. Besides, if I don't come to Kyoto University, how will I meet some important people? Ouch. Zhang Yuan was the first to draw out the jeering, winking at Ji Yang and then nudging Gu Qiuhan with her elbow. Did you hear that? It's someone important. Is this a disguised confession? Feeling a little embarrassed by her roommate's teasing, Gu Qiuhan gently tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Yuan, stop fooling around. Zhang Yuan pretended to be stupid, widening her innocent eyes. Qiuhan, why are you pulling me? I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about certain important people. Why are you taking it personally? Her attempt to cover up her blunder made Zhang Yu and Su Mucheng burst into laughter. Gu Qiuhan was outmaneuvered, her ears turned slightly red, and she glared at Zhang Yuan in annoyance before deciding to stop talking. Seeing this scene, Ji Yang could only sigh. In fact, he really didn't know why the damn system insisted on sending him to Peking University. Although he was happy to meet Gu Qiuhan, he absolutely did not believe that the system had gone to such lengths to make him give up Tsinghua and Peking University just so that he could meet his future wife. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further off track and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly ambiguous, Li Si timely picked up the serving chopsticks, tapped the rim of the bowl, and smiled as he tried to smooth things over. All right, everyone, stop torturing our junior brother Ji. If you keep asking him, he might just have to do a fortune-telling right here and now to get away with it. He pointed to the dishes on the table that were already emitting a fragrant aroma. The food is all served. It'll get cold if we don't eat soon, and it would be a terrible sin to waste such delicious food. Come on, everyone, let's pick up our chopsticks. His reminder made everyone realize that while they were interrogating Ji Yang, the waiter had quietly served all the dishes. With delicious food in front of me, my gossipy nature was temporarily suppressed. Fatty Hao was the first to respond to the call, eyeing the largest piece of braised pork. Chairman Li is right. Of all things, eating is the most important. Let me taste this meat first and see if it's tender enough. Looking at the trembling, glistening piece of fatty meat on Hao Pangzi's chopsticks, Ji Yang couldn't help but remind him, Fatty, eat less fatty meat, lose some weight. Fatty Hao, however, looked unconvinced, shoved the meat into his mouth in one gulp, and mumbled indistinctly. So what? Life is all about enjoying yourself. Besides. He swallowed the meat in his mouth, puffed out his chest, and a strange sense of pride appeared on his face. My Yuan won't dislike me. Zhang Yu and Zhang Yuan, who were picking up food, both stopped at the same time. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Yuan with a puzzled expression, asking with her eyes, Yuan? Zhang Yuan was stunned and subconsciously pointed to herself. She glanced at Fu Jia, who was engrossed in his food and oblivious to everything, then looked at Hao Pangziyu, who was spouting nonsense. Me? Junior, do we know each other? What do you mean by that? Seeing that the misunderstanding had escalated, Ji Yang quickly put down his chopsticks and explained, It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Please don't mind, seniors. He pointed to Fatty Hao, who was still battling with the braised pork, and clarified helplessly. The Yuan he mentioned isn't you, Senior Jiang. There's a girl in our class named Li Yuan, and we're pretty close. Fatty, he has a crush on her, so he calls her affectionately in private. After his explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Everyone chatted and laughed, eating and talking in a harmonious atmosphere. Ji Yang raised his wrist to check the time and realized that it was almost time for the afternoon military training assembly. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said to everyone, Well, it's almost time. We have military training this afternoon, so we have to go ahead. You guys take your time eating. Li Si nodded upon hearing this. All right, training is important, you guys go ahead. Ji Yang stood up, and Fatty Hao and Fu Jie also stood up. Lu Tao seemed a little reluctant to leave, glancing at Zhang Yu next to Zhang Yuan as she stood up. Although it was only a glimpse, Ji Yang still noticed it. Goodbye, seniors, goodbye, brother Li. Ji Yang said goodbye politely, his gaze finally landing on Su Mucheng. Su Mucheng had been waiting for a long time, looking at him with wide, expectant eyes. Chapter 120 What's the use of knowing the depths? Ji Yang smiled helplessly, but still said cooperatively, "Goodbye, uncle." Fatty Hao and the others immediately followed suit, shouting in unison, "Goodbye, uncle." This synchronized farewell amused everyone else present. After saying goodbye, Ji Yang pulled Lu Tao, who was still dawdling, and left the private room with Fatty Hao and Fu Jie. Stepping out of the restaurant, Fatty Hao patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp, burp. That was really enjoyable. Chairman Li is so kind. Ji Yang nudged Lu Tao, who seemed distracted, with his elbow and asked in a low voice, "Tower, what were you looking at just now? You seemed so absent-minded." Lu Tao stammered, "No. I didn't see anything." "Lao Ji, you must have mistaken me?" Seeing his obvious attempt to cover up his blunder, Ji Yang knew exactly what was going on, smiled, and didn't press the matter further. It seems that after this meal, some people's minds started to stir. It seems there's more than one romantic storyline in the dorm. The four of them strolled leisurely towards school under the scorching afternoon sun. Fatty Hao patted his round belly contentedly, burping as he walked. Seeing his state, Fu Jie reminded him, "Fatty, if you eat this much, aren't you afraid that Instructor Pan will make you throw up if the training intensity goes up this afternoon?" The fat man waved his fat hand dismissively, his tone utterly nonchalant. No problem, I'm a veteran of countless battles, this is nothing." He even patted his belly triumphantly, making a dull thump sound. "See that? This is all energy reserves. We'll rely on it to give us the confidence for this afternoon's military training." Looking at his nonchalant attitude, Ji Yang couldn't help but complain. "I think you're not providing confidence, you're providing appetite. Don't let your goose step bring out Chairman Li's braised prawns." "Ha ha ha." Lu Tao was amused and laughed. Fatty Hao, his sore spot hit, retorted stubbornly, "Old Ji, stop cursing me. I'm digesting perfectly well." Amidst their laughter and conversation, the group had already reached the edge of the playground. The lunch break was about to end, and many students were already gathering at the training ground. As the crowd gradually gathered and the instructors who had begun to line up in the distance, a crack finally appeared on the composure on Fatty Hao's face. He secretly rubbed his stomach and muttered to himself, I think I'm a little too full." Seeing how Pingzi's forced composure, Ji Yang suppressed a laugh and kindly suggested, "Fatty, why don't you go to the toilet right now? Do you know what artificial weight loss is? I'm afraid you'll throw up again when we're standing at attention, and then your majestic image in front of your Yuan will completely collapse." Upon hearing this, the fat man stuck out his round belly, his face displaying an expression of "I'd rather die than be humiliated." "Pa! Real men never resort to throat scratching. That's all crooked methods. I, Fatty, will digest it with my own strength." Ji Yang raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing out his words, "Oh? A real man, huh?" He pretended to stick out his finger and poke the fat man's round belly lightly. "Well, do you need a little help, bro? Just give it a nudge, maybe it'll clear up." Fu Jie, standing next to him, said in a serious tone, "I suggest sending them directly to the Sichuan region for further studies." Fatty Hao clutched his stomach and angrily denounced, "Hey! Are you guys still the 211 boy band? What happened to sharing the good times and the bad? You're really making me feel like Tachibana Yukio." He became increasingly distressed as he spoke, clutching his buttocks tightly. "I'm really afraid that one night my anus will be damaged while I'm sleeping." Upon hearing this, Lu Tao patted the fat man's shoulder with a sympathetic expression, her tone heavy. "Fatty, don't worry. The three of us wouldn't have the heart to hurt you." Just as Fatty Hao breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Lu Tao let out a soft sigh. Fatty Hao immediately became alert. "What do you mean?" Lu Tao blinked her sincere big eyes and explained in a serious tone. "Think about it, with your multi-layered structure, if something really happened." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands around the fat man's waist and abdomen. "Finding the entrance requires geological exploration, which is such a hassle. If another landslide were to occur, it could cost lives." "Put!" Ji Yang and Fu Jie burst out laughing. Fu Jie added meticulously, "From an engineering perspective, this is indeed a high-risk operation." Fatty Hao's face trembled with rage as he pointed at the three heartless bastards. You guys, we're done for each other. Starting today, I, Fatty, am severing all ties with you." On the Jinghai Expressway, in the passenger seat of a pink Maserati, Lin Zi, wearing a tight black halter dress,
crossed her long legs and was idly scrolling through her phone. She glanced at her best friend beside her, who was focused on driving, and couldn't help but speak, her tone tinged with confusion. "Ning Ning, are you really sure? You want to become an English teacher at Peking University?" She twirled the ends of her hair with her slender fingers. "That place is so boring." In the driver's seat, Zhang Danning smiled slightly, wearing black sunglasses and a wine-red velvet bodycon dress. The deep V-neck showed off her impressive figure and delicate collarbone, while the high slit on the side of the skirt allowed her fair and smooth legs to be faintly seen when she operated the accelerator and brake. She casually rested one hand on the steering wheel. "Of course," Zhang Danning said casually, "the formalities have all been completed. I think being a teacher and experiencing campus life is pretty good." "Come on." Lin Ziyi scoffed, mercilessly exposing her lies. "I know you too well. You think you'd care about a teacher's meager salary? What are you pretending to be, some innocent educator?" She leaned closer, lowered her voice, and said with a gossipy smile, "I think you have ulterior motives." Lin Ziyi adjusted her posture, causing her short skirt to ride up a bit more. She continued, "But speaking of which, that little guy who did your fortune-telling online is really something. He could even figure out what you hid in your Swiss bank safe deposit box. It's really weird." Zhang Danning's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel. Upon hearing the term little guy, her red lips curved slightly, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. "What if they're not young?" Lin Ziyi was taken aback at first, then realized the double meaning in her best friend's words, and couldn't help but giggle, her eyes sweeping over Zhang Danning with an ambiguous look. "Whether it's small or big, what's the point of saying all this now? Anyway, even if it really is a treasure, it's not yours." Upon hearing this, Zhang Danning was not annoyed at all. Instead, she let out a lazy chuckle. She tilted her head slightly, her sunglasses sliding down her nose to reveal a pair of captivating, alluring eyes, her gaze carrying a predatory air of determination. "It's not mine, so what? There are plenty of things in this world that don't belong to me. But anything that I, Zhang Danning, set my sights on." She paused, put her sunglasses back on, looked straight ahead, and spoke in a casual yet undeniably assertive tone. "Even if you don't have ownership, can't you at least have usage rights?" Lin Ziyi was so shocked by her outrageous remarks that she was speechless for a long time, and in the end, she could only give a thumbs up. "Okay, you're awesome. No wonder you're Zhang Da's daughter." The sports car drove onto the ramp from the highway. Lin Ziyi seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around to remind him. "But Ning Ning, let me remind you, take it easy. She's still a student after all, and I'm afraid that since it's your first time, you don't know the limits and might hurt her again." Upon hearing this, Zhang Danning's lips curled up slightly. "What use is it for me to know the depth? It's good that he knows." Chapter 121 is indeed quite white. Lin Ziyi watched Zhang Danning speeding along, leaned back lazily in her seat, and said slowly, "Well, we also need to see if the craftsman's tools are long enough, right?" Zhang Danning's lips curled into a confident smile. She didn't answer, but instead pressed the accelerator harder. Restaurant private room. After Ji Yang and the other three left, Li Si drank some water and looked at Gu Qiuhan. "Honestly, Qiuhan, Ji Yang is really quite good. He's good looking, his singing today is a real talent, and he has a fun personality too. Why don't you consider giving him a chance?" Jiang Yuan echoed her sentiment. Jiang Yuan winked and smiled knowingly, her words carrying a double meaning. "Exactly. Chairman Li is right. And what if our junior, Ji Yang, is not only skilled in this skill, but also in another one?" Pft, cough cough cough. Zhanya sprayed out the juice she had just drunk, coughing and laughing so hard her shoulders shook. Li Si was also choked by these sudden, raucous words, coughing several times, his ears turning slightly red, and awkwardly looking away. Gu Qiuhan's cold face instantly turned frosty. "Jiang Yuan. Do you not want to walk back to the dormitory alive?" Only Su Mucheng blinked her innocent big eyes, looking blankly at the group that suddenly burst into laughter, completely unaware of the meaning behind it. She tugged at Li Si's sleeve beside her. "What do you mean? Li Si, besides fortune-telling and singing, does Ji Yang have any other special talents?" "I don't know. Tell me quickly." Li Si rubbed his forehead, his head aching, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a sentence with red ears. "Don't ask me anything, kid. Eat your food." Gu Qiuhan also retorted to Li Si. "You should worry about yourself first. It's been over a year, and she doesn't even know you like her." As she spoke, her gaze seemed to casually sweep over Su Muchung, who was blinking her big eyes. Li Si. Upon hearing this, Su Muchung grabbed Li Si's arm. Oh? Little Li Si already has a girl he likes? She patted her budding chest. Tell me, which family's daughter is she? Want me to step in and play matchmaker for you? I guarantee it'll be a piece of cake. My matchmaking skills are incredibly effective. She got more and more excited as she talked, completely unaware that Li Si looked at her excited little face with eyes full of helplessness. Looking at Su Muchung, who was so close yet seemed like an insurmountable chasm, Li Si felt utterly exhausted. He opened his mouth, the words "I like you" rolling around in his throat, but in the end he couldn't say them. He was afraid that if he spoke out, he wouldn't even be able to maintain their current relationship, or she could hold his arm and listen to her chatter. Gu Qiuhan shook her head slightly. She was good to Su Muchung in every way, but she was just a little too slow to notice in this aspect. Li Si quickly changed the subject to a more serious one. All right, let's get down to business. Don't forget to come to the rehearsal tonight. Military training ends this week, and the welcome party comes right after. Time is tight. When it came to serious matters, Gu Qiuhan reverted to her usual aloof demeanor and nodded. Okay, I understand. This lunch, full of twists and turns, is finally coming to an end. After chatting for a few more minutes, and once everyone had put down their chopsticks, Li Si took the initiative to pay the bill. The group walked out of the restaurant. The afternoon sun was still intense. Everyone said a brief goodbye at the crossroads leading to the dormitory. See you in the auditorium tonight, Li Si said to Gu Qiuhan and Su Muchung. See you tonight. Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly. Su Muchung waved her hand and said, okay. Let's go, Sister Qiuhan. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yu thanked Li Si and then walked towards the girls' dormitory with Gu Qiuhan and Su Muchung. The afternoon military training proceeded under the scorching sun, the entire drill ground resembling a giant steamer. Instructor Pan, with a stern face, corrected each student's marching movements one by one. Lift your legs up. Didn't you eat? In the deathly still moment, a deep, resonant engine roar suddenly tore through the dullness of the playground. The sound attracted everyone's attention. Holy crap! What's going on? Fatty Hao excitedly nudged Ji Yang with his elbow. Hey Ji, look! A pink Maserati. That engine sound, it's at least a V8. When did our school get a rich girl like that? The extremely flashy pink sports car, completely oblivious to everyone's stares, drifted and stopped in front of the administration building's main entrance. President Lu Jianqing of Jinghai University, accompanied by several other university leaders, jogged out of the administration building to greet them. Ji Yang and his team were positioned on what could be called a VIP viewing platform, directly facing the administration building at a perfect distance with an excellent view. My goodness! Fatty Hao exclaimed excitedly, stamping his feet and squinting his small eyes as if he wanted to pop them out of their sockets. They're coming down. Two long-legged beauties. That aura, that figure, who the hell is this? The principal himself is greeting them? Ji Yang also looked in that direction. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, the two ladies' outstanding temperament and elegant posture were indeed eye-catching. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Seriously, Fatty? You can tell if someone is beautiful or not from this distance? Do you have a built-in beauty filter or a telephoto lens? At this moment, Fu Jie also said. According to publicly available information, in addition to his position as principal, Principal Lu is also a member of the Standing Committee of the Jinghai Municipal Party Committee and the Minister of Publicity, a full-fledged deputy department-level cadre. For him to lower himself so much, personally greet them, and bring his entire leadership team, the family backgrounds of these two ladies are probably beyond the scope of the word unfathomable. Ji Yang turned to look at Fu Jie. No, even you can see it so clearly? Fu Jie remained unfazed, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of the administration building, and answered righteously and firmly. Of course. That pure white, no. He coughed lightly. The two ladies' clothing style, their walking posture, and the body language the principal used when interacting with them all convey a wealth of information that can be analyzed. This has nothing to do with eyesight, it's purely a professional deduction based on behavioral logic. Lu Tao nodded weakly from the side, muttering softly, Fu is right, she is quite fair-skinned. Hey there! What are you whispering about over there? Instructor Pan's gaze swept over like a searchlight. Attention, everyone! What are you looking at? If you look again, you'll stand at attention facing the administration building for an hour, and you can look all you want. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance back quickly as he turned around. She is indeed quite fair-skinned. Chapter 122. The principal personally welcomes them. In front of the administration building, Principal Lu Jianqing, along with several vice deans and administrative directors, quickly stepped forward to greet them.
Miss Xiang, Miss Lin, welcome, welcome. Lu Jianqing said loudly.
It's so hot, why did you two have to come all this way? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have arranged a car to pick you up. Zhang Danning took off her sunglasses.
Uncle Lu, you're being too polite.
She casually tucked her sunglasses into her collar.
I'm just here to complete the onboarding process. There's no need for such a big fuss.
Lin Zi, standing beside her, also got out of the car and leaned lazily against the door of the pink Maserati, smiling radiantly. Principal Lu, with this entourage, anyone who didn't know better would think we were sent by the Ministry of Education for an inspection.
Lu Jianqing wiped the sweat from his brow. How could I dare to be negligent?
Both of you gentlemen are heavyweight investors in our Jinghai University Development Foundation. The new library donated by President Zhang last year and the research center funded by President Lin are both major projects that benefit the entire faculty and students of the university. If the two old gentlemen find out that their precious daughter has been wronged in my care, I, as the principal, will be in a difficult position. Zhang Danning gently straightened her sleeves. Uncle Lu is joking. My father has always admired the academic atmosphere of Peking University, and this small investment is nothing to worry about. Yes, Lin Zi replied, her gaze sweeping over the students undergoing military training on the distant playground.
We're just here to experience campus life.
Ningning insisted on being a teacher, so I came to keep her company.
Lu Jianqing nodded repeatedly.
It is an honor for us to have Ms. Zheng teach at our school. The School of Foreign Languages is in dire need of talents like you with overseas experience. He turned around and winked at the Academic Affairs Director behind him. Director Wang, has Ms. Zheng's onboarding process been arranged?
Everything's arranged, Principal. Director Wang quickly stepped forward.
Ms. Zheng's office is located on the third floor of the School of Foreign Languages, facing south, and has been renovated.
Zhang Danning nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. Shall we go and complete the formalities now? I'd like to take a stroll around the campus while I'm at it.
Of course, this way please. Principal Lu quickly stepped aside to lead the way, and several school leaders also made way for the two young ladies as they walked into the administration building. Inside the principal's office, on the mahogany desk, 3 cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea emitted a delicate fragrance. Principal Lu Jianqing gently pushed the teacup towards the 2 daughters sitting opposite him.
Since Ms. Zhang has decided to teach at our school, what are your teaching preferences?
In the School of Foreign Languages, we can arrange teaching positions according to your expertise, from undergraduate basic English to postgraduate professional English. He paused, then added, Ms. Zhang's study abroad experience at Cambridge is a rare and high-quality educational resource for us students. Zhang Danning elegantly picked up the Celadon teacup, her fingertips gently stroking the warm cup, but her gaze was somewhat unfocused. She hadn't really decided what to teach yet after all. Coming to teach at Peking University was just a pretext. Her real purpose was to find that divine strategist who could see through her secrets at a glance.
Uncle Lu, she put down her teacup, took out her phone from her handbag, and pulled up a screenshot.
She turned her phone screen towards Lu Jianqing, where Ji Yang was earnestly telling fortunes in the livestream.
I'm quite interested in this student.
She gently tapped the screen with her slender fingers.
I wonder which college this student is from.
Lu Jianqing adjusted his glasses, leaned closer for a closer look, and then laughed.
Isn't that Ji Yang, our top scorer this year?
He is indeed from our school, in the School of Information Engineering. This kid is quite the star he's already. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, realizing that it wasn't appropriate to mention Ji Yang's scandals in front of the 2 young ladies, and changed his words. But which class exactly?
He turned to the Academic Affairs Director standing to the side and asked, Director Wang, are you aware of this?
Principal, the School of Information Science and Technology has expanded its enrollment this year, admitting a total of 26 classes.
I need to check the detailed list to see which class Ji Yang is assigned to.
At this moment, Lin Zi, who had been languidly, suddenly straightened up and interjected with great interest.
Institute of Information Science?
That's perfect. She winked at Zhang Danning. Ningning, why don't you go teach English at the School of Information Science?
Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity?
Upon hearing this, Lu Jianqing looked troubled. The general English courses in the School of Information Science are all large class teaching. One teacher usually has to teach 6 to 8 classes, which means a heavy workload every week. And it's probably not appropriate for Ms. Zhang to take on such a heavy teaching load so soon after arriving. Zhang Danning waved her hand gently. The number of class hours doesn't matter. Her gaze returned to her phone screen. Uncle Lu, could you please help me find out which class this Ji Yang is in? If possible, I would like to be their English teacher. Lu Jianqing immediately understood and instructed Director Wang. Contact the counselor of the School of Information Science and Technology immediately to confirm Ji Yang's specific class. Have the person in charge of their school come over to report in person. The orders were relayed down the chain of command. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. Please come in. The door was gently pushed open, and Zhou Yuqing stepped into the principal's office. Today she was dressed in a standard business suit, a white silk shirt paired with a black fitted pencil skirt, sheer black stockings that perfectly outlined her leg curves, and 5-centimeter black high heels. Principal, you wanted to see me? She bowed slightly. His gaze swept to the side and fell upon two unfamiliar women with extraordinary bearing. A woman wearing a burgundy velvet dress with a deep V-neck exudes mature charm. The other one wore a black spaghetti strap mini dress, exuding a yanglun, meaning languid or lazy yet sexy vibe. The aura emanating from the two women made Zhou Yuqing immediately realize that they were people of extraordinary status. Teacher Zhou, this is Teacher Zhang Danning, who will be teaching at our school soon. Lu Jianqing introduced. Ji Yang is one of your students, right? Yes, Principal, Zhou Yuqing said with a professional smile. Ji Yang is in Class 5 of Computer Science and Technology. She keenly sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Principal? Has he gotten into some trouble?" As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the two mysterious women. Zhang Danning gracefully crossed her legs, her burgundy skirt swaying slightly. She picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and smiled slightly. Chapter 123. Ji Yang, slightly drunk. Seeing Zhou Yuqing's nervous expression, Lu Jianqing explained. Teacher Zhou, relax. Ji Yang did very well. Here's the thing, Teacher Zhang is about to join our school. Since she's particularly interested in Computer Class 5, let's assign her to teach the college English class for that class. Zhang Danning smiled slightly. It is my honor to be able to get along with this group of energetic young people. Zhou Yuqing smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, welcome to the Peking University family. I'll go and arrange the relevant matters right away. As Zhou Yuqing turned to leave the office, the smile on her face gradually faded. She glimpsed the eye-catching pink Maserati downstairs through the window. Such a young and beautiful heiress, driving a top-of-the-line sports car, the watch on her wrist is probably more expensive than my annual salary. Why not enjoy the benefits of working for your own company instead of becoming a university teacher? She pressed the elevator button, unable to suppress her inner grumbling. University teaching looks glamorous, but it's actually incredibly tough, exhausting, and poorly paid. Preparing lessons, grading assignments, conducting research, dealing with evaluations, what's the point? This side of the playground. Beep. The moment the final whistle blew, Fatty Hao pounced on Ji Yang's back like a hungry tiger. We're free. Old Ji, look. The Imperial Kitchen is beckoning us. Tonight, we'll show you what bankrupt-style spending really means. Ji Yang stumbled under his weight. Haven't you digested your lunch yet? Is your stomach connected to another dimension? Superficial. The fat man nimbly moved in front of him, lifted the hem of his t-shirt, and patted his white belly. See that? This is an ISO-certified composite stomach, with the lunch and dinner areas operating completely independently. The fat man suddenly stood at attention and saluted. Today, even if I, Haorani, die in the Imperial Kitchen, I will never leave the battlefield even a step. When Ji Yang led his 3 hungry roommates into the Imperial Cuisine restaurant, the waiter had already prepared their reserved private room. Hao Pengzi's eyes lit up as he looked at the ornately decorated interior. The boss is so generous. The fat man plopped down in the main seat, grabbed the menu, and started pointing and gesturing. This, and this, bring one of everything we haven't tried yet. When the table was laden with delicacies, Ji Yang was about to call the waiter for juice when Fatty Hao grabbed him and stopped him. Wait a minute. We don't have military training tonight, why drink beverages? A real man should drink. Ji Yang quickly waved his hand. No, I have to go to the auditorium to rehearse for the welcome party tonight. What's wrong with the rehearsal? The fat man had already opened 2 bottles of beer. A little drinking can liven things up. Look at Li Bai, he could write 100 poems after drinking. Maybe you can host even better if you have a few drinks. Alcohol can suppress the central nervous system. Fu Jie added as he wiped the dishes. Shut up, 4. The fat man shoved a bottle into his hand. You're muted. Lu Tao took the glass. Lao Ji, will only drink a little. Ji Yang looked at the foamy beer in front of him and shook his head firmly. Really not, I can't hold my liquor, 1 glass and I'm out. 10 minutes later. Fill it up. Fill it all up. Ji Yang stood on the chair, waving an empty wineglass around. Fatty. You're right. Drinking is awesome. Fatty Hao stared dumbfounded at the 3 empty beer bottles in front of him. Old Ji, weren't you drinking a little too fast? Burp. Ji Yang let out a loud burp, then put his arm around the fat man's neck. Good brother. We're not leaving until we're drunk tonight. But Lao Ji, Lu Tao whispered a reminder, you have a rehearsal in 20 minutes. Rehearsal? Ji Yang blinked in confusion. It's all right. There's still a while. Fatty Hao raised the bottle to fill Ji Yang's glass, but suddenly paused, his small eyes darting around. He leaned close to Ji Yang's ear and whispered. Old Ji, has the bill been settled? Ji Yang waved his hand and pulled a crumpled receipt from his pocket, slapping it on the table. Hey! Fatty, who do you think you are? Dude, hiccup. I've already paid. Scan the code. Swish swish swish. The fat man picked up the receipt and carefully checked the amount, then had no more worries. He raised the bottle. Cheer up. Come on. Fill Lao Ji's glass. Today, my brother has to drink to his heart's content. Fu Jie, standing to the side, finally understood Fatty was worried that Ji Yang would drink too much and no one would pay the bill. This move truly demonstrated the deep bond between brothers. After drinking 2 more rounds, Ji Yang glanced at the time, feeling dizzy, and swayed as he stood up. Guys, keep drinking, I have to. Burp. Go to rehearsal. Order more if you need more, it's all on me. Upon hearing this, the fat man jumped to his feet, his face plastered with a fawning smile. All right. Godfather. You go ahead and do your work, I'll keep watch over things here. Although Ji Yang was quite drunk, a sliver of clarity remained in his mind. He squinted and pointed at the fat man. You fatso, don't think, hiccup. I don't know you're afraid I won't pay. The fat man, his thoughts exposed, wasn't embarrassed at all. He just chuckled and pushed Ji Yang toward the door. No way. No way. I'm just genuinely concerned about my godfather's marriage. You should hurry up, or senior sister Gu will be getting impatient. Ji Yang walked out, stumbling along the muddy path. After seeing Ji Yang off, the fat man returned to the private room. Looking at the table full of dishes and unopened bottles of liquor, he rubbed his hands together and smiled with satisfaction. Brothers! Now you can eat to your heart's content. Tonight's entire bill is on young Master Ji. When Ji Yang stumbled into the auditorium, Gu Qiuhan, Su Macheng, and Li Si were already waiting by the stage. Ji Yang tried hard to walk steadily, but his unsteady steps instantly betrayed his condition. As soon as he approached, Su Macheng, like a nimble puppy, sniffed around him, wrinkling her nose, and then her eyes widened. My dear son. You've been drinking? Her shout made Gu Qiuhan and Li Si, who were reading the manuscript, look up at the same time. Ji Yang tried to straighten his posture to maintain his composure, but couldn't help letting out a burp. I only had a little bit. Su Macheng stood with her hands on her hips, circling around him, her little face full of disappointment and frustration. You, Ji Yang. You knew there was a rehearsal tonight and you still dared to drink. You call this a little bit? I can smell the alcohol on you from 3 meters away. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Gu Qiuhan's instantly cold expression, quickly took a step back, and mouthed to Ji Yang. Good luck to you. Seeing this, Li Si stepped forward to support the swaying Ji Yang and said helplessly, Junior brother Ji, in this condition, can you still host the event? Ji Yang waved his hand defiantly, almost hitting the microphone standing next to him. No problem. I'm perfectly sober. As he spoke, he tried to prove himself, blurting out, respected leaders, hiccup, dear classmates. Gu Qiuhan closed her script and walked expressionlessly to Ji Yang. She didn't say a word, but simply looked at him quietly with her cool, clear eyes. Ji Yang, who had been joking around, gradually quieted down under her gaze and lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Chapter 124. We won't disturb you two any longer. Gu Qiuhan didn't say anything, but silently picked up a bottle of mineral water from the prop table next to her and handed it to Ji Yang. Drink some water to sober up. Ji Yang looked at the water suddenly handed to him, a silly smile spreading across his face. With a hint of drunken pride, he said. Concerned about me? I knew I was still charming. Don't flatter yourself, Gu Qiuhan interrupted calmly. I'm just worried that you'll delay the rehearsal schedule, so I want to go back and rest as soon as possible. Ji Yang. But she still obediently took the water bottle. She tilted her head back and gulped down most of it. It did clear my muddled mind considerably. At this moment, Gu Qiuhan also felt thirsty, and naturally picked up another bottle of mineral water that looked exactly the same next to her. Upon receiving it, I was slightly taken aback. The bottle cap was tightly closed, and the water had not been opened at all. She subconsciously glanced at the bottle of water that Ji Yang had already drunk from, then looked at the brand new bottle in her own hand. Wait, this is the one that's mine? Then what I gave you just now was? Ji Yang belatedly realized what was happening, and his hand holding the water bottle froze instantly. There seemed to be a faint, lingering fragrance at the bottle opening, quite different from the water he usually drank. An indirect kiss. It was an indirect kiss. Su Mucheng watched with shining eyes and excitedly grabbed Li Si's arm. Li Si gasped in pain, quickly freeing his arm from her clutches, rubbing his reddened skin while muttering under his breath. My little darling, they were just indirectly kissing. Why are you so excited? Anyone who didn't know better would think. He swallowed his words, looking into Su Mucheng's eyes which were sparkling with gossip, and abruptly changed his tune. I thought you'd won the lottery. What do you know? Su Mucheng clutched her heart with both hands. This is a historic moment. A major milestone in my son's love life. This shows that Qiuhan doesn't subconsciously reject him at all. This is called breaking through psychological distance. You, who have never been in a relationship, would never understand. Li Si was both amused and exasperated by her seemingly logical and well-reasoned analysis, which combined theory with practice. Yes, I don't understand. But could you please show some concern for your friend who was about to become disabled? He showed the clear red marks on his arm, saying, if the two of them keep arguing like this, tonight's rehearsal will really be ruined. Su Mucheng then reluctantly diverted some of his attention, giving him a perfunctory pat on the arm. Relax, a real man's pain is nothing. Look how well matched they are. That awkward yet shy atmosphere, that shyness hiding a flutter of excitement, tsk. Li Si looked at Su Mucheng, who was completely absorbed in her own world, and helplessly rubbed his forehead. He began to seriously consider whether he should find an opportunity to hint at it to this oblivious girl. Li Si coughed lightly at the opportune moment. Qiuhan, Ji Yang, shall we start the rehearsal? Let's not waste time. We need to complete the whole process today. If everything goes smoothly, everyone can get some rest early. Gu Qiuhan was the first to come to her senses and nodded slightly. Okay, let's begin. Ji Yang also shook his head, trying to get rid of the lingering effects of the alcohol. The rehearsal officially began. Although Ji Yang was still slightly tipsy, perhaps the alcohol actually helped him relax, and the entire hosting process went surprisingly smoothly. Next, please enjoy the dance Morning Light. After Ji Yang finished reading his script, he took advantage of the dimming lights to whisper to Gu Qiuhan beside him, Senior, did I do all right? Gu Qiuhan looked straight ahead, but the corners of her lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, so. Su Mucheng watched with great interest from the audience, occasionally tugging at Li Si's sleeve. Look, my son is in great shape. That's what you call alcohol emboldens the timid. Li Si smiled helplessly, but in his heart he had to admit that Ji Yang was indeed more relaxed than usual tonight. The two hosts worked together more and more seamlessly, with Gu Qiuhan's cool and dignified demeanor complementing Ji Yang's lively and agile personality. With rehearsals halfway through, it was time for the medley of songs. During a break in the performances, Ji Yang leaned closer to Gu Qiuhan. Senior, that bottle of water, it was very sweet. Gu Qiuhan paused slightly as she looked at the process sheet, but her expression remained calm. That's ordinary mineral water. Really? Ji Yang said, but I feel like there's a familiar taste in it. Gu Qiuhan finally looked up and glanced at him under the light, her earlobes glowed a faint pink. She didn't reply, but simply turned the page of the schedule and said calmly, "Prepare for the next step." The entire rehearsal proceeded smoothly in this subtle atmosphere, and the entire process was completed half an hour ahead of schedule. Lisi clapped his hands and said to the crowd, "Thank you all for your hard work. Today went very well. Tomorrow we'll go over the process one last time, and the official welcome party is the day after tomorrow. Hang in there, everyone." The crowd agreed and began packing their belongings, leaving the auditorium one after another. Soon, only Lisi, Ji Yang, Gu Qiuhan, and Su Muqing remained in the room. Lisi glanced at Ji Yang, whose eyes were still somewhat dazed, and then turned to Gu Qiuhan and said, "Qiuhan, how about you help take Ji Yang back to his dorm? He seems a little dizzy." Su Muqing immediately chimed in, nodding her little head in understanding. Yes, Sister Qiuhan. You've worked so hard. Look at him, what if he falls or gets lost on the way?" Gu Qiuhan glanced at Ji Yang, who was pretending to faint, then at the two people in front of her who were working together seamlessly, and raised an eyebrow to ask. "Then I'll take him back. What about you two?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Muqing suddenly grabbed Lisi's arm, making Lisi freeze. Well, let's go get some late-night snacks." Su Muqing tilted her head up and said, "I've gotten so thin from rehearsing for so long." Gu Qiuhan looked at Lisi, whose body was stiff but whose ears were turning red, and then at Su Muqing, who was still clinging to his arm without realizing it. She nodded, suppressing a smile. "I see. All right then, I won't bother you any longer." Su Muqing replied with a smile, "We won't bother you two any longer." Ji Yang and Gu Qiuhan were both taken aback by these words. Lisi felt the warmth from his arm, looked at the girl's bright smile beside him, and nodded to Gu Qiuhan and Ji Yang. "Well, we'll be going now. Take care on your journey." After he finished speaking, Su Muqing pulled him towards the exit of the auditorium. Watching the two leave, Ji Yang secretly glanced at Gu Qiuhan beside him. "Senior, shall we go too?" Chapter 125 I Really Stabbed You. Outside the auditorium, a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. With some time still before the dormitories closed, many students strolled around the campus. Gu Qiuhan stopped and turned to look at Ji Yang beside her. "All right, your uncle Su Muqing has already gone far away, you don't need to pretend to be drunk anymore." Ji Yang chuckled upon hearing this. "Senior, how did you know Su Muqing is my big daddy?" Gu Qiuhan raised an eyebrow slightly, the moonlight shining on her delicate face. "I'm not stupid." She paused, then continued. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." "Something's up." Ji Yang quickly said, "Well, it's still early, how about we take a walk? We'll just be lying down when we get back anyway." Gu Qiuhan glanced at him, seemingly surprised that he would make this suggestion. "You're not going to do the live stream? Aren't your masters waiting for you?" Ji Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's fine to start the broadcast a little later. Just think of it as giving myself a short break." Gu Qiuhan remained silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the distant campus path. She nodded slightly. "Let's take a walk then." Ji Yang followed half a step behind Gu Qiuhan, his mind wandering. Under the moonlight, Gu Qiuhan's figure appeared exceptionally beautiful, and the evening breeze occasionally lifted a few strands of her hair, carrying a faint fragrance. He was lost in thought about how to naturally start a conversation when he didn't notice that Gu Qiuhan in front of him suddenly stopped. Bang! Ji Yang bumped into Gu Qiuhan's beautiful back. He stood frozen in place and did not immediately retreat. At extremely close range, the tip of his nose twitched slightly as he took a gentle breath. That's the taste. Fragrant. He then took a step back. Gu Qiuhan was also stunned by the sudden impact and the faint gasp that followed. The warmth and touch of the boy's chest still seemed to linger on her back, as well as the subtle tickling sensation from his warm breath seeping through the thin fabric just moments before. She turned around, her cool gaze falling on Ji Yang's face, feeling the area on his back that seemed to have become exceptionally clear. "What does it taste like?" On a whim, Ji Yang blurted out, "Body scent, mixed with the smell of laundry detergent." Upon hearing this, Gu Qiuhan not only didn't get angry, but instead slightly turned her head. "Does it smell good?" Ji Yang replied, "Of course it smells good. Want to smell it again?" Gu Qiuhan's voice carried an indescribable meaning. Ji Yang felt the blood rushing to his head and nodded instinctively, "Of course I want to." Gu Qiuhan nodded slightly, "Okay, come with me." Now it was Ji Yang's turn to be stunned.
So, she agreed? Is she being unusually agreeable today? He followed Gu Chiohan forward, feeling dizzy, his heart pounding in his chest. As he walked, he noticed that the surrounding lights were getting dimmer and the road was becoming more and more remote. Senior sister Gu. Ji Yang finally realized something was wrong and stopped in his tracks. Isn't this the school's grove of trees? Gu Chiohan turned around, her smile appearing somewhat hazy in the moonlight. Yes. Ji Yang looked at the deep forest, swallowed hard, and countless indescribable images flashed through his mind. He tried to appear calm, rubbing his hands together as he said, Senior, you really don't need to come to a place like this. We can go to a hotel. It's not like I'm broke, this place is really uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Gu Chiohan didn't stop walking. Her clear, cold voice drifted on the wind. It's all the same. You get pricked no matter where you are, you don't feel anything. Ji Yang was startled for a moment, then reacted and caught up with Gu Chiohan in a few strides. Senior, what do you mean? Gu Chiohan stopped under a sycamore tree and asked, feigning ignorance. What could I possibly mean? Ji Yang was provoked by her nonchalant demeanor and lowered his voice. You're saying I'm like a needle? Gu Chiohan crossed her arms over her chest. I didn't say that, you said it yourself. He stepped forward, instantly closing the distance between them, and stared into her eyes. Fine. Gu Chiohan, I'm going to prick you today. He expected to see Gu Chiohan panic, but instead she suddenly chuckled softly. There are people everywhere here, do you dare? Her tone was firm, and she didn't believe Ji Yang would dare to cause trouble in such a place. After all, the grove of trees at Jinghai University is a well-known romantic spot for couples. You can bump into a couple every 50 meters. If you listen carefully at this moment, you can indeed faintly hear whispers coming from not far away, and even some suppressed breathing sounds. Ji Yang was taken aback by her words. With so many spectators watching, he really didn't dare to do anything. But looking at Gu Chiohan's calm demeanor, as if to say, I knew you wouldn't dare, he was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. Ji Yang was completely taken aback by Gu Chiohan's nonchalant demeanor. Surrounded by so many potential viewers, he certainly dared not, and could not, do anything out of line. But looking into Gu Chiohan's calm eyes, which seemed to see through everything and were filled with I knew you wouldn't dare, a strong sense of resentment and youthful pride surged to his head. Are you just going to back down like that? How will you ever be able to hold your head high in front of your seniors again? With a determined heart, he stepped forward, grabbed Gu Chiohan's shoulder, turned her around, and pushed her against a thick tree trunk. But when the movement landed on her, he subconsciously restrained himself a bit. The rough texture of the tree bark seeped through the thin fabric of her clothes. Gu Chiohan frowned slightly, but her face remained expressionless, and even her breathing rate didn't change. She just quietly turned her head and looked at him. Seeing her unyielding attitude, Ji Yang's anger flared. Why aren't you reacting at all? Gu Chiohan even chuckled softly. I don't feel anything, what kind of reaction can I have? Do you expect me to pretend to make a few noises to cooperate with you? Ji Yang was so taken aback by her words that he almost choked on his breath. You're convinced I wouldn't dare, aren't you? Gu Chiohan tilted her head slightly. Okay. Do you need me to help you? Like, hold onto the tree with both hands, and then, bend over? As she spoke, she actually made a gesture that was extremely suggestive. Gu Chiohan. Ji Yang was completely enraged this time, feeling that his male dignity had been challenged like never before. He suddenly leaned down and whispered in Gu Chiohan's ear. Don't push me. So I'm really going to stab you. Chapter 126. What serious business could possibly take place in the grove? Gu Chiohan felt his tense muscles and unusual body temperature, but only let out a soft sound from her throat. Oh. He then added another sentence, his tone still flat, but it was like adding fuel to the fire. Go ahead and get it, anyway. I won't feel anything. These words completely shattered Ji Yang's last shred of reason. Her body reacted honestly and violently despite the fact that her clothes were still intact, the undeniable hardness pressed against her through the thin fabric. Gu Chiohan's calm breathing suddenly caught in her throat, and her body instantly stiffened uncontrollably. She could clearly feel the scorching heat and the aggressive silhouette. She instinctively held her breath, and after several seconds, she slowly and very gently exhaled. Thankfully, it was through the clothes. This realization eased her tense nerves slightly. She turned her head slightly to avoid Ji Yang's scorching gaze, exposing her flushed cheeks and fair neck to the moonlight.
Ji Yang looked at her profile so close to his face. The moonlight outlined her perfect facial features. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her usually aloof face was now tinged with an indescribable blush. The subtle panic that was revealed beneath her forced composure was more moving than any straightforward invitation. He couldn't hold back any longer. Ji Yang's hand suddenly gripped Gu Chouhan's belt buckle. "Senior, you forced me to do this." Gu Chouhan felt the cold touch on her waist, and her heart skipped a beat, but she remained defiant, even showing a hint of impatience. "Hurry up and do it, don't dawdle. We have important business to attend to later." Deep down, she remained convinced that Ji Yang was just bluffing and that he would never dare to take the final step in the grove where they could be spotted at any moment. However, the next second, Ji Yang seemed to be completely ignited by those words. He exerted force, and with the slight sound of the belt buckle slipping open and the rustling of the fabric, Gu Chouhan felt a chill in her lower body. Her pants had been pushed up to her knees by Ji Yang without any explanation. Although there were still some close-fitting clothes underneath as a final barrier, the sudden exposure of her leg skin to the cool air, along with the incredibly shameful posture and situation, caused Gu Chouhan's mind to go completely blank. "You!" She gasped and sat up abruptly, frantically and almost clumsily pulling up her pants and clutching the waistband tightly. She quickly fastened her belt and stared at Ji Yang in disbelief. He actually dared to do it. "I always thought I had the situation under control and was certain that Ji Yang was just putting on a brave front. But I never expected that when he was pushed to the limit, he would actually be so reckless." Ji Yang glanced down at his still obvious reaction, then looked up at Gu Chouhan, who was frantically fastening her belt, a roguish smile playing on his lips. "What's there to be afraid of? Senior, you've already put it that way. If I keep holding back, would I even be a man?" He glanced around at the shadowy woods where faint sounds occasionally drifted from, and continued meaningfully. "Besides, look around, we're not the only couple here. One more or one less couple won't make a difference, it's no big deal, don't you think?" Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward, stretched out his long arm, and without saying a word, pulled Gu Chouhan, who had just finished fastening her pants, into his arms again. His arms encircled her waist and back like iron hoops, trapping her firmly against his burning chest. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, completely sealed off. Gu Chouhan could even clearly feel the same intense heartbeat emanating from his chest, and the hard texture pressing against her. "Ji Yang! Let go of me!" Gu Chouhan was both shocked and angry. She struggled and tried to push him away by placing her hands on his chest. However, the disparity in strength between men and women was indeed significant. Gu Chouhan's softness constantly rubbed against Ji Yang. "Open? Didn't your senior just tell me to hurry up and stop dawdling? What, are you scared now?" Ji Yang's scorching breath enveloped her. Gu Chouhan was both anxious and angry, trying to use her last bit of composure to stop him. "I was just kidding." Before the word laugh could be uttered, all the words were suddenly blocked back. Ji Yang suddenly lowered his head and precisely captured her lips. It was a kiss with irresistible force, full of punishment and possessiveness, forcefully prying open her teeth and penetrating deep inside. A faint aroma of alcohol wafted between his lips and tongue, along with the fiery scent that belonged to Ji Yang. Ugh! Gu Chouhan's eyes widened instantly, her mind going completely blank. After a brief moment of shock came a surge of shame and indignation. She began to struggle violently, pushing against his chest with both hands, kicking her legs beneath him, and even trying to bite his invading tongue with her teeth. But Ji Yang seemed to have anticipated all her reactions, and held her even tighter. The disparity in strength made Gu Chouhan's struggles seem like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Gradually, her strength was depleted in the struggle, and the feeling of lack of oxygen made her head spin, and her pushing force unconsciously weakened. A tingling sensation, starting from her repeatedly ravaged lips, surged through her body like an electric current, eroding her will. After an unknown amount of time, her tense body finally softened, her resisting hands slowly fell to her sides, and finally, as if resigned to her fate, or as if swept away by some irresistible wave, she closed her eyes. Her hands, which had been pushing away, unconsciously climbed up to Ji Yang's nape, and she awkwardly but with a hint of compromise began to respond to this forceful kiss. Sensing her softening in response, Ji Yang's kiss gradually shifted from an initial punitive plunder to a tender and deep one, carrying a sense of cherishing something lost and then regained. However, just as she was lost in passion, when Ji Yang's hot hand was no longer satisfied with lingering around her waist and tried to slide down along the curve of her waist, wanting to explore the depths of the waistband that he had just loosened. Gu Chouhan suddenly woke up from her drunken stupor. She quickly withdrew one hand from his neck and precisely and firmly grabbed his wrist, preventing him from going any further. Her breathing was still rapid, her lips were swollen and red, and her eyes were glistening with tears, but her gaze had regained its clarity, carrying a hint of pleading and an unyielding determination. Her voice was slightly hoarse.
Don't.
Ji Yang's breathing was heavy, his forehead pressed against hers, his voice carrying lingering desire and confusion.
It's okay, senior.
Gu Chiohan pushed him away with unusual firmness, straightening her disheveled clothes, her face still flushed.
No.
I have important business to attend to.
Ji Yang looked bewildered. What we're doing right now, isn't that the important thing?
Gu Chiohan glared at him irritably, and while fastening the last button, she said,
You really think I brought you to the woods just to do that kind of thing?
What else could it be?
Ji Yang was even more puzzled.
What other serious business could there be in this place, in this atmosphere?
Gu Chiohan cleared her throat, took a deep breath, and then called out loudly into the depths of the woods. Attention everyone! It's autumn, and the weather is getting cooler. Please don't stay in the woods for too long, or you might catch a cold.